Chapter 203, That's Far. June 14th, 625. I kneeled by Nanan as some of the other troops recovered from the shock of the gargantuan intestine. From our vantage point, I could see most of what there was to see. For more, we'd have to circle around the area so I could get other perspectives. It was something I could do myself, but Nanan still wanted a couple other people besides me to collect their own intel. It was redundant, but that was protocol, and it wasn't like I cared either way. I was doing the same amount of work regardless. Nanan looked at me when I undid my stealth. "Are you fit?" Of course, I nodded. "Eyes still on the activity below. How are the rest?" "They'll be fine. I'll be sending 2 scouts around the front and 2 more to travel a bit farther down the body. See if they can't carve out a sample of the outer flesh. We'll see if it alerts them. I'll go around the front as well, get counts, and see if I can't find any more functions this intestine hides." "You should focus on counting how many scouts are in the area." Nanan looked off into the distance, scanning the area around the intestine. "I'm assuming this thing is heavily guarded, because I'm feeling an authority tin down there. You should see if it's being watched just as tightly, kill anything that might spot our scouts, and don't worry about going loud. There aren't any sovereigns and I can handle anything below that." "Copy." I nodded and looked over at him. Calling a royal a sovereign was just a quick way of saying they sat at authority 12, but that still left the bold statement, "You can handle an authority 11? Don't think I've stopped improving just because I'm old." He smiled, keeping his gaze on the distance. "I'm working on the Great Barrier, which has given me time to improve my skill. I'd say I'm on par with King Bloods, which means I can fight an authority 11 royal, at least to a standstill, even if I couldn't win." "I suppose. But are you sure you could sense a sovereign if it were around?" "That heavily depends, and we can never know for sure. I'm willing to bet on the chances, because if there really was one here, we'd be fucked either way." "That is true." I shrugged and reached into my 6th star, making sure the weapons I wanted were there. After another few quick words with Nanan, I was off. He sent out his scouts as well, a pair of knights and a pair of warlocks. I glanced over at them and noticed that they were wearing some environmental camo, ghillie suits, something I had worn all the way back in December. He had taken inspiration from it and decided to implement it specifically for scouts like these who needed concealment in this kind of unfavorable terrain. Their armor, as well as the armor of the rest of the platoon, was painted red. Like with the steeds, it was a cheap, easy, and simple addition that added to survivability. Since I got the green light and I had seen a few scouts already, I didn't mind using my M40. After making myself disappear and heading down the hill, I tracked one of the scouts and found a good spot. I stopped and planted myself once I was within a reasonable range of about 400 meters. I laid down against the side of the hill and took aim, bending my knee and using it as a rest for the rifle. I found the scout, no trees to provide cover, and all the rocks already coated in the red biomat, making its figure obvious. Aerials were off for stealth purposes, so I couldn't warn Nanan, not that he needed it. I let out a breath and pulled the trigger, the rifle snapping back into my shoulder. I saw bloody mist explode out of the opposite side of the scout's head, the body dropping and the spiked wolves around it panicking when the explosion cracked through the valley. Now all the tens of thousands of monsters in the area were agitated, all of them pausing what they were doing and looking around for whatever caused that noise. Nanan, and most of the snow doves, had learned to adjust to how I worked ever since I joined them. I made a lot of noise, which meant that once I started shooting, the enemy knew that we were here. However, that didn't mean they knew where, which is why the snow doves had to become adept at the art of misdirection and concealment, taking advantage of chaos instead of breaking down under it. With that scout dead, our men would have an easier time moving. But there were more, so I repositioned, running while activating my boots to provide some well-timed boosts to my speed. With my personal stealth, I moved far faster than the other soldiers who had to rely on visual obscurity instead of outright invisibility. I quickly relocated while finding my next target, planting down and acquiring another scout when I was in a good position. The lanky body was centered over my reticle, and I pulled the trigger as soon as I was able. Another shot, another kill, another burst of adrenaline for all the scourge around me. I relocated and found yet another target. As I watched the surrounding movement, I noticed just how many scouts there were. They started showing up in pairs as I got deeper in, and more were peeking out from hiding spots beneath the biomat. Just because you could see nothing above the biomat did not mean that there wasn't anything below it. I recalled Eric's threat and the various reports I had read up on. The Scourge was able to use the biomat to their advantage, digging foxholes under it, setting traps, or planting themselves for ambush. One of the new species that had shown up were ambush predators, small monsters that could bury themselves below the biomat and remain undetected until someone stepped on or near their hole. Once that happened, it jumped out and launched incredible suicidal attacks with a single, abnormally long talon, capable of taking off legs or, in the worst cases, outright bisecting a man. They were weak otherwise, easily killed. Even their talon was brittle, good for no more than a single attack before either dulling, chipping, or shattering. But that didn't matter when the Scourge had no qualms trading lives for lives. In my book, the Scourge was profiting massively, trading one little cretin for a full knight or warlock. They were like landmines, and their psychological afflictions were almost identical. Nobody wanted to go out and march on lands that could be holding any number of horrific traps. The worst part was how there was no way to pick them out beyond constant specialized spellcasting or an incredible aura, and they could remain buried, as far as we knew, indefinitely because they could subsist off the biomat. Even better was the fact that they could relocate whenever they wanted to place themselves into better positions, like in the path of a marching battalion. An extreme example of the biomat's ability to conceal monsters that I was getting a glimpse of now. After getting into a new position, I planted down again and started picking off multiple scouts. I ended up killing 6 before turning my attention to the intestine. Seeing it from head-on, I confirmed just how grotesque it was. More importantly, I was able to get some dimensions and see more details regarding its construction, like how those little builder beasts shaped flesh and cartilage. I also noticed a structure being created out of bone, probably something to keep the massive thing from flattening and cutting off the walkway for troops. I memorized everything before picking off some more scouts, killing all that I could see. Once I had killed all scouts within 600 meters, I looked off into the distance and spotted some more, even a couple in foxholes. I decided to lie down and test myself. My first test was a scout about 880 meters away. I could see how fast the wind was through the movement of some hair on a nearby wolf. Wind speeds automatically appeared in my mind. Moderate winds of about 14 miles per hour near me, and slightly stronger winds around my target in the valley going about 26 miles per hour. The slope of the hill was affecting the currents, and yet it wouldn't affect my shot at all. I knew my zero was at about 550 meters, but because my infusions of Psycha changed the properties of the bullet fired, I had to adapt. I had fired this gun many times before. I could visualize the bullet and its path. A muzzle velocity of well over 9,000 frames per second after empowerment, a flat bullet arc because of that incredible speed, normal spin. It was like I could already see the bullet's path before I fired. I adjusted my aim, centering the reticle slightly below the center of the scout's eye. I pulled the trigger, unable to see the bullet with its impossible speed. All I knew was that it hit exactly where I thought it would, a new hole opening in the scout's face. I could feel my resonance with this particular spirit increase, the rifle feeling better in my hands. I found my next target. Even farther away at about 1240 meters was a Cyclops scout. I recognized its big bulbous eye and took aim. This time, I centered the reticle just slightly above its pupil and pulled the trigger without a second thought. Another bullet cracked off, sailing for around half a second before impacting. The bullet dumping its kinetic energy into the head and making it explode out the back. I could feel the rifle, feel its accuracy, and picked another target, getting ballsy. Another Cyclops scout, 1870 meters, over a mile. I put my reticle, once more, just a tad bit over its small figure in my scope. The lines of the reticle looked large in comparison. I let out a breath, steadying the slight movement my heartbeat caused, feeling total control of my body. I timed my trigger pull so that it snapped back right after my heartbeat ended. Total stillness, total accuracy. Almost a second after the explosion, I saw mist come out of the scout's head. One shot, one kill. I let back in another breath, my heart resuming its normal tempo as I opened my other eye, one looking through the scope, one beyond the scope. I could see that dead scout, knowing the exact trajectory my bullet took to reach it, and I felt an incredible connection with my rifle. It felt like I had grasped its intricacies, like it spoke to me through the bullets it fired. I could feel the temperature of the barrel, the minute inaccuracies of the scope caused by the recoil of the gun, the slightly different properties of each bullet. I realized it once more, as if I hadn't before. These guns, these weapons, weren't just tools. They were spirits, not necessarily intelligent or sapient, but still alive. They weren't hunks of metal, but something I could connect with through the power of my mind. It meant I had to treat them accordingly. I had to treat them knowing that I could sense and adjust for various inaccuracies or quirks. These weapons wanted to work with me just as much as I wanted them to perform. I felt the sheer focus overtaking my body, and suddenly I was motivated to continue shooting. I started finding other unique targets in the enemy camp below, picking out humanoid royals or other strange monsters that looked strong. I sent out fully empowered rounds, knowing I had more than enough in my stores for it. Most of my targets were killed in just a single shot. Some were able to take two. What really impressed me was when I managed to hit the exact hole created by my first shot on a scaly lizard monster from around 960 meters away. Inhuman accuracy was what this was. I had long surpassed normal human capability a while ago, but this was really putting it into perspective for me. I wasn't capable of conventional superhuman feats like jumping over mountains or lifting up 3-ton boulders, and I wouldn't go flying through the sky with magic or casting mass destruction spells that made me look like a walking strategic missile. But the control I had over my body and the power of my mind enabled me to multiply the effectiveness of my guns and bring out their greatest potential lethality. I was someone who leaned into his strengths massively. I could dish out incredible damage, and every advantage I had helped me toward that end. I don't know what came over me during this battle. Perhaps I was inspired by the pressure from this intestine, as weird as that was. But now of all times, I was starting to feel just how far I've come. After a few hours of combat and causing chaos, I retreated. The rest of the snow doves had gone back to the steed, so I met them there. Even the scout's Nanan scent had returned, so I was the last to arrive. I jumped in the steed, getting a smirk. I saw Mira, the brigadier to replace Myron, inside as well. Have fun? I did. Actually, I set some new personal records. Like what? My furthest shot yet, now sitting at 1,870 meters. Now it's time to shoot for the 2,000-meter mark. Shit. Nanan shook his head. That's fucking far. I smiled, leaning back into my seat. We went back to camp, tightening patrols since I had wrought havoc. We'd returned to base in just a day or so since. Now that I was here, collecting intel was a breeze. I also only had 2 more weeks left out in the field before returning to the capital. I was quite excited to get back there and revolutionize the field of battle as this world knew it. At the same time, though, I took a peek into my 6th star. There were some new weapons and tools in there that were more than grabbable. I intended to get a hold of them within the week. Ultimately, my personal strength was what mattered the most. I couldn't be unprepared should something happen while I was here, and while it never really left, my anxiety was beginning to rise. It had spiked when that sovereign arrived, and it certainly wasn't going down. I was counting the weeks until the big fight kicked off. It was a matter of when, not if, and I had a feeling that I'd be in for a fight just as much as everyone else. Chapter 204, Not Dead Yet. July 2nd, 625. The next month came around, and I was back in the capital. Like the last few times, I was picked up from the terminal by a chauffeur and taken to the Magic Spire. Son treated me well. I was just as eager as he was to see the success of this project, so I didn't mind getting right back into work. I wondered if I'd be sleeping inside my office, because there was a lot to do this month. I took the elevator up and got admitted through the teleporter, arriving on the office floor. I walked in and found Son coordinating with several of the others within the office. I had learned last month that the people who operated in Son's office were the greatest minds Son had procured. Now, half of them were working on Project Right. I could see several devices scattered across long metal tables, all of them some form of mana engine. Nobody but Son, Avidus, and I had access to the core enchantments, but through a little modularity and magic encryption, we were able to separate the core enchantments into their own pieces, giving us total control over them. Even if one was stolen, which was inevitable, my rudimentary encryption would ensure that it couldn't be reverse engineered. The encryption was barely encryption in my book, and yet it would do its job just fine. A series of redundancies, extraneous enchantments, and inert conduits made it so that simply looking at the enchantment would yield nothing. It looked like the most complex piece of work ever devised, and yet 90% of it did absolutely nothing. The last 10% was the actual enchantment, hidden among all the other arrays, only decipherable by 3 people. Without knowing which conduits or arrays to activate specifically and which ones to tune to an inert frequency, the enchantment wouldn't work. Because of that, we were able to produce it without worry, dedicating sheer manpower and resources to it without concern of it getting leaked or stolen. After all, we wanted to get everything out as soon as possible. All of the summoners and warlocks had been working on measuring the mana engine's power output and efficiency, as well as building an actual plane. The plane had been built a while before I arrived, and the measurements were finished not long ago. As I had thought, my mana engine was incredibly efficient. I had certain specs that I needed it to hit, primarily the propeller's RPM, and San had worked on making sure it hit those minimum and maximum numbers. I couldn't really measure torque or horsepower at different RPMs, so just RPM would have to do. A mana engine armed with 2 Authority 5 white crystals could barely hit my designated maximum of 3000 RPM at full power with a 4-blade 11-foot diameter propeller, leaving little room for comfort. It was amazing to me that 2 little crystals could deliver such power, but San wasn't that impressed and decided that moving up to Authority 6 crystals would be better. It would provide far more longevity and afford more power when it was necessary, such as on the field of battle. As for whether the cost was worth it, that was up to him. I knew that he could easily procure thousands of Authority 6 crystals, but I didn't know what he planned to sell these things for. All that would be left to him. I just had to design the moneymaker. So, even before the mana engine was fully spec'd out, he had built the frame of the aircraft. What was great about the frame was that it required damn near nothing. No fuel tank, no engine. Even the conduits to control the flaps and fins were nothing but enchanted metal wires. There were no hydraulics that had to be run off of a turbine, and there was no need to accommodate air intakes that a turbine would use because it didn't need air. There were also no electronic systems because that didn't exist in this world, which meant no radar, and things like an aerial could be easily mounted with its own node if need be. The most complicated part besides the mana engine was probably the landing gear, since I had to design a suspension for it. Even then, the designs for that kind of stuff already existed, and I just had to piece things together. I didn't have to remake the wheel, and everything came together so easily that I wanted to tear my hair out. It was little more complex than a fucking child's drawing, the biggest middle finger to every engineer that ever lived on Earth, all run off of 2 little rocks and some fancy drawings. No matter. It was getting built, and it was a necessary weapon. San was ready for test runs by the time I got back. He had promised me that I would be the one to test the product, so I had to go and fly the thing. I was also the only one who understood how to fly it, even just conceptually. Nobody else knew what the hell an aileron, rudder, or elevator did, and they didn't understand G-forces in this context, or perhaps at all. They didn't know how turns should be made. They didn't know how to manage the kinds of speeds the aircraft could push. They didn't know what it meant to be at certain altitudes. They didn't know what to do if things went as shit and they had to bail. So for the sake of safety, I was the one to fly. It was also because I was the inventor, and San wanted me to be the face of flight. I knew he was preparing to make this a big deal. It would change everything, and he was about to make some unfathomable profits that would make his company stand on top of all others. The plane would make him a behemoth, and I had brought it to him. However, I underestimated just how much he was doing. It was on July 5th that I stood on the outskirts of the capital, beyond the massive walls surrounding the city. San had created a hangar where all the tests for the aircraft were conducted, as well as where a runway had been built. It was only smooth dirt and not tarmac, but it would have to do. It wasn't like I was flying a jet or an airliner anyway. Inside the hangar, I looked at the plane before me. It still jarred me to see it. It felt like something that shouldn't exist in this world, but here it was, built to match my vision. It was a 2-seater aircraft with the same design as one of the most iconic fighter planes in America, the P-51 Mustang. Propped up on its 2 front wheels, the tilted plane had a step stool leading up to the wing where the pilot would climb to reach the cockpit. There were a few summoners around it, checking the metal paneling of the plane. Everything underneath besides the structural components was wood, providing a degree of insulation. I had described just how cold things got at higher altitudes, as well as how thin the air got. Because of that, San made sure there was an air moderator within the cockpit and plenty of insulation. The glass of the canopy was also reinforced with enchantments and designed to break off in an emergency. I made sure that, in case it went down, I wouldn't be trapped in a metal coffin. To that end, I also had him make a parachute, which I checked personally. San walked up to my side. She's beautiful. Not even in the air yet, and I can already see it. Yes, sir. If it performs as it should, I should be able to reach 20,000 feet today. How long do you want to fly? I'm certainly not using anywhere close to the 12 hours of range it has. Honestly, I'll probably go for about half an hour before coming back down. Then Avidus can join me. Sounds like a plan, he nodded, glancing at me. By the way, I have some news. Yeah. I listened, watching the summoners step away from the plane to prepare for the flight. He nodded. I've prepared a big event to showcase the plane. The invitations were sent a week ago, and it will take place before you leave for the front lines, on the 18th. We will be inviting most nobles, dukes, grand dukes, sovereigns, marshals, generals such as your own, other major business owners, and however many thousands of people that can join them. I've even sent an invitation to the royal family. I'm hoping the king will be able to attend, but I've yet to get a definite response. Holy shit. Pulling out all the stops, huh? Of course. This is a monumental event, and perhaps the biggest opportunity. I'll have to expand infrastructure for San Industries to support these things. We need to take full advantage of this. We should have your so-called helicopters out as well by that time. I have a feeling that nobles will take a fancy to a stable ride in one of those. I suppose. I'm not sure how I feel about becoming so famous, though. Don't worry so much. Just make sure you can fly this damn thing safely. It still worries me that the only thing you have to rely on so high up is 4 spinning metal blades and a pair of wings. Occupational hazard. I shrugged. He rolled his eyes, more scared of being famous than flying 20,000 feet up in a metal can. I chuckled as he turned his head to call for the other summoners. Are the checks clear? Yes, sir. One of the summoners nodded, smiling. Everything is in place. It can fly whenever you're ready. San looked at me for an answer. I smiled and walked over, jumping on top of the wing. The canopy was propped open. When I looked inside at all the controls, I got a wave of goosebumps. Inside my mind, I suddenly felt something call out to me. I quickly jumped into my 6th star, sending a burst of power out through a drone and quickly arriving at the object, sending out the call. It was actually a parachute. I was surprised, but then I remembered how way back when, I got a pair of aviation goggles. I suppose the rest of the equipment for a pilot should be in there as well, especially since I was in the Vietnam era. I quickly summoned it, the backpack appearing on my back. It was snug, and I fastened what I needed to before climbing into the cockpit. It was actually comfortable. Since there was so much available space, they didn't skimp on luxury. I settled in nicely. San yelled, "All personnel, prepare for first flight." Everyone scrambled as my cockpit closed, San's last words slipping through. Today, we write history. The cockpit snapped closed, everything going quiet. I looked down at all the controls before grabbing the 5-point harness and strapping myself into the seat. Once I was secure, I took out the enchanted master key for the plane, slotting it into the control panel before pressing the master power button. The cockpit lit up soundlessly. I gave it a few seconds before hitting one of the pedals on the floor, sending a bit of power to the wheels and making them turn. I drove the plane out of the hangar, workers running around like ants to get instruments ready for my flight. I heard the main aerial click on, a voice coming through as I drove onto the runway. "Come in, Cooper." "I hear you, Tower." "This is San." "That's what I meant. How are we?" I smiled while aligning myself with the center of the runway, pointing the craft into the distance. "Everyone is making last-second preparations, but it's nothing you need to worry about. Runway is clear. You're free to fly." "Copy, Tower." "Spinning up now." "Why are you calling me Tower?" "Because you're supposed to be in a tower. Not my fault you didn't build one. An unnecessary expenditure. I can see you just fine from here." "No fun." I chuckled as the propeller started spinning. It was smooth, even, lacking the personality of a high-octane engine like every bland electric car. Soon I started feeling the vibration of the propeller spinning, There was an RPM meter on the console in front of me that I watched rise by the hundred. Soon it was sitting at 600 RPM. I had to hit the brake to keep the plane from rolling forward. I sat there for a few minutes like that, craning my head and checking all my control surfaces, making sure everything was nominal. Everything was moving as it should, and nothing was blowing up yet. So I clicked the aerial. Cooper to tower. Everything is looking good and buttery smooth. I'm ready to launch. Copy Cooper. We're ready for you to take this step. For all of humanity. I didn't respond, knowing he was recording everything that went through the aerial. As he said, we were writing history right now. It was nothing conceptually new to me, but this was still my first time ever flying a plane like this. To think I'm about to do this without a license. A first for everything. I said that while grabbing the throttle, gradually moving it forward while letting off the brake. The plane started to roll forward as the propeller kicked up in speed. RPMs rising by the hundred, quickly climbing to 1,000. I started picking up speed down the runway, continuing to push the throttle forward, feeling the power behind the propeller as it pushed me back into my seat. My body was tense, my heart rate high, and I was laser-focused as the RPM hit 1,500. I could feel the wings start to produce lift, a bit of pressure coming from underneath me as I pushed the throttle even farther. It was 2/3 down the runway when I let off the throttle, the RPM now sitting at 2,000. Then I angled the control stick between my legs back, the flaps moving and angling me upward. My tail came off the ground, the front wheels lingering a bit longer before they too caught air. I continued to angle up a bit more before pushing the throttle a little farther forward, my altitude climbing. Once I passed the end of the runway, I hit a button and let the landing gear fold into the wings. I continued climbing even after that finished, gaining as much altitude as I wanted. There was no altimeter, so I had no idea how high up I was. That was technology that was well beyond this world, so I'd have to make do visually. I looked out of the canopy, seeing everything getting smaller and farther away. The runway was a few miles away from the capital, enough to generally keep our project a secret. Still, Son had sent out a grand invite promoting flight, so there was no way people weren't on the lookout. Thinking about how high I'd have to get to avoid Warlock Spellfire, I continued climbing, pushing the throttle more until I was sitting at a pretty 3,000 RPM. There was a fuel gauge measuring the power within the mana engine, and it hadn't budged at all. Still, I looked at it occasionally, checking every system multiple times to make sure I wasn't missing anything despite my near-perfect memory. Finally, after I had climbed to what seemed to be 5,000 feet, I leveled out and sat there for a bit, checking out the sights. I smiled, banging my fist on the wall of the cockpit next to me. Ha 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 ha. Fuck yeah. This is what I'm fucking talking about. I designed this shit, motherfucker. I'm flying this plane. I brought flight to another world. I let out a few screams and cackles before taking a few breaths and calming myself. Finally, I clicked the aerial and called back. Cooper to tower. I'm in the air and holding steady at low altitude. All systems nominal, no immediate outstanding problems. She's looking good. Copy Cooper, Son's voice came through, as well as a host of cheers and applause. Take your time and let us know when you're ready to proceed with the test list. Roger. I'm going to start now, beginning with a roll. I said that before tilting the control stick. The ailerons adjusted and the plane rotated. I felt my body move within the harness, avoiding the urge to tighten myself down a bit more and completing the roll. Once I was upright again, I stopped, smiling. Roll complete, tower. All is good. Copy Cooper. Now I'll test the rudder. I glanced down at another control lever on the wall. I pushed it forward and felt the plane shift left, then pushed it back and felt the plane shift right. Finally, I set it back to level, satisfied. Rudder is A-OK, tower. Copy Cooper. Go ahead and send data. Roger. I started letting off numbers and stats, things like how many seconds it took to complete a full roll with full stick tilt, and how many degrees the rudder caused the plane to shift per second at full activation. I also threw in a small note about the harness. It would need to be improved for more intense maneuvers. Data received. Copy. I'll climb to medium altitude and do a loop next. Be safe. I angled the control stick back and started climbing again. I easily doubled my altitude and then went a little higher. I could be completely off, but I was thinking I was at about 15,000 feet. I compared how the ground looked to how things looked when I flew on passenger airliners on Earth. Those things cruised at around 35,000 feet, and I seemed to sit at about half that height. Once I leveled out, I released a long breath. Then, I pulled the stick back again. I was forced back into my seat as the G's bore down on the plane. I angled all the way up, pointing straight up to the sky and feeling a type of vertigo that I had never experienced before. I kept my composure though, reaching a peak before tightening and adjusting my angle, completing the flip and heading back down toward the ground. I felt my breathing hitch when I pointed straight down to the planet. I knew I had over 10,000 feet between me and the ground, but it certainly didn't feel like it, especially when I felt the plane pick up so much speed. I probably dropped 5,000 feet in the process of leveling back out, taking my time as I felt more G's. I wasn't interested in testing structural tolerances right now. Once I was straight again, I looked out the canopy and saw the capital and the little runway not far from it. With my eyes, I could see even the people in the streets despite being an unknown amount of miles away. I clicked my aerial, loop complete. Not dead yet. Copy Cooper. Last main test is the flyby. What is that, by the way? You're about to find out, Tower. Sit tight. I flashed a devious smile before snapping the control stick back. After getting a feel for how the plane moved, I was confident enough to perform compound maneuvers. The plane dove, dropping thousands of feet in the direction of the runway. I continued to drop my altitude, the ground getting closer and closer. I got nervous, but I knew I was safe. I could visualize exactly where I was in relation to the ground. I could probably fly this thing with my eyes closed and guess my altitude based on the feeling of the plane rising or falling. My visualization, courtesy of my mind palace, was that good, let alone when I had good eyes open. So I forced down my nervousness and dropped to just a few hundred feet above the ground, aimed straight for the runway. There was a building with a glass room at the top next to the hangar. I aimed for that and dropped my altitude even lower, getting on its level. Sant's voice came through. Cooper, what the hell are you doing? A flyby, sir. Don't do it, Cooper. I'm gonna do it, Tower. I grinned and went full throttle, the RPM shooting up to 4,000 and the plane holding the speed gained from my descent. The propeller spun so fast that the sonic waves from the tips of the blades screamed in my ears despite the insulation. I was getting closer to the tower faster than I thought. Sant yelled, Cooper, no? Cooper, yes. I laughed and flew across the runway before tilting the plane so the top of my canopy was facing the glass of the building. Then I zipped by, activating the time dilation ability of my coat. I looked up, seeing the screaming and panicking faces of all the summoners inside the room, seeing my faint reflection in the glass. I was only 50 feet away, going over 400 miles an hour, and Sant's crazed face was worth every ounce of risk this took. Yet, the only thought in my mind was how much closer I could have gotten as my adrenaline surged, the plane snapping past the building and shattering glass. First day of flight. Massive success. Chapter 205. Magnificence. July 18th, 625. The once small airfield was now several times larger. There were a dozen other buildings, initially installed for construction, now temporarily used for accommodations. Nobles couldn't be made to sit out on wooden benches in the sun, after all, especially the ones that were here. There were now 3 runways instead of just 1, as well as 24 hangars, all capable of holding 2 planes each. Most were empty, but Sant was already thinking about expansions, knowing the kind of orders that would be placed soon. The airfield was as lively as it had ever been. Thousands of people were in the area, lesser noble and commoner alike, and hundreds more were within the 3 buildings providing accommodations. The congregation halls on the top floors of these 3 buildings now had glass dome roofs, allowing everyone to see the upcoming show outside. There were also tables full of telescopes to help see in the distance, none of which were being used at the moment. On another wall of the hall were screens showing videos of previous flights, including various maneuvers that the star of the show had performed. The most popular was the pair of screens that showed his death-defying flyby. They had made no small amount of posters with images of that to promote this event since everything during that first test flight was recorded. What Sant had initially been terrified by turned out to be unparalleled promotional material. Looking back on it, he was thankful. Sant gave a quick glance at them before turning back to various groups within the hall. This hall was the largest and held the highest profile individuals. Several dukes and duchesses were here with their families. Even the owner of Gearworks was here. Son knew they would be one of his customers like everybody else. There was no reason to deny money. They couldn't crack Cooper's encryption anyway. Son didn't stop at the kingdom's nobility either. 4 of the 7 families from the Holy See were invited, including some individuals from places like the Tavera family, the Polaris family, and a representative from the Black Spider Hotel. They had brought others with them, people Son couldn't guess the affiliation of, but customers were customers, and he was selling the most coveted ability in the world, flight. There were Grand Dukes here as well. Son. Sir. Son turned to the oncoming man. Grand Duke Anselma, the head of the Magic Spire, considered the most versatile and powerful warlock of the Kingdom of Dragon Tongue. The two talked occasionally, not quite as frequently as they once did. Son, having learned his trade from Anselma, went off to start his own business. Since then they didn't have as much time to interact. The owner of Gearworks was similarly Anselma's student, a man going by Sumus, considered Son's rival. The two were always similar in accomplishments, one surpassing the other only when one managed to get their hands on a prodigious associate. For Sumus, his big break was Maxwell Alberain. Now, Son got his hands on the Golden Goose, the student of Alberain, John Cooper. It was many years of waiting for someone this amazing, but it would be paying off tenfold. On Selma's side, looking around, you kids always impress me. Although I'm still not a fan of how you two like to fight over money, I have to admit that things like this are what keeps this kingdom going. If everything is as you say it is, then this will be a weapon that can change the tide of the war. Cooper frequently says the same thing. He insisted on weaponizing the aircraft for demonstration. We barely managed to get 2 built. Well, he is currently in the military. Can you blame his eagerness to field a new weapon that might save his life? I don't, but money is the most important. Weapons can't be fielded if we aren't making the money to build and sustain them. Ah, there's the money talk again. Son didn't respond to Anselma's exasperation. Something the old man never understood was business. Not everyone could be as all-powerful as him, nor as purely dedicated toward research as he was. Even then, money was no object to him, and he had some of the greatest influence in the kingdom. Nothing was beyond his reach, and yet he couldn't understand just what that afforded him and just how far below him others were. It was both a blessing and a curse for someone like Son. He changed the topic. Is the king coming? He is, Anselma confirmed. Son hadn't been sure, but Anselma had been in contact with the royal family. He is coming with the queen and the children who could spare the time. I see. Son felt his heart pound in his chest. He had prepared for this, but being able to bring the king away from the palace was no small feat. This event would go down in history, just as he imagined it would. His only concern was John. The kid had told him to help keep him away from the king, or at least keep him out of a situation where he had to engage in formalities. Son knew John had a bad relationship with nobility in general. Ironic, since he was also in a relationship with the daughter of a duchess. Either way, John had said to use any excuse. Nothing short of telling the king that John was an oddball eccentric who knew no respect or decorum was off limits. Son mentally prepared what he might have to say before looking over, noticing a figure approaching. It was General Visker, John's superior. The man was only here for this event. He would be leaving right back for the treehouse once it was over. Anselma and Son turned to him, shaking hands. General Visker, I'm glad you could make it despite how hectic things are on the front lines. An event his big warrants an eye, especially when one of my lieutenant colonels is the cause. Since it's possible that I may have to integrate new weapons into my battalions, I've decided to come personally. It's a nice opportunity for some rest as well. Of course. If you like what you see, then I would be more than happy to discuss business. We will have the royal family here with us as well, so financing can be arranged sooner rather than later. And as John's superior, I intend to provide you with this new technology first and arrange training for some of your soldiers. An attractive offer. The general scratched his growing beard, hardly concealing a smile. But we'll see how things pan out today. I want to know by what form your flight takes, and we will see how well it can be weaponized. Of course. Son nodded. The general was already liking the idea, but ultimately it would come down to the performance. Son was suddenly glad John pushed for getting a weaponized model out for demonstration. They might be able to draw up a contract with the kingdom's treasury and military within a couple days. Son continued to discuss things with Anselma and the general, but he didn't miss anybody who walked into the hall. At some point a sovereign showed up, another Grand Duke who Anselma wanted to talk to. Son decided to let the demigods have their own time, breaking off from General Visker and leaving the hall. He went to the tower, a new construction standing 100 meters in the air. John had helped them design methodologies for controlling air traffic, an increasingly big concern given how many planes they were going to be fielding. After that, Son slowly realized why he needed a tower and just decided to build one. It was multi-purpose. There were two main sections, the lower of which was dedicated to handling communications for all the ground crews. The higher floors, including the top of the tower, were dedicated to handling air traffic and everyone within a plane. Once he entered the top floor, he could hear some communications. Back around. Prepare approach. Roger. Preparing ground crew. One of the controllers pinged a few people to prepare a hangar, and soon enough Son could see a plane coming down. He clicked his aerial, tapping into the speaker channel that would send his words into every gathering hall. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would turn your attention to the furthest runway. One of our planes is on approach and is about to land. Once his words finished, the plane made its descent, gradually slowing and lowering its landing gear to the floor. It was a much smoother landing than the first time, the tires streaking across the ground before the wheel and air brakes activated, bringing it to a halt 2/3 of the way down the runway. Then it started driving around, the propeller still spinning but gradually coming down in RPM. Eventually, the plane disappeared into a hangar. Son went to meet the pilot. Once in a hangar, he saw John climbing out of the cockpit and onto the wing. In the back seat was another man, Maxwell Alberain, the genius behind the steeds and rails. Son knew of his notoriety in more ways than one, yet he was starting to seem overshadowed by his protege. He was frowning, and John was all smiles as they climbed off. Son glanced at John's clothes. It wasn't his normal wear, but a new suit. It was a brownish green with a helmet that carried a dark visor, a mask clipped onto its side, a tube down the mask, and some bulky packs over his chest strapped down to a vest. It was all supposed to protect him inside a plane while providing some utility. It was apparently a summons of his, but that made Maxwell wonder. How did he summon something made for a new invention? He had also often questioned where John had gotten the idea for the plane and how he was able to make the design so quickly. It was like he already knew what to build. Questions for another time. John chuckled and pointed his thumb at Maxwell. Hee hee, that was fun. You should have heard this guy, screaming like a little girl. Don't talk out of your ass, boy. I will admit that it was an exciting flight, but that's the last time I ever do something like that with you behind the controls. Maxwell chided. The two bickered for a bit, Son scratching his head before interrupting. John, how was everything? Oh, it was fine. Same as always. There are so few moving parts and points of failure that it's difficult to even attempt to break something. The only thing we have to watch is the housing for the propeller shaft and the mounting points for the crystals. Otherwise, it's just the control surfaces that can break. John kicked the wheel on the landing gear next to him, Maxwell scoffing. Is that why you were flying like a madman? Trying to break something? It's called a stress test, and I was getting tolerances. You don't do that with a new passenger, brat. Son looked away as they started bickering again, finding a Vidu's running over. His breath was a bit labored when he stopped by them. Sir, the king is here. So that's what I saw. Maxwell frowned, waving. I'm leaving then. Don't kill yourself in that death machine, boy. I've invested too much into you. And since you'll be making so much money, you can start paying me for all the crystals I've used on you. I want 200,000 before you leave again. What? John chased after Maxwell, Son sighing and walking out with the Vidus. John might try, but as the host Son wasn't allowed to neglect his guests, especially the most esteemed guest in the world, only matched by someone like the Pope. Before he left, though, he yelled, John, be ready for the demonstration. Got it. He got the response from a distance, his steps continuing. He arrived at the hall once more, looking around and quickly finding the king. King Distrian Jelvin Alphen. He was an Authority 11 warlock, a tall man standing at just over 6 foot, with jet black hair and a rough beard. He carried himself with imposition, the queen at his side, a woman slightly taller than him with sheer white hair and black eyes. They were at the head of the room, the king standing before an ornate chair placed specifically for him. He was talking with Anselma, and San walked over, waiting for a handful of seconds for their conversation to close. Once a sentence ended, the king looked towards San. San Sverre, Your Majesty, it is my honor to host you on this historical day. It is my pleasure to be here. You've made some bold claims, and Anselma has told me that you're not exaggerating. You've acquired my attention. Rest assured, Your Majesty, San bowed a bit. Your attention here will be well spent. I am confident that after today, the entire kingdom will undergo a shift no less revolutionary than the creation of the rails and ground vehicles. If that is true, the king smiled, I surely look forward to it. When will the show start? Soon, Your Majesty. The pilot is preparing himself. The pilot? The man who will be flying the plane. Ah, I've heard of him. John Cooper. Yes? He was the summoner who won the Magisterium's tournament a couple years ago. One of the few survivors in the Calamity class. That is so, Your Majesty. Will he come greet me afterward? San cursed in his mind, preparing his words. I'm not sure, Your Majesty. John is quite dedicated to his work right now and, in all honesty, is a bit of an eccentric. I wouldn't want to place either of you in an awkward situation. He isn't exactly taught in the decorated ways of the nobility. Well, that is surely no surprise. I don't mind, and I find it hard to believe he can't take a minute out of his day to make a greeting. Please relay my desires. I don't wish to miss the man who will supposedly revolutionize my kingdom. Of course, Your Majesty. San sighed inwardly. He did what he could. John would just have to suck it up and meet the man. After saying a few more words, murmurs were raised as images flashed across the front glass wall. San turned around and realized the event would be starting soon. He bowed once more to the king. Your Majesty, the show will be starting shortly. If you'll excuse me, I need to coordinate. Of course. He waved, San lifting his head and leaving. On the way to the tower, he glanced at one of the other buildings, the one holding lesser nobles, as well as the families from the Holy See. San hadn't wanted to place them in the same room as the king for obvious reasons. He decided he would go meet them after the show as he made a stop by the hangar. Inside was John, as well as another woman. San narrowed his eyes and realized it was Duchess Teleria, the mother of John's controversial girlfriend. They were talking next to the plane, John still dressed in his flight suit as he motioned toward the plane. For a ride if you want. If not in this, then the helicopter. That thing's not as crazy as the plane. Perhaps. How fast did you say it could go? Around 400 miles an hour at its soft max speed. How long? At those speeds, probably 7 hours. If you drop to cruising speed, it's about 320 miles an hour for 12 hours. You're saying you can cross over 3,000 miles in a day in this thing? Yup. The Duchess went quiet. San could understand. It was quite obscene. Rails were lucky to achieve a third of those speeds, and they cost hundreds of times more to build and run. This plane, nothing but a couple crystals and some metal, could go farther and faster while costing silvers. John had already drawn up other planes that could carry tons of cargo and hundreds of people, requiring no more than a few more mana engines and larger propellers to be attached. They were also developing modular crystal housings, so they could simply replace the crystals in a mana engine to refuel it. Other people didn't know that, but the possibilities were obvious. San was sure the Duchess was tempted to ask for a favor. John was smiling, which probably meant he knew that too. San waited a small distance away, the Duchess noticing him and wrapping their conversation up. I'll give you an answer after the show. I want to see these in action first. Of course. I'll wave as I go by. The Duchess nodded, John jumping on top of the plane's wing and climbing in. San shouted, I'll be in the tower. Stick to the plan. Yeah. A succinct response, and he left for the tower. The Duchess went back to the hall. Before long, John was rolling out of the hangar. Once he was on the runway, he drove by the buildings, waving to the glass halls as announcers within them spoke to all the guests. Once he got onto the launching runway, the propellers started spinning up. The announcers were drowned by chatter of impression. The screens across the walls were showing close-up views of the plane, but some viewers preferred to use the provided telescopes personally. Everyone watched as the plane started moving forward, picking up speed rapidly until it easily surpassed the top speed of a Steed or Hummer. Then it reached the best speeds of a rail before angling up and catching air. Gasps were heard throughout all the halls as the plane finally took flight, a few cheers erupting as the announcers excited the crowds. The chattering continued as the plane climbed, going higher and higher with no end to its ability in sight. It gradually got smaller and smaller, the announcers tracking its approximate height. And now the plane is over 5,000 feet in the air. The pilot has crossed the 10,000-foot boundary. He is 2 miles into the sky. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the 3-mile mark. Look how small he looks. 4 miles. That pilot is 4 miles in the sky and still flying steadily. Remember, he can stay up there, flying over 300 miles an hour, for half a day. The plane got far harder to see over time until it looked like a tiny bird in the sky. It remained there for several minutes, and through the zoomed video feeds, people could see it change course. It started descending. The pilot is coming back down. Everyone focused back on the plane as it started getting bigger in their view. It was far away but coming back down, slightly angled their way and getting much faster. They started hearing a whistle, then a roar as it got closer. It sounded like the oncoming screams of 1,000 scourge monsters, several former military and nobles feeling goosebumps rise on their skin. Inside the tower, Son frowned a bit. John had asked them to make slight modifications to the wings, saying it would make it a bit louder and improve the feel of the plane. He hadn't really argued since it was a simple change, but now he was realizing what it was for. The shock factor. The noise from the plane started screaming in everyone's ears, drowning out the announcers as it got closer and closer, looking like it was going to crash right into them. Some started backing away from the window, but the surrounding glass dome provided no such respite. The families from the black markets, from the Holy See, nobles from all over the kingdom, the king himself, all felt their adrenaline surge as the monstrous roar came flying at them with speed bordering on insanity. Nobody had ever witnessed anything else going so fast, hardly able to fathom it if it wasn't right in front of their very eyes. They had never heard anything so loud, so visceral. And then, coming down off the slope of its descent, the plane made its flyby. All the magi in the area instinctively activated the power within their bodies as the plane flew within 30 feet of the glass domes. Every spectator could feel the sound through their bodies, sending shockwaves through their very bones and disrupting the air in their lungs. Their pupils dilated as they tracked the plane flying right in front of them, right next to the glass. They realized how big it was, how small the margin of error was, and the skill required to pull something like this off. It zipped by, and then flew off at over 500 miles an hour, climbing back up into the sky. Everyone was dead silent, nothing but the sound of labored breathing echoing through the halls. Amazing! Grand Duke Anselmo proclaimed, staring up at the sky with stars in his eyes. It snapped others out of their daze, and roaring cheers erupted across every hall. The thousands of people outside the buildings were just as loud, their cheers climbing when the plane came back around at slower speeds, cruising through the sky just above the airfield so everyone could see and revel in the magnificence of magic engineering. Chapter 206, Tie Me Down. July 18th, 625. After I jumped out of the plane, Son came walking over, as did several other summoners. They all checked various parts of the plane. Testing was still being done, and they wanted to know tolerances. I had pushed this beast to the limits today, so it was perfect material for them to look at. Good job, John. Unfortunately for you, I have bad news. What's that? The king wants to meet you. Well, shit. I sighed, Son shrugging. He didn't care about you being weird, so you have no excuses. You just have to greet the man, and you can go get the helicopter. I turned and started walking away. You said the Tavares were in the second hall? I'll go say hi. What? I didn't say that. You can't disregard the king. I'm an eccentric. I've already greeted him in my mind. John. Oh, look, a doorway. I threw open the door and left the hangar with a bit of stealth for good measure, quickly making my way to the second hall. There were many servants running around on the first floor of the building, so I went up and found the hall itself on the top floor. Once I entered, all eyes fell on me. I recognized many people, most of whom seemed to be talking business before I arrived. I suddenly turned my head, seeing Talexia and her daughter Faye standing next to the doorway against the wall. Talexia had decided to stay in this hall instead of the main one where all the other nobles were. A few people started walking up, but I smiled at the two ladies first, giving Faye a hug before turning to Talexia. "So, what did you think?" "I think you're insane. Did you see me wave?" "Apologies, I was too busy preparing for a hit from a flying hunk of metal. You know, for a summoner, you sure do love to put yourself in deadly situations. Do you think you're secretly a knight or something?" She put her hands on her hips in a chiding stance, making me laugh. She was too pretty for me to take her seriously when she started scolding, "Hey, it's perfectly safe if you know what you're doing. I built that damn thing, so you better believe I know it inside and out." She scrutinized me for a second before taking a step and reaching up, combing some of my hair. "It's mighty impressive work, John. I can already see the possibilities. I wouldn't mind taking a ride myself, but pull a stunt like that while I'm in there, and I'll toss you out no matter how high we are." "Ho ho, it's a good thing I'm prepared for that. Ever heard of skydiving?" "No, and I don't want to know. God forbid you pull me into doing that too." "Doing what? Something exciting?" I heard another voice, turning and finding Shadowbane. I was surprised to see her. The last time was a couple years ago at the Wedded City. She looked a little older, a little sharper, early into Authority 8 now. I smiled at her. "Hey Shadow, it's good to see you again." "You as well, John. That was a cool thing you did. I saw you wave." "At least someone did." "Heh, I've gotten faster since we last met." "Greetings, Duchess." Shadowbane curtsied toward Talexia, the two exchanging greetings before Talexia started a conversation. I took that as the cue to leave and turned toward some of the others. There were several familiar faces here. One of them was Patriarch Tavera. Another was Lady Luna from Polaris. Then there was Madame Willow, Vetsman's mother. Curiously, she wasn't with her husband. After talking a bit with the others, I went over to her. She sat alone at a small table for two, so I went to the other seat. "Madam, John, it's so good to see you. Please sit." I took the seat, smiling. "It's been a while. How's the Holy See these days?" "Thanks to the exceptional Templars, same as always. You've apparently been mighty busy though. I've heard of your exploits, and now you've gone and built a flying machine." "Well, once I figured out the mana engine, it was a piece of cake. All these things come down to is figuring out how to make things spin. Get that down, and you can move the world." "Apparently so. Nevertheless, genius must be appreciated. My husband sent me since he's busy, but we would both like to extend our congratulations to you." A servant came around, placing a glass for me on the table. Willow raised her own, and I mirrored. "To your revolutionary achievement. May your genius be inscribed into the annals of history." "Cheers." We clinked glasses, taking a sip before setting them down. I sighed. "May we live long enough to see it." Unfortunately, I developed the plane for the sake of being weaponized. If negotiations go well, we should be seeing it on the battlefield sooner rather than later. It certainly has the potential. My husband didn't want me to say anything, but between you and me, she leaned forward with a whisper. Weirdly, her voice went straight into my mind, even though I swore I heard her talk normally. Her mouth moved and everything, but there was no sound to register. "The Templars are looking to buy a lot of these. Don't be surprised if you get offers to come train some people to use them. I'm basically only here symbolically since they've got plenty of others watching, but I was asked to ask you something. Feel free to refuse an answer." She put her hand up to her mouth, making me lean in instinctively. "How do they work? The planes? The engines?" I smiled a bit, leaning back and staring at her. "Give away the secret to my mana engine?" I wasn't actually totally opposed. My goal was to strengthen humanity as a whole, and the Church has its own military force. To enable an entire national power on top of the kingdom to produce planes would double how effective my invention was at hurting the Scourge, at the minimum. I didn't believe Son would have all the capital necessary to arm two militaries with these, not to mention the fact that the kingdom might do something to keep the Church from getting their hands on them. I activated my telepathy, which she received with ease, My mana engine utilizes the repulsive forces between two crystals in order to generate rotational force. In the case of the plane, attach one to the body and one to the propeller. The force is transmitted to both sides, but the free body, the propeller, will spin. Two crystals? Working against each other? Yes. But it makes them spin? Yes. I wonder what enchantments you possibly could have come up with to make that work. I've never heard of anything like it. I took inspiration from the rails. My hand subconsciously raised my glass to my mouth, wetting my palate. Imagine two forces pushing up against each other, but then tilting slightly and slipping past the other. Now imagine that constantly happening, making them spin. That's theoretically how it works. She smiled sweetly. I appreciate the hint. You should consider joining the church, John. We can provide you with a lot more than what you have now in the kingdom's military. You also won't be scorned by short-sighted fools. I shrugged. I don't mind the challenge, and honestly, they need my help here. As much as I loathe the nobles who do nothing but sit on their ass all day, the rest of the soldiers need someone who's going to try and look out for them on the battlefield. Me and my planes will do that, even more so if I can develop the weapons to go with them. I see. That's awfully noble of you. If only everyone were like that. If everyone were like me, then humanity would be on a timer. They might take out the scourge, but how long they'd survive after that is questionable. She chuckled. Are you saying you're self-destructive? I scratched my chin. I don't think so. Foolish though, yes. I'm not always the smartest man. Ho ho, I think every man is a bit foolish. It takes a woman's touch to set them straight. Most often. Shit, I can toast to that. We both laughed and clinked our glasses together once more. After some time conversing with everyone I felt like talking with and avoiding everyone I didn't, I went out to bring the helicopter around. I landed it in front of the buildings. The helicopter that I had designed for this occasion was a single-rotor passenger helicopter with enough space to fit 16 people at a time. There were large windows along the body to allow people to get a good view, built with the wow factor in mind. After landing it, I called out the first group of passengers. Thankfully, the king didn't have any interest in going first, so I was able to bring on those I wanted to. Among them was Telexia, Faye, Willow, Patriarch Tavera, Lady Luna, Shadowbane, and several others from the second hall I had hidden away in. San was also there, eager to continue telling me to go meet the king. Everyone boarded nervously, and I sat in the main pilot seat while watching them file in, the helicopter off. I waved at Faye once she was on. Hey, come here. The ashy-haired girl, now 16 years old, looked at me confusedly. I pat the seat next to me. You're going to be my co-pilot. I don't know how to fly. Of course you don't. Get over here. I waved a few more times, Faye nervously getting up and planting down beside me. I turned to the others. All right, everyone. Sit back and relax. I got this. Faye and I turned around, facing the control panel. First I hit the master power, the panel lighting up along with the passenger cabin. A summoner within the group closed the hatch. I went through the motions, activating the mana engine and engaging the gear so that the tail rotor went on first, engaging the main gear right after so that they both synced up and spun. I set the throttle to idle, letting it spin all the way up, smiling at Faye. Thankfully, because the cabin was insulated and had magic to deafen outside noise, the blades weren't deafening. You know, it's really simple to fly. All you gotta do is make the thingy spin really fast with these buttons. Then you use this stick to control the blades, these pedals to turn, and these two levers to go up and down. Wanna try? She turned to me silently before shaking her head really fast. I laughed a bit, thinking about how much she looked like her sister before hitting the throttle and adjusting the collective. We quickly caught air and rose. I used the pedals to angle us in the direction of the capital before tilting the helicopter forward with the stick and flying off. We picked up speed, but a helicopter wasn't that fast. Underwhelming compared to what I just pulled off in the plane. This one still sat happily at around 120 miles an hour though, and it had nearly double the fuel time compared to the plane. It still resulted in a shorter range, but that also wasn't counting the cargo this thing could carry. Before long, we were approaching the capital. By that time, we were already at 15,000 feet, which was the maximum I care to get this thing. Everyone was already smiling and awed, but when we got over the capital, they gasped. I could almost see Faye's eyes sparkle. The city looked so small in our view, yet massive when compared to the landscape around it. There were a dozen roads going in and out, everyone able to see the little people going across them with wagons. I glanced behind me. Hey, Duchess. Talexia looked over, as did several others. You want to know what skydiving is? No. I do. Shadowbane raised her hand, making me smile. Skydiving is when you get to a high altitude like this, and you jump out. Then you take a parachute, a giant piece of cloth, and open it up while falling, letting it unfold and catch air. Then you glide all the way down with it to the floor. It's fun. That's insanity. And yet fun. I'd do it right now if I had another pilot to take my place. I glanced at Son, who turned his head away. I had tried to get another pilot trained, him being one of them, so I didn't have to do all the flying. Nobody had the time, though, and he saw no reason to put one aside to learn since I already knew. I'd have to train one before I left, but I was still annoyed. I was a glorified chauffeur, and this would be just the first of several groups I'd have to take into the sky. After getting a nice view from so high up, I hit the collective and started taking us down, a handful of minutes going by to drop down to the level of the magic spire. Now, everyone could get a close-up view of everything from above. We caught plenty of attention from the citizens in the city, passengers in the back murmuring when they saw their headquarters or estate, their faces glued to the windows. I turned to Faye. I could land this thing inside the city. Really? Yup. Here, watch. I adjusted our course and found the Black Spider Hotel. Its top was flat, so it was the perfect spot. I came in above it, slowly guiding the helicopter down, adjusting 4 different things at once while stressing my visualization abilities to give me enough spatial awareness to land this properly. Sorry, Keymaster. I muttered and touched down, keeping the blade running. All right, everyone. If you want to take a step outside, go ahead. Just keep your head down. Those blades can get a bit low, and you don't want them taking your head off. Unless you're a knight. In which case, don't ruin my helicopter. I got a few chuckles before the hatch opened. Everyone filed out one by one. Stepping on top of the Black Spider Hotel, I set everything to idle and got out as well. Everyone was looking around, but soon their heads turned toward something. My gaze followed, finding the Keymaster standing across from us. I smiled and walked over. Keymaster, sorry about the surprise visit. After looking at everyone with a neutral face, he returned me a smile. It's no issue, John. I just didn't think I'd have to greet you on top of my hotel. Is that one of your helicopters? It is. Impressive, isn't it? It can perform vertical takeoffs and landings, so I can bring this thing down anywhere with enough clearance. It seems so. Looks like all those promotions I saw from Son Industries weren't lying. You've truly brought flight to the world. Yes, sir. You want a ride? There's another seat available. He shook his head. That's quite all right, John. I'm more than okay with my feet on the ground. I don't blame you. I can come back around here later, though. It's always worth at least a try. It's not a perspective many people have ever seen, after all. That is true. He smiled and bowed. Fly safe, John. I wish everyone a pleasant time on top of the Black Spider Hotel. A few people silently waved at him, the Keymaster's body vibrating a bit before he melted into the black metal rooftop below our feet. My brows raised. That's a new one. I sensed nothing, not even a fluctuation in aura. It seemed the Keymaster was more unfathomable than I thought. With that, everyone returned to the chopper. The ride was over and I had many more groups to fly. You're meeting the king. I'm really close to shooting this guy. Shoot him or not, you're meeting the king. Don't touch me. I'm going. I smacked the hand of the knight who was trying to escort me before adjusting the pistol holster on my flight suit. He was apparently a part of the Royal Guard, an elite group of soldiers who directly served the royal family. His hand pulled away, returning to his side as I started complying. I really didn't want to meet the king, but now they were forcing me to. I decided I just needed to get it over with and, hopefully, never see the guy again. God forbid I actually had to bow or pledge my fealty. Son and I walked, the knight behind us as we arrived at the main hall. I had gone and flown people for 3 hours, and it seemed the king was going to leave soon because he was getting impatient to meet me. I had even done the weapons demonstration, nothing but flying a slightly modified plane with some people in the back firing turrets. It wasn't that impressive to me since the flight itself was boring, but it sufficiently showed off how it could be used in warfare for the dumb ones with no imagination. San had grabbed me with the royal guard before I could head back out on the helicopter again, so now there was no avoiding it. I saw the king on his throne when we entered, most people going quiet. We approached. San bowed. "Your Majesty, this is John Cooper, the inventor." The two of us looked at each other in silence for a second. King Distrian Jelvin Alphen. He looked decent, only Authority 11, and with an aura that I could sense the boundaries of. That meant he never surpassed the Great Barrier, and his talent ended at Authority 10. I had barely heard of him before this, had never seen him, and have heard little about his character. I wasn't sure what to expect, but my biases placed me on the pessimistic side. I stood there, 1 second of silence turning into 5 as the king said nothing. I glanced to the side and saw that San was still awkwardly bowing. Seemed I was supposed to bow as well, show my subservience before the king deigned to speak with me, as was tradition. There was a man beside the king, a chiseled old fellow with a gray beard and a bristling aura sitting at Authority 11. He was probably 1,000 times more combat effective than the king himself, that much I could feel. I could also see the queen, but there was nothing impressive about her. That chiseled old man took a step forward, intending on breaking the silence. I could sense a dozen other people in the room put their guards up, anxiety spiking substantially. I wondered why they reacted to this man so violently. That's when I got a quick voice transmission from Willow. She had apparently followed behind us. I could sense her in the back corner of the room. That's the Marshal of the King's Guard. He's an incredibly decorated warrior, immensely dangerous, and should be advancing to Authority 12 soon. Don't make him angry. I noted her words and glanced at the man again, suddenly noticing that I couldn't sense the depth of his aura. His gruff voice came out, "Present yourself, and acknowledge the Dragon King according to the old law of majesty." I stared at him for a second. I had not a single clue what the old law was, so I decided to default to what I was taught by their institution. I clicked my heel and snapped off a sharp salute. Looking straight ahead, Lieutenant Colonel Cooper, reporting. The old guard glanced at the king, who smiled a bit. "At ease. Cooper, I've heard of your exploits in the military. It is rare that we ever see a summoner who fights so well." My rigid stance immediately disappeared, my gaze falling on the king. "I'm lucky to be given the power I have. Wasting it would be criminal." "Indeed. And yet you've outshined everything you've ever done with your invention. I've realized that these planes of yours will cause sweeping changes across the kingdom and its military. This is why, in anticipation of great things to come, I've prepared something for you." He leaned forward. "John Cooper, your genius has been recognized. While there are many formalities to entertain, I want to bestow this offering now. Will you become a Viscount of the Kingdom of Dragontongue? Bound by honor and blood, will you bestow your name Cooper upon our Majesty and accept the role and responsibility of nobility, bringing your fortune upon all of humanity?" My brows hardly moved, the hall dead silent as everyone waited for my response. Perhaps I should have expected this, but I hadn't really thought of this as a possibility in the first place. On one hand, if I became a proper noble appraised by the king himself, Omara and I probably wouldn't have a hard time getting married. I could sense Telexia in the back, her anxiety noticeably spiking as she bore a hole in my back with her gaze. Fortunately for her, my answer was automatic. I looked the king in the eye. "My apologies, your majesty. I don't think it's suitable for me to become a viscount." "No?" He was genuinely surprised. "Why is that?" "Maybe it's because I've always been a commoner, but I have little interest in becoming nobility. Money, fame, and power aren't my chief desires. Even the planes I've built, which will obviously revolutionize the world as we know it, were built so that they could become a weapon against the scourge. Call me simple-minded, but I'm dedicated to that fight, and there's little else that holds my interest enough to distract me from it. Becoming a noble would do just that, distract me." I spoke plainly, but in my mind, it was an obvious excuse. I was dedicated to the fight, but I loved being rich as well. Thankfully, with my invention, I didn't have to become a noble to rake in digits. Trying to tie me down with nobility? The king could suck me off soft. It was an insult to think I'd be so stupid, and it could be said my rejection, no matter how noble it sounded, was a big middle finger to his face. Most importantly, if I became a noble, I'd have to pay taxes. Silence pervaded, and I blurted out in perfect English, "Fuck all that mess. You can tax this dick, Fed boy." Chapter 207. Fruitful. Ha, what a day. Lady Luna plopped into her seat. She hadn't done much other than sit around and converse with others, but the sheer excitement of the new experiences she had today was enough to drain her mentally. She closed her eyes, her white hair draping over her face as a pair of hands came from behind and started messaging her shoulders and neck. She let out a pleased sigh. "Heavens, dear, I've not seen you this tired in months. Was your trip that exciting?" "It was." She lifted her hand, brushing the large fingers of the man behind her. She felt the ring on his left hand, twice the size of hers. Anderson chuckled. "I saw that thing fly overhead almost a dozen times. It's quite amazing. I'm honestly surprised that all those boasts weren't exaggerations." They were not. If anything, John Cooper has yet to truly show us the potential of these planes and helicopters. I talked to him for a short time. He actually dared to say that the plane was slow. It was only after I asked some questions that he blurted out how he wants to make a plane that could go at least 3 times faster, saying that magic made it too easy to pull such a thing off. How fast did the plane go? They said he reached 500 miles an hour during his flyby, almost 10 times faster than a steed. I can't fathom going 1,500 miles an hour. Neither can I. I also couldn't imagine flying 15,000 feet up in the sky. Yet I did. I wish you could have seen it, dear. It was inspiring." Luna's eyes sparkled, the mana flowing through her body alongside her emotions as she recalled the flight. Anderson stepped around her chair, his large body entering her view as he sat on the edge of the desk. "So, what's the plan now that we know he wasn't exaggerating? Get ready to fork out some money, and let's hope he likes us enough to give us some planes first." Son is currently negotiating with the kingdom in an attempt to draw up a new contract. The military wants those planes, and a lot of them, but he said he's coming out with new designs soon that everyone will be interested in. Cargo planes, passenger planes, fighters, bombers, reconnaissance aircraft, and all kinds of similar variants for helicopters. It'll not only take some time for them to build these, but they will also need to train pilots. To that end, we should prepare some summoners for pilot training. They will learn the fastest, even though John said that ordinary people are more than capable of learning and piloting aircraft. The Lord knows we have gaggles of summoners to spare. Everyone fucking does. They will be on standby. Now, what will we do about the man himself? Luna saw her husband's eyes glimmer, smiling. "Are you that eager to get your hands on him? His potential is being wasted in this heathen-laden ground, and yet he's still surpassing expectations faster than I can conceive them. I want the value he would bring when backed by my order." "I understand, but we can't spook him. Let things play out as they may." She paused, her smile disappearing. "Attach a squadron to him, though. Protect him. He's good to nobody if he's dead." "Done. The little lad may find out, though. His aura is tender, like a spanked slab of meat. Hee, I'm sure he'll understand. He's a smart boy. Also, there's one more piece of unexpected news." Luna looked at her husband, his smile growing as if he already knew what she was going to say. He rejected the king's offer to become a viscount. Shadowbane announced to her father, Chief Ironheart of the Raven family, Duke of the Wedded City. The large, bristly man turned to her, as did 24 others. They were all lining a massive table within their meeting hall, Ironheart at the head. Ironheart smiled, then laughed, his voice shaking the walls of the hall. "What do you mean? He rejected the king?" "It's exactly as I've said, grandmother. I don't know how else you want me to say it." Talexia sighed, leaning her chin on her fist, propped up by the arm of her chair. She had a lot on her mind and didn't care for the redundant inquiries of her ancestors. Her grandmother, Sanal Teleria, a 186-year-old Authority 11 warlock, frowned at her before turning to the other ancestor. He was Telexia's great-great-grandfather, her grandmother's grandfather. Lucretius Teleria had as many wrinkles on his face as he had years to his experience, being over 250 years old. Icor was there as well, alongside a few other family branch heads, all of whom sat at Authority 10. Sannel scoffed. I just can't understand. Why would a commoner boy like him turn down the offer, coming from the king himself, to become a noble? It defies all logic. John has always been unique. Besides, he'll make plenty of money off of this invention even without becoming a noble. He's still a part of Son Industries. How much money will he make? Well, Talexia thought, recalling her memorized conversations and eavesdropping. Son is in negotiations with the royal family and treasurers, but I heard some numbers from him. If they aren't exaggerations, each plane will cost anywhere from 300,000 to 3 million coin. There are many types, so let's say the average per plane is 800,000 coin. If they sell the random number of 1,000 planes, and John gets a cut of, let's say, 5% given the fact that we know nothing of their profit margins or his deal with Son, that's... She spent a few seconds doing the math, but someone blurted out before her, the merchant branch family head. 40 million coin. That's at minimum, and likely within the first 6 months. His deal with Son may very well yield higher percentages. The man had been attempting to recruit John for over a year beforehand, and their profit margins, from what John told me about the efficiency of the planes, is likely astronomically high. They'll absolutely sell more than 1,000 planes, and they also have to train pilots, another source of income. This is all to say that John, personally, will likely make several times that, on top of his salary, and Son Industries will become an even larger behemoth than it already is. And John will be right next to that behemoth's head. Lucretius muttered. Sannel shook her head. If he were a noble, he'd be able to sell far more. Talexia heard that and wanted to laugh. She felt faint derision for her grandmother's short-sightedness. She couldn't help her rebuke. John being a noble, or not, will have nothing to do with how much he sells. He has Son Industries doing the work for him, and flight is not something that will go without demand even after a millennia. I'm already prepared to put in an order for a dozen cargo and passenger planes, and I'll be speaking with our city planner about an air terminal soon. I'm sure every other marquis and duke and city lord are doing the same thing, and they'll all be vying to get their hands on a plane first. There was silence for a moment, everyone looking around and murmurs being passed. At some point, Sannel glanced at Talexia. That boy, didn't he fancy Amara? I remember him from Christmas a couple years ago. Talexia let out a breath. She had wanted to avoid that question. Yes, he did. Well, since he isn't going to become a noble, it seems to me that the household which can pull him in will benefit particularly well. They'll gain a wealthy, genius enchanter working for Son Industries with, from what you've told me, outstanding military merits. How is his character? Talexia smirked. He turned down a noble title from the king. I think that sums up his character rather well. Regardless of how reckless he is, as long as he's not irredeemable, I think it would be worth it to bring even a summoner into the family. We may have to lower our standards, but I think the money he makes will compensate. Talexia narrowed her eyes at her grandmother. Speak to him like that, and I can guarantee you he'll lose all interest in becoming a Teleria. Sannel rolled her eyes. You think I'm stupid? Of course I wouldn't speak to him as such. I suggest you stop thinking as such as well. He's a summoner and he's got an aura that can rival mine. Maybe not in strength, but in technique and development, most certainly. He'll know if you think of him derisively, and he doesn't take kindly to contempt. Yet he'll swallow his pride because the Teleria family is greater than his simple commoner mind can comprehend. Sannel snapped. He should be so grateful that his name is even coming out of our mouths. You think he would turn down a marriage offer from one of the richest dukedoms in the kingdom? He turned down a noble title from the king. Talexia smiled a bit. I don't think you can fathom how much pride that boy has. And the fact that we're holding this meeting about him and his invention means that he's the one with the advantage here, not us. I understand that you don't want to seem weak, but it's obvious you won't be able to approach him without scorn. That's why you'll leave handling him to me. Talexia lifted her chin a bit, looking down on everyone at the table. It is my daughter who he has a fancy for, and I'll be the one to decide how we handle John. I will think about marriage between them after their situations in the military calm. And if the opportunity does present itself, I want no objections from any of you, as well as your support when other households inevitably attempt to suppress us for claiming a genius enchanter. Until then, I will be handling the changes in our businesses in regard to implementing these new planes. Be prepared to open the coffers. We'll be spending a lot of money very soon." The auction house stood tall, at its height a single man. Few knew of him, fewer knew his name, yet all knew his moniker. It's a shame the key master made an impression before I even knew of him. Who could have thought? Perhaps it was the fault of the church. Those prideful Catholics have their hands in everything. He sighed and downed the rest of the translucent wine in his glass, reaching out and setting it on a tray beside him, held by a distinguished butler with a sharp disposition. The butler walked the tray to another table with a bottle on it. "I believe you've made an impression among all, my lord. He's attended more than one of your galas. He may know Vatsy, but how much that affords is unknowable. Not even the king could bring out his obedience. He is rebellious, as evident by his conflicts during his time at the magisterium. Did you not say he has thrived in the military? Was he rebellious there? No, he had no need to be. In that place, there is a clear enemy, and he truly is dedicated to the fight against them. That and his competence earned him great respect. This means he is compliant so long as he and his associates have similar goals. That, my friend, is how we will insert ourselves. A flaw in his armor? Nay, a doorway open to those who are willing to meet the measure. You are wise, Lord Vatsy." The butler bowed, raising his tray with a fresh glass of wine atop. Vatsy grabbed it, raised the glass to his lips and took a small sip, just enough to disperse the flavor over his tongue. He smacked his lips and smiled. His free hand brought up a file, the front page giving an overview of intelligence regarding John Cooper, including his compatriots, friends, lovers, enemies. He eyed one of the words, a list of aliases he has used. The American, as it pertained to the markets, was his most infamous name, only fading in the time he had been gone. Yet, occasional explosions that echoed off the dark walls of the trenches or the ruins of Clockwork Association warehouses still kept the legend alive. Some said there were still some bodies throughout the trenches, untouched lest someone bring forth the ire of the American once more. Vatsy eyed that name again and again, his foot tapping in anxiousness. Video footage of the most legendary Magisterium Championship in its history flickered through his mind. The weapons, the tech, even the way John acted. He knew it had to be true, knew that there was one other just in the Founders Market alone. A certain mask maker that had recently left for the Holy See. He knew of 3 others. He had given them monetary assistance in exchange for their labors and loyalty, and they had latched on to his fat wallet. Their common origins seemed to bring them together with even greater strength than familial ties. Only one of the 3 he helped had disappeared, but the other 2 still remained, continuing to work with him. He hadn't gotten to this one fast enough, but now, there was an opportunity. The American. "I didn't think one of you corn-fed freaks would be sent here, but that's just my luck. At least someone was smart enough to bring some modern tech to these primitives. Now, we'll be able to properly work together." Vatsy closed his eyes and raised his glass, the butler standing beside his chair silently. To a fruitful partnership. Chapter 208. Elemental Crystals. July 21st, 625. Sir, you've received another letter. Of course I have. I sighed and turned away from my workstation, glancing at my new assistant. Son had gotten me one after our showcasing. At first I had thought the idea was stupid, but I was quickly proven wrong. I thanked the man for his great idea after I got swamped with correspondence. Boris Mago was an Authority 9 warlock who, while not quite bright enough to be one of Son's premier enchanters, was a hard worker who was good at staying on task. He was eventually moved up to a managerial position before getting on the roster for enchanters who had a chance to get cycled into an apprenticeship with the big-time enchanters in Son's office, the big brains who innovated. I was now one of those big brains, and so he got moved into a spot next to me. He wasn't an apprentice since I had precisely 0 time to teach, but he was close enough to learn some things as my assistant. He had gladly taken the position, so both of us were happy. Although, the main reason he had been assigned to me was because he was a particularly powerful warlock who specialized in earth magic. He had served out the duration of his 12-year contract in the military after graduating from the magisterium, climbing to the rank of first commander and leaving, using connections to get into Son Industries. This was all to say that he'd be able to follow me when I went back to the treehouse. I wasn't expecting him to fight alongside me, but General Visker had agreed to it easily. I'd have to talk to Nanan, but I didn't think he'd reject a free chief-level warlock. Those were bridges to cross when I got there, though. For now, I had enough on my plate. Boris handed me the letter, which I tore open and read with a few glances. I could take in a full page now with a single look. Even books stood no chance. I rolled my eyes at the contents. That's the 6th noble party I've been invited to, and they had their fucking daughter write it. Could you be more obvious? You're famous now, sir, and you turned down that title. They'll do whatever they can to get their hands on you. Yeah, well, they can shove their fancy parties up where the sun don't shine. If they want planes, they can give me their money. Go through my letters from now on. If it's from a duke, hand it to me. If not, toss it. The only Marquis I'll tolerate is Choron, since he's my friend's father. Understood. He nodded and took the letter back, the parchment igniting above his palm before he started inscribing things into a personal orb of his. Although he specialized in earth magic, he also had a perfect affinity for water and a partial affinity for fire. He knew some basic healing spells, making him even more valuable. Black hair, pale skin, just slightly shorter than me and somewhat lanky, Boris was a no-nonsense individual, very pragmatic. We got along well because I didn't demand much from him, and he got what I did ask of him done perfectly. And when he wasn't catering to my few needs, I let him peruse enchantments and study advanced material. I'd also answer any questions he had, which he asked infrequently so as to not disturb me. He was a good assistant. It was nice having him around since he was also an ear I could complain to. Not only that, but he was capable enough to enchant small things if I needed him to on the fly. I had gotten involved with many experiments, and sometimes I just needed a quick test. Even something as simple as knowing whether or not an enchantment could be created by someone of his level was enough. Hey, Boris. Yes, sir. Come here. I need you to enchant this onto this. I brought up a small enchantment, something for the mana engine. He put away his things and walked over, taking a serious look at the enchantment. He was silent as I plopped down in my seat. I watched him, his hand taking the small disc I had set down. The main enchanting tool was already running, a pin with a tube attached to it that fed the pin liquid white crystal, allowing it to engrave an object and inscribe conduits. He took the pin and started writing into the disc, using his mana to guide the crystal and channel the energy according to my schematic. The enchantment slowly took shape, taking about 5 minutes to create despite its relative simplicity. Once he was done, he slopped the pin back into the crystal melter and raised the disc. It is done. I didn't have any problems. Good. Place it inside those metal prongs sticking out of the base plate. He did as I said and set the disc down. Once he did, I hit a button, magicka streaming through the base plate. Then, the disc started levitating and spinning, getting faster and faster with no end to its acceleration in sight. I put my finger on a lever before elbowing Boris. Raise a barrier. He did as I asked, a barrier manifesting around us. Then I flicked the lever all the way up. The disc suddenly shot into the air before hitting the ceiling and sparking, flying off in a random direction and bouncing around the room, leaving scars in the walls and destroying one of my chairs. It eventually calmed down in a corner somewhere. I nodded, thinking. Boris looked at me, the barrier going down. Was it supposed to do that? No, it wasn't. The spinning, yes, but it was not supposed to elevate like that. So it was only supposed to spin faster? For the most part, yes. I'm attempting to create a repulsive force that turns the repelling momentum into rotational momentum as the power throughput increases, shifting from one to the other at an exponential rate. The end goal is a disc that spins while locking its own position, taking the stress off the structural crystal. Unfortunately, it seems like I'll have to invent the enchantments for that entirely. There's nothing to go off of, as this experiment just proved. You've already done amazing work, sir. I'm confused, though. Shoot. I walked over to the disc and picked it up, tossing it back onto the desk. Boris looked at the base plate. If this was based on your mana engine design, wasn't there supposed to be another crystal in the disc? Normally, yes, but what you just enchanted got rid of the necessity for a secondary crystal. That right there was the very first monocrystal mana engine. I'm honored to be a part of such a monumental development. I shrugged, not impressed. After having the time to give it thought, I was able to churn out a half-decent enchantment for it. The important part was that it have the amount of crystals necessary for a mana engine. It would be huge for small-scale low-power applications, like wagons and the like. Slightly wealthy ordinary people would probably be able to afford things that use this tech. All this was just a distraction, though. My main concern was with 3 other projects. First, I had to develop bombs. Not physical ones, but magic ones. Second, I had discovered an interesting property regarding the forces white crystals exerted. San had a team on that project. Third was a project that utilized the new discoveries of the second project. All 3 were rather important because they would change a lot of things for a lot of people. What had me stumped, for now, was the issue with bombs. What I just did with the monocrystal mana engine gave me time away from the bomb issue. Now though, I decided to get back to work. I walked out of my office, Boris following and locking the door behind me. The 2 of us started heading to the testing range. To get there, we went to the 83rd floor where San had built a large helipad that hung off the side of the Magic Spire. He was raking in so much money that a quick addition like this was cheap. Boris and I jumped into the helicopter there, and I spun it up. Before long, we were lifting off and flying, aimed toward the airfield. Just outside the airfield was a large swath of land fenced off for our use. There were craters dotting some parts, but they were small. The mere sight of their inadequacy pissed me off. We landed on top of the development center where a helipad had been placed. I flicked everything off before jumping out of the helicopter and walking off, the blades still spinning down. Once inside, I saw a dozen different summoners and 24 enchanters all working away. San was here, apparently, so I walked up to him. Any changes? Not really. Explosions are slowly getting bigger, but it's nothing close to what you want. No, it's not. I crossed my arms, the 2 of us overlooking all the busy workers in front of us. There were plenty of spells that could create explosions, just like warlocks could with fire magic. San was the manufacturer of the turrets commonly found on steeds or walls, so he had a whole arsenal of those spells. What I wanted was different, though. I wanted an explosion of pure magic that came from the detonation of white crystals. The key word there was detonation. All of San's spells were closer to a fire burning than a substance exploding. Unfortunately, I had a feeling that a part of making that tech real would require us to figure out that new discovery I had made. While I was thinking, a warlock came running out from another room. "Sirs, we've made a development with Project Circle." I turned around, glancing at San before following the warlock back into that room. It was a massive warehouse, technically a part of the development center, but devoted entirely to a seemingly useless project. Project Circle was named such because I had discovered an interesting property regarding the field of power that white crystals produced. There was a circular field, similar to a magnetic field, that bloomed from a white crystal at a distance proportional to the power density of the white crystal. That knowledge alone was already known about, but I figured out something different. That field of magicka that came out of the crystals was monomagnetic in nature. That is, unlike normal magnetics, there wasn't a north or south pole. It was like its power simply radiated out in all directions, like it was a light source. However, the reason I still likened it to magnetics was because of how the field acted when it came into contact with other fields. Normally, the fields did nothing to each other. In order for them to affect each other, a warlock would have to tune them. That's why every magic device had to be tuned to the crystal that was used to power it. Even when they were tuned to the same frequency, though, they wouldn't interfere. It was only when the identical frequencies were resonated that they would amplify each other. That was the basis for Rails, and what I pulled inspiration from to create the mana engine. What I had found in the midst of all this was something I coined the magnitude frequency. I discovered that if you took crystals of 2 neighboring authorities, like an authority 5 and 6, and you resonated them at 2 different frequencies that differed from each other by a magnitude, they would start a fight against each other. I had done this while attempting to use crystals of different levels for my mana engine. Well, the crystals really didn't like it when I did that. Their powers wouldn't repel, but they would get chaotic and reduce efficiencies to nothing. More than that, they would begin to disintegrate at a noticeable rate. White crystals normally disintegrated over time and with excessive use. I had never heard of them disintegrating after making their powers fight each other. It was like they were trying to destroy the other when I tuned them to the magnitude frequency. Well, This naturally provided me with ideas, and I started playing with them in their fields. That's when, finally, I found a phenomenon. If you took two crystals tuned to the magnitude frequency and placed the secondary crystal at a distance away from the dominant crystal equal to the square root of the radius of the dominant crystal's Goldilocks zone, and then you started shooting mana at it, they would lock each other up with that mana. The kicker was that they would continue to disintegrate each other, but those particles from the crystal would coalesce around them in an orbit equal to the square radius of the combined crystal's Goldilocks zone. My issue was finding that Goldilocks zone. It could be done, but if it wasn't perfect, if it wasn't reliable, it couldn't be used on a mass scale. Unfortunately, the only time I had managed to get it to work was on a fluke, and it soon fell apart because I stopped feeding it energy. Thus, Son assigned a team to brute force the issue. It seems they were onto something. We walked into the warehouse where there were dozens of circular tables holding crystals of all different levels. Warlocks and summoners were all trying to figure out the Goldilocks zone using various measurement devices and mechanisms. The warlock who led us arrived at one particular table that was using repulsion enchantments to lift crystal cradles into the air. These ones were angled toward each other, though, with tools I had never seen before being used to guide energy to the crystals that would lock them. The two crystals we saw were already locked, which made me immediately optimistic. A big indicator of a successful lock was the fact that one could actually see the mana that was being locked. The disintegrated particles that entered the orbit would be colored according to the element infused to lock them. Green for earth, blue for water, red for fire, and weirdly enough, black for air. When I looked at the locked crystals, though, floating in mid-air with a sphere of particles around them, I saw white. I was confused until I looked at the knight standing to the side. I didn't know where these people had gotten a knight, but I didn't care. The warlock explained. We decided to go outside the norm here and use a knight to infuse vigor into the lock, thinking it would bring more stability, perhaps even the ability to manipulate the separation during locking. While that happened, we noticed that when the knight infused vigor, the crystals refused to move from their positions, locking, but only artificially. As soon as he removed his vigor, it was free to move again. Interesting. I rubbed my chin, smiling. He continued, then, we thought we should try to use a summoner, thinking it would have a different effect. When Carlin here infused Psycha, he was able to understand and highlight where the Goldilocks point was. Then, he guided the knight, the two adjusting the lock with the table here until it was at the required separation distance. When they were done with adjustments, I was able to lock it easily with mana. I looked at Son, brows raised, before looking back at the table. Do it again. Of course. The warlock smiled and then removed the locked pair of crystals from their levitation platforms. The cradles the crystals were held in were easy to grab and stayed locked in place, and even the sphere of particles orbiting them did nothing to hinder the warlock's hands. They simply phased through, the particles intangible despite being visible. It looked unreal. After setting everything down, he brought together another two crystals at authority 3 and 4. They slotted them into the cradles, placed them on the platforms, levitated them, and then began the process. It was almost too easy. The summoner was able to literally highlight the correct distance away, the fields around the crystals turning visible, the most concentrated orbits of power being highlighted the most. That was the Goldilocks zone, and under his guidance, the knight was able to lock the distance of the crystals after the warlock had simply shifted the platforms holding the crystals away from each other. Finally, the knight locked it, allowing the warlock to easily stream his mana in and complete the lock, his blue water mana streaming into orbits around the crystals as they progressively disintegrated. I nodded, asking, now why is the knight necessary for the artificial lock when you can adjust it yourself? For some reason, the lock is far easier to achieve than he's using his vigor on it. Without him, it takes a long time and hundreds of lock attempts to get it right. I don't know why. That's fine. We know it works, though. That's all that matters for now. As for this, I turned around, looking at the first pair of locked crystals. They were also at authority 3 and 4, and they sat about a foot away from each other. The crystals were already half disintegrated, a visible white and blue sphere forming around them about 2 feet in diameter. I rubbed my chin. Infuse as much mana into that as you can. Son, if you could help him. Water mana only. Very well. San stepped up with the other warlock, the two of them infusing mana into the locked crystals. Blue color saturated the ring, and the disintegration progressed even faster. At some point, the sphere turned solid blue, and the Authority 3 crystal disintegrated fully, leaving just a bit of the Authority 4 crystal. The cradles fell to the table, and suddenly, the sphere collapsed in on the remaining crystal, releasing a blinding flash of white. I was momentarily blinded, but my eyes recovered faster than everyone else's. Soon, I was able to see the object born from this new phenomenon. A solid blue crystal, no longer intangible. It was an elemental crystal, slightly bigger than the Authority 4 white crystal that went into this. It seemed that the power of the Authority 3 crystal had been added to its greater counterpart. I don't know why, nor how, but I knew we had just discovered something massive. San recovered next, his eyes bulging when he saw the elemental crystal. It's nothing but water mana. He muttered and grabbed the thing, holding it carefully in his hands. Then, he suddenly ran out. "Follow, John." I didn't respond, simply sprinting after him. Several other people came with us as we left the warehouse to reach the open world. We saw San stop before casting a simple single circle spell and chucking the new water crystal into the air. After a few seconds, the crystal exploded, releasing a massive amount of water all at once. It blanketed the entire area in water, mist forming into raindrops before falling down on us. Several seconds passed, rain falling on a sunny day, as a few people behind me yelled an achievement, cheering their hearts out. I, on the other hand, saw the future of magical warfare in that explosion. It almost felt like visions flashed through my mind, visions of what was soon to befall not just the Scourge, but all of humanity in this world. The ability to detonate the entirety of a white crystal's power, customized with mana and a spell. Given enough fuel, it was a recipe for the greatest level of devastation this world will ever conceive. With that realization came a wave of desolation that quickly flooded my mind. I understood, very intimately, that I had just changed this world in a way that no plane could ever compare to. I understood the scale of this magitech in a way that not even San could fathom. This was something that could scale to the level of nuclear weapons. I didn't know how many Authority 12 or 11 crystals the kingdom possessed, but even a single one of those, charged with the power of this elemental conversion, could result in devastation greater than a nuclear bomb given the right spell. San had no idea of the scale. All he saw was a little explosion of water. I saw the destruction of the entire capital city in the blink of an eye. After a handful of seconds, I zoned back in, the thought of traitors making my anxiety soar. This method of elemental conversion couldn't get out, and unfortunately, every single person in that warehouse was someone who understood the general method to make this work. I muttered under my breath, feeling like an idiot for not thinking this through sooner, and then daring to feel shocked when I saw the power. What have I done? Chapter 209, 800 million. July 21st, 625. I pulled San aside as soon as I was able, taking him to a private room, telling Boris to wait outside and keep people out. Once alone, San looked at me weirdly. "Is something the matter, John?" "Yes, very much so. Have you wrapped your head around what we've just done, yet?" "I'd like to think I have, but the way you're speaking makes me think otherwise." "So what's wrong?" "This method. This way to turn white crystals into elemental crystals. It's the most potent weapon this world has ever seen, surpassing any other by magnitudes, and it's criminally easy to create. I'd like you to think about if that crystal you just blew up was an Authority 11 crystal loaded with fire mana and armed with the most devastating explosion spell you can think of." I looked him in the eye as he frowned, thinking. I continued, "Then detonate it right in the middle of the capital. Am I painting a clear enough picture?" "I see." Any remaining excitement in his aura vanished, the atmosphere sobering. While he might not be imagining the same kind of devastation I was thinking of, it was similar. After all, he understood even better than I did the kind of power someone at those levels could wield, let alone how much sheer power would be released from one of those crystals. I spoke my thoughts. "We need to lock down this information now. I'm not sure if you can, but you should consider detaining everyone in that warehouse in some way." "Detain them? And put them where?" "I don't know. Maybe you can build a village in some distant secluded valley where everyone who works on our top secret stuff can live. I don't know what measures your company takes to keep a lid on secrets, but you need to double down on them. We can't let anyone get their hands on this information. I sighed. If it relied on all the numbers I churned out not long ago, then it wouldn't be so bad. But with that new method they just came up with, anyone can fucking do it. San continued to frown. I don't know. I can't think of any way to keep this information from leaking. I have people who can keep an eye on those involved, but there are too many who would have been privy to the method. Even if I could tighten down in the short term, eventually it would leak. Short of massacring everyone in that warehouse, I don't think there's a way to stop it, John. Well, that's certainly optimistic. I let out a stressed breath before taking out a cigar and lighting it. It made me feel slightly better. San was right. There was no way to keep this secret unless we took drastic and illegal measures. Well, there was one thing that we had. I flicked my finger in realization. The magnitude frequency. That's the most important key. How many people know that? San's eyes brightened. Not many. Only the warlock who oversaw the project, the one we spoke to, knows it precisely. Let's find him. Now. Both of us ran out, going back to the warehouse. There was nowhere to run out here, so that warlock was easy to find even if he tried to escape. He didn't, but I tended to think in terms of the worst-case scenario. After we grabbed the man, we brought him back to the room to talk to him. San went over his spiel about keeping company secrets. Something that helped keep a lid on a secret was not letting the person know just how important it was. Less value meant he wouldn't take the risk to disseminate this information for short-term gain. After that, San asked if he had taught anyone the magnitude frequency. He said he hadn't, which caused me great relief. That's when I blurted out, by the way, it's not called the magnitude frequency. They both looked at me weird. It's called the duodeka frequency. Duodeka? It's a more accurate name. I had scraped together the last name, but since we succeeded with the project, this frequency should get a proper name. San rubbed his chin before nodding. Sounds good. Beckham, since you pioneered the method for conversion, you'll be getting commissions for this product. Just make sure to keep the duodeka frequency secret. We don't want people stealing this invention of ours and reducing your commission. The warlock, Beckham, nodded happily. Of course, sir. I won't teach it to anyone. San was basically buying this guy's silence, but so long as it worked, I wasn't complaining. With that, the crisis was temporarily averted. I'd have to doctor some of my research papers in order to skew the duodeka frequency's results. The reason I had suddenly given it a different name was to make the frequency tuning itself less obvious. Nobody in this world knew what the hell duodeka meant, so now the secret was a bit safer. San sent Beckham out. As he left, I wondered if I should just play it really safe and kill the man in secret. He was powerful, but still a warlock. They could all be killed if their guard was down. I could even hire someone to do it. Plex would probably do it for enough money, and I was about to receive boatloads. San turned, the two of us sitting in silence for a bit before his voice broke it. I'm about to transfer you some money. Yeah. We've gotten dozens of orders for some of our plane models, primarily cargo and passenger planes, as well as orders for airfield designing and pilot training. As per our contract and prior agreement, in exchange for receiving no boost to your 3,000 monthly coin salary, you'll be receiving a clean 30% of the profits of all aircraft and aircraft-related sales. All right. As for the amount I'm transferring, you'll be receiving 30% of about 103 million. We haven't finalized the military contract yet, so that's all for now. Holy shit. I faced him with wide eyes. 30 million coin, or 30,000 gold bullion, was a cockload of money. I thought back, remembering Rayla. She had been saving money for years, amassing about 30 million coin in order to buy a big house in the capital. It took me 3 days to earn that, and more money would continue to flood in over the next few weeks and months, especially once the military contract went through with the kingdom. I'd be sitting on a mountain soon enough. It took me a few seconds to let the realization settle. I was rich, and not just figuratively. Sure, I might not be at the uber-rich level like a duke or sovereign, but for a commoner, I was doing pretty fucking good already. I smiled, thinking of the things I could buy. I could improve my armor for starters, maybe even improve my pocket space. I'd have to get myself a luxury bed that I could cart around and use on base or in camp, maybe even a new climate-controlled tent for long missions. San spoke. You have a Polaris card, right? Yeah. We'll have to call them and figure out the transfer tonight. We'll also need to figure out your taxes. Taxes? Of course. What? Have you not been paying your taxes? He stared at me for several seconds before snapping. Buffoon. You forget where I used to work. How have you gone this long without paying any taxes? It's easy when you have physical gold to buy things with and a bank that isn't tracked by the kingdom. Plus, I don't have a residence they can go to. I still live in the Black Spider Hotel. But you are a part of the military now. They can find you. Indeed, except for the fact that nobody will know about how much I've just received, because it's going to the Polaris Bank where I'm an anonymous customer under an untraceable platinum-level company. I winked at him, making him shake his head. You still need to pay taxes on your salary, because I have to report that. That's fine. What's the rate? It's a bit over half. Fucking tyrants. I'm losing over 1,500 coin a month to a bunch of scummy dictators. San didn't respond to that, probably because I had a massive grin on my face. We walked out of the room, getting ready to head back to the capital. On the way to the helicopter, he muttered, "Wait, is that why you rejected the salary increase so much? You can be a little slow sometimes, friend. I have better things to think about than your psychotic desire to evade taxes." Good. Keep that in mind while transferring the money. For the last 10 days or so of the month, my focus lay on training pilots. There were 10 chosen summoners who were to receive my teachings, and those 10 would go on to train even more pilots. I made sure to teach them everything, made sure they memorized it all as summoners should, and made sure they could fly without any assistance before I left. 10 days to carry out a mediocre flight school. It was a bit scary, but these people had powerful minds, and it couldn't be my problem forever. Thankfully, by the end of the month, they were all able to take off, perform a few maneuvers, and land without a single person crashing. It was a good thing too, because I wasn't interested in finding out if their subpar parachutes actually worked, though we did have to do tests with that too. While doing all that, I made sure that all my texts on aircraft, flight mechanics, and whatever else I could think of were all thorough enough to be finalized. I was able to put everything on orbs, so that was a pretty quick process. It was nice being able to effectively copy and paste my thoughts onto a sphere of glass. If only I had that shit during university. I had Boris reject most of the correspondence I received over that time. There were only 2 messages that came from Dukes, and both were from people I know, that being Teleria and the Raven family. Telexia had given me the message at the behest of her ancestors, which she made known in the letter itself. It was a rather brash piece of writing, but I found it quite funny. Long story short, she told me that if I wanted to continue to pursue Amara, then I'd have to find her in special operations. Otherwise, she told me that she was about as hands-off as she was going to get, and that opposition to our relationship was no longer the kind that concerned my health, which basically meant we had the green light. I wasn't sure how I felt about that information. Or, it was more like I didn't react to it as strongly as I thought I would. Maybe I just didn't care since I had never even considered things going any other way, or maybe it was expected after the showcasing. Now, I just have to get to special operations. How long that would take, I wasn't sure, but now that Amara, Fiden, and Tana had all entered, I'd wager that it wouldn't take long for me to at least get the chance. Although, I'd like to get to Authority 7 first. Progression was coming along nicely. I was hoping to advance before the end of the year, so perhaps that'd be when I got my chance. Until then, I just needed to buckle down, stack bands, and drop some bombs on the Scourge. Being a weapons developer was quite nice, especially when the weapons were getting used on monsters. No ethical dilemmas, money in my pockets, and most importantly, it was cool as fuck. Do you know what he wants? No, I only just got the call. Amara shook her head, strolling her way to headquarters. The coat over her armor fluttered with the strong winds, Fiden and Tana flanking her. The 2 were dressed in their own knightly armor, heavy but not so bulky as to restrict movement. Amara glanced at her aerial one more time before entering headquarters and making her way to one of the top offices. Gons had called her, and she was curious why. They arrived, the door already open. They immediately noticed the general sitting there with Gans, as well as 2 marshals on chairs to the sides. Gons looked up at them. "Come in, you 3. They walked in silently, trying not to glance around yet subtly measuring themselves against the characters here. The general was like every other they'd seen, but the marshals were still powerful. Amara recognized them too. Both of them were dukes. One was Duke All and the other was Duchess Vivian, someone she had seen before at a tea party long ago. The three gave a casual salute after standing themselves in the middle of the room, all eyes on them. Gon spoke first. "We called you in here because you three are intimately familiar with this man." Gans tapped his desk, an image projecting into a screen in the air. Their brows raised, recognizing John. What had them surprised was the fact that he was in front of the king himself. Amara questioned, "What happened?" "Many things, Amara, but nothing that I'm sure your friend isn't very happy with." "Are any of you familiar with his recent work?" No, they all shook their heads. They had just gotten back from a 2-week-long mission, and even that was part of a larger operation that took them away from the base for months at a time. Amara could barely remember the last time she had sent John a message. "Well, allow me to enlighten you." Gans tapped the desk a few more times. A dozen different images and a video all projecting onto the screen, cluttering it slightly. They all saw winged vehicles with spinning blades on their front. The video showed this vehicle, how it used the front blade to speed up and then fly. The most shocking part was how fast it went, especially when it showed the vehicle doing a flyby, the camera capturing the plane up close as it zipped past. Gans smiled. Previously, only certain sovereigns and exceptionally skilled and specialized marshals could use air magic to fly for extended periods of time. That kind of magic was dangerous, inefficient, not worth the expenditure most of the time. Now though, your friend John Cooper has managed to manufacture flight. He calls them planes. A picture of an aircraft expanded into the primary view. These planes can reach speeds of up to 400 miles an hour, can reach heights of around 30,000 feet, and can fly at 400 miles an hour for around 8 hours, with ranges of over 3,000 miles. And that's with just 2 Authority 6 white crystals. I'm sure I don't need to explain just how amazing this invention is and how useful it would be to utilize in the military. The three smiled, Amara especially. She had a wide grin, and she recognized those planes. There were descriptions of them in her grimoires. John had described flight and theoretical machines that could achieve it. He had also attempted to figure out how a warlock could fly with air magic, detailing the kind of things they'd have to do with the atmosphere in order to make it work. Long story short, it was absurdly hard without the warlock hurting themselves or expending massive amounts of energy for little effect. Energy that would be better spent killing an enemy or disrupting them if one had to run. In his words, humans were about as aerodynamic as a brick. Amara had thought about trying to make a brick fly and realized that it was a good way to visualize just how impossible it was. Now though, it seemed he had done it. John Cooper had invented flight. It seemed that's why he was seen with the king. Gans looked at Amara. "You look happy." "I am, sir. That's my boyfriend. I'm proud of him." Duke All suddenly chimed in from the side. "I didn't realize your mother had approved of your relationship, Teleria." Amara's smile disappeared. She refused to look at All, lest she piss herself off. "My relationships are mine to determine, and I'd like to see anyone pressure us after John has revolutionized the world as we know it." "Sir, do you know how much coin John will make from this invention?" "Not precisely, no. But I do know that Son Industries just signed a contract with the military for some of their planes. The transaction amount for that contract is sitting at 800 million coin to start." "Fuck," Fiden blurted out under his breath, baffled by that amount of money. Only the kingdom itself could move that much coin in one go. It seemed like just an appetizer too, as that was only a contract for the military, not the rest of the kingdom and its nobles as a whole. Amara suddenly smiled again, glancing at All for a second. She knew about John's contract with Son. He had told her that he was to receive up to a third of the profits that his inventions brought in. Depending on the profit margins, he could very well make over 200 million coin off of the contract alone. Not even her mother could move that much coin in one go, and she was a duchess with generations of nobility backing her. Their value came from all their assets, not raw gold. Granted, among those assets was the entire city of Joffrin. It was still safe to say that John had set himself and his future family up for generations of kingly luxury with this singular contract. Amara thought about the future, catching herself thinking about making a family and everything that entailed. She cleared her throat before she could flush. looking at all again to find a humorous frown plastered on that wrinkly face of his. Gans leaned back. Anyway, the point of me calling you three in here is to notify you of certain changes that'll be occurring. We have an airfield slated to be built within the next month that will house these planes and another type of aircraft called a helicopter. In response to these new vehicles, we'll be creating a special task force that will utilize them. You three will be in that task force. At some point, should he still be interested, John will also have the chance to join that force. Amara perked up. If he's interested now, could he join? My apologies, but I have no intention of taking on an Authority 6 summoner, no matter how good his lethality is. He's busy anyway, so now isn't a good time. However, if and when he reaches Authority 7, I'll consider it. Understood. Amara nodded. It was reasonable, even if she wanted to see him here right this minute. Gans brought out and set down a few small books. This is information pertaining to aircraft and how they will be used in a military setting, mostly drawn up by John Cooper. Educate yourselves. Be ready for a new kind of warfare. You all will be at the forefront of this transition, and in time, we'll see just how well this invention will be able to hold off the scourge. Chapter 210. Baby's First Belt Fed. August 8th, 625. I got back to the treehouse with Boris in tow, and we had about a week to settle in. Polly and Jasmine caught me up on all the recent happenings, and through them I learned that the scourge continued to pick up the pace in my absence. The front was under constant attack. That intestine was snaking its way further in, and as it got closer, so too did its endless armies. The front lines was being hammered, and the treehouse was frequently receiving reinforcements that they quickly sent to bolster the line. The Snow Doves had gone out there for a few missions and had returned a few days after I arrived. A few days after that, they went right back out, me in tow. I hadn't been out there yet, but I heard it was a shitty place where nobody wanted to be. Now I'd get to learn that for myself. As for Boris, for now the poor bastard was required to be next to me whenever he could be, so he was coming with. It was a good thing I spent some money to make sure I'd be at least somewhat comfortable. Even Boris had to dust off the old armor. The boots on my feet were much more powerful than the ones Talexia gave me. I wasn't denigrating her gift, but I had spent nearly 8 million coin on boots that could do everything short of fly. They could make me levitate above the ground and make me accelerate to speeds upwards of 80 miles an hour. Most importantly, I could maintain those speeds and utilize bursts of power indefinitely. It wouldn't run out of juice because the crystals they used in it pushed Authority 10. I also got a special pair of pants, costing me almost 10 million coin, that provided far more armor than the other bulky armor-plated ones. They could connect to the boots, providing me stability, and used barrier magic to protect against attacks just short of Authority 10 in strength. They were also very comfortable, with self-cleaning properties and temperature regulation. The boots were the same, especially when combined with my warm socks. Not long before I had left, Son had closed the deal with the kingdom, signing an 800 million coin contract with the military. All of it was for aircraft-related services, and that meant I was set to receive nearly 250 million coin. Not all at once, but over the course of a year as Son Industries fulfilled their quotas. Still, I got a 50 million coin deposit first thing. Even after buying those pieces of armor, I was stashing away over 60 million coin with 20 million coin coming in every month for the next year, just from the contract. Not to mention the desperate orders from nobility throughout the kingdom and from families in the Holy See. It seemed Son had been talked to about that last point, but that wasn't my problem for now. All I cared about was the mountain of cash I was sitting on. Son was pricing the smallest planes at over 1 million coin a pop, and the bigger ones were being sold for 8 figures, especially the ones for the military. That meant his profit margins were over 95%, all thanks to the efficiency my mana engine was able to squeeze out. The price of crystals rose exponentially with power, and the fact that these could be run with 2 or 4 Authority 6 crystals meant one plane cost even less than a steed to make. Son had told me that he was more than happy to pay me as stipulated because of all this. I was projected to make him billions of coin. He could spare a few 100 million to pay his golden goose. Despite all that though, I still ended up in the back of a steed barreling toward a war zone. That was good at bringing me back down to earth. We arrived at FOB Steel as the sun started setting, just one FOB among many in the surrounding lands. Before we could even find our camping ground, we were called into a war room by a colonel. I marched in there with Nanan and Boris. Nanan enjoyed letting me take the lead on these kinds of things. I was his filter by which he ensured the quality of his missions and safety of his soldiers. That, and he could be lazy. The colonel dispensed with the formality when we arrived, going over a map of the area. I could hear some yelling coming from aerials that other intelligence agents sat behind in the room as the colonel pointed. We're getting hammered from a hill to the northwest. We just got a report of 4 bombardos that started pounding a company we sent out to intercept a scourge force. We didn't know about it beforehand, and now they're in trouble. You will be their relief. Why weren't those bombardos seen beforehand? Where did they come from? I have no idea. We've had no room to scout beyond this set of hills because there seems to be scourge on every inch of fucking land. Plus, teams are scared to venture further because the density of those fucking scythers is increasing with every day that passes. Right. Where's the thick of it? Right here, he pointed to a passage between 2 large mountains. They usually stream through here, but those bombardos flanked around and caught our men off guard. Regardless, we need eyes on what's coming in from behind these mountains. Unfortunately, I need to ask you snow doves to do that for me. After reinforcing 2nd Company, move along the west flank and report back what you see up to this ravine. I frowned, checking out that portion of the map. It was almost entirely blank. They really needed recon, but had nobody who could survive the trip to bring back intel. Unfortunately indeed that it was exactly why we were brought out here. I looked back at Nanan, who nodded. Time to get those fancy boots of yours dirty, envoy. Fucking straight. Don't worry, Colonel. We'll get your boys home. You'll have your intel by morning. I appreciate it. Stay safe out there, and take whatever you need from the supply drop. Roger. Let's get rolling before everyone climbs into a tent. Nanan and I hurried out, rounding everyone up before they could settle. We quickly packed some supplies before deploying. We were on a clock, and I was rather excited to get out there. I had been busy, but I still managed to get my hands on some new toys while nobody was looking. There they are. Under heavy attack. Weapons free. Weapons free. Knights, dismount. Pick your targets and drive them back. The steed sped forward before skidding to a halt. Warlocks were already slinging spells, and the knights jumped forward before the wheels could stop turning. My steed jolted when Nanan kicked off, stopping in line with the rest after a handful of seconds. Most warlocks got out, but some climbed to the turrets and started casting area spells from there. I, on the other hand, climbed to the roof of the vehicle and stood, Boris climbing with me, looking out at the entire field. It was almost midnight, and 2nd Company, though having tried to retreat, was taking heavy losses. The scourge force chasing them outnumbered the company 5-1 and was attacking with gleeful abandon. The chief leading 2nd Company was under attack by an Authority 9 Royal and an equivalently strong monster of the salamander variety. It spit fire that flashed in the darkness, making it painfully obvious. Still, the chief did well to survive this long and protect the rest of his troops. I looked beyond to the rest of the scourge force. Most of them were being held by a formation of knights, while the rest fought scattered battles. I decided to jump off the steed and flank that majority. Boris remained silent, simply watching me work. I didn't even activate my stealth, catching attention as I used my boots to glide over the ground and appear to the side of the line of knights and the monsters trying to break past them. Then I brought out my new toy. It appeared along with a backpack, and a wide smile grew behind my mask. Baby's first belt fed. Let's light these motherfuckers up. I swung around the barrel of my new M60, the belt of 7.62 cartridges feeding from a feed chute that connected to a large can of ammo on my back. I had found all the parts and mounted it on an Alice frame in advance, letting multiple backpacks full of linked ammunition belts sit in my 6th star. I didn't think I'd get access to feed chutes, but I certainly wasn't complaining. I saw most of the monsters in front of me turn in my direction, some scrambling over each other to try and reach an easy target. I taped down the trigger in greeting. The machine gun kicked into my shoulder repeatedly, but all the vigor in my body meant that I was more than strong enough to handle this thing like it was an SMG. My aim was true, fully empowered rounds tearing through the monsters in front of me and burying themselves into the bodies behind them. Holes were torn open and some lost limbs as multiple rounds grouped together. They were cut down where they stood. A cacophony of explosions tearing through the atmosphere and the fire from my barrel lighting up the night like so many flashbangs. I could see the faces of those monsters flash in my eyes with every plume of fire that came behind every bullet. With every fifth bullet, a tracer flew, allowing me to see the line of carnage I was drawing. I didn't even bother using the sights. 100 rounds flew by and I continued to fire. There were over 2,000 rounds in my oversized backpack, and the only thing that could make me stop was a melted barrel. The barrel started glowing slightly after I had already slaughtered over 100 monsters, walking myself forward through the bodies as I sought out more enemies. Before long, all the monsters that were pounding on the shields held by those weary knights were dead. I went through over 1,200 rounds, and now 200 monsters were dead or dying. I moved on to other enemies, walking over to clusters of them and mowing them down while attempting to avoid friendly fire. I managed to pick off another 50 or so after walking across the open battlefield. After that, though, the fighting stopped. All the enemies were dead, the snow doves having killed over 300 others before I could even join them. I found Nanan, walking toward him with a glowing barrel. He smiled at me. New weapon? It looks good. It is good. This baby tears open 600 new assholes every minute. And with this belt, I can fire continuously for minutes at a time. Yes, I could hear that. We need to go quiet now, though. I'm sending second company back with third squad. The rest of us will move forward. Now would have been a good time to get a plane out here. What? We climbed into a steed as I explained, the driver already rolling us to our next objective. A plane. My newest invention at Son Industries. With the plane, I brought the power of flight to the world. Flight? Only sovereigns can fly. If you invented flight, then you'd be rich and famous. I am. We looked at each other silently, a smile slowly growing on my face. He narrowed his eyes. You're fucking with me again. I'm not really. Son Industries just signed an 800 million coin contract with the military. As the inventor of the plane, I'm both rich and famous. Just ask Boris here. Nanan gave Boris a quick look before turning back. I don't believe you. Heh, I'm being dead serious. I activated my telepathy. My new boots and pants combined cost close to 20 million coin. Bullshit. He blurted out loud, making me laugh. I waved and sat back into my seat. You'll see. Once we get back, I'll be talking with construction warlocks who will be building an airfield at the treehouse. It'll be the first base to field these new craft and utilize them in open combat against the Scourge. It'll change the face of warfare forever, hopefully giving us enough of an advantage to hold off the army at our doorstep. I really can't tell if you're just that good at lying or you're being sincere. Seriously? It's like I haven't earned any trust in the last year. Like you said, I'll believe it when I see it. O ye of little faith. After multiple hours of driving, we managed to make it in the deepest parts of the front lines. It was equivalent to no man's land, a swath of land several miles in width, dotted by craters and scorched biomat. It was the preferred line for fighting back the Scourge because the area lay at the bottom of a massive hill slope. Not far from us was the choke point the colonel had told us about that went through said hill, but we needed to flank around that because it was no doubt filled with Scourge. The snow doves were strong, but it was suicide to throw ourselves into an army alone. The only issue was that the land we wanted to tread was covered in traps and vicious monsters that lay in wait. Previous companies like Second Company had tried to test these areas multiple times and never got far, but that meant we had no intel about the area, which wasn't good. As the Scourge started dishing out hits, the treehouse started falling back into its old ways, turtling up behind its walls and simply fending off the monsters coming at them. It was a good way to delay the inevitable, but the generals in charge saw nothing wrong with it. General Visker had some of my respect, but he was an old dog with habits that had been ingrained over decades. He wouldn't stick his neck out to do something he didn't know would work or bring value. Unless it was just that easy, of course. That was why I wanted to field these aircraft as soon as possible. With them in the sky, we would have real-time, constant, uninhibited intel on every enemy movement from here to the Eastern Crossing. Nothing would escape our eyes, and it would come at zero cost. Besides the 800 million coin the kingdom was giving me, of course. This recon mission could very well be one of the last conventional recon missions the Snow Doves and I ever conducted, especially when Son fielded the reconnaissance aircraft I designed. With far more powerful crystals, it was capable of altitudes in excess of 40,000 feet and had an indefinite fuel time with 4 engines that could be run in 2 pairs, allowing one pair to recharge while the other ran. The only limit was what the pilots could handle. After that, the only downside was attempting to make it so that the aerials could communicate as far as the planes could fly. That was another can of worms, though, and I wasn't bothering with it at the moment. Enemies left. Left tire damaged. Sweep them. Cooper, go loud. Roger. I punched down a side hatch, allowing me to stick my M60 through and unload as monsters attacked our flank. A few warlocks did the same nearby. Even Boris was participating. He was preferring to be quiet, but this was his life on the line as well. I felt a bit bad, but he was proving to be a damn good warlock. A large row of dense spikes appeared between us and the advancing enemy, slowing them to a crawl. It allowed me to light them up with impunity, tracers flying as fireballs from warlocks lit up the night. I ducked right before a spitball of acid slammed into my window. Some got on my coat, but it was brushed off easily, the self-cleaning mechanism repelling it and letting it fall to the metal floor. I went back to firing. More monsters coming over the ridge. Front left secondary tire out. Keep us moving. Shit. I turned right when a warlock cursed next to me. There was a scorpion-like monster trying to crawl through his window, a talon piercing forward and tearing his arm off at the bicep in one clean swipe. Those were the Scythers, and they were showing up left and right. The colonel wasn't kidding about their density increasing. They were taking out our tires too. Suddenly things weren't looking too good. A pistol appeared in my hand, the barrel pressing against the scorpion and a bullet tearing through its weak body. It flew off the window with a few shots, and I returned to firing. Tie his arm off. Nanan, we're attracting attention. I could feel it in my aura. I hadn't wanted to go loud, but there were thousands of monsters in the area, and we were making a disturbance. With this M60, I suddenly became the best at crowd control, especially with Boris's help. He was good at funneling enemies not just for me, but for other warlock area spells. He was controlling the enemy advance, which was doing wonders for our killing speed. But all that meant more monsters were coming, and soon, we'd be getting the royals. They wouldn't come without enough firepower to take on Nanan either. He yelled back, I know that. Snow Doves, halt tracks and hunker down. Knights, deploy. The steed braked to a halt, other steeds clustering together a bit before the knights jumped off and formed defensive lines. Nanan grabbed me, stopping my firing for a second. I'm covering the rest of the distance. I'll get a look. That'll do. We'll hold the line. For honor. He smacked my shoulder before jumping through a turret hatch and launching himself off into the distance. I followed through the hatch, standing on top of the steed and hoisting my machine gun, getting a full view of everything around me. My barrel was glowing red, but it was holding for now. I had noticed nothing that affected my fire rate or accuracy despite the heat building. I hadn't even had a jam yet, once again confirming that these spirits operated differently from normal guns. The other chiefs appeared on top of the other steeds. From another turret hatch, our other brigadier, Amira, emerged with 2 short swords. I had found out over time that she wasn't as powerful as Nanan, who was pushing Authority 11, but she was more than enough to secure us against brigadier-level threats. Unfortunately, those threats just arrived. I could see a few royals emerge over a hilltop, running toward us. I looked to the others. This is where we make our stand. Hold them off until Nanan gets back. I got the numbers. Protect us. Huh. One of the chiefs grunted before shooting off the steed. Another 2, warlocks, cast spells in response that lifted them slightly into the air so they could glide across the ground and intercept those incoming royals. Amira was quiet. She never spoke much, and we had talked exactly 6 times. She preferred to just follow orders and do her thing. I pointed to the distance. Help our chiefs. I got the rest. Roger. The little lady shot off, ready to make quick work of those royals. I turned back to the horde and opened fire again, the barrel continuing to glow as it breathed fire with every round I threw out. Then, I suddenly saw the barrel throw slag, melting, reloading. I called out, spells picking up in response as I knelt down. I threw off the red-hot barrel, my gloves protecting me from heat long enough to put it back into my 6th star. Then I plucked out another heavy barrel and slotted it on, locking it down. Then I hoisted everything and started firing again. Dozens of rounds went out in seconds, the built-up hordes being cut right back down to manageable levels, my bullets sailing over the heads of my knights in an attempt to ease their plight. My accuracy remained true, another 800 rounds going by before the gun suddenly clicked empty. Reloading. I called out again and threw off my backpack and feed chute, letting it disappear before calling on another one. I threw the heavy backpack on and yanked the feed chute over my shoulder, feeding the bullets in before shoving the feed chute into place. Then I ripped the charging handle back, adjusting everything to be comfortable, locked the handle forward, and took aim. More lead was sent over the knights. I occasionally spun around and hit our flank, making sure no large groups could overwhelm the few knights we had guarding those fronts. We held strong for several minutes, but the army coming toward us seemed endless. More scythers came crawling from under the biomat. There were so many auras clashing and mixing in the area that I couldn't pick many out, and 3 of our soldiers lost arms or legs. Thankfully, they were able to react somewhat and dodge a lethal attack, but it still took them out of the fight. They're zerging us. Warlocks, focus on area spells. Boris, get more walls up. Knights, converge on the funnels. We need crowd control. Boris followed my commands, 5 massive walls surging from the ground and dividing the incoming armies. They tried to destroy them, but Boris reinforced them long enough for the enemy to stop caring and continue attacking the humans before them. Without the command of a royal, they didn't care about inert objects unless it was attacking them. The knights focused on the 4 paths that focused the enemies, shields raising and spears leveling flat. Another earth warlock created some moats and another water warlock filled it with fluid, the monsters scrambling over these barriers and slowing enough for the knights to comfortably kill them layer by layer. That allowed us to last another several minutes, but those monsters still surged in by the thousand, and they were using their warm corpses to pile over anything we threw at them. Thankfully, I soon felt Nanan's aura getting closer. I looked over at a hill, and I saw his small figure run over it, followed by tens of thousands of monsters sitting at authority 5, 6, and 7. My eyes bulged. Get the steeds hot, drivers. Prepare for retreat. We got incoming. Many people turned and looked at where I was. We could actually feel the seismic advance of that army as tens of thousands beget over 100,000 monsters chasing Nanan. I narrowed my eyes and looked at the little man a few miles away. He was waving at us, not in a welcoming way, but in a get the fuck out of here way. Some of the warlocks were climbing back into the steeds, but we had to hurry. Knights, pull back. Everyone board something right fucking now. Amira, get back here. I'm back. She landed next to me, so I pointed. Get them off us and let our knights fall back. Just for a bit. How long? You all have 10 seconds. I yelled, Amira taking that as my signal and jumping down. I could see her vigor coat her short swords, coalescing with such density that I could see it drip like a liquid. The hair on the back of my neck raised. The superior stage for a knight after a mission, the coalescent stage. It was similar to enlightenment for warlocks and required vigor to not only leave the body with a mission, but manifest so heavily that it took on physical properties. The properties it took on differed between knights, but without exception, being able to do it at all meant that you had achieved a level unbeknownst to most. I knew Nanan could do it, but his didn't manifest as obviously as Amira's. I had briefly seen it once. After a second of charging, Amira swiped out with both her blades soundlessly. Her vigor swept through the entire battlefield, going from sharp to soft, turning into a wave of water that crashed over the soldiers and slammed into our enemies. And then, every monster within 100 meters was disintegrated. The knights were dazed for a moment, but my screams snapped them out of it. Get on the steeds. Drivers, turn and burn. The drivers slammed their gas pedals, and the steeds started moving. I dipped back down inside just in time to grab an oh shit handle. The rest of the knights jumped into open back hatches while we moved. Once the last ones were in, they closed the hatches and the drivers were free to speed off. Sir, Nanan is still back there. He can catch up. Keep going, full speed. We're leaving this hellhole. I kept the driver from slowing down, and sure enough, given a minute or so Nanan was able to cross the distance and catch up to us, landing on my steed and denting the roof. Hey, that's gonna take half a day of repairs. Eat a dick, rich boy. Before I make you buy me another command steed. Nanan climbed in, settling into the passenger seat before we both looked back. There were some royals coming. Fuck. Fast motherfuckers. No shit. Open the back hatches. Warlocks, get ready to fire. The tired warlocks prepared their foci as the knights kicked the back hatches right back down. I stepped up and stood in the middle of the opening, hoisting the M60 still in my hands. My eyes narrowed when I saw one of the oncoming enemies. It was a mutated son of a bitch, which meant a corrupted. This one had a massive muscled arm and a grotesque potbelly that oozed something from several wounds atop it. I had no idea who it could possibly be, but it was sitting at Authority 9 and gaining ground fast alongside a few other particularly fast monsters. One of the chiefs stepped up. I can intercept dash. No, stay put. Warlocks, focus fire on the corrupted when it gets close. I said that before squeezing the trigger, fully empowered rounds draining my psychopool even further. I killed off the faster monsters, ignoring the corrupted entirely. The corrupted was alone, and once it got close enough, one of the warlocks called, "Fire." Several spells were launched at the corrupted, all of them hitting the same point and compounding on top of each other's explosive powers. A huge fireball ignited, and the corrupted went flying backwards. With that, we were safe. The corrupted probably wasn't hurt all that much, but it wasn't going to catch up now. I went back to my seat as the knight closed the back hatch, sighing when my ass hit the chair. I was going to have a headache tonight, that much was certain. I hadn't gotten good sleep the night before either, and that was nearly 24 hours ago. I looked over at Boris, who seemed halfway to the moon, smiling. Hell of a first week back, huh? He shook his head. I should have stayed with the managers. My ambition will be the death of me. Yeah, but now you're getting paid the big bucks. After this, a salary hit isn't looking too bad. Huh, go ahead and give it to Nanan then. Big guy will be begging for a new ride with another will blown out, says the guy who can't get me one even with direct access to the general. It's been months, you punk. I laughed at the tired knight, Boris shaking his head a few more times in exhaustion. Chapter 211. Flying. August 26th, 625. After a couple more weeks bouncing between forward bases, I was sent back to the treehouse so I could oversee the final touches of the airfield. Since I was stationed here, Son made sure that it would be the place responsible for combat trials. The airfield had been getting integrated into the base at large, a wall needing to be built around it, so it had taken a while for everything to get prepared enough for the arrival of some aircraft. I led the last bits of construction, making sure the runway was flat and long enough, and that the hangars were sufficiently large. There was also a massive field where vehicles could be parked, a new road being paved that went straight from there to the main garage. And after a couple more days of that, the time finally came. A few hundred people stood not far from the runway. Most soldiers had no idea about my new planes, and those that did wanted to see these legendary things in person. I stood with the Snow Doves, Jasmine, Boris, Polly, and Pollux. The generals and other colonels were nearby, as well as many other chiefs and soldiers who wanted to know what was going on. I checked the time. 10 minutes. Nanan muttered, "I don't see anything." "I'm sorry. Did you think this thing was going to teleport here? You said it was fast. And yet it's still slower than you in the sack. Give it a minute, bozo." Ha ha ha. Jasmine started cackling, Polly and Pollux shaking their heads. Polly sighed, "Children, the both of you." Nanan started it. I pointed. "I was just asking a question. I was just asking a question." Oh. You gonna let John mock you like that, Nanan?" Jasmine goaded. "I'm not a man that can be angered by mere words. You the village elder now? Call me old all you want. I'll still fold you in those clothes, boy. With or without vigor. I'd still be taller." "Pipe down," Polly shouted, exasperated. "I didn't think I'd be dealing with infants as a brigadier general." "I know. Talk about immature." Jasmine turned away, looking down at her nails. All three of us spun to her, making her flinch. Before she could run away, I jumped over and headlocked her. You little pipsqueak. Ah, let me go. You trying to start something, you little instigator? I order you to let me go. This is insubordination. Polly. John. Fuck. I let go, the girl running to Polly's side and sticking her tongue out at me when she was safe. I rolled my eyes. Talk about a toddler. That's when Pollux pointed up at the sky. Look. Oh, it's here. I looked over, finally seeing the first plane model that would come in. It was the military transport plane, labeled the Cargo 400 or C-400, the largest model we've designed so far. It was capable of carrying either 4 steeds in a 2x2 configuration as well as 100 troops, or a special seating device could be installed in place of the cargo and allow it to carry 300 troops. For the wow factor, Son decided to send this one with 4 steeds and the 100 troops. The massive plane had 4 huge propellers and ran on Authority 7 crystals, capable of carrying its cargo across a range of about 3,000 miles. 3,000 miles was the sweet spot we aimed for with most planes, as it was not only a big number, but it could go from the front lines to the capital in one go. As for the precise size of the C-400, I had modeled it after the C-5 Galaxy. It was only a bit wider and a bit shorter. Still, it looked absolutely massive while it came in. The landing gear deployed, the plane slowly lowering down, the noise from the massive propellers reaching a climax as it got closer. I was a bit nervous, but the pilot did just fine, bleeding his speed before the end of the runway. After that, it turned into another airstrip and started coming toward us. I looked at the people next to me, smiling. I smacked Nanan's chest. See that shit? I built that shit. That's my invention. No shit. He didn't even have a retort, simply staring at the massive hunk of metal as it came rolling over. By now, nearly 2,000 troops had come over to see what had flown in. Knowing this would happen, there were some people who kept control of the crowd nearby. I waved, come on, let's go see our new arrivals. We walked over as the plane came to a full stop, the huge back hatch slowly lowering. Inside, we saw the 4 steeds strapped down as well as the troops who sat on seats lining the walls. After the troops filed out in awe, a few drivers fired up the steeds and drove them out one at a time. I looked up again, finding another plane. Hey, look. I caught the attention of the others, all of them turning to the next arrival. It was the recon plane, a plane almost as long as the C-400, but much skinnier and lighter. It had 4 propeller engines and could hold speeds of over 400 miles per hour at altitudes of 40,000 feet. It was the highest performance aircraft and could remain in the air indefinitely, only limited by the pilot's needs. Because of that, it had things like a bed, a shitter, shower, and a small lounge area, hence the length. Throw someone in there with food inside a storage space, and they could live up there for as long as the food lasted. Even the sewage could be dumped, and water could be generated with magic. Magic was stupid. The recon craft looked a bit more odd compared to the C-400, especially since it was painted a sky blue, but anything was impressive to the people seeing it for the first time. After it came in and landed, several more planes arrived. 5 bombers and 5 fighters. After that, the choppers flew in, among them a few Chinook variants, a few combat variants, even some small recon variants. I couldn't help the constant, massive grin on my face as I watched them all arrive. This place was starting to feel properly modern. We were finally getting some real weapons out here. These would be the things that changed the tide of this war. Until the Scourge came up with countermeasures, we would have total air superiority and perfect intelligence as a result. The fog of war was a thing of the past, and I was getting paid. Defense contracting was the best. I saw one of the helicopters land nearby, smiling at the others. Who wants to go for a ride? The next day came. The longer we wait, the longer we put off victory. I get that, but I just want you two to be careful. I trust your intelligence, but... Polly glanced to the side, looking at the recon craft, dubbed the XR-11. I just smiled. I get it. It's new, and you can't trust it quite yet. But it's got multiple redundancies, and I'm not going under 30,000 feet. Even if it fails, we can bail and survive a crash. And then you'll be behind enemy lines all alone. We'll make it work. Isn't that right? I nudged Jasmine with my elbow, making her roll her eyes. Polly shook her head. All right, just don't go too far. I told you the plan. We fly for 12 hours and then head across the pass. I'll keep an eye on everything and be cautious, but we need to know what's happening as soon as possible. If I need to go by myself, then I will. Shut up. I'm going. Jasmine snapped. Polly gave in. Fine. Go. Check in whenever you're in range. Of course. Jasmine and I snapped off 2 salutes, Polly returning it before we left. We used a ladder to climb into the side door of the XR-11. Once inside, we closed up, locked down, and went to the front. We passed through a room of dense instruments before arriving at the pilot seats. Jasmine took the co-pilot seat, and once I was seated in the pilot seat, we clicked everything on, the node and aerial powering and giving us a connection. Dreamboat to tower. Come in. Tower copies. Dreamboat. We are readying for takeoff. Roger. Clearing personnel. I spun up the engines while several people went running off the runway. I rolled the plane over, everything powered on and ready to go. I lined up and clicked the aerial. Ready for takeoff. Roger. You are cleared. Go for takeoff. I smiled and made sure Jasmine was strapped in. She was, thoroughly, even grabbing the nearby handle for comfort. Her knuckles were white, and I could almost hear her erratic heartbeat. As for Boris, he was staying behind to return to the capital. I didn't need him on this mission, and I wasn't interested in dragging him around everywhere. I grabbed the throttle and gradually moved it forward, all 4 propellers spinning up and forcing us back into our seats. This was my first time flying this thing, and I slightly misjudged the difference between this and a single prop plane. No matter. It just meant that we got into the air faster. The plane tilted up and we started ascending. I sent the throttle to 80% max and we climbed faster and faster. After several minutes, we were at 20,000 feet. I called in. Tower, we are at 20,000 and holding steady. Going dark soon. Copy Dreamboat. Tower out. I turned off the aerial, powering a few other things down. This craft was equipped with the best stealth systems Son Industries could devise, such as passive magic shielding that prevented any leakage from alerting sensitive auras. Once all that was done, I started climbing the craft up to 40,000 feet. Once there, I locked the throttle in place, turned off 2 of the engines, and activated the autopilot systems. The autopilot was incredibly simple, but it did the job. Son and his army of summoners managed to devise a rudimentary altimeter, and with that we could program systems to operate control surfaces and keep the aircraft at certain levels when unmanned. It was enough to keep the thing from crashing itself, and there were plenty of alarms for when anything went wrong. Still, standard procedure would be to have at least 1 person awake at all times. We started flying away from the base, and we could already see the red biomat across the landscape. Jasmine had her face glued to the window. Amazing, right? Not a sight many people get to see. You invented this? How? Designing the plane was easy. The hard part was making the engine that turns those propellers as efficiently as mine do. You know, I thought you were lying when you told us about all of this. Even when they were making the airfield, I was finding it hard to believe. But you're some kind of genius, huh? She turned to me with a cheeky smile, making me chuckle. Of course. I've been saying that forever. Yeah, but like, what the fuck is this? She motioned to everything around her. We're flying. Do you realize that? We're 40,000 feet up in the sky. Look at the clouds. Look at the hills, the landscape. We're flying. Flying. Hee hee, yeah we are. Why does it not sound like you understand what this means? There's zero awe in your voice. Jasmine, I started flying the first plane we made nearly 2 months ago. None of this is exactly new for me. Besides, it could be much more grand. This plane is weak compared to what I have in mind. She turned in her seat, facing her body toward me. Enlighten me. I glanced at her and pulled a lever, turning my entire seat around to face her. I set my ankle atop my thigh. Do you know what's beyond the world? What do you mean? Like heaven? No, I mean, if you keep going up, higher and higher, even higher than we are now. Like 5 times higher. What do you think is up there? Jasmine glanced at the window. We could see the horizon, many miles away. Since it was about to be sunrise, we could see the slightest bit of light peeking over, about to dawn. She looked up, seeing a dark sky. I'm not sure. People have asked that question for millennia. Well, what if I told you I could get you there? Given enough time, money, and development. I could take you to the bounds of the world and then beyond it. She looked at me with raised brows. Are you saying that's your goal? No, I shook my head. My goal right now is to eradicate the scourge. I developed these planes and helicopters for that. However, it's a possibility that I've studied. If I were really pushing things to the limits, we'd be so high up that you could see the curvature of the world itself. I brought up my hands, drawing shapes with my psyche and aura. The world is a giant ball, Jasmine. Get high enough, you'll start seeing the curve of that ball. And then you ask yourself, what's beyond that ball? And you'll find something called space. That is the ultimate frontier. Jasmine was silent as we just sat there. I was occasionally looking down to make sure we got over the right areas for collecting intel. We'd be there soon. Eventually, she shook her head. I don't know. I guess when you think like that, none of this is impressive. But I've never flown like this before, so I'll enjoy my awe. And that's perfectly fine. Enjoy it. Just make sure to come back down to Earth when it's time to collect intel. Funny. She snickered before turning back to the surrounding glass. By now, the majority of what we could see was nothing but red biomat. I stood and went back a room, flicking on a bunch of the observation instruments. It was mostly optical systems, but there were some magical detectors there. Nothing super powerful since the tech wasn't there yet. The cameras would be the most important. They were the most powerful that Son could field, and we'd be snapping hundreds of pictures of the things we saw on the ground. It was capable of zooming in great distances too, just enough to snap the pictures and take video from the altitude we were at. Soon, we started passing over the forward bases. That's when both of us started operating a camera each, finding interesting things like scourge camps, movements, concentrations, and more. We took the pictures and used consoles to log the data onto orbs. We even had a map that we plotted all the information onto, creating a massive cohesive pool of data. We'd be handing it back before diving deep. For now, I just wanted to make sure everything ran correctly. If there were any problems, we'd head back and abandon the mission until the plane could either get fixed or brought up to spec. We had around 12 hours until then. Every few hours, we were to return to the airspace above the treehouse and relay the data we collected. This plane had its own node, as well as a long-range relay system that could utilize powerful bursts of mana in order to transmit signals. Right now, Son was working on creating a directional signal caster, but until we got that out, transmission range would be limited. It was good enough for now, though. Jasmine and I simply buckled in and tried to enjoy ourselves. There would be a lot of downtime and boredom. Jasmine tracked the map and glanced out of the window. After night fell, everything naturally got dark. From up above, though, it looked much darker. Thankfully, the moon was out, giving them a slight bit of light. There were also night vision systems enhancing the images coming into the cameras, enabling them to view and snap pictures with good clarity despite it being so dark and them being so high up. She took a look through the camera. John was asleep, and she was awake because she had slept not long after they took flight. The bedroom could black itself out, so it was perfectly dark and perfectly comfortable. Oddly enough, she had gotten the best sleep she'd had in years. Probably because, as John put it, they were the safest people in the world this high up in the sky. She agreed with that, though the occasional turbulence didn't help with her lingering anxiety over the insanity of the situation. She still couldn't believe it sometimes, but every time she got a good look at the scourge below, she laughed a bit. This was really happening. She had never seen the scourge like this before. She could see their movements, like that of a herd. The perspective this plane afforded her allowed her to think of things differently. It was a different scale. She also realized how off the maps were, but those were problems for another time. She tracked the massive intestine down below. They were following it. John wanted to see the epicenter, the thing that Chief Reginald, Vipul, and Prasanna had died to alert them about. There were images of it, but he wanted to see it personally. Jasmine agreed, but she still felt nervous. Even up so high, she couldn't get over how vulnerable she felt as a summoner. But she wouldn't back down. She knew she wasn't like John, but when this opportunity presented itself, she knew she had to take it. It wasn't just for the experience. Up here, collecting intel, she felt like she was doing something that could actually impact the war. There was little that she did at the treehouse that felt significant. She knew that she helped, but it was only as a smaller cog in a much larger machine. a cog protected by tens of thousands of troops that laid down their lives so that she could use her brain in an attempt to outsmart the enemy. Unfortunately, oftentimes her thinking did nothing more than allow another person to think about things just a little more clearly. They didn't need what she provided, and thus she felt useless, hiding behind all those who died daily. Yet she wasn't jealous of John and his power, nor his ability to survive lethal situations, experiences carved into his flesh and immortalized in his scars. She couldn't imagine actually having to fight. It was too terrifying to think about, being face to face with a monster and having to cleave it to death with a blade and getting hurt in the process. And yet, despite knowing those thoughts were cowardly, she still couldn't muster the courage to think any other way. She hated that. Now, though, she finally felt like she was mustering a bit of bravery and doing something substantial. What she saw and documented here would change the war. No, what she was doing here would change the way the kingdom conducted warfare forever. This recon mission she and John were running would serve as a case study for years to come. Her name would be passed through history. It wouldn't be as immortalized as John's, but she was still doing something revolutionary. She was among the first to do something. Perhaps that was also a reason why she was so quick to jump into this mission. John had offered it to her, not expecting her to agree so readily, but she had. She didn't even hesitate. A quick thought, and she jumped in. Maybe she was selfish for that. No matter what, though, she would bring out the most value from this chance that she could. She may not be brave, but she hated her cowardice enough to take this chance to do something meaningful. She did another scan around the intestine. There were extremely few monsters around it. Most of them were walking through it, but she noted occasional openings in the sides where some scouts came and went. She felt weird, watching monsters that had no chance of seeing her. They didn't know to even look for a plane. Not yet, at least. John had no doubt that they would soon start keeping watch for recon planes, but for now, they had the absolute advantage of secrecy and stealth. Even if they didn't, though, she wondered, what could possibly hit them from so high up? Chapter 212. Missed You. August 28th, 625. We're nearing the epicenter. My eyes snapped open when I heard Jasmine. I felt how much rest I got, guessing 7 hours 25 minutes. I looked at the clock, seeing I had gotten 7 hours 21 minutes. Fuck, my internal clock is good. I climbed out of the bed in the back of the XR-11. There were 2 beds next to each other divided by a thin wall. A bit cramped, but it provided enough comfort. Certainly better than tiny bunks. I stopped by the shitter before climbing into the pilot seat. I was quick to see the epicenter in the distance, the sight of it waking me up. It was daytime, so it was easy to see. We had been up in the sky for over a full day now, and we had made several sweeps across other areas like the pass before finally coming here. We had mountains of data, but this was the jackpot. I glanced at Jasmine. Go ahead and snap pictures. Sure. She jumped out of her seat and went to the console behind me, activating all the collection systems and operating the camera. The epicenter was a city of flesh, much larger now compared to the pictures Chief Reginald brought back. There were now 6 other intestines coming off of it as well, for going behind it, one going to the western coast, and the other going east to where other human strongholds were. I raised my voice a bit. How would you feel about checking out where all those intestines go? Let's do it. Jasmine raised her head. I'm more than comfortable for another week. We've got months of food anyway. It's a plan then. How are things looking down there? As good as you can expect. Based on what I can see, there has to be several 100,000 monsters, probably 1 million factoring those hidden inside the structures. And even with this weak magic sensor, the reading is giving us sovereign class densities. Yeah, I'm not liking it. I looked back down. My aura was tingling, giving me a bad feeling. Something strong was down there, something comparable to a sovereign. I had met 2 more during the showcasing and got a good read on what that level felt like outside of anarchy, but I couldn't feel a king down there. Was there another sovereign-level royal besides the kings? I continued to stare at the epicenter, Jasmine collecting all the data she could. We were above it for several minutes, my anxiety gradually increasing. Jasmine, strap in. She was silent for a couple seconds before she scrambled over to the seat next to me, strapping in as quickly as she could before tightening everything down. After that there was silence, until I saw a flash come from within the epicenter. I jerked the control stick to the side. the entire plane turning on its axis and diving away from its original position, quickly dropping 1,000 feet. A second later, I saw a bright flash of fire streak past us and explode above us. No damage done, but the fact that something could attack us from so high up, and so accurately, worried me. I looked down again for a second, and that's when I saw the Sovereign-class Royal. Not a king, but something just a step below. I could feel it lock onto us. It may not be able to see us, but something that powerful sensing a couple people from 40,000 feet away wasn't that difficult. The King of Anarchy was able to sweep an entire base with its aura from many more miles away. We're bailing. What is that? A Sovereign class. You think that's what the Sovereign at the treehouse came for? Probably. I saw another flash and spun out again. A bigger explosion streaking past us and detonating a few hundred meters away, shaking the plane. Flames washed over us, but the damage was cosmetic. I turned on the 2 idle engines and punched all 4, heading west and away from the epicenter. Thankfully, we were just that small in the sky. So long as the Sovereign didn't go all out, we were safe. I had no doubt it could blow us out of the sky otherwise. Soon we were out of range, the Sovereign not following. I let out a sigh and turned the other 2 engines back off, letting them continue charging. There was a bit of room to run both, but if we weren't careful with fuel management, we'd have to land at some point. And we were too far behind enemy lines to take that risk. Jasmine relaxed a bit. Fucking shit. Well, I can officially say I've survived a Sovereign-class attack. Welcome to the club. I put up my fist, Jasmine bumping it before unbuckling and heading to the back. I'm gonna sleep. For the next few days, Jasmine and I made our rounds across the map. We checked out the west, heading to the coast where we found the end of an intestine. It was drinking up water from the ocean. For what I had no idea, it was also infecting the ocean with something similar to algae, creating a massive delta of red and brown that spread for approximately 120 miles beyond the coast. It was no less ecologically devastating than an oil spill from the looks of it, but any aquatic life that might indicate such had either evacuated or been consumed. From there, we headed to the north, following the coast before turning inward and reaching the depths of Scourge territory. More epicenters, but more importantly, countless nests and conglomerations of Scourge. We saw hundreds of millions of monsters across thousands of miles. Most of them weren't of the combat variety, though. They were labor monsters, responsible for whatever the Scourge needed to get done. They collected rare resources like metals, which meant mining operations. They also farmed to some extent, though I didn't recognize any of the plants they farmed, if they could be considered plants. Trees like the gut roots were found in forest-level concentrations, being harvested like orchards. Any rivers that existed were thoroughly corrupted, most of them a dark red and brown. There wasn't an inch of untouched land within their territory, and absolutely no normal flora or fauna. It was nothing but huge expanses of red. The only places that lacked extensive biomat coverage were the icy peaks of mountains where nothing grew anyway. The climate got warmer and more tropical as we went east. The weather seemed to remain unchanged in general, so that was one less concern of mine. However, we managed to find some disturbing establishments in the absolute deepest portions of the Northern Territories. A city of royals. They had an actual intelligible city. It was absolutely massive, even bigger than the capital, with castles and houses and humanoids everywhere. Royals were humanoid monsters that possessed intelligence, and they were supposed to descend from certain bloodlines within the Scourge. These bloodlines specifically were what granted them intelligence. It was the king blood royals that descended from the kings, and they were naturally far rarer than normal royals. They were supposed to be rare in general, but this city was full of them. There had to be over 100,000 royals. A training ground, perhaps a society. I wouldn't grant these things humanity, but they still seemed to form something similar to civilization, not that they were civilized. Jasmine and I did brief sweeps over the place for 2 days since we picked up 2 Sovereign-class threats. During that time, we gave that place the name City of Sin. We saw gladiator arenas where royals frequently fought to the death, killing each other and then consuming the crystal within their opponent. That seemed to be how they got stronger. So as long as they were breeding more royals and constantly killing and eating each other, they'd produce powerful soldiers. Oh, how I wished I could drop a couple bombs on them. Unfortunately, San was still figuring out the kinds of spells to arm the elemental crystals with, so I didn't have any yet. Unfortunately, we couldn't get close to observe more. We wouldn't take chances with more sovereigns, so we stayed multiple miles away and at the highest altitude the XR-11 could reach. I was pretty sure we were spotted anyway, but we weren't attacked thanks to my sense of danger. I simply bailed whenever I got nervous, which Jasmine greatly appreciated. The city of Sin had more gargantuan intestines coming out of it, some going south, some going to the east or west. It seemed this was the most northward establishment since none were going even further north. After those 2 days of observation, we finally left, heading back south. Since we were already all the way out here, Jasmine and I decided to head to the base directly south of us before heading west to go back to the treehouse, picking up more intel for one of the bases out there, specifically Stronghold Beta, where all my friends were. Looks pretty calm right now, Jasmine muttered while snapping some pictures of the front line we were crossing over. We had gathered enough intel for Stronghold Beta to process for days. I nodded, glancing down through some of the glass. Yeah, well, these guys have special operations to help out. I know they aren't entirely localized here, but it's not like we have some, so they're going to do better than us. True, though it's not like they have multiple armies worth like we do either. I shrugged, continuing to guide the plane over to our destination. I was excited. Stronghold Beta was one of the places an airfield was being built, so if it was finished, I'd be able to land. There's a plane. I perked up, looking to where Jasmine was pointing and finding a fighter model plane. It was smaller, but it held 2 people who controlled 2 turrets each. It was meant for strafing runs and close air support. It was currently flying back to base. I smiled a bit as we continued to pull ahead. It looked like they were teaching pilots well. More than that, though, I was simply excited to see them working in the field. Soon enough, Stronghold Beta came into view. The landscape around the stronghold was full of rocky formations and thicker forests. Surprisingly, most of the forests still existed, not yet wiped out by the biomat. Even near the front lines, there were still trees and animals that some soldiers fought among. It made me curious why they were able to maintain their ecosystem and not the treehouse. The question got slotted into the back of my head as we made our approach. A quick view told me that Stronghold Beta did in fact have an operating airfield, obviously since there was a plane in the field. So with that, I powered on the comm systems and tuned to the proper channel. Tower Beta, this is callsign Dreamboat, checking in for authorization and landing, over. Tower copies, Dreamboat. We don't have you or your plane in our flight list. Are you coming from another airfield? That is correct, Tower. We are from the treehouse, currently carrying out long-duration reconnaissance. Plane authorization code is XR-11-00001-8008135. There was a short delay before the tower chimed back in. You're a long way from home, Dreamboat. You have authorization to land, second in queue. Enter holding pattern until you're cleared. Roger, lowering to flight level 5 and entering holding pattern. Dreamboat out. Tower out. The channel dropped, Jasmine turning to me as I flew the plane down into the holding pattern. What's that code you gave them? Son Industries created a repository to store every aircraft code. It can be accessed from the systems we installed into towers, allowing flight controllers to verify whether a plane is in the system or not. It allows towers to authorize planes not on their flight lists. Why do you have to verify planes at all? It's not like the Scourge has them. It's called operational security. You don't know that the Scourge couldn't hijack a plane. So just in case, we create a system of authenticity. Call it paranoid, but it's better if we don't take the chance at all. That's true, I guess. She shrugged as I brought out my own aerial, tapping it a few times and making a call. That beautiful voice came through. Hello? John? Hello, my dear. I hope you're free right now. I'm about to be. What's going on? I'm currently inside a plane above Stronghold Beta. There was a long moment of silence before her excited voice came back. I'll be there. Can't wait. The call dropped, a big smile on my face. Jasmine looked at me weirdly. Who was that? That was my girlfriend. You mean that Teleria girl? You mean you weren't lying about her? I shot her a look, noticing the coy grin on her face. Then I jerked the control stick, flipping the plane a few times. All right, I give. Don't make me barf again. Cheeky pipsqueak. That's gonna be your call sign from now on. Pipsqueak. Shut the fuck up. I chuckled a bit, getting the clearance to land and taking the bird down. The plane touched the ground, sending a jolt through the structure before I started braking. We slowed to a stop pretty quickly before looping through and around the airfield. We stopped near the hangars after following the guidance of one of the workers. Once in our spot, I depressurized the cabin and turned everything off so we could make our way out. The exit hatch opened for the first time in a week. Jasmine and I were both smiling while going down the ladder, touching ground. Haha, the floor. I love the floor. Jasmine laughed uncontrollably for a bit. I, on the other hand, looked off into the distance. I saw exactly who I wanted to see. Amara, Fiden, and Tana all came walking over in unmarked Spec Ops uniforms. At some point, Amara broke out into a run. Even the wind carried her. I jogged a bit, bracing for impact once she got close and catching her body. Jesus, gonna knock the wind out of me. I laughed as she wrapped me up with both her arms and legs, spinning once or twice before stopping and facing each other. She smiled at me. Hi. Hi. I missed you. I missed you too. We both chuckled before she smothered me with kisses. It felt heavenly. After a long, deep kiss, we separated, and she slid off me. I looked down at her and shared one more kiss before I turned to the others. Both Fiden and Tana had more scars than before. Fiden had a split on his chin and Tana had a fading pink gash going down her lip. Even Amara had a scar across her temple. I went and hugged the two of them, giving some greetings before turning back to Jasmine. Jasmine, these are my friends from my class and my girlfriend, Amara. Guys, this is Colonel Jasmine. We work together at the treehouse. A pleasure. The two parties greeted each other with handshakes. During that time, I watched as two people came walking over. One of them had no name tag or insignia. The other was a full general. I felt Amara's aura poke me, so I reached out with my telepathy, forming that familiar link for the first time in over 2 years. That's Gons. He's the recruiter for special operations. I'm not sure what his rank is, but he stands equal to at least marshals. The other guy is Stronghold Beta's General Kisa. Copy. She linked her arms with me as I smiled at the two approaching men. Gons smiled. Lieutenant Colonel Cooper, it's a pleasure to meet the inventor of flight. The pleasure is mine, sir. I saluted General Kisa. At ease, Cooper. It's a surprise to have you here, but certainly not an unwelcome one. He stuck out his hand, which I quickly shook. I motioned to Jasmine. We stopped by to drop Stronghold Beta some intel regarding Scourge operations beyond your front lines. That and to get some time on the ground. How long have you been in the air? It's a long way from the treehouse. We've been in the sky for 7 days straight, sir. 7 days? Everyone's eyes bulged, making me laugh. Yes, sir. This bird can remain in the sky forever with proper fuel management, only limited by the supplies the crew has to sustain them. That's impressive. Well, please, come and relax for as long as you need. Do you need us to send a message back to the treehouse? No, sir. I already did. Thank you, though. I shook my head with a smile. Naturally, I was lying about telling the treehouse about this impromptu visit. Not that I was afraid of the repercussions anyway. I had reserved 2 weeks for this mission. Nobody would get on my ass for taking a day to myself. It wasn't like we didn't have intel to hand off anyway. All of us walked back to the main part of the base. The general and Gans split off with Jasmine to handle intel while I got to have some leave with my friends. Chapter 213. Take another step? September 3rd, 625. So you went and finally did it, huh? Amara nudged me with her shoulder, playing with some of the food on her tray. Couldn't hold back from using that big brain of yours? I figured it would be too much of a waste. Sometimes I just have to step up and help out when people are underperforming. People as in the entire kingdom? Potato tomato. I shrugged, earning a snicker from her. Tana pointed at me with her fork from across the table. We've been using some of these planes and helicopters. They've already made a huge difference even though we only have a few of each. We're able to respond to calls for help in minutes instead of hours with the helicopters, and those monsters can't even touch the planes. That's the idea. They'll be even more effective once we get the bombs dropping. Amara questioned, bombs? Like the chemical explosives? No, mana bombs. I activated my telepathy. Speaking into all their minds, we managed to figure out a way to turn white crystals into elemental crystals. These elemental crystals are pure mana, and it allows you to detonate all the mana within the crystal at once. It's capable of incredible devastation, but we had to lock down on the information because of that. Still, San will be rolling them out as weapons, and they'll be fielded by the thousand. We're talking the entire power contained within a crystal exploding out all at once. Power that we can manufacture like common enchanted items. That's a dangerous invention. Phaidon frowned. What happens if you scale it to an Authority 11 or 12 crystal? That, my friend, is what you call a weapon of mass destruction. You could wipe out entire cities with that power. Believe me, I understand full well what I created, and I'm trying to get San to crack down on the information. But it's a relatively simple process, and since we're going to be mass producing these things, I don't know how long the recipe will be contained for. Either way, it's a small price to pay for the blow we'll be able to deal the scourge, so long as it gets used against the right enemy, Tana muttered, leaning back into her chair. There was a bit of silence before Amara bounced a bit and nudged me with a smile. Hey, when do you think you'll be able to come into special operations? My mother told me the news. What news? Tana asked. Amara smiled at her. The ancestors are finally backing off a bit, and after the showcase made him rich and famous, people no longer have a valid reason to keep us from being together. The fight is finally fair now, and my mother has taken her hands off. Oh. Tana's brow raised, a grin surfacing a second later. Well, congratulations, you two. She clapped, Amara smiling widely and leaning against my shoulder. I put my arm around her and rubbed her arm a bit. To answer your question, I'm hoping to advance to Authority 7 before the year's end. After that it's up to Gans, but you can tell him that I'd be more than happy to join whenever. I think the unspoken agreement is to recruit you when you advance. Amara sighed. We've talked to him before, tried to convince him, but he's still biased since you're a summoner. I don't blame him. I'd like to think I'm proving myself, though. Gans has recruited people from the Snow Doves before, so since I'm in that platoon, he's probably watching. We'll make sure he is. God knows you're even more lethal than a knight. If he'll take us, there's no reason for him not to take you. Tana snickered. Yeah, all that just so you guys can do stuff together. Amara reddened. Shut up, ghost. Don't tell me what to do, witch. Witch? I asked. Yeah, your girlfriend is a witch. I glanced down at Amara. We need to get you a hat then. I'll put in an order, send it to you. A hat? She looked back up, our faces close. Every witch needs a pointy hat. Pinky promised me you'll wear it. She narrowed her eyes at me. I can feel your amusement. I laughed. I promise it'll be cool, but you'll have to wear it. I'll make it armored and everything. I want you to tell me what functions and enchantments you want to. Whatever it is, I'll get it, but you have to wear it. Her eyes narrowed further in scrutiny, her chin against my shoulder. I gave her a quick peck on the nose, making her face scrunch. I stuck out my pinky again, which she finally took. Fine, if you insist. I do. You'll look amazing, promise. I think I might get you a broom, too. What the hell would a broom be for? It would be your staff. And that's where I draw the line. No brooms. But it would be so funny. I'm not a comedy piece. We bickered a bit more before the two of us quickly quieted down. Phaidon turned at that point as well, all of us facing a few newcomers. There were 3 of them, one man that led 2. The one in front, an Authority 8 warlock, was a tall blonde man with a rather refined disposition. I got the noble vibe from him, painting most of the picture right off the bat. Amara spoke through my telepathic connection. That's Sigvard Druve, son of Duke Druve. He wasn't initially a suitor, but ever since I arrived here, he's made himself one. Goodness, girl, you attract trouble no matter where you go. This is more of a nuisance, but yes, I'm sorry in advance. It's the price I pay for having such a hot girlfriend. I noticed her redden a bit more. Satisfied, I turned to the newcomer. He spoke first, looking at Amara. Good afternoon, Lady Teleria. Hello, Druve. You are John Cooper? He turned to me next. Instead of responding, though, I took out my cigar case. I plucked one of the brown rolls and cut one end before activating the lighter and burning the other. I took a few breaths, exhaling some smoke before nodding. Yeah. He looked down at me with conceit. Do you believe to gain an upper hand by making me wait? It is childish. Attempting to gain something implies that there's value to be had. I am unable to rectify that fallacy with my thoughts regarding this situation. To be blunt, I'm currently more concerned with this cigar. But you have my attention for now. Can we help you? I smiled at him, the familiar taste of the cigar filling my mouth. Sigvard rolled his eyes. To think the inventor of the plane would be so crude. Thankfully, my business only extends to Lady Teleria. Well then, by all means. I straddled the bench I was on, pulling Amara into my chest and letting her lean into it. Then I handed off the cigar. She took it and puffed it a few times before nodding to Sigvard. What do you want, Dhruv? My father has invited you and your family to attend a gathering at our estate in a week's time. There will be many in attendance, including the second prince. If my boyfriend can attend with me, then I'd be happy to. According to my knowledge, you aren't considering any suitors during your time in the military. I don't believe you can have a boyfriend. Ah, yes, I forgot about that. She flicked her finger. Hey, dear, when were you thinking of proposing? You know, since I can't call you my boyfriend. I smiled when she turned her head up to mine. Eventually, darling. We'll need to do it when it hurts them the most. And you call me the troublemaker. They started it. People might call you immature for saying things like that. Well, I never did lose that teen spirit. I think I'm still in my rebellious phase. That earned a couple chuckles. Amara putting the cigar back into my mouth and glancing back at Sigvard. I maintain. I bring my boyfriend. He is not on the guest list. Well, then I certainly see no reason to go. You will attend with your family. No, I will not, she snapped. And you will not speak to me as if you are in any position to command me. Fail to muster respect, and you will see yourself out. As if you are in any position to command me. Oh, but I am. Omara lifted her hand, little snakes of fire swirling through her fingers. Because I'm more than capable of throwing you out myself. Would you like me to prove it? I saw one of the men beside Sigvard step forward, and right after I saw Tana appear behind him, blade pressed against his spine. My brows raised. That was a rather devilish move to play. Seemed she had learned some biology from Amara. I raised my hand. If I may interject? Phaidon relaxed with my words, sitting back down, though when he stood up, I wasn't sure. I turned to Sigvard. Look, I know you're jealous of me and all dash. Huh. I could never be jealous of a commoner like you. Man, you really know how to say that like a slur. Anyway, I gotta say, this really isn't the way to go about courting a lady. I know you've had a platinum spoon in your mouth all your life, but dash, what is platinum? Our spoons were silver, or is that concept so foreign to you? I turned to Amara, flailing a hand. Is irony completely lost on this guy? You should lower your expectations, dear. It would certainly save my sanity. Anyway, I looked back at Sigvard. You really gotta engage in some introspection, because this isn't the way to get a girl to like you. I don't know how you could possibly see this situation going any other way besides making this fine specimen here hate you. You gotta see it from their perspective. Maybe ask yourself, if I were a chick and I met myself, would I want to suck that guy's dick? 'Cause they don't do it for just anyone. I get you have money and all, but unless you're planning on paying for high-class whores and trophy wives for the rest of your life, I think you really gotta bring down the dick meter a dozen or so notches. You feel me? I looked at him for any sign of approval, instead finding a most visceral face of disgust. Then I glanced around to find Amara looking back at me, flushed, Phaidon covering his face, and Tana staring into the air with a pondering expression. It took a few seconds for Sigvard to respond. What vulgarity! It truly amazes me to see how revolting someone can be. It makes me question whether or not you truly invented the airplane. Well, if I didn't invent it, I'm getting paid millions of coin for nothing, which would have been more than welcome, but I can't have everything my way. At least we have a monopoly. What's a monopoly? Amara suddenly asked. It's when you're the only seller of a product. There's nobody who makes the same thing, and therefore no competition. We can set the price of planes however we want because there's nobody else who makes them. And so I make assloads of coin that I can blow on pointy hats for my witch. You better not spend too much. For my which I'll spend 100 million. Ha! I remember when we barely scraped together 1 million with both our savings for some storages. Fun times. We both chuckled a bit, Tana returning to her seat. We chattered a bit longer before noticing that Sigvard was still standing there. Amara turned to him before I could. Why are you still here? Sigvard frowned further. Does your family know about this continued affair with a commoner? Dhruv, you should really listen to my boyfriend. This is hardly a way to earn a girl's fancy, and you'll never be able to earn mine. You may have had my pity if you were a half-decent person, but now you're quickly acquiring my hate instead. So do both of us a favor and cease this useless pestering. Do you still believe that you can go marry a commoner? Neither of our families will allow it, and I'm your best candidate. Do you still dare call him a commoner? He dash. Hang on, Omara. I interrupted her, turning my gaze towards Sigvard before taking the cigar out of my mouth and blowing some smoke. Sigvard Dhruv, let me make this crystal clear for you. Amara is mine, and not even the king will take her from me, let alone some whiny little asshole from some backwater duchy. I don't care about how much money, influence, or power your family has. I don't care about your father. I don't care about your mother. I don't care about your whores. So please, go bitch and moan elsewhere. I won't be here for long, and you're ruining what little time I have with my friends. You fucking imbecile, he seethed. Who the fuck do you think you are? All right, we're done here. I sighed and stood, officially annoyed. Omara rose with me, Fiden and Tana following. She linked her arm with mine. We can go to my room. Girl rooms have cooties. You're such a child. Hey, Sigvard shouted, making me roll my eyes and turn. Dude, I'm about to put a hole through your foot. Pipe down. You couldn't hurt me if your life depended on it, summoner. The fact that you think you wield any strength at all is a testament to your stupidity. I stared at him for a second before looking down at Amara. If I kill him, do I get to take his spot in special operations? Knowing Gans, he would probably let it slide for as long as it took for the Dhruv Duchy to find out. I suddenly have a good impression of the man. We started walking again, Sigvard stomping forward. Hey, summoner. You will learn to fear my family. Dhruv, take another step and I'll send you out of the building. Amara gave a casual warning as we continued. A few seconds passed in silence as we approached the door. Then I heard a step. It was Sigvard, and he took a step back. So Amara turned and cast a spell, a thin needle of fire sparking from her palm and condensing before shooting a drop of bright orange liquid towards Sigvard. He barely raised his barrier, and the drop collided with it. It exploded on impact, sending all its force across the face of the barrier and sending Sigvard flying across the mess hall. He hit the far wall and then went through it, tumbling across the ground outside. That's when I looked to the side, finding the other two individuals with Sigvard on the floor with bloody faces. I looked at Amara. Nice spell. I learned from the best. She smiled back at me, Fiden and Tana appearing to our sides as we left. Once at the room, the four of us talked for a couple hours. At some point, though, Fiden and Tana decided to leave. We knew why, but we didn't stop them. It had been 2 years and Amara and I were a bit starved. All of 5 minutes passed before we jumped on each other. We still weren't going to take things all the way, yet. That just meant we were doing everything short of conventional sex. Anything to stave off the horny for however long it took for us to reunite again. Chapter 214. Insult Me. September 4th, 625. I love you. I love you too. I love you more. No, you don't. Shut the fuck up. I chuckled when Amara pulled away from a kiss and bit my nose. I took that as the opportunity to separate and give a hug to Fiden. I whispered, don't tell Amara, but I actually love you more. I don't know how to respond to that. It'll be our little secret. I went to pinch him, but he suddenly zipped away, my fingers grasping air. I laughed before hugging Tana. See ya, girl. Study that stuff with Amara. That stuff is complicated. Yeah, good luck. Pfft. Thanks. She chuckled, her blonde hair sliding off my arm as I walked over to Jasmine. I had discussed things with all 3 of my friends, focusing primarily on their aura techniques. I gave as much advice as I could that might help them, but it was ultimately up to them to turn it into something they could use. After hearing about how Fiden could bend space, though, I started to question what the hell aura actually was. It seemed to be able to do anything, and anyone could acquire any kind of power with it. It was still true that it was only capable of following a singular path, but the fact that a knight like Phaidon could compress and expand space itself was mind-boggling. That was something only warlocks should be able to do, and even then they should have great difficulty despite knowing how to make teleporters. I still had no idea what aura actually was, or why it could do the things it did. Those were questions I'd have to ask somebody at the height of power. For now, it was time to go back. I met with Jasmine, who was standing beside Gans and General Kisa. I shook the general's hand before getting a word from Gans. "I'll be keeping an eye on you, John. Your friends have insisted on your killing power, and from the few reports I've gotten on your combat records, it's as impressive as they say. Still, I want you at Authority 7 before anything happens. Do that, and we'll talk?" "Yes, sir. I look forward to it." We shook hands, Jasmine and I stepping up to the ladder to climb into the XR-11. I waved goodbye to everyone before slipping inside and shutting the hatch, locking it down and climbing into the pilot seat. Not long after that, we were in the air and on our way back to the treehouse. I was already overdue to return to the capital, but at this point I didn't really care. Since I worked a bit of overtime, maybe they'd bump my return out. Making our approach, my eyes opened up, my body dragging itself out of the bed after a handful of seconds. I let out a long sigh while sitting myself back down in the pilot seat, my eyes glancing out the window and seeing the war zone in the distance. My eyes narrowed. Did they break past one of the FOBs? Seems like it. They wouldn't be halfway to our walls if they didn't. That's not good. Boot us up. We're heading down. Jasmine silently followed my command, turning on most of our systems while I flicked on the 2 standby engines and picked up speed. We sped up toward the treehouse, and on the way we got a glimpse of the furthermost line of the battlefield. We could see massive fireballs exploding into towering plumes dotting the enemy lines. My brows raised, my eyes zooming to see the bomber planes overhead. Those are the bombs. San managed to get them, and the bombers fielded. That's good, right? Yes, very. Let's hurry down. Aerial is up. I nodded and tuned the aerial to the tower, getting clearance for landing. Runway 5 is clear, Dreamboat. Roger. Landing. We flew down, touching down and braking to a halt. I kept the engines running, giving me a little more speed to roll up to a hangar. It was occupied, so I parked just outside of it among a few other planes. Once I turned everything off, Jasmine and I hurried out. As soon as the hatch opened, we heard a series of distance explosions. Those bombs were hitting hard, which made me excited. I got a message from Polly not long after, Jasmine and I making haste toward headquarters. We arrived in the war room, seeing the busy summoners moving about. Polly was in there, and we joined her side. She gave us a side-eye. "So you two finally decided to return. Have fun at Stronghold Beta?" "No, ma'am. It was a horrible time." "Don't patronize me. The Scourge has breached one of our forward bases, and they used that opportunity to attempt a siege," she explained. "There are approximately 120,000 monsters in this army, but we're holding them back." "John." "Yes?" I looked up from the virtual map that showed red dots and arrows everywhere, visualizing the oncoming Scourge hordes. It was being updated in real time by 2 scout planes, allowing these generals unprecedented control of the battlefield. They were able to coordinate forces in the surrounding forward bases as well as those being sent out into the field actively. Thus, the Scourge was not just being held back, but surrounded and exterminated systematically. Polly looked me in the eye. "Your bombs and planes are doing amazing work. It's the only reason we've been able to prevent more forward bases from falling. Our casualty rates have dropped substantially, and we're slaughtering them by the thousand like it's easy. The numbers have never been this good. For that I have you to thank." "Don't mention it. So long as it helps us hold this line, I'm happy." "It will. That's why you have my approval to head back to the capital. We've got this fight, so don't worry about it and go catch the next plane. Go cook up another weapon. Maybe the next one will help wipe out the Scourge altogether." "Are you sure? I can go join the Snow Doves right now. I don't mind fighting. Might be able to kill a few thousand more that way." She shook her head. "Not necessary. And God forbid you risk getting hurt." At this point, I'm close to pushing you to retire from the military and do full-time enchanting work. Your inventions are turning this war around. We need more, so go make us more. Roger that. I gave a salute, Polly returning it before nodding her head. Next plane leaves in a few hours. Be on it. I'll get your leave extended too. General Visker is ready to give approval. Thanks. Keep the doves safe while I'm gone. Always. With that goodbye, I left the war room. If Polly said that they had this fight, then I'd believe her. More than that, I trusted how much damage my weapons could do. If she was given not only perfect intel on the entire battlefield, but untouchable aerial weapons, then with her competence she would surround and drown these monsters like insects. I'd entrust this place to her while I did what I could in the rear. As for all the intel we gathered, Jasmine would handle it. I was perfectly fine with giving her all the credit for the discoveries we made because I wanted her to get promoted too. I wanted my allies to be powerful. Besides, she collected most of it anyway. Like that, I found the passenger plane that was set to head back to the capital. I was one of the few on it, and once it was recharged, I was back in the air. About 10 hours later, we landed on the Son Industries airfield. Another airfield had been built in another place around the capital, but this one was designated for the military while the other was for civilian craft. Son had gotten word of my return, and I was greeted with a chopper to take me to the spire. I didn't even have to fly. I felt like a VIP, getting carted around everywhere on expensive vehicles. From the airfield, we landed on the helipad on the side of the spire, and from there I went to my office. Son was there when I entered. He was standing by my desk, turning when the door opened. Cooper, how was your flight in the XR-11? As good as I designed it. A few things could be improved, but that's not my concern right now. I've got some designs I need to get out. What kind of designs? More weapons? I went over to my desk, booting it up and projecting a few screens. Since you got the bombs working, I need to adapt that technology to other modes of delivery. You remember the bombardos, right? Well, I'm about to make something that can do the exact same thing they do. It's time to introduce the concept of indirect fire to the battlefield. I see, he muttered, going silent. That's when I turned to him with narrowed eyes. His mood was low. He seemed concerned, which wasn't a good thing. He had been as joyous as a child with all the money coming in recently. I asked directly, what happened? The bombs. Don't tell me it got leaked. It got leaked. Fuck. I looked down at the desk, pondering what this would mean before asking. Who? One of the prime enchanters. I didn't realize. Of course. When? 9 days ago. Right before I left. Who got the information? The royal family. I knew they knew something when they started asking questions, but I didn't think they had someone who could steal the magnitude frequency. I was careful with who I gave it to. So now the crown has the ability to make bombs. For the most part, but we discovered a few other things with more testing. Son tapped my workstation and brought up some screens. We found out that white crystals are naturally the best for making elemental crystals, and that while imperfectly purified gray crystals can be used as well, their overall power is diminished. More than that though, when gray elemental crystals are blown, they release some of the poison inherent to the gray crystal used in the making. This makes it toxic for humans, and some of the released power is much less harmful to Scourge. They still do plenty of damage, just not as much. I turned to him, thinking for a couple of seconds and drawing conclusions. So, access to the white crystals of the church is the only way the kingdom can make perfect bombs. They can still make bombs though. Is the royal family going to take away business from you? Well, yes and no. We were forced to renegotiate our contract for the supply of bombs. They threatened to pass the recipe to Gearworks if we didn't. Our profit margins were massively diminished because of it. After all, it only takes 2 crystals and a trio of magi to carry out the transformation. After that, the cost comes down to encasing the crystal in a way that a bomber can drop them in mass. I silently listened. It was pretty simple, what the kingdom did. They forced Son Industries to make the bombs for far cheaper. In principle, I wasn't totally opposed. I wanted more bombs to be fielded, plain and simple. I had even told Son to not overcharge. My concern was with destroying the Scourge. The issue was that the kingdom knew how to make these bombs at all. From the royal family, it would likely disseminate to other noble families, which would give the noble class far more power than they had before. Going even farther, the kingdom was currently the only governing power that knew how to make these bombs. Knowing that this power was akin to arming a country with nuclear weapons, I was afraid of how that would change the balance between them and the church. The church helped keep the kingdom in check. I didn't want that to disappear. That only left one thing for me to do. I glanced at Son and sighed. Well, they have the tech. There's nothing we can do about it now. I'm going to focus on designing more weapons. I'll be pulling the blueprints for the bomb designs you have right now. Of course. By the way, I wanted to promote you. I want to make you an executive officer of the company. It'll come with a higher salary, and the position will be in charge of managing our weapons industry. You told me about changes you wanted to make to the security of the company, as well as the team you wanted to put together for development, and I am willing to put you in charge of making those changes. All right. I nodded. I had no reason to turn that down. It would come with a bit more responsibility, but that's what Boris was there to help me with. Son nodded and started walking out. Good. I'll draft a contract. Thanks. I gave him a nod as he left. He probably felt bad about the leak, but I wasn't about to cry over spilt milk. I simply needed to do damage control. Thinking that, I spent a few hours drafting up some concepts for a few new weapon lines before leaving. It was already night when I had arrived in the capital, so it was just past midnight now. I stepped out of the spire, heading in the way of the Black Spider Hotel. I had an easy line to the church there, which I intended to pull on right now. Unfortunately, the kingdom had other plans. It wasn't long after I stepped out that I felt a not unfamiliar feeling. There were some dangerous people nearby, and I was being watched. I stopped in my tracks. Nobody was out and about. Only the black markets were busy at night. Every other normal person was sleeping, so the streets were empty. I took a deep breath, feeling some people getting closer. Nobody I couldn't handle. After some seconds, though, I suddenly felt an Authority 9. That's when I suddenly bolted, activating my boots, my stealth, and flying across the ground. I barreled down a street when another Authority 9 appeared in front of me completely unprompted. I realized they had to be masking their aura somehow when I got within a certain range and felt their power. It only seemed to work until a certain distance, but it was enough to get in range of someone. I frowned and tightened up my coat while dodging and shooting up a building. Once up top, I started hopping across them, the Authority 9 close behind. I realized they were seeing through my own aura. Then another appeared in the direction I was going, making me curse. Really pulling out all the stops, huh? You have no idea. I spun around at the voice. Another Authority 9. That was 4. I went silent again and shot off, plummeting down into the street once more, heading in the general direction of the warlock of the group. I had a better chance against a warlock than a knight. That's when a wall shot up in front of me. I jumped toward it without hesitation, lifting my legs and slamming my boots against it, activating one of their special functions. A shockwave shot out of my soles, shattering the wall. I went through it, tumbling a bit on the ground before flying off once more. Then another Authority 9 appeared. It was a speedster type, and the knight zipped in front of me along with a dozen Authority 7s and 8s. I was incredulous. There was no way this was someone trying to assassinate me. These people were unmarked, but they were too good, and there were too many to be bounty hunters. At that point, though, it clicked for me. These weren't assassins. These were agents of the kingdom, that which nobody knew about. Those who operated in the dark, engaging in espionage and subterfuge. The kingdom's own intelligence agency, not to be used against the Scourge, but against other groups of humanity that might threaten their power. I stopped where I was and let go of my aura, standing in the middle of the street, surrounded by those I couldn't hope to kill. They closed the circle, and I faced the speedster in front of me leading other troops. So, what should I call you? I didn't realize the kingdom had counter-espionage. There are many things you don't realize. Perhaps if you had accepted the offer to become a noble, you'd be more privy to certain things, more protected. His masked face spoke, his words making me narrow my eyes. He was implying that to be a noble was to be protected, probably from them. I was a loose end, but I knew my value. They wouldn't do anything to me. I may have pissed off some nobles, but I hadn't shown myself to be a threat to the crown. They just wanted to make sure it would remain that way. I glanced around as a few people approached me. So, here for a friendly greeting? Something like that. I don't know what I did to deserve such a warm welcome. Yes, you do, he rebutted. I don't believe in your stupidity, John Cooper. You're smart, and that's exactly why I'm here. I was silent as three people got close. Once within reach, two drew their swords and placed them next to my neck while the third grabbed my arms. He was a knight, so my life was now out of my own hands. There was no point in resisting here, though. I looked forward again, and I watched as one of the masked soldiers walked forward instead of the speedster knight. I narrowed my eyes when he got close. He was a summoner, and he was actually Authority 9 as well. I realized the speedster wasn't the one speaking. This summoner was able to evade my scrutiny. He was extremely dangerous. He approached and tilted his head at me before sending out a fist, metal knuckles digging into my stomach. I coughed as the air was knocked out of me, baffled by his strength. I caught my breath and smiled, tempered by vigor. Seems the kingdom knows how to raise summoners. Intelligence is the greatest blade. He leaned down and spoke into my ear. And you, John Cooper, happen to be one of the sharpest. Unfortunately, the perfect ally is also the worst enemy. It is insulting to insinuate that I am your enemy. And you insult me by pretending to be my ally. He sent another punch into my face, blood being drawn. That would leave a mark. Then he grabbed my neck and raised my head. You're smart, Cooper, and smart people have to be educated. Otherwise, they get ideas. He turned, the knights hoisting my body up and cuffing my limbs. I'm here to educate you, Cooper. Not about why you shouldn't betray the kingdom, but why you should thoroughly fear doing so. The silver lining in this situation is that I'm the best teacher there is. If you act as smart as I know you are, then this won't take long. With those words, my head was bagged. The bag was magical, blocking out all my senses as well as most of my aura. It was like the bag formed a labyrinth my aura had to pierce through to see beyond. I was dragged off blind, my face neutral, my mind running through all the different endings to this situation. In the end, I concluded that eventually, I'd need to kill this summoner. Chapter 215, 5th Hour. September 6th, 625. You know, this is not a great way to get on my good side. Not interested. I grunted as a knight threw his fist into my stomach. It made me vomit some blood, my organs feeling scrambled. I didn't have my gear on to protect me. They left me to stew there for a while before a healer came and whisked away all my wounds. I took some deep breaths once I was fine again, shaking my head. That shit runs on fucking wishes and rainbows. Fucking hate magic. Magic is what gives you all your money. Please, I'd make just as much without it. I suppose I believe that. With your intelligence, you'd do well anywhere. I lifted my head, spitting out some of the remaining blood in my mouth before looking at the summoner, still masked. So what's the plan here, huh? Gonna beat the shit out of me until I like you? I'm not a masochist. No, I'm just buttering you up for my question. Will you tell me what it is already? Not until I have sufficient leverage. What kind of leverage do you think you can get? You think this is making me fear you? Just wait. He nodded his head to a nearby knight. Break his legs. I want to hear him scream. Oh yeah. I eyed the summoner, my face falling flat as the knight walked over and raised his fists. He brought them down right on top of my thighs, hard enough that I could feel my femur snap in real time. There was a moment of blinding pain, and I used my spark to spam my mind with information in order to get through the initial wave. Once I settled and the adrenaline kicked in, I focused back on the summoner. I started at him, silently. My breath shuddered a bit, but I quickly made it smooth. Yeah, I was definitely going to kill this guy. They're here. A voice rang out, both of us glancing over at another soldier. The summoner waved. Bring them in. He turned back to me as the soldier went to go retrieve some people. I looked at the summoner. Who'd you prepare for me? Who else? Your family. My what? I looked at him, baffled. Then the people came in, a full family of 5, 2 parents and 3 teens. They were shoved into a corner, obviously scared, and obviously not my family. The healer came and repaired my legs. I hissed when the bone was realigned. That fucking hurts, asshole. John Cooper, I will now present my question. For the sake of your family, I suggest you answer quickly. That's not my family, dumbass. I will admit that they were hard to track down, But do you really think that you can hide from us? Now, my question. He didn't give me a chance to rebut, taking a rapier and pointing it at the neck of one teenage boy. Who is your contact by which you communicate with the church? The fuck? What kind of stupid question is that? You think I have some super secret spy that takes my messages to the church? Well, the technology for your planes has been mimicked there. We want to know how you're passing on information to them when you haven't been seen giving them designs in the recent past. So tell me who your contact is or how you communicate with them. Have you ever considered that they have smart enchanters there too? Or that they stole the design like you stole the method to make the bombs? Wrong answer. He stabbed forward, sending the sword through the boy's neck, killing him instantly. The parents screamed, trying to get to him, but knights held them back as he turned the sword to a teenage girl. I grit my teeth. That's not my family. I don't know where you pulled these people from, but you're killing innocents. We've never seen this man in our lives. The father cried out, but the summoner didn't budge. Don't think you can act your way out of this one, Cooper. Hurry and answer. He ended his words by killing the girl. She dropped like the boy, the mother filling the room with her shrieks. He walked to the last teen, who begged. I looked at the summoner. Even if they were my family, is this how you want to play? I'll play whichever way works. Answer the question. You're about to be an orphan. I don't have a contact, and I didn't pass information to the church. Nothing you do is going to make me say otherwise. Let's see about that. He killed the last teen, pointing his sword at the father. Still? I looked at the two parents, the father being pinned, the mother uncontrollably crying. I sighed. You two have my apology, for as meaningless as it is. Then I looked up at the summoner, leaning back against my chair with a neutral face. Go ahead. Go ahead and kill them. He was silent for a few seconds before stabbing both of them, ending their lives. The knights dumped the bodies with their children. I glanced at the pile before looking back at the summoner. So? Satisfied yet? Or are you going to kill me too? No, I'm not. Then hurry up and release me. I'm tired and I'd like to sleep in my comfortable bed for the first time in over a month. I've also heard that you get tired often. Any reason why? Maybe because I get fucking tired? You want to go ahead and ask me the brand of soap I use to wash my ass too? Fucking idiot. That earned a backhand to the face, a few of my teeth loosening. I spit out some seeping blood. We have a few requirements we want you to meet. The summoner wiped his rapier, facing me with that blank mask. First, you are to move out of the Black Spider Hotel. Second, you must associate with the Polaris Bank. Third, you won't step foot into a black market ever again, including the grounds of the hotel. I scoffed. How greedy. Can't stand that I didn't pay taxes on a measly 100 million. Just one of many reasons. And I know Maxwell Albarrane is your teacher, but you'll have to find another way to communicate with him. I don't care how, but you're smart enough to figure it out. You have the next 5 hours to pack your things and leave for a proper residence. Man, that's barely enough time for my nightly jerk-off. Then buy yourself a whore. He turned his head. Bag him. I was dumped onto the street, fully healed with my gear on my body, but still feeling the phantom pains from their beatings. Remember, Cooper, you can't hide from us. I know you'll remember that. Take my advice and don't be a stalker, creep. The surrounding cloaks disappeared, and I was right back to where I was when I was grabbed. I sighed, cracked my neck, and started walking again. It was already morning. I trudged into the hotel, the keymaster smiling at me. It seemed a bit menacing, but I was too drained to care. Hey, keymaster. Good morning, John. You look like you had an eventful night. It was shitty, but yes, it could be considered eventful. Effective in about 4 hours and 43 minutes, I need to move out of my room. Oh. Yeah, but don't worry, I'll give you what I can. How much has it cost to house me all this time? He was silent in thought for a second. For a bit over 3 years, perhaps 55 million coin? Done. Allow me to deposit now. Hold on a moment. He stopped me as I took out my card. How much do you believe your promises are worth, John? I'm not sure. As much as I can give, I guess. So with one promise I could take all your money? I suppose. Then, as payment for your stay, I'd like you to tell me where you were tortured. I looked at him silently for a moment. I'm putting my life in your hands. Indeed, I can utilize more promises if you believe it too high a price. No, no, just one. Then, he took out one of my bullets, handing it back to me. I grabbed it and activated my telepathy. Take 6th Street down to a bakery just before the intersection with 8th Lane. Once inside, there's a back room just behind the counter. Enter it and knock 3 times on the wall, spaced out by 3 seconds each, to the left of the entrance. Once through there, descend exactly 202 steps and turn left. The wall there drags open, revealing another tunnel. Walk down it for approximately 664 meters. There's an elevator platform there that descends into another facility. The room I was brought to was 58 meters to the right, 24 meters left from there, and through a door on the right from there. Very detailed. Thank you, he responded, surprising me a bit. I nodded. Well, I better get up there and pack. No need, Sir Cooper. Take what you need, but know that the room will remain for you when you eventually return in the future. I appreciate it. I still need to close my Polaris account, though. I will notify them in advance for you. Thank you. Then I hope the rest of your day is as good as it can be. He stuck out his hand, which I shook before walking off. I went to my room first, looking around at all the memories before whisking things away into my storage. It didn't take long to empty the place of almost everything that I had bought for it, which wasn't too much since the place had most accommodations in the first place. The only thing I left was a framed picture on one of my counters. It was the picture I took with the gang from Divine Distribution. Plex, Rayla, Libidus, and the drunkard in the background. I took one last glance at it before walking out. From there, I went to the market, walking down the street to the Polaris Bank. The inside was as lavish as I remembered it. Lady Luna was there as well, standing in front of the counter as I walked in. She smiled. John, it's good to see you. Come. I followed silently, walking to a back room. Inside was Maxwell, who frowned at me. What did they do to you? They warned me, and killed a family of 5 doing it. How did you know? You think the church isn't also watching you? Someone like you doesn't just disappear without several important people knowing. I sat down on a chair and sighed. You know, I'm starting to think that I need to move around in secret. I'm not enjoying the paparazzi treatment. I don't think you'd be capable of that. Fucking watch me. How about you just come to the church instead of trying to prove something? I went silent, Luna sighing and stepping between us. I was going to ask a little less obviously, but I have the same recommendation, John. This place doesn't appreciate you. The Keymaster didn't say much, but it's not hard to fill in the blanks. The third claw got to you. That's who they are? Yes. The kingdom has 4 claws. The crown, special operations, and counterintelligence. The 4th claw is a mere rumor, but it's real as well. Fun. I slumped onto a couch, taking out my Polaris Platinum card and tossing it onto the table in front of me. Cash me out if you don't mind. Are you so against joining the church? Maxwell asked, making me sigh again. It's not about being against the church. I've got things to do here. I need to arm these people with weapons that will destroy the scourge. Speaking of, I turned to Luna. I'm going to be passing you my designs for everything. The planes and bombs, as well as the weapons I'll soon develop. I need you to promise me something, though. What is it? You won't let the kingdom find out you have them. If they find out, the third claw will finish what they started. They already know that you guys are attempting to make the planes yourselves. They thought I gave you designs. Sure, I gave Willow some hints, but the progress you guys are making landed me in trouble. She frowned. That would be difficult. They would want to use the weapons once they were developed. I waved. It's either you exercise self-control or I give you nothing. I would prefer the church to have these weapons because they are going to give the kingdom an incredible advantage over the church as a whole, but I'm not going to die for it. Just figure something out, and I'll contact you via aerial later. Are they really so powerful? We figured out a way to create elemental crystals that can release all their power in a single burst. These bombs hold the ability to annihilate entire cities in mere moments, so if you don't want the kingdom conducting a one-sided war against you, then figure something out. I understand. She nodded solemnly, picking up my card. My point seemed to get across. We'll pack the money into a storage. One moment. She left the room, just Maxwell and I within. I rubbed my temples. I can't come back to the markets anymore, so we need to figure something else out. I can come to whatever shack you find yourself in. Don't worry about that. Just worry about keeping yourself safe. Stop attracting trouble. No promises. I replied dryly as Luna came back in. We can implant this storage, John. Would you like to? It'll be bigger than what you have now. Sure. I simply nodded and stood, following her out into another room. They did the implant quickly, the storage going next to my ribcage. All 124 million coin has been exchanged. Thank you, Luna. I appreciate you. Of course. She gave me a quick hug. Then Maxwell stepped forward when I turned to leave. Consider going to the church, John. I'm serious. I know. I replied and left the room, walking out of the market and passing through the hotel. Another quick goodbye to the key master, and I left. I stood outside, feeling the cold morning breeze wash over my face. We were nearing winter again, and it was starting to feel like it. I closed my eyes, sitting there for a short time. That bag they put over my head was quite the piece of equipment. I memorized the enchantment it used, how it diverted and confused my aura as I tried to see through it. My mind palace made it easy to take in that information. I sighed, not able to recreate the effect with my aura. Not yet, anyway. I would work on it, and then those people from the third claw would no longer be able to escape my senses. Whatever equipment they used to scramble aura would be rendered useless, and if I improved it, nobody would be able to track me with theirs. I opened my eyes again. The 5th hour had passed. With a turn of the heel, I want to go find another nice hotel to stay at for the day. I'd have to go house hunting tomorrow. Didn't think it would happen so soon. I had wanted to do it with Amara. Chapter 216. Skunkworks. September 10th, 625. 867 miles northeast of the capital, just 133 miles outside of the wedded city. I stood within a newly constructed village, many warlocks, summoners, and knights running around and carrying out a myriad of tasks. Next to me was Shadowbane. Not far from us, a group of armored soldiers from the Raven family getting a tour from one of our summoners. I gave her a smile. Thanks for the help, Shadow. Please make sure the chief gets my appreciation. I will. Although with all the security measures you have in place, I'll need help just delivering the letter. Heh, I'll get you a summoner. Unfortunately, not even I am exempt from the processes. It's a necessary policy, though. I looked around at all the security guards setting up perimeters and guard posts. There were also patrols out beyond the village keeping an eye on things with magic sensors. This place was known as Wonderland, and it was a brand new testing site for experimental weapons and technology. San had taken my advice some months ago and decided to make a dedicated testing ground in secret. Shadowbane was here because the Raven family was hired as a security force. Off the record, I knew they were independent of the kingdom and I wanted them as a third party, knowing they wouldn't be swayed by the covert powers of the crown, especially after I had my run-in with the Third Claw. In exchange for their services, besides getting paid, they were also going to get priority dibs on our products like the planes. San also made a deal with them for materials like metals since they were rich in that industry. It all worked itself out, and now I had a reliable ally to keep checks on everything and everyone who went in and out of this place. Not that there should be many people coming and going. Part of the plan was to have all of our head designers and enchanters move their families here and take up residence here for the foreseeable future. It was the price to take this job, and while some didn't, many did. After making sure Shadowbane was set up to return to the wedded city, I left for one of the many facilities, arriving at a large office. Inside, there was the team of 26 individuals I had been given. They were almost all of the best enchanters and summoners that San Industries boasted. 2 days ago, I was made the director of the Advanced Development Program, a new sector of San Industries that handled bleeding-edge classified projects. My work had already changed the world, and San agreed with me that we needed a new level of security for the stuff I was about to make. Elemental crystals were great, but almost as important as being able to make them was being able to deliver them. The things I would soon be designing would multiply the efficacy of those catastrophic weapons, and I wasn't interested in more leaks. I also didn't allow the threat from the Third Claw to deter me. I would implement the most thorough security I could so that neither they nor the church could sneak out the information. Even further, I had been inspired after our fun time that night and went on a spree of digital development, creating a new online repository for enchantments and knowledge. It was covered in layer after layer of security that only I knew how to crack. I hadn't finished it yet, but it would be implemented soon. After that, I would have little to worry about regarding keeping designs out of the wrong hands. Is everyone here? Yes, sir. Boris walked over to me, nodding in affirmative. He flipped through a clipboard in his hands. The last one came a few minutes ago. Good. I nodded, looking across everyone in the room. They all went silent and turned to me, waiting for my words. Everyone here was older than me, some by many decades, some by just 10 or 20 years. There were those with white hair, and those who looked even younger than I did. I took a breath before speaking. Good day, everyone. I am John Cooper, your new director. You all are now a part of the Advanced Development Program, codenamed Skunkworks. In this program, you all will be responsible for inventing, building, testing, and implementing the most advanced and dangerous weaponry and technology this world has ever seen. Everything you do here will be shrouded with the utmost secrecy, the specifics of which you've already been detailed on when you signed your contracts. For the foreseeable future, this is your home. For the foreseeable future, you will eat, sleep, breathe, and shit Skunkworks. What we are doing here is not simply creating profitable tools to sell to the kingdom or church. We are all here to develop the worst weapons mankind can conceive of in order to wipe out the monsters vying for our extinction. You all will be the spearhead whose efforts will change the course of the war. My planes, and the bombs currently being dropped from them on the front lines, have already changed the situation for the better. I have friends who are only alive because of those things. There are bases that now rely on my technology to hold off armies of hundreds of thousands. But even those planes won't be able to compare to the devastation we will invent. The weapons that come from this place will redefine warfare. The machines of war that we build will be even more important than entire bases of soldiers. We will multiply the combat power of the entire kingdom tenfold. And while you may not become famous, I've made sure that you all will walk out of this place rich when it comes time to do so. I glanced at a few pairs of eyes, finding the spark of excitement and motivation. I was giving these people not just an opportunity to build whatever they could dream up, but a blank check and no red tape. There would be no limits here, and these inventors loved that. With the centuries of industrial knowledge in my head and some modern guidance, we'd make machines of destruction that would teach the scourge what fear was. They will be slaughtered by the hundreds of thousands, and they will have no human blood to show for it. I smiled, overlooking the warlocks and summoners. Pretty soon, numbers will be rendered obsolete. When that happens, we will take the fight to the scourge, purge them with fire, and take back our land. You all will be the people who make that happen. Just remember that it is not an impossibility, and I will show you the way forward. Now, everyone get to your workstations and set yourselves up. I've got some designs to get us started, and I have no intention of delaying our progress. They all rushed to different areas of the building, booting up screens and nodes. We're ahead of the curve. No need to wait for the enemy to catch up. Through the rest of the month of September, I buckled down with Skunkworks and managed to get 4 things out. The first was the classified repository. It was effectively a website that the warlocks and summoners here could access, and all sensitive designs and technologies were uploaded in their entirety. I also created a system that locked down every workstation in the village. Every aerial, every node, every screen had my systems ensuring that nothing that shouldn't be accessed by someone couldn't be. Nothing could be transmitted beyond the village no matter what, and with physical security, nobody was getting in or out without several people knowing about it. On top of everything, my encryptions could be found on just about every single enchantment that ever went into the repository. Even if someone managed to sneak one out, it couldn't be used without knowing how to decrypt the entire enchantment first. Layers upon layers of security and trust-proof designs. While I didn't believe it was entirely traitor-proof, it was damn close to it. Beyond that, there were 2 weapons that we developed rather quickly thanks to their simplicity. The first was artillery. I designed a type of howitzer that fired shells which contained armed elemental crystals. Upon impact, the crystals would detonate. The hardest part about this was making the propellant that launched the shell. I couldn't use anything chemical like gunpowder. That would require setting up an entirely new industry. I had to make do with what we had, so I just used the one available tool we had already made. More explosive crystals. Nothing like an explosion to propel another explosive device. That's how all firearms worked anyway, and the propellants didn't have to be all that powerful to produce more than enough force to get a shell miles away. The hard part then was making them uniform, ensuring all propellant was the same so as to ensure accuracy. Then I had to write another text on how fielding artillery worked and how to operate everything, as well as how artillery groups had to communicate with scout groups to verify effective fire. I also had to make a system of grids so that artillery teams could strike at targets beyond visual range, which required making new maps, accurate maps, and making a system for aerial scouts to use to build those maps. It was all convoluted. It felt like I was introducing the entirety of modern warfare to this primitive nation, and yet I hadn't even scratched the surface. There were so many systems that would need to bend to my own rules that it wasn't feasible to implement everything anytime soon. The military would likely need several years to properly adapt to the new weapons and teach soldiers how to use them effectively across entire theaters. The war was progressing now, and I didn't have several years to let the kingdom slowly acclimate. That's why, although I made the designs, wrote down the systems in text, and devised everything necessary to implement artillery into the military, I didn't push for it. My focus shifted from there to the next thing we made: tanks. The issue with tanks, and why steeds dominated, was the mobility. Power scaling often dictated that if you couldn't kill something in a reasonably short amount of time, you probably had to run from it because the enemy was so hopelessly overpowered that no amount of firepower would threaten them. You were a pig to the slaughter. So big, heavy hunks of metal weren't ideal unless they were very heavily armored, which made them prohibitively expensive. And if it was very heavily armored, then it was probably heavier than normal, which demanded a drive shaft that could move the thing. And the normal method to turn wheels wasn't that good. Thankfully, though, I had made the mana engine, solving that problem and therefore solving the mobility problem. That meant we could introduce tanks to the field of battle. They would be far more reliable and far more armored than tanks from Earth, and not just because of the power scaling. Like with the planes, these tanks wouldn't need engine bays, and ammo could be stored within storage crystals. Knights could lift shells easily, which made manual loading far faster. That meant these tanks were just giant guns on armored treads, so I made them big and cool. 4 inches of steel would be enchanted to an Authority 9 standard. There would be 2 120mm main guns in the front, and the inside of the tank would be big enough to comfortably house 8 people. 1 person would sight, fire, and turn the main guns. 1 person would drive the tank, 2 people would be the loaders, and 4 people would man 4 turrets around the tank. It was big, it was bulky, and it was heavy. Without the need for an engine bay, the entire interior could be utilized. It was as tall as a steed, several times wider, and it would dominate the battlefield. I could already imagine a whole battalion of armor steamrolling through thousands of scourge, unleashing hell, and nothing able to do a damn thing about it. It was a beautiful thought that I was determined to make reality. And to do it in a more timely manner, I told Son that he should probably outsource the construction of the tanks to the Wedded City. They would make money that way, and we would have less of a load on our already massive plate. Son still had his hands full manufacturing planes and went on a hiring spree because of it. He didn't also need to worry about tanks. He agreed and started writing up the deals as I assigned some people to adapt the howitzer tech to the main guns. I also implemented environmental control systems and other miscellaneous niceties that would ensure the crew couldn't be burned out or something like that. Finally, the last thing I had the team start working on was missiles. Planes needed more weapons. The turret Son Industries was famous for weren't good at extreme ranges. Therefore, I decided to start making missiles. This was both simpler and more complicated. It was simple in the fact that I simply had to make a metal tube fly with an explosive crystal inside of it. The hard part was making it fly where I wanted. For that, I had to delve into another field I had touched upon when messing with the data repository for the workstations, programming, and the sensors that could be programmed. There were such things as magical sensors, but they weren't amazing. Precision was an issue, and that demanded complexity in data. Aerials were the first step toward computerization magic, and Son had long ago given me the full schematics for them. I knew how they worked. In the end, it was nothing but a bunch of instruction sets. I could use that for other things, so I adapted the tech in order to not only make some magic sensors, but guidance systems. The main guidance system would follow a beam of mana, almost identical to a laser guidance system. That, in turn, required a special tool as well as a way to mount that tool to a plane. It would also demand a co-pilot who could control the laser, which would demand another model of plane. That wasn't the only kind of missile, though. There were big ones, small ones, dumb ones, smart ones, hellfire ones, high explosive ones, and more. I made enough variants to cover a variety of situations, primarily crowd control and close air support. They could also be carried by helicopters and missile launchers designed for them, because there was no way I was going without an Apache. Needless to say, the Skunkworks team had a lot on their plate. I was able to give the general designs as well as the core enchantments, but it was their job to refine, build, and test everything to make sure it worked like we wanted. It would probably take several months to get all of these projects into the field, but it was worth the wait. These weapons, as I had said many times, would change the way war was fought. It would, of course, also change the power dynamic between the kingdom and church, but that was a price I was willing to pay. It wasn't like I wouldn't give the church my designs either. As soon as Luna came back to me with a promise from the church that they wouldn't get me killed by openly fielding my work, then I would send everything. As the person with the highest clearance and knowledge of how everything worked, I naturally made myself admin and left backdoors in several places throughout every system I created as well. I could transmit and delete anything I wanted to without anyone being the wiser. Now, it was all about timing. I set everything up nice and neat for Skunkworks to work on while I went back to the treehouse. Unfortunately, I was still under contract to fight. Not that I didn't think it was good for me. Getting back out in the field was a good way to keep track of things and keep me on my toes. Life in the capital was peaceful. It was easy to get complacent and lazy. I needed to keep sharp. I needed to keep reminding myself about what I was fighting against, garnering inspiration for more weapons. I was getting close to Authority 7. Although I had gotten distracted more often than not, I was diligent and about to finish comprehending the next advancement formation. After that, I'd start cultivating power and develop my next spark. I was looking forward to it, and the battlefield was a good place to exercise my psycho with machine gun fire. Chapter 217. Just as good. October 12th, 625. One last time. I muttered and closed my eyes, letting my aura concentrate before infusing psycho into it. My advancement formation bloomed. Dozens of formations started to appear, two at a time, taking several seconds to form each one. I utilized my visualization ability to its fullest as the formation count rose to over 30. Soon, I had 8 clusters of 6 formations each, a total of 48 formations. Then, I started forming the connections between them, mediated by hundreds of arrays, each array sporting over a dozen connections each. There were well over 10,000 total connections I had to make. Without my visualization to keep track of everything, I felt like this would take another several months of constant practice to complete. But my power had reached a new height, and so after several minutes, I was able to string the last connection, intertwining all 48 formations into one cohesive whole. It flashed as soon as it completed. I faintly felt that the formation desired to finish itself in a way, the last connection falling into place with an almost magnetic pull. It instantly told me that not only had I completed the formation, but it was entirely correct. I focused on the formation, creating an image of it in my mind. Once memorized, I washed it away before reforming it. Instead of several minutes, I managed to shape the formation together in 2 this time. I smiled, satisfied. Finally complete. Now I can start working on developing that spark. My second spark was still just a kernel of potential. This advancement formation would transform it as well as the rest of my mind once I advanced. It would be a big advancement too. Authority 7 was a threshold, obviously because I was making another spark entirely. Once I got past it, not only would my sheer power take a huge jump, but my memory, computational ability, and visualization would undergo radical changes. That wasn't even considering the 7th star that I would be unlocking. I was excited to see the weapons beyond it. I opened my eyes, looking out the window of my plane and seeing the landscape outside of the treehouse. We made our approach. The plane touched down and braked to a halt on the runway. Once we touched the ground, I could feel the tremors from bombs being dropped in the distance. It hadn't calmed at all since I left. The FOBs had fallen, but the treehouse continued to resist. We had total air superiority, but there was a fine balance being struck that made victory an uncertainty. I disembarked and used my boots to glide across the ground and get to headquarters. Once inside, I went to the war room and found Polly. I waited for her to delegate the last of her tasks before stepping forward. Good to see you, John. You too. How's it looking? Not great. We're holding them off, but I don't know for how much longer. The Scourge overwhelmed the last of our forward bases 6 days ago, and now we're on the defensive again. I'm attempting to use the bombers to try and disrupt the construction of that intestine, but it hasn't hindered them at all, it seems. They keep sending monsters by the thousand. I looked down at the map, memorizing it. There was far more detail, but all that did was paint a worse picture. The Scourge was slowly encroaching on the battle lines we established with Operation Breakwater. Planes were coming in and being launched at every opportunity. Pilots were getting plenty of air time, doing as much damage to the Scourge since it was nothing but free kills. There hadn't been a single down plane since they arrived, though there had been damages. Thankfully, there were few systems to destroy, so even with horrible damage, the planes were all able to make it back home. We would see how long that lasted. For now, though, air superiority was giving us a hell of an advantage. Despite the pressure mounting, casualty rates had only gotten lower. Pound for pound, we were actually setting performance records, and it was only getting better as the troops adapted to their new weapons and support. I didn't know if it would be enough, though. I could see the wave of red on the map, getting closer and denser. In the distance, the occasional bombing run was being made to destroy some of the intestine, but there was so much that it seemed futile. What few bombs the treehouse had in inventory needed to be spent killing monsters. We currently had a combat population of 130,000. The treehouse had become a full-blown stronghold, and there were tens of thousands of troops beyond the wire at any given time. We had gotten reinforced with several brigadiers and a couple marshals, not to mention the sovereign that had come during Polly's promotion. That guy made himself scarce, but he was here for a reason. There were sovereign-class royals not far away. Jasmine and I had already encountered them, had gotten attacked even in the XR-11. All that intel had already been passed up the chain, and so now everyone knew that the Scourge was conducting a full-blown assault. There would be no rest. They were here to overwhelm us, and they had no issue using hundreds of thousands, if not millions of monsters to do it. I wondered if we'd be able to get out enough planes and bombs fast enough to circumvent them. Where are the snow doves? Reinforcing another battalion to the northwest. Is there a helicopter that can get me out there? Not at the moment. All aircraft are in the sky or refueling. What about a group headed their way? Right here. I pointed down. There was a planned route for a company to take, one that would be coming close to where the snow doves were operating. She frowned. They would still be separated by a distance of 12 miles. I can cover that. By yourself? On a battlefield? Haven't you read my file? I've got a pretty good aura. You redacted your own file. Oh yeah. I chuckled a bit, getting the information for the company that was about to deploy. Don't worry about me. Just get me in the fight. Fine. Watch your legs and stay in contact. Roger. Enemies left. Warlocks, get fire on them. Raise barriers. Pull those guys back now. They're about to get surrounded. Turrets face front. Someone get us some air support. We've got another wave incoming. Screams and explosions rang out over the battlefield as the sun set, the turrets on multiple steeds firing without rest. Wounded troops were hauled through their open hatches, healers doing what they could to keep the critically wounded from dying so soon. Lines of knights with shields and spears surrounded the steeds, keeping waves of monsters from reaching beyond them. Warlocks rained hell upon the clusters of enemies, area spells blowing apart dozens at a time. Yet there always seemed to be more bodies to replace the dead. Nanan and Amira locked themselves in battle with 2 Authority 10 royals. Nanan had his on the back foot, but this one was tenacious, while Amira was equal with hers. Nanan knew he had this battle in hand, but the longer he delayed, the worse off the rest of the troops would be. They would get swarmed while he was doing battle, and if that happened, they would not only lose the remaining battalion they had come to reinforce, but lose a huge chunk of his snow doves. Thankfully, his chiefs were putting in good work. A few of them were recently arrived warlocks, and while he had been worried about their abilities, the massive explosions of fire coming from their foci dashed those away rather quickly. But they couldn't last forever. Battles of attrition always worked in the favor of the Scourge. Another wave incoming from the east. Nanan grit his teeth as the royal in front of him laughed. Another surge of enemies, at least 1,000, started surging from over a hill. Nanan didn't know where they were coming from, but that didn't matter right now. One of the chiefs yelled, "Where's our air support?" 12 minutes out. Tell them to hurry up, or they'll be reinforcing a graveyard. Sir, we have an incoming comm request. The chief turned around after launching a spell. Who is it? I don't know. Clearance isn't giving me a name. Just fucking accept it. Send it to my aerial. Roger. The chief lifted his wrist as the connection was established. This is Chief Liam of the Snow Doves. Who am I speaking to? Chief Liam, you're not supposed to send your name over aerial traffic. Who the? Chief Liam was confused for a second before recognizing the voice, his eyes widening. Envoy? Am I so recognizable? Tell me where you need more firepower. Why, yes, sir. We've got an incoming horde approaching from our east. Copy. Moving to reinforce. Envoy out. The connection went dark. The call record wiped from Chief Liam's aerial before he could even look at it. He yelled, "We have reinforcements on the east side." Who? Before Chief Liam could respond, they all heard it. The wonderfully familiar symphony of gunfire. Rattling explosions rang from the east, everyone's heads turning to find a line of red streaks shooting through the air and drawing lines from the lone attacker toward the horde of incoming monsters. Dozens of them started dropping as they ran, those red streaks tearing through 3 or 4 bodies before stopping. The gunfire was unceasing, well over a dozen explosions ringing out every second, and despite the monsters of the horde being primarily composed of Authority 6 or 7 monsters, they fell all the same. Nothing could stop the envoy's weapons except the most powerful royals. Chief Liam was just one of many who could recall the envoy's exploits in intimate detail. His support could fend off thousands alone. He would kill hundreds by the time the monsters even got close enough to launch ranged attacks. With a little support from them, he could cut down entire armies through his lone firepower. Chief Liam grinned as the envoy came gliding across the hill on magic boots. In each hand he held a long metal machine of death, both of them spitting fire and unleashing red lines of carnage. From each of them extended metal belts being fed by the large backpack on his back. In mere seconds over 100 monsters had been cut down, being routed entirely as they diverted their charge toward him. The carnage only got worse as they lined up for the slaughter. Those monsters had little to no sense of self-preservation, but that only fed the envoy's wrath. Without having to worry about that horde, the rest of the troops could focus on what was in front of them. The battle raged, and the envoy's support boosted morale to an unprecedented level. Even those from the battalion the Doves were rescuing started stepping up with their war cries and pushing the Scourge back instead of merely defending. With the envoy here, victory seemed assured. Everyone had heard rumors and tales of his battles after the plains made him famous. John Cooper was a legend among those at the treehouse. Seeing his power like this, though, was entirely different from hearing those stories. After several minutes, the Scourge was cut down, the brigadiers able to bring down their enemies after some chiefs were freed up to help. Once that happened, the rest of the monsters were slaughtered and added to the massive pile of corpses. The battle ended, just like that. Chief Liam watched the envoy and Nanan converge in the center, discussing a few things before bickering slightly and laughing. Nanan was wounded, but it wasn't anything the tough brigadier couldn't shrug off. After that, the healers focused on healing, while everyone else started gathering Scourge corpses. They were amassed into one giant pile before one of the warlocks tossed flames at it, letting the entire pile burn. The envoy looked at that weirdly. "Why are you burning them?" "So we can retrieve their crystals," Nanan responded, frowning toward the envoy. "Your company is so desperate for more crystals that they offered to pay soldiers for retrieved crystals from out in the field where normal harvesting teams can't reach. And since your cheap ass didn't want to get us a new steed, I've got to make some money myself. Hey, I've been working on other things. In fact, pretty soon we're going to have something much better than steeds on the ground. Stop nagging, and maybe I'll make sure you guys are the first ones in them. What kind of death machine did you conjure up this time?" "A tank," Imagine 20 tons of rolling metal with giant guns on them that shoot 2-foot-long bullets similar to my guns. It would be so heavily armored that you could take on the army we just killed on a single tank alone and come out completely unscathed. So long as it didn't take a pounding from those authority tins, of course. Sounds excessive. I'll need at least 6. The intention is to make entire battalions of tanks. Who knows, maybe you'll be the first armored battalion in the military. Will I get a pay raise? I don't know about that, but you'll get to blow shit up so. The envoy shrugged, Nanan rolling his eyes before going on with business. After the corpses burned, they retrieved all the crystals and made haste back to base. Chief Liam made sure to call off the air support as well, since apparently the envoy was just as good as air support. All of the snow doves knew that they were going back to base with another story to tell. Wielding 2 machine guns was a hell of an experience. I felt like Rambo, dumping thousands of rounds like dollar bills in a strip club. Unfortunately for my pool of Psycha, I would need to be a badass for a while longer. As we went back to base, we encountered more Scourge forces and troops battling them. We moved to reinforce, attaining victory before moving on and encountering even more. From battle to battle, we jumped across checkpoints on the way back to base, gathering more troops along the way. Then we made it back to base, seeing an incoming Scourge army in the distance, numbering at least 60,000. The treehouse was sending troops to intercept, but it seemed like a siege wasn't far off. Explosions lit up the night, bombers in the sky dropping their payloads on hordes that could do nothing but watch. Almost all of the bombs were high-explosive firebombs that detonated on impact. However, there were also Hellfire bombs that detonated a distance above the ground and spread other cluster bombs upon the enemy, scattering fire across a wide area and causing more chaos than damage. Either were good to break up enemy lines, but they meant that the night was filled with bright flashes of flame and small mushroom clouds. It was starting to look like a proper war zone. The snow doves were sent right back out as soon as I was contacted by Polly. We couldn't even enter the base. We, along with 2 entire divisions of warlocks and knights, were turned right back around to intercept the incoming Scourge forces. I very quickly dropped the second M60 and stuck to one. Thousands of troops rode out over 5 miles before digging in, warlocks raising barriers and obstacles and knights raising shields just behind them. We were hit pretty hard as soon as the Scourge made contact. Protect our flank. Don't let them encircle. Replant spikes. We need to slow their advance. Don't let the barriers fall. Envoy, Nanan called, my head snapping in his direction. I saw him near the front, looking back at me. We're in this shit now. Let's not get to the point where we need reinforcements. It's time to show me how far you can go. Roger. My voice came out, quiet compared to the nearby chaos, but the Psycha behind it carried my word into the minds of others like propagating sound. I had just under half of my Psycha remaining, but my brain was already sore with use. I was tired, and if I drained my Psycha, I'd get lethargic and want to pass out. That wasn't an option now, though. Nanan was right. We were in this shit. We were the first ones they sent to intercept this force, and they probably weren't expecting any amazing results. They would continuously reinforce us, but chances were we'd be the first to die when shit went south. That's what it meant to be first in. Even Polly was reluctant to send us, but chances were the orders didn't come from her. We were just the closest, and there was probably a major general who saw that and made the call. In time, we'd get somewhat fresh forces from the base, but until then, we were 5 miles out and all alone. I watched the massive horde make its way to us, charging with wild abandon. Royals scattered throughout looking for a target to focus on. Spells were raised on both sides, each one attempting to break apart defensive lines. I just sat back and fired by M60 in bursts, occasionally throwing a grenade into a massive group of Scourge, shrapnel tearing into several of them and incapacitating entire groups. I managed my Psycha, drawing it out, trying to maintain a balance of energy efficiency so that I didn't exhaust myself but didn't slow down too much. It would be a tough battle, but I wouldn't allow it to end in any other way than victory. Chapter 218, Authority 7. The month of October was constantly eventful. It was easy to say that I had received more than enough opportunity for exercise. The Scourge was relentless. There were thousands of troops attacking in massive groups at any given moment. It was common for 1, 2, or even 3 divisions to be sent out for battle multiple times a week. The snow doves were especially busy. There was no longer any need for recon since we had planes, but since we had the intel advantage, we were aware of every scourge force that tried to make a move on us. It was often the job of strike teams to search and destroy those high-strength, low-count forces. Thankfully, we had things like helicopters that could drop us beyond the majority of enemy activity and not far from our objective. Instead of missions taking the better part of a day, it would take hours. It also meant we were getting more missions in general, but I had to pick and choose my dissatisfactions. I may complain, but I wouldn't have things any other way. I was glad to be fighting alongside the snow doves. I took pride in my ability to slaughter thousands of monsters in mere minutes. I could control battlefields, and with me there, my troops were in lesser danger. By extension, with me there, Nanan was able to loosen his restraints and focus on his enemies, leaving the rest of his platoon to me. I didn't want to leave because that felt like leaving my troops to fend for themselves, especially when the scourge only picked up the pace. We were constantly slaughtering them, firebombing them, driving back their hordes. When the end of October came, Polly estimated that we had killed over 200,000 in just that month. However, when the second week of November came and ended, we had killed another 270,000 in those 2 weeks. Scourge armies started increasing from 50,000 strong to 100,000 strong. We were receiving thousands of troops a day, pulled from the kingdom's apparently vast reserves, and yet it felt like we were losing more than we were gaining. Every soldier that died was statistically taking 20 to 30 monsters with them, which was an amazing performance record afforded only by bombing runs. But when 60,000 monsters came, that was still 2,000 dead troops, and far more wounded. 270,000 dead scourge in 2 weeks meant 15,000 dead troops in 2 weeks. And unlike the scourge, we couldn't replenish such numbers easily. They would overwhelm us sooner rather than later. That wasn't even mentioning the battles among the brigadiers. We had lost 6 during October. We had managed to kill 10 in that same time, which was just under a 1-to-2 exchange. After all, we couldn't kill brigadier-class scourge with bombing runs. They affected that stratum of power in no way. It's what the missiles and tanks were supposed to help with, perhaps some anti-personnel explosives I had in mind, but even after a month of development they wouldn't be getting fielded soon. Tanks were getting close, but I had gotten word that they were running into problems perfecting the propellant for the main guns and making sure everything was stupid-proof, as I put it. All summoners knew exactly what that term meant, but it was difficult to implement it. Still, they had prototypes out and Son was building tanks even though the shells weren't perfect. He knew they'd get used and was stockpiling in advance. He also knew that the treehouse was getting desperate. He was sending almost all bombs he produced to us in order to help me, but we were using them just as fast as we got them. 400 planes were coming and going multiple times a day carrying all kinds of cargo, but it never seemed like enough. The treehouse by itself was consuming more manpower and resources than entire fronts. It was like the scourge was entirely focused on us because there was no other base that was taking as great of a hit by a long shot. However, because of that, my planes were showcased as the single greatest wartime invention in the kingdom's history. They were the only reason the treehouse was able to survive so long. They would have been toppled under normal circumstances. The entire kingdom was seeing just how amazing they were. Because of that, the kingdom signed another contract for 2 billion coin with Son Industries for planes, bombs, more airfields, and more aerial systems. Son couldn't actually keep up with the orders despite hiring what seemed like every free enchanter in the kingdom. And although I had to start paying taxes, I was slated to receive almost 500 million coin for my work. I was a rich man by every metric, and yet none of it felt like enough. Thankfully, I was about to acquire more of a different kind of power. With every day that I stressed myself on the battlefield, my cultivation advanced. My second spark developed more and more, by leaps and bounds every time I drained my Psyche and regenerated it using my advancement formation. The Authority 7 Behemoth White Crystal Maxwell gave me had vast power within, but I sucked it down every time I cultivated without issue. My dreams helped as well, as they always did. When the second week of November passed, I was close to advancing. It was then I finally decided to head back to the capital, and I sent a message to Maxwell letting him know that he'd need to ready up. Authority 7 was here. November 17th, 625. Why is your house always so cold? It's like you're not as rich as me. My clothes thermal regulate just fine. I like the cold anyway. Not a fan? No. I never took you for a summer guy. I enjoy not worrying about having to warm up. The snow is bad enough outside, and yet you make me trudge through it without at least warming up your house for me to defrost in. Maxwell grumbled, making me snicker a bit. He acted like his clothes didn't also thermal regulate better than mine. The house I had gotten was toward a more open area of the capital. I had about 2 acres worth of land to separate me from the rest of the populace, and I had modified the property to sport a helipad for my personal helicopter. I naturally had one as rich as I was. It was good to get me from my house to the spire or to the nearby airfield where I could board a plane to Wonderland. The house was big enough, certainly not a noble estate, but it was more room than I knew what to do with. The 2 biggest rooms were my office and bedroom, which was most of what I was concerned about. There were even maids who came in to clean occasionally. I was a personal chef away from living the high life. Maxwell waved. All right, let's get this going. Took you long enough to get to this point. I'd say a year and a half to get from Authority 6 to 7 is pretty damn fast. Yeah. Don't break a hand jerking yourself off. Prep the formations and let me see them. Mind Palace technique as well. I chuckled as he set up the tempering chair. It was a nicer chair than what I remembered, cushioned instead of just wood, with a larger ring of crystal cradles around it. It was also heavy with enchantments. I sat on it in the middle of my sparsely furnished living room before showing off all the formations. The advancement formation was by far the most complex, but with this advancement, I'd also be advancing my Mind Palace technique to a whole other level. I already had some big ideas for how I would change it, and they would cascade into a paradigm shift when combined with the changes my second spark brought about. Maxwell nodded when he saw the formations, starting to slot crystals into cradles. Good. Seems like I was right all along. About what? About everything regarding my call of the fallen angel. It is the prime path for a summoner's advancement. With every authority you advance, you are only proving that. The very fact that you have gotten here means it is the correct path. Now continue. I will wait until your advancement starts. All right. I just nodded, closing my eyes as Maxwell slotted in the last Authority 9 white crystal into the tempering chair. Once my advancement formation was conjured, he activated the chair and immense pressure was placed on my soul, the magicka becoming denser than fog as it clouded the chair. I couldn't see my own hand in front of my face. I went with it and started cultivating the last of my power. I was already on the threshold. I felt my mind open itself to more power, psyche circulating along the advancement formation and coalescing in my mind space. My consciousness was moved to my mind palace. My soul stood within my grand library, the repository for all of my knowledge and memories. In the center of that library was the core where my sparks were. The first, fully formed and churning heavily with computational power. The second, mostly formed, not yet filled with any information. The power around me was so dense that it took but a minute to add another layer onto the second spark and maximize its power. That's when my advancement formation flashed, manifesting over the spark and engraving itself into it. The process officially started. My entire mind shook as it and my soul opened themselves completely. Magicka flooded in, washing through my entire mind palace, so dense that it became cloudy with power that I couldn't seem to find a place for. The walls of my palace were so heavily saturated that they became weaker instead of stronger. My aura, originally cloudy with illusion, went into disarray. My grand library, full of books and texts and pictures, went through a shattering upheaval as my mind attempted to expand it, and failed when I couldn't figure out how to make a library so massive as to accommodate that much power. My home, composed of familiar furniture mimicking my black spider hotel room, was upended. It no longer acted as the anchor by which I remembered things. My memory was so good that it didn't require associating one thing with another to strengthen the memory. That may have been true in the past, but, especially with this advancement, it was far from the case. My memory was about to become perfectly infallible. I could already feel it working, but with that realization I became acutely aware that my mind palace would have to be changed, down to the foundations. So I did what any reasonable man would do and destroyed everything. I pushed on the incoming power, pressurizing it and making my mind palace explode. The walls crumbled, the grand library came tumbling down, books vaporizing and my memories being released into the smoke. Then I looked at my home, and after but a few moments of hesitation, I obliterated it. My realizations didn't stop at the fact that my memory was to become perfect. I realized that my mind palace was more than just a memory technique. It was visualization, and that could be used in more than one way. I recalled all my experiences when visualization massively amplified my abilities. It did so with not just memory, but with my illusions and mental trickery. It allowed me to hide from even Authority 10 Magi if they were duller than Nanin. My visualization allowed me greater accuracy with my weapons, allowed me to connect with them on a level unknown to any human throughout Earth's history. My accuracy became almost as rightfully perfect as my visualization, and so I came to one simple conclusion. My mind palace was not to be a mere memory/mnemonic technique. It was also not to become solely a defensive construct that protected my mind. My mind palace was to become a weapon. In a time when the scourge was pushing harder than ever to wipe us out, in a time when I spent almost every waking moment on the battlefield among my machines of war and brothers and sisters in battle, I devoted everything toward killing those monsters. Thus, I demanded that my mind palace become another weapon by which all else would be perfected, honed, and amplified. A weapon had purpose. It had strengths and limits that could be compensated for by other weapons. Most importantly, a sufficiently powerful weapon became its own shield. And so I created a weapon of my mind. After I toppled everything, I visualized the greatest weapon ever conceived, the framework by which I'd shape the facilities of my mind. War. War was the single greatest tool of destruction. War drove technology. War was used to impose upon others. War was used to protect. Within war, there was intelligence and brutality in equal measures. Intelligence gave tactics, subterfuge, and technology. Brutality was used when intelligence had already borne all the fruits it could give. When the tactics were formulated, when the subterfuge had failed or succeeded in giving its advantages, and when the technology was developed, brutality was enacted with those fruits of intelligence. The scourge demanded that I be a master of both. With brutality, I could use my weapons to slaughter thousands of monsters. With intelligence, I could develop weapons that enabled others to slaughter millions. With a thought, I built the first structure, the all-encompassing fortress by which everything else would be facilitated. The fortress was massive, composed of grade 5 titanium, one of the strongest metals I could imagine. It was circular so as to defend and attack from all sides and lifted upon tall foundations made of the same sheer titanium that sloped upwards into segmented titanium walls towering 200 meters into the air and being 50 meters thick. Everything was further enchanted as much as it could be, the power of Psyche coursing through every inch. Inside of these walls was an industrial complex, not of simple factories but of data centers and fabrication plants. I started on the fabrication plants. It composed an entire half of the fortress and was where I would engage in enchanting and production. I manifested the necessary facilities within, creating tools that eased the design process, that could error check with program systems, that could simulate even better than Sansone simulators could. After all, I had modern equipment, and I had figured out how to program magic. Within these facilities, I could create anything given enough time. Then there were the machines responsible for building and assembling the things I designed, as well as an open field for testing the products that came off those belts. The second thing I focused on was the war room. There I created a massive digital map that contained everything I had seen on maps from the treehouse. Along with the map, there was a console that could coordinate troops and track their statuses, useful for keeping up with the condition of platoons and enemies during active combat and developing tactics and strategies. Beside the war room was the armory, the third facility, a place where I cataloged all of my weapons and armaments. I'd be able to create loadouts for different situations, streamlining the summoning process. The fourth thing I focused on was the command and control center. It was at the top of the titanium fortress, way up in the sky. It was there that I created the coordination systems to operate things during wartime. From there, I would guide myself and others during battle. It was different from the war room. One was for tactics, the other was for operation. One demanded intelligence, the other demanded brutality. In the CCC, I'd control my body like the weapon it was. The war room would pass me the tactics and updates from everything around me, but it was ultimately up to the CCC what I did and how I responded. I gave myself a captain's chair and everything, one that sat behind a dozen screens that could track information and consoles all around that allowed me to respond to new developments. After building that, I took a step back, thinking about a few more things and making additions to the fortress as a whole. I separated the walls into 4 sections, and on the first section I inscribed Anarchy, leaving the other 3 sections blank. After that, I went across the walls and added turrets. Some were huge autocannons, others were missile batteries, others were large-bore cannons. I added missile silos behind the walls and added dense razor wire to the base of the walls, as well as some point defense and anti-air just behind the main turrets, and mortars and artillery within the walls for indirect fire support. I smiled and nodded approvingly. Attached to every single weapon were thick belts of ammunition or stockpiled armament just waiting to get fired. Now it was a proper fortress. I also added my living quarters, a mimicry of my hotel room. While it was no longer an anchor for my memories, it would still be a familiar place for me to reside and rest. Last but most importantly, I went and made the data center. Located at the core of the base, the data center was where the core of my intelligence resided. It went all the way down to the foundation, and upon it I built 2 sectors. The first sector was for my first spark. It was a sector that I placed my spark into and surrounded with supercomputers. The supercomputers would take the processing power from my spark and distribute it accordingly to the rest of the fortress with thick fiber optic cables. To anybody else not from Earth, the sight of this complex sector was unintelligible, looking like a jungle of metal and wire. However, I took it a step further and restructured my visualization of the spark entirely. I allowed it to take the form of a basic AI. It's effectively what my first spark was. It was a secondary processing unit that could act as a miniature mind. I could give it tasks, draw on its extra computing power, or have it control things like my telepathy, automating functions so I could free my mind up for other things. The spark was implanted into a projection device and attached with hundreds of cables to all the surrounding supercomputers. After setting up cooling systems to cool the supercomputers with liquid nitrogen and exchangers to bleed heat to other radiative systems, I activated the device and projected my visualization of the spark. An image appeared in the air above the device. A massive network of lattice nodes connected in a pattern similar to neural networks and glowing a deep red, symbolizing the heat that such computational systems would normally generate. It hardly made sense, but it's how I imagined this crystal spark being translated into an intelligence similar to a brain. However, there were gaps all across the projection. I knew what they were. It was the memories required to run the spark. So I moved on to the second sector. The second sector, where my new second spark was placed, was a bit more comprehensible than the first. There, I put together a center for all of my knowledge and memories. There were data racks stacked on top of each other and neatly placed throughout the room. On each rack were not hard drives, but data crystals. It was a cross between hard drives on Earth and orbs on this world. These data crystals could store magnitudes more information than normal hard drives, and there were 50 of them in each data rack, each crystal having an optical reader attached to it, which broke off into a fiber optic cable. There were hundreds of data racks, tens of thousands of data crystals and fiber optic cables that all shot up to and traveled across the ceiling in neat, organized bundles before dropping to the spark. After hooking the spark up to a projection device like the first and connecting all the fiber optic cables, I activated it and saw the image. The other half of the crystalline neural network appeared in the air, glowing cold blue with inert information rather than active data, the opposite of the other spark. With a nod, I left the second sector, moving to the true core of this data center. I reached the last empty room and pondered before running 2 massive fiber optic cables from the 2 neural networks and attached them to a singular device in the central room. The device was another orb, sitting upon a pedestal, about 3 feet in diameter. The 2 cables latched onto it from the left and right, spitting their data straight into the orb, both visualizations of my sparks converging into one image. It appeared within the orb, a dense purple neural network. They filled each other's gaps, each one capable of taking from the other without any inhibition or delay. It was almost like an actual brain, 2 sides of the same coin coming together into one cohesive whole. I sighed before enchanting the pedestal and connecting this data center to the rest of the base. My entire mind palace flashed when that happened. Conduits engraving and flashing across every wall and floor, every system connected to every system. That's when the data center changed, the small room with the pedestal flashing as the walls took on projections. The small, dark, metal room bloomed into a massive white space with paneled walls, floors, and ceilings with grid markings all over them. I looked at the pedestal and touched the orb, thinking of something. Cat. The room changed, becoming a shelter where a dozen cats were held in cages along walls. Then it shifted again, showing a house, a kitten running around the living room and chasing a child pulling a string behind them. It shifted once more. An adult cat curled into the lap of the child, now a teenager. It continued shifting, turning into a forest, where I saw a tiger prowling through tall grass. It shifted from there to show a lion in a savanna, chasing and hunting a herd of prey zebras. Then when I willed it, the images flashed away, returning to a blank room. Above the orb was a search bar and a word within that bar. Think. I muttered, understanding that this place had just become more than some cold storage for data and processing. It had become more than I initially conceived. A secondary mind that could, in a way, think for me. I only had to think of a cat, and this facility would hand me every detail about a cat within my mind. It would be perfect data that I could pull on with my Psyche and aura directly. I wasn't sure what this meant for my illusory abilities, but it was immediately clear that my auric technique had just taken a hardly fathomable step forward. I gave a simple nod and left the data center. I backed away and saw the entire mind palace. I made sure it had enough facilities to support what I do in the future, including a place dedicated toward processing advancement formations. This place would become my weapon. It would conduct war, and it would excel at every facet of what war entailed. It was my war machine. It was brutalist, utilitarian, but that's what war called for. I wouldn't give the scourge the luxury of flair or finesse. I would slaughter them with utter efficiency. But of course, this massive fortress would need power to drive all of its functions. I rubbed my chin before looking beyond the fortress at the flowing vortex of power that was my Psyche. The pool had expanded to many times what it was before. Just like this fortress was several times bigger and far stronger than my previous palace, the vortex was not just 5 or 6 times larger, but thicker, denser. I shifted that vortex, gathering up the rest of the lingering power through my mind and situating it above the fortress. Then I made it flow downward, the vortex converging in the center of itself before dropping like a beam of light and shooting into the fortress. The entire structure flashed, every conduit nearly overloading before it was all saturated with dense power. That's when I finally felt my mind blank, my consciousness disappearing for an undeterminable amount of time. Maxwell sat on his own chair not far from John. Initially, he had simply activated the tempering device and waited, sipping a glass of wine and reading a book, bored out of his mind. Not that he hadn't often been bored these days. He had long learned to deal with it and be idle. Several hours passed, though, and John was still going through his advancement. So much magicka was flowing from the tempering device that Maxwell couldn't help but be worried for the kid's body. It was supposed to temper him, not kill him. But from the density of vigor radiating from John's body, he had to be at least at the Authority 3 or 4 standard for knights. Of course, John couldn't actively use any of that vigor, but it still strengthened his body to an unbelievable degree. He couldn't help but wonder what was happening in his mind that took so long. The Mind Palace technique should make things go by quicker. Maxwell had managed to develop the technique for himself. It was rudimentary since he couldn't take advantage of an advancement to entrench the technique, but he found that it greatly helped with keeping his mind balanced. His broken vessel was prone to overexerting itself. The Mind Palace was a good way to stabilize himself. He could admit that this student of his had come to him with an amazing thing back then. What John was doing was something different, though. He decided to take a nap while waiting, slumping a bit in his chair. That lasted for about 4 hours before he was startled awake. His mind picked something up, a vast, impenetrable aura that threatened to blast his own away. But it didn't. Maxwell's eyes snapped open just in time to see it. John's power was solidifying, his mind palace finally taking on form. It was projected through his aura, and Maxwell felt like he could see into John's mind. He barely understood what his senses took in. A metal fortress of colossal proportions, armed with inconceivable weapons of such destructive force that the only reason he could comprehend their power was because Maxwell himself had seen what the height of sovereign power looked like. The vortex of power that converged down upon the fortress with a beam of light was the only indication of the level of power behind those weapons. It was impressive, but nothing that surprised Maxwell. No, what he found hard to comprehend was the sheer complexity behind what lay within the fortress, in its deepest depths. Visualizations of devices so utterly dense with computational power that no human could possibly hope to match it, not even the greatest summoners. Worse yet, it was real technology, not simply a baseless visualization of something John didn't understand. Maxwell could sense these things in John's aura. Every weapon, every construct, was something that John created because he understood how they worked and what they could do. The issue was that none of those things were within the bounds of what this world understood. He sensed one thing that gave it away. Sure, there were hints of things from their world within that fortress, but Maxwell could sense the distinction in that fortress, as if John himself was speaking its characteristics into his mind. It was earthly. It used modern design, ballistic armaments, grade 5 titanium alloy, microelectronics. It was a war machine. It was of another world. John is not from this world. Maxwell reeled when the whispers came into his mind, pulling back his aura and scowling at the adult man before him, willing himself not to be terrified of the fortress's ability to wipe him from existence with a single one of those thousands of cannons and missiles. It would be shameful to show weakness before his student. It would be lowly of him to show inferiority before someone who came from an entirely different world. He gradually calmed down, John's mind closing itself off as the advancement completed. Maxwell let out a long sigh, shaking his head and rubbing his face in exhaustion. What terrible place have you come from, John Cooper? And what terrible things have you been brought here for? Chapter 219, Any Other Way. November 17th, 625. My dreams felt like a recollection of my entire life. I saw my earliest moments as a baby and the complexities of the knowledge that I had learned later in my life. Every piece of information within my brain was flashed into my mind, as if my memories needed to be reburned into my neurons. Perhaps that's exactly what I needed. A new mind demanded a new way of seeing things. I may have the same memories and knowledge of John Cooper, but after this advancement, I would never be the same man again. It wasn't necessarily a change of personality. With anarchy there, my principles and values wouldn't undergo any seismic shifts. My philosophies remained the same, but that didn't mean I would approach things the same way. I no longer had a human mind. That much I quickly accepted. As if I hadn't before, I had officially surpassed the bounds of humanity. A perfect and infallible memory, two sparks that gave me a second miniature mind, speed of thought so fast that reality seemed to slow instead, and an aura so powerful that perhaps only Maxwell in his prime could see through the complexity of my illusions. To impose myself on other minds was simplicity itself. Right now, the only reason I didn't know the limits of my power was because I had yet to use them on anyone. I was eager to get outside and observe like I had when I received my crown and first opened my golden eyes. I knew Authority 7 was a major stepping stone. It was the time to create the second spark, and those major milestones were also opportunities for major temperings. I knew my power would advance. I knew I would restructure and improve my mind palace. I hadn't anticipated that I'd take it this far. I opened my eyes, taking in the images around me so fast that I couldn't keep up with my own mind. I verified what I was seeing dozens of times over in the span of 2 seconds, and only then could I finally accept that not only had I seen correctly, but I had done so in the smallest fraction of a second. It seemed the density of my neural matter skyrocketed. The changes to my mind brought changes to my brain, which brought changes to my neural connections, which brought changes to my senses, strength, acuity, reflexes, and every other voluntary system in my body. It was slow. I turned my head slowly, at normal speed, watching Maxwell slowly enter my vision. Then his mouth moved, and I knew what he was going to say before he even spit it out. Kodash. Thanks. So you dash. Yes. I nodded, knowing exactly what he was talking about. It seemed that my predictive ability skyrocketed along with everything else. Maxwell assuredly knew what kind of power I had attained. He sighed, putting up his hand. I took that as the signal to let him speak full sentences, even though with every syllable that came out of his mouth his full sentence was replayed in my mind, like I had heard it 100 times over before. You will need to learn to slow yourself down and let normal people speak complete sentences. You'll piss people off if you interrupt them or assume their words, even though you'll almost always be on the mark. I know. I know you know. Just make sure to actually do it. After I got to Authority 10, I had a hard time, listening to every imbecile mumble out their words dozens of times before actually getting their sentence out. I could play the entire conversation out after someone's first 3 words to me and knew the end result after the 4th word left their mouth. Few summoners understand this problem, and now you're one of those few. I sat there, tuned out after Maxwell's first sentence. It felt like I was thinking faster than I could keep up with, but I knew that was just because I had no memory of my mind ever moving so fast. I wasn't used to it, so to speak. I would have to train myself with time. That was difficult because every second felt like a minute. And when a minute went by, I realized that I had thought about the things I needed to do all throughout my life, pondering ongoing enchantment projects, how I would kill that summoner from the 3rd claw, how I'd have to contact Gans and get myself into special operations, but not before I settled things at the treehouse. I needed to get back to the treehouse. Things would only get worse. The time for intelligence was past. Brutality was now the only option. There were no more weapons to develop, no more OPSEC changes to implement, no more improvements to tactics to be made, no more adaptations to my weapons necessary. The Scourge was throwing everything at the treehouse, and there was nothing more I could create to increase their odds of fending them off. Adding my personal firepower to the equation was the only option left. My newfound power meant that I would have a far heavier presence. My 7th star meant that I'd have greater weapons to take advantage of this power. In my mind space, I suddenly looked up, realizing I never broke down the barrier to the 7th star. With a quick thought, I did so, the barrier disintegrating under my power. Then I sent a powerful drone of projection into the dimension, cataloging several new weapons into my armory instantly, measuring their pros and cons, creating new loadouts for different situations. John. Yes? You're not listening to me. No. Oh Lord God, give me the patience to deal with this disrespectful brat. I pondered as he sighed. The new weapons had finally put me into the modern era. Even further, the dimension was looking like an online weapon store of expansive armament. That meant modular weapons, things I could put together, attachments, optics, bells and whistles. I also saw ammunition variants. I was glad to finally take the hurdle into the modern era. I wouldn't be limited by technology anymore. I'd have the best that money could buy in the 21st century. It was just a matter of taking the time to find it. All right, hurry up and take your next advancement formation. I got an orb thrown at me, catching it absent-mindedly and infusing my psyche. The entire thing appeared in my mind. I frowned when I felt pain in my brain, the sheer amount of information overwhelming me for just a moment. Given some seconds, I was able to process what I was seeing, understanding that another dimension had just been added to my advancements. This formation will get you to Authority 8 and pave the path for Authority 9. Since you have a perfect memory and that monstrous fortress in your head now, it shouldn't be too difficult. You saw the fortress. My eyes snapped over to him, Maxwell nodding. I did. You must have seen some things you don't understand. Yes, but I've decided not to ask. I don't know if it's right for you to tell me. If it was through my aura, then you learned some things. The weapons, the tech. It's from Earth, not here. I was distinctive about that. You know I'm not from this world. My words echoed in his mind as well as his ears, causing him to nod. Yes. Well, it's good to know there's at least one person from this rock that knows my secret. I leaned back, not particularly worried about Maxwell knowing. Have any questions for me? Yes. Those weapons. Those microelectronics? What are they? Tech from my world. The weapons are ballistic cannons. They work like my guns, just bigger. As for the microelectronics, they are miniature assemblies of transistors, made from laser and chemical etching in silicon wafers. I'd have to describe 2 centuries of technology for you to begin to understand what they are, but at their core, they're rocks that we crafted to do math. Math? Yes. With enough math, you can do anything. They run computers, which are like aerials, except they can do thousands of times more. The ones within my fortress are supercomputers, but in the end, they're only visualizations and don't carry the same capabilities. I see. He looked at me weird, making me shrug. Don't be surprised that you can't understand computers. Just know that my world is close to 1,000 years ahead of this one in technological development. The only reason it's not 2 or 3,000 years ahead is due to magic, which my world doesn't have. No magic? At all? None. That means no enchanting, no crowns, no spells, no superhuman knights, no uber-smart summoners. Just normal humans using their intelligence to build amazing things. Though most importantly, there wasn't any scourge either. It sounds like a peaceful place. Huh, I wish. Depending on where you lived it was, but instead of fighting the scourge, we humans fought each other. Instead of just killing monsters, you were killing other people. It was a different kind of battle, and those weapons you saw were rudimentary compared to the advanced stuff used later in our history, all of them developed for the sole purpose of killing the most amount of people with the most amount of precision. You wouldn't truly understand war until you learn of the kind of wrath humanity can exert through its creations. In a way, all you people here are lucky. Fighting monsters is easier. He sat silently as I brought out a SIG P320 chambered in 10mm, racking the smooth slide a couple times before taking out a 21-round magazine and slotting it in. I tapped the mag and racked the slide, chambering around and flicking the safety off and on. Polymer was often a characteristic of modern weapons. Metal only used where needed to make it lighter and cheaper. I sent the pistol back, Maxwell sighing. So, how did you come to our world? No idea. I was murdered by a sentient tractor trailer, and then I woke up in a grassy field outside a village. I was in the capital soon after where I got grabbed by Plex. I see. There's no reason you can think of as to why something so impossible happened. Not that I know of. He went silent for some seconds before waving and standing. All right, you can tell me more later. Settle your advancement and focus on your business. I'm tired. Will do. I'll be going back to the treehouse soon. The scourge is going full force and I'm needed. You need to be careful, John. Maxwell turned to me after I stood up and let him take the tempering chair back. You're still vulnerable. I know your illusions are powerful, but it takes one wrong step to be targeted by something your aura won't work on. It would be better if you simply stayed back and continued to invent things that can help the war. Your planes have already done wonders. Don't put yourself in danger when you don't have to. I will be going because the time for invention has passed. I got the planes and bombs out. Now, the scourge is trying to bring down the treehouse, and there's nothing I can invent that will reach there in time to affect the situation. That means I need my boots on the ground. When there's no more thinking to be done, action must be unhesitant. You're being reckless. I'm being a soldier. I snapped back. You want to know why I'm here? Well, I would reckon that I'm here to bring the might of my world's war machine to this planet and defeat the scourge. I have access to weapons that can unleash volumes of devastation you can't imagine, and I've received the ability to further imbue those weapons with magic power. Those planes I've invented are children's toys compared to the aircraft on my world, nothing but mimicries of historical antiques. I leveled my eyes at him, noticing his neutral face. It took me some time to come to terms with why I was brought here. I've never received an answer from anyone else, but chances are, I'm here for war. And as it turns out, I'm fucking good at it. I will bring a new level of warfare to this world as I've already begun to, but I have people at the treehouse who need my weapons to support them. I won't hide in the spire drawing on tables when I have allies fighting for their lives. You know I wasn't telling you otherwise. Maxwell's voice dropped. I noticed how pitiful he looked. He was old, worn, and had seen things throughout his life that I was only starting to live out. I knew he was a veteran. I nodded. I know what you meant. I've always known what you meant when you told me I was being reckless or stupid, or when you gave me advice. Sure, I could sit in the spire, build amazing weapons, and probably orchestrate the scourge's downfall. I could at least dedicate myself to an intelligence position and stay away from combat, using the sheer intellectual capabilities your call has given me to do the most good without risking anything at all. I'll ask you, though. I looked him in the eyes. Would you have done things any other way? He looked back at me before eventually turning his gaze down. He knew I wasn't talking about things from my perspective. His life, his triumphs, his mistakes, his experiences. The wars he fought compared to the life he didn't live. I wanted to know if he regretted what he did, or if he would do it all again to arrive at this very moment. I wanted to know if he thought it was worth it. If he thought that, despite what logically seemed the most efficient and beneficial route, he would have walked down the same road. He seemed to age a bit more as he muttered, almost inaudibly, "No." I nodded, stepping to the door to leave, adjusting my clothes to be more comfortable after sitting for many hours. Once I opened the door, I paused and looked back. I know you must have made mistakes. Everyone looks back and thinks about what they could have done better, thinking that they should have just made the harder or better decision for the longer-term gain. I know this isn't the best path for me, but that doesn't mean I'm going to squander my talent. I know that I have to grow in order to make real change. I just hope that you can trust in my judgment when I decide to get my hands dirty. Maybe even trust that I'm better than you. I gave a small grin when he looked up with a slight glare. Just saying. Your ego knows no bounds. Get out of here. This is my house. I could buy this shit shack 1,000 times over. That's hardly an impressive statement. Leave before I charge you for the advancement crystal too. Heh. I turned and finally left, shutting the door behind me and walking to the helipad. I'd be making a stop at Wonderland for a bit, throw out some new ideas and streamline some designs with my new brain. I also needed to put in an order for Amara's witch hat. After all that though, I'd be on my way back to the treehouse, at least before the end of November. I couldn't let the snow doves have all the fun. How could I not be present for the climax of this war? Chapter 220, Firehawks. We're transferring a few teams to the treehouse for reinforcement. Amara's brows raised when she heard those words. Normally there would be excitement, but if they were going somewhere, it wasn't in good shape. From reports, the Scourge is currently advancing on the treehouse with 1.7 million strong army. The bulk of them are still far away, but the treehouse wants to start whittling them down well before they reach the walls. On the front lines, they are by far taking the worst beating. More reinforcements are being sent every day, but they need a sharper knife if they're going to remove the true threats from that horde. That's where we come in. Gones threw up a batch of intelligence. They had gotten used to seeing so many details after the planes got going. It was impossible for the Scourge to do anything about them, so they had a perfect view of all fronts and all battles at all times. They had yet to suffer a single intelligence failure since then. I will be going with you, but you all will be under the command of Brigadier General Polina. Chances are, some of you will be sent back to Stronghold Charlie. The Scourge has shown signs of activity along Hare's Pass once more, small groups of humanoids only occasionally spotted. That means royals, and they will likely be your primary targets. Amara looked around. There was a platoon's worth of them in the room, the only people that would be going besides the pilots flying the planes to transport them. 36 people might seem like nothing, but Amara knew they were all at least skilled enough to hold off 1,000 times their number. Most of them could fight moderately above their authority, and nobody would hold each other back. She had been pleasantly surprised when she finally got through the first few phases of special operations. Now that she was full-fledged, she got to work with those of the highest skill level in the entire kingdom. They all had impressive auras, skills, and grit. Only King Bloods could give them a hard time, but she wondered if it would be enough. Memories of purple sky flickered through her mind. The sight of monsters using their sheer numbers to pile on top of each other and scale the walls before flooding in with literal tides of poisonous flesh and claw gave her a good idea of what was coming. Sure, they had planes and bombs now, but would that overcome the numbers? 1.7 million was no small number. Amara glanced to her side, finding Fiden and Tana frowning, likely thinking the same things. Like Amara, Fiden had advanced to Authority 8 not long ago. They had rapidly climbed in strength after making breakthroughs with their aura, Amara especially. Only Tana remained at the height of Authority 7, still trying to make a similar major breakthrough in her auric technique. But even they, in all their skill, wouldn't be able to hold off 1.7 million monsters. It didn't matter if they worked day and night, constantly depleting and regenerating their power. If they didn't have sufficient numbers to meet the Scourge on the same level, they'd collapse all the same. That's when Gaon said it. All right, Consider this top secret information that's come down from above. High Command has reasonable concerns that the treehouse may fall. The planes are the only thing that's thrown those concerns into question. Nobody knows which way it can go. We are going there to attempt to provide the edge that we need. Ensure that the main forces don't have to deal with any catastrophic combatants. You will deploy 2 days from now, on December 2nd, taking AC-400. Prepare a full kit. Amara continued thinking before getting dismissed. She walked out with Phaidon and Tana, as well as the 2 others in their squad, Harsha and Jaya. Jaya walked over to Amara's side with a smile. She was a girl only slightly shorter than Amara, with black hair and blue eyes. She was a good warlock like Amara, specializing in healing and alchemy, with a perfect fire and water affinity alongside an enlightened water element. She blended in well with the 3, even though they were often kept to themselves. Harsha still had trouble connecting with them, but Jaya was good at keeping her in the loop outside of battles. Jaya's soft voice was soothing to Amara's ears. Happy to be seeing your man at the treehouse? I'd prefer if we weren't reuniting in a war zone. But yes, it'll be nice to finally give him support. If I have anything to say about it, we'll be running with his platoon. The Snow Doves, right? I've heard things about them. A lot of special operators come from that platoon. I've heard they regularly hunt royals. It's amazing for a summoner to be a part of them. Well, with any luck, he'll be coming here soon. Still, I'm interested in seeing him. You guys regarded him so highly even before he invented the planes. Amara glanced at Jaya before focusing her eyes back forward. Jaya and Harsha were new to their squad. The previous 2 had been transferred for failing to meet their standard. So far, Jaya had been able to keep up, and while Harsha struggled, she didn't hold them back. Amara wasn't sure how to feel about Jaya, though. While she was a nice girl, skilled and easy to get along with, she could also be a bit promiscuous. She had gone between more than a few squads, and there were reasons why. In an attempt to keep her out of trouble and drama, Gans had put her with them and tacked on Harsha. Now they were a 4-woman one-man squad. As for why Gans wasn't worried about Phaidon, it was because he had already turned down Jaya several times before. So while Jaya may continue to have affairs beyond their squad, it at least wouldn't cause drama within. They'd remain combat effective, and Phaidon would continue to be as stoic as ever. Now though, Jaya would be meeting John. Amara wasn't worried about John, but she still couldn't help but get protective. She had already heard about all the correspondence he received from dozens of other noble ladies trying to take him from her. He didn't need another girl making trouble. Just make sure to prepare plenty of materials. We're going to be in constant heavy combat. You should prepare to get cut off from supply lines for at least a month. Roger. Jaya snapped off a casual salute, Amara half ignoring it. As the squad leader, she was the strongest and needed to make most of the decisions. Managing and making sure Jaya had all her alchemical materials was one of her jobs, as was training. We'll meet up in the morning tomorrow for one last spar. After that, we'll prioritize recovery before we leave. Harsha, make sure you have a new mace for the spar. Your current one is fractured. Roger. Harsha nodded more formally. Like Phaidon, she was generally quiet, but Amara didn't know if that was because she was still uncomfortable with the squad or if she was just socially awkward. They retired to their rooms for the night. Well, based on where Amara felt her aura, Jaya didn't, but she had stopped caring about that after the 30th time. She was at least always on time. When Amara entered her room, she stripped off her outer robe before looking toward the small wooden box on her bed. It was the package John sent from the capital. She hadn't opened it yet since she had gotten called into a briefing right after picking it up from the supply room. The important thing, though, was that she couldn't put it into her spatial storage. That meant whatever it had been made with was powerful and likely had some kind of spatial storage of its own. She flipped the latch and tilted the box open, her brows raising when she saw the foliar cuff sitting inside on velvety fabric. It was dark purple, matching her eyes, and it had a snaking design that wrapped up her ear from lobe to helix. It was a matte metal design, making it subtle, and had 2 small encased white crystals embedded in the bottom and top, some enchanted arrays slightly glowing along the body. She picked it up and turned it a few times, smiling at the design before putting it on her ear. It fit snugly. She didn't know how John knew the exact dimensions of her ear, but he had a good memory, so it wasn't that far-fetched. Once on, it adhered to her skin. Then it bonded with her crest and allowed her to infuse her aura into it. Her eyes widened when she saw the massive storage space within, realizing that the two tiny white crystals were both taken from Authority 10 crystals. They were cheaper because they were smaller, but it was still difficult to think about the cost. Amara sighed, thinking about how she'd reprimand his financial hypocrisy before finding the main function of the ear cuff. She activated it, a large black hat appearing on her head. It had an excessively wide brim and a large pointy top, the top point bent, with some purple metal ornamentation around the base of the point. She got up and ran to the mirror, seeing her purple eyes glowing from underneath the brim that extended past her shoulders in width, face palming when she saw how ridiculous it looked. A witch hat? What the hell did you make me pinky promise, John? She looked back at the mirror, staring at it and stepping back, checking herself out from different angles. A smile slowly surfaced on her face. The hat was certainly unique enough, and it was funny to think about how adamantly he insisted on her wearing this. Considering how much coin he would have sunk into it, she really didn't have a choice either. She turned back around, seeing a note on the roof of the box. The larger the hat, the stronger the witch. She chuckled, thinking about how weird of a correlation that was. She looked back at the mirror, getting more looks at herself before there was a sudden knock on the door. Amara felt Tana's aura outside, so she used some of her mana to unlock the door and let her in. Hey, I was going to ask you about Dash. Tana paused, seeing Amara standing there with the hat, her face a bit red. A grin slowly floated up on Tana's face, making Amara scrunch hers. Shut up. I didn't say anything. Your eyes speak for you. He certainly has an interesting taste. Tana barely held back a laugh, walking over and checking the hat out. It's at least pretty, even though I've never seen a hat like this. How much did it cost? Well, based on how much he's making with the newest contract Son Industries signed, the Authority 10 crystals in it, and his general recklessness, I'd say close to 100 million. Holy shit, Tana sputtered. He was serious when he said he'd spend that much? Apparently. And its functions are as good as the money he spent. If I'm seeing these functions right, it's got defensive abilities rivaling an Authority 10 Knight helmet. It can perfectly filter air, quadruples the magicka density around me, can isolate sound, can enhance my barriers, and can insulate magical signatures. This would be a great gift worthy of my mother, let alone me. Wow, must be nice, having a rich boyfriend. Trust me, he'll get an earful when we get to the treehouse. Amara willed away the hat, Tana's brows raising when she saw the ear cuff. That's a beautiful piece. Part of the hat? It's got a spatial storage in it 5 times bigger than my personal one. My. He sure knows how to spend money. Tana chuckled, Amara bringing the hat back out and looking back at the mirror. My boyfriend is a weirdo. A rich weirdo. 2 days passed and Amara stepped onto the C-400 with her squad, taking one of the many seats on the side of the plane. There were 4 specially modified steeds sitting inside, already taking up the bulk of the plane's cargo space. Amara saw them and shook her head. She could still barely believe that John had made something like this, let alone making troops fly. He could create planes with such strength that entire troop carriers could fly. The propellers were already spinning by the time they boarded early in the morning. It was loud and a bit nerve-wracking. Amara had only been on the helicopters. She had no experience on a plane. After everyone was loaded on, including Gans, the massive back hatch slowly closed itself. Almost a dozen clamps locked down once all the surfaces were flush with each other, the co-pilot doing final checks before going back up to the pilot chamber and readying for takeoff. Amara looked behind her as they started to move, watching the runway through the window pass faster and faster. Then they tilted up, her hand clamping down on her harness. For the next 30 minutes, they simply climbed altitude, getting higher and higher, farther away from Stronghold Beta. Then they finally leveled out, Amara relaxing a bit, taking in the view from over 30,000 feet up. Fucking hell. Fiden muttered from beside her, eyes glued to the window like her. The view from so high up was unlike any other. The helicopters didn't climb this high, that was for damn sure. Amara sat there and watched the sun come up, watching it climb over the horizon from a new perspective, suddenly more aware of some of the things John had talked about long ago. the sun, and its place around their world. It was a vast distance away, but if John was correct, it was their world that turned, not the sun itself. It was stationary, their world orbiting around that incomprehensibly massive ball of fire. She could barely visualize it, though. Some of the concepts written in her grimoires were still difficult to grasp. This view helped her with one, though. Just slightly. The flight didn't take long. Amara watched as they started their descent, quickly getting clearance to land. She looked off into the distance, seeing the hordes from above and the bombs constantly being dropped on them. She could sense the towering aura off in the distance, the many hundreds of thousands of scourge marching toward the tiny treehouse, salivating at a chance to kill every human within. Her gaze fell. It was worse than she thought. She had heard the numbers, but it was starting to feel like purple sky all over again. At least John wouldn't be fighting alone. The entire plane jolted from a weighty landing, braking to a halt. After some silence, the back hatch cracked open. They all stood and walked out. There was a colonel there to meet them. Amara recognized her as Jasmine, the woman with John when he stopped by Stronghold Beta. Her eyes had bags under them. The overwork was apparent, and unlike when they last met, Jasmine was in no mood to be cheery or overly courteous. Gans stepped forward to meet her, shaking her hand. "Glad you could be here, Gans. Your reinforcement is timely. Then I won't waste time with pleasantries. Please, lead the way." Jasmine nodded, turning and walking. Everyone followed, going to the headquarters where they were piled into a briefing room. Once inside, Jasmine got straight to the brief. "The situation is rapidly deteriorating despite our best efforts to hold our lines beyond our walls. The Scourge is not only introducing high numbers of common monsters, but about double as many royals as we've expected even in our worst projections. There is more power variance to them, appearing with power levels as low as Authority 5, but those show up by the battalion and they utilize actual tactics that are thwarting our positions. Nevertheless, we need you all to handle the most extreme threats." Jasmine brought up images of their maps, filled with more details than they knew to make sense of. She pointed to the eastern areas. Most of the high authority threats are coming down the eastern flank along with smaller batches of monsters. Currently, we have 4 special companies handling those threats. You all will be the 5th. We will divide you by squadron and send one to each company to bolster their top-end combat power. I understand that there are 6 squads of you, so the 2 extra squads will take up positions in this northern area to prevent any major collapses in key bulwarks. I have your assignments here. First Squadron. Jasmine started listing off where each squad would go. Amara's heart beat a bit faster, hoping that she'd get them placed with the Snow Doves. John should have been notified, and there was no way Jasmine or her superior Polly wouldn't place them accordingly. 5th Squadron, you are assigned to Charlie Company, composed of the Snow Doves and Pathfinders. The Snow Doves are out, so you will leave this room and report to the Pathfinder Platoon Commander Pollux at their barracks first. Copy. Amara nodded, keeping her face neutral even though she wanted to smile in relief. Having friends in the right places really helped. After giving the last assignment, Jasmine looked back up. Each of your squadrons will be under the command of your assigned company's highest commanding officer. I understand that you all are special operations, but we have new ways of doing things here. New threats to keep track of not native to where you've come from. For your own sakes, listen to your orders. I have packets for all of you detailing the various outstanding threats we've come across over the last few months. Monsters to remember, tactics to watch out for, tips to aid in your survival atop the infectious biomats. I suggest you all study them and head to the armory for refits as soon as possible. They will all be pertinent to your well-being in the field. We will take and implement all advice you give us." Gyan stepped forward and took the packets, tossing them out for the squadrons to take. He took the floor. "You all know the drill. We're on a foreign battlefield, and you all will learn from the masters here. Trust your instincts, trust your superiors. If I hear about any fuck-ups or complaints, I'll be handling it personally. This is the first external deployment for all of you. Get used to it, because this will not be the last time you come to bolster entire strongholds with your skill. Am I understood?" "Yes, sir." They all stood and snapped off salutes, seeing how dead serious Gans was being. Considering an entire base was at stake, they could understand why. The war was changing right in front of them, and he didn't want his soldiers making stupid mistakes just because they got cocky. Thankfully, they had all seen how lethal things could get. They had all seen other special operators like them get killed, and it didn't take a mistake to lose your life in an instant. Guns nodded. Good. Now, you all have your assignments. Let's show these people what the Firehawks can do. For honor. For honor. They all chanted, getting dismissed. Packet of information in hand, Omara walked with Fiden, Tana, Jaya, and Harsha to the barracks of the Pathfinders. It was a good distance away, a large multi-story building meant to hold both them and the Snow Doves when they were here. They entered the main area, finding a few dozen people lounging and recovering, pulling most of their stairs. Chapter 221, Commander. December 2nd, 625. Eric's eyes widened when he looked up, seeing the three drop-dead gorgeous women walk in. They all wore the same uniform, one he had only seen once before. They should be a powerful group of soldiers based on their aura. He wasn't sure why they were here, though. Not that he cared much. He looked at the girl in front. Ashy hair, vibrant purple eyes, an intricately crafted ear cuff on her right ear, and an enchanted bracer on her forearm. Her face was sharp, halfway between indifference and haughtiness. He guessed she was a noble lady. The other two were probably nobles as well if their beauty was anything to go off of. One of them, blonde and tall, a more conventional beauty, and the other, criminally cute, hiding a faint allure behind those big, innocent eyes. He could hardly imagine how three women of such standards had come to this hellhole, let alone why they had entered their barracks. He stood, knowing he had to take this chance. Hello, my name is Eric. Can I help you ladies? Gentlemen? He stuck his hand out toward the obvious leader of the group with a big smile. He liked cuteness, he liked conventional beauty, but the way this girl looked at everything around her with faint superiority did something for him. He needed to get a taste of this girl, even if just a bite. His mind filled with images of her underneath him, dominating this haughty noble lady. She refused to shake his hand, speaking plainly, "We're from 1st Special Operations Company, 2nd Platoon, 5th Squadron, here to reinforce Charlie Company. Where's Commander Pollux?" Oh. His eyes widened, as did many others. So she was Special Operations? That made things difficult. Still, he would try what he could. He refused to believe that she could resist him. He had fucked girls who loved to play hard to get, and a bit of confidence wouldn't deter him. He continued to smile, looking into those stunning purple eyes. I believe he's going to receive the Snow Doves. Do you know when they'll be back? Shouldn't be long from now. Shall I give you a tour around the place while we wait? No, thank you. We'll wait outside. They turned, Eric jumping forward. I'll accompany you then. She didn't respond, simply glancing at him before staring forward. Perhaps he should go after her friend first? Eric walked by the cute one as they left the barracks, standing outside as the distant thumps of bombs exploding filled the air. He went up to the smaller girl, putting out his hand. I'm Eric. Hi, I'm Jaya. She shook his hand, making him smile wider. It's a pleasure to meet you, Jaya. I must say, you don't look like Special Operations. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? She questioned, accusingly, a small smile still on her face. Eric shrugged. I just think such difficult and dirty work doesn't suit such a cute lady like yourself. But I suppose that just speaks to your sheer skill. Oh, is that right? She smiled at him before glancing back forward. Not a good sign. Eric picked it back up. You're a warlock, right? I'm not supposed to say. Really? I get that keeping secrets is valuable, but is knowing such a basic thing that important? It can be. You never know, and we don't take chances. It's just protocol. I see. I suppose I'll apologize then. How about a drink later, for all of you? He threw out the bait, Jaya smiling again. Perhaps? We're about to be very busy people. I'm sure we can find a short time. Since you guys will be working with us, I'd like to make sure you feel as at home as you can be in such an unforgiving place. The sentiment is appreciated. A lackluster response, Eric thought. He decided to stop talking, lest he start being annoying. There'd be time later. A couple minutes went by like that, Eric glancing over at the lead girl. She was on her aerial, glancing at it every several seconds. She looked anxious, but he couldn't imagine why. Then, some steeds came rolling in from the distance. Eric watched them, internally scoffing. All the snow doves were pretentious, there because of talent and nothing else. Yet he had never been admitted, even though he went to petition for it himself. Twice. It was probably that scum-sucking asshole who got his request denied. That guy was cozy with all the right people, probably fucking that old general lady for favors. Now he was supposed to be filthy rich after inventing the planes. That's probably why the Brigadier liked him. Classic summoners, using underhanded means to accomplish anything remotely remarkable. And there he was, rolling in on the top of the steed. They came to a halt in front of the barracks, John smiling wide as he jumped down, stepping forward. Eric glanced over when he saw the other girl move as well. She was smiling, and he suddenly had a sinking feeling when they walked toward each other. Then, John grabbed her waist and pulled her in, the two kissing without so much as a hello. His eyes widened, and his gaze turned red. How the fuck did that shit-stained summoner know her? Since when was he in a relationship with her? He glared at him with hate in his eyes. He needed to do something. This summoner had to be rid of. He refused to continue to watch John Cooper get everything he shouldn't have. Money, influence, power, the girl. He glanced between him and the girl as they separated. Making his silent vows, he would take her. If it was the last thing he did, he would take her and fuck her senseless. He would show John Cooper who was superior. That's when he saw John looking at him. Those golden eyes looking into his own, cold and unfeeling. The fuck do you want, you fucking bug? I stared at Eric. I could sense the sheer hate in his eyes, the way he looked at Amara with hedonism, the conviction in his gaze. I stepped past Amara, walking right up to Eric and looking down on him from mere inches away. I didn't care that he was an Authority 7 knight. There was nothing he could do to threaten my life, especially now that I had advanced. He scowled. Excuse me? You heard me. Or is your attention elsewhere? Here, let me help you. I brought out the P320 chambered in 10mm, pressing the metal up against the soft flesh of his neck, imbuing it with so much psyche that it stung his nerves. I let him sense the sheer power behind it. Let him sense how easily it could kill him. He looked down, his body stiffening. I could finally feel a tinge of fear from him, but all it did was fuel his rage. Good. Listen to me close, Eric. You're going to keep your disgusting gaze to yourself. Look at my girlfriend like that again, and I'll find a good place to bury you. I've already got ideas, and if you want to stay alive, you'll refrain from giving me excuses. I pressed into the pistol a bit harder, my voice becoming inaudible, yet still entering his mind as if I were whispering, I know you're jealous. A revolting piece of shit like you could never get a woman that gorgeous. The closest you could get is a high-class whore. So I suggest you go and find one around base somewhere before you get any ideas. Fucking pig. I flicked away my pistol, Eric standing stock still as I went back to Amara. He eventually turned and walked back into the barracks, and only when he disappeared did I hear Amara. She was frowning. Bad history? He's just an idiot. Feel free to blind him if he looks at you wrong. If I do anything, I just end up blowing his brains out. All right. So you advanced, huh? I did. So nice of you to notice. We smiled at each other and linked arms before I turned to the others. Pollux, Nanan, these are our reinforcements. Special operators from Stronghold Beta. These three are my friends from the Magisterium, and I don't know these two, but I thank you for being here. I stuck my hand out to the two girls, the cute one taking it first. Pleasure to be here. I'm Jaya. I hope you'll take good care of me. She winked with an alluring gaze, my smile turning weird. Was she flirting, or just that friendly? Can it, Jaya? Omara snapped. Before I kick you to another squad. Jaya flailed her arms. I'm just kidding. Not my fault your boyfriend is a hunk of muscle. I mean, what summoner looks like that? Ahem, anyway. I shook my head and tried to defuse, shaking the other girl's hand. John. Harsha. Thanks for the support, Harsha. We need all the fucking help we can get. Things are getting extreme out there. Guys, this is Nanan, Brigadier of the Snow Doves, and Pollux, Commander of the Pathfinders. Pleasure to meet you all. The two parties met and shook hands, all of us forming a circle. Nanan smiled. We'll get you all set up on the 3rd floor. We have a few spare rooms. Next mission should be coming tonight. We'll probably leave a couple hours past midnight to set up for the morning. It'll be cold, so pack heavy. I'll get them processed at the armory, I chimed in. They would need to get their gear adapted for not just the snow but the biomat. Nanan nodded. Take your time, but make sure to get your sleep. I don't need you sleeping through half the battle again. That was a safety nap. Naps aren't 6 hours long. It is when I'm still not fully rested. I needed at least 2 more hours, but then you went and flipped the steed. I was in combat, and you were practically begging for it. Just be rested, please. You're the last person I need ineffective. Roger, Roger. Come on, operators. I waved to the others. Let's get you painted. The battle orders came earlier than expected. I woke up in my bed to an alarm on my aerial. I had a call waiting from Jasmine, which I took half asleep. Amara shifted in my arms, obviously woken up as well. Yes? I need Charlie Company to mobilize. Now, I'm about to walk over there for a briefing. We've got incoming. All right. I clicked my aerial, hanging up the call and turning my head down to Amara. We gotta get up.
Now.
Unfortunately. Get used to it, darling. I'm gonna go wake everyone. Gather your squad and meet me in the barracks. We gave each other a quick kiss before I dragged myself out of bed, quickly throwing on my coat so I could warm up and isolate myself from the frigid atmosphere. The winter was coming in full force. I went down between several rooms, banging on doors. All hands on deck. We muster in the barracks in 5 minutes. All hands on deck. I passed through those hallways, descending to the main floor where the vast majority of the troops were. I kicked the door open and started yelling, my voice piercing into the minds of those asleep. Rise and shine, motherfuckers. The colonel is on her way. We got 5 minutes. People started sliding out of bed without word. We had gotten 6 hours of sleep, which left me groggy, but everyone else should be fully rested. I had no sympathy. Stupid magi. Armor went on fast enough. People streaming down from upstairs and gathering in the middle of the barracks. Jasmine arrived soon enough. I greeted her at the doorway. What have you got for us? Everything all right? I think you already know it's not. I was just hoping. All right, lay it on me thick. In short, we've discovered 2 new species. They wiped out 3 companies before we could respond properly. Here. She placed a cradle on a nearby table, dropping in an orb and projecting the images on it. Everyone gathered around, getting a good look at our new enemy. It was cavalry, some odd-looking humanoids with small tusks coming from their bottom mandibles, riding what looked like a cross between an elephant and a pig. They were brutish, more mass than agility, with heavily armored fronts. They were shown plowing through battle lines and trampling across our troops, causing more than enough chaos for the rest of the scourge to pierce through and overwhelm their prey. Proper cavalry. I stared at their image, taking in their distinguishing features and going into my 7th star to find a weapon to counteract them, quickly finding a perfect candidate. If only I could figure out how to mount it to a steed. We've called them hog riders. No shit. They show up in numbers between 100 and 300. The riders and their mounts sit between Authority 6 and 8, and they have natural armor that can resist spell fire from up to Authority 9 warlocks long enough to charge into the lines, especially when they have numbers. They're difficult to take down, and even if you kill their riders, the mounts will continue the charge alongside all the others. I nodded and asked, any behavioral quirks? Weaknesses? Well, they're softer from behind, but you'd have to flank them. Thankfully, they're also slow to turn or maneuver anywhere but straight. Major terrain obstacles slow them down, but those are hard to create on the fly with the biomat-resisting magic, according to recent reports. Besides that, the riders are stupid, and their mounts eat people. That's all we have for now. Good enough. I formulated some tactics, thinking about how we'd handle these riders both on the move and with fortified lines. Jasmine continued. These things move fast and in larger groups until they're ordered to split off and engage our active forces. We have 2 helicopters for you all. For now, we want Charlie Company to be a rapid response force to handle these hog riders as they divide across the field. We already have 2 targets for you now. The faster you get out there, the better. Copy that. Are the pilots ready? They are on standby. Good. Nanan? I turned, looking at the highest-ranked man here. He stared at me, We leave in 15 minutes. All right then. You heard the man. 15 minutes. Armor up and be ready to walk in 10. A few dozen people started running around, grabbing all their gear and throwing it on, preparing for full combat. I turned back to Jasmine. You'll send us updates in the field? Yes. A major force of these hog riders showed up 2 hours ago, about 7,000 strong, yet to split off into teams. Many have been killed, but they're hard to hit with bombs, and they've cost us nasty losses in a short time. We want to nip this in the bud now. Right. I'll go prep then. Hang on. Before I could walk away, Jasmine suddenly placed something down on the table, an insignia for Commander. I know you didn't care to report your advancement, but Polly wanted you to have it anyway. You won't get much of a ceremony, but I know you don't mind. No, I don't. Give her my thanks. I reached out to take the insignia, Nanan snatching it before I could. He yelled, "All troops at attention." His voice snapped most to immediate attention, some others looking up before turning in our direction. He raised the insignia. Under my authority, John Cooper, now among the 7th authority of Magi, shall be promoted to commander. All here bear witness to his promotion. Realizing what was happening, everyone snapped off salutes, some half-dressed, others in nothing but undergarments, all of them surprised. I saw Omara, Fiden, and Tana saluting from the side, smiling at me. Nanan stepped forward and took off the old insignia from my collar, pinning on the 3 stripes and 3 arrows of a commander. Once it was done, we saluted each other. Congratulations, Commander Cooper. Thank you, sir. Our salutes went down in sync, Nanan looking up as everyone followed suit. Back to work. Chapter 222. Desperation. December 3rd, 625. Inside a chopper about 10,000 feet in the air, I brought out the weapon I'd start our battle with. We'd be dropping into an active battle against 210 hog riders who were on the way to attack a battalion of our troops. That was several minutes ago, and they were likely locked in combat now. I was with the Snow Doves in a troop transport. It only had 30 seats, but with a little overstuffing we made it work. Omara sat beside me as I fiddled with the new gun. After my advancement, I was able to project deep into the 7th star. I had no doubt that I had surpassed the power level that Maxwell expected me to have upon advancement. I was above average, even for his call, so that meant I could outright skip some of the early weapons, getting to more of the good stuff. It seemed that the surface-level weapons were from the early 21st century, while the latter weapons were a decade or two older. Weapons didn't change too much after the 1980s, still being used well into the 2000s. The M240 was one such weapon, and the one I had in my hand was the M240 LWS. Made to be lighter weight than a standard M240 and given a shortened barrel and frame, the M240 LWS was perfect for me who needed some level of mobility while retaining a higher caliber and volume of fire. It was much more wieldy than the M60, could fire faster, and they used the same caliber. That meant I could continue to summon backpacks of ammo and feed-shoot the belts to the gun. On the helicopter, I first took off the barrel and fiddled with the gas regulator, upping the gas setting to 3 and thereby increasing the fire rate. I had yet to ever get a jam in any gun I summoned, so I was going to take advantage of it and not worry about what an increased fire rate would do to the weapon. After that, I reassembled everything, mounted the feed-shoot adapter, accessed the feed tray, laid down the belt, shut the cover, and slotted in the feed-shoot. After that, I racked the receiver, placed it into open bolt configuration, and clicked the safety on. Now it was good to go. Omara commented after I was done. That was complicated. The gun looks weird too. It's a machine gun, but I almost forgot that you haven't seen any of my new weapons since the Magisterium. No, I haven't. The last ones I saw were what you used when we hunted together in the markets. The Tommy gun, I believe. Ho ho, well, you're in for a real surprise. That was 2 authorities ago, and these guns punch much harder and faster. I said that while taking out a hollow sight and mounting it to the rails. Once that was on, I settled the weapon on my lap. Omara reached over and felt the body of the gun. No more wood. Nope. Steel, titanium, maybe some polymer for the grip. What's polymer? It's almost like a plastic, but that's not technically accurate. What's a plastic? A petroleum product, very versatile. What's petroleum? It's oil, but not the cooking oil you're familiar with. a hydrocarbon specifically. A more well-known one is octane, which is an alkane with the formula C8H18 that can be refined into gasoline among other cycloalkanes and aromatics. I recognized some of those words. She chuckled at me, making me smile and shrug. Sorry, I've been getting technical recently. I actually noticed. You seem different after your advancement. Something happened? It's just a natural consequence of how enhanced my mind has become. I have an absolutely perfect memory now, as well as a thinking speed several times faster than before. I've remembered absolutely everything I've ever seen, heard, and experienced throughout my entire life. There's an unbelievable amount of information I have access to now. I may have to give you some more grimoires and improve the old ones. That's amazing. Don't worry about my grimoires, though. Let's get through these battles first. I nodded and waited, quickly getting closer to the battlefield. After some minutes, we arrived. The pilot called out, "Get ready to deploy." I looked up at the knights in front holding shields. They'd be leaving first, everyone standing following them before those in seats finally got to leave. I turned back toward Phaidon, who sat at my other side, nudging him with my elbow. Go for longevity. This won't be the only battle tonight. Roger, are you sure you don't want me to stay near you? We can work in a team. I'm sure. Just worry about the hog riders. We need to wipe out as many as we can while we're in the field. Dropping. The pilot yelled, the helicopter landing and shaking with the impact. Then the ramp dropped, the knights charging out. Move, move. Get to the front. Nanan charged out with them, launching himself toward the enemy as soon as he was clear of the helicopter. I stayed seated, adjusting the machine gun in my lap. Everyone in the seats came next, mostly warlocks who followed behind the knights. Me and Amara's squad were last. I turned back toward the pilot. Keep her close. This won't take long. Roger. I got a thumbs up, turning and running out. A few seconds after my boots hit the ground, the helicopter went back up. Amara turned back to face me. I nodded to her. I'll be watching. So will I. I'll see if you're ready to join special operations. She smiled at me cheekily. Honey, you have no idea. I returned the grin and let my aura out. Then, I disappeared. Amara's eyes narrowed when she saw her boyfriend vanish from her eyes. The rest of her squad was staring, scrutinizing the area as he faded from view. After several seconds, they were incapable of finding anything, and knowing he'd probably run off already, they gave up. Jaya suddenly laughed. Holy shit. I think I get what you guys were saying now. Let's get into the fight. Tana, move to the flank. Phaidon and Harsha, take point. Jaya, you're with me. Let's break down their line. They all looked to the battle. A detachment of hog riders had charged a battalion, shattering their ranks and allowing the rest of the oncoming Scourge force to attack with greater effectiveness. The charge had been stopped by now, but the battalion was collapsing and in dire need of help. Amara scanned around, filtering through the surrounding auras and finding the place with the highest density denoting the most powerful combatants. Then she found that the Snow Dove Brigadier Nanan was already slaughtering everything in that area. She turned to the second place with the highest concentration where the cluster of hog riders were, finding that the other Brigadier Amira was also already wreaking havoc. Several chiefs were engaged with the higher-level royals, and the rest of the Snow Doves were nailing down fortified lines to protect the battalion and allow them to regroup. After a few seconds, Amara realized there wasn't any one place she could go to make a significant impact. Even without them, the Snow Doves had it covered. And they're not even special operations. All right, we're going to attack their western flank and slaughter our way through. Let's get the pressure off those shield bearers. Move. Phaidon charged with her word, the 5 of them gliding across the ground and finding their first targets. Phaidon and Harsha charged in first, Phaidon skewering 2 monsters and Harsha moving in past him with her shield, bashing away some monsters that wanted to pounce on him. Phaidon recovered with a movement and killed another monster that wanted to flank Harsha, and from there the two worked around each other. Harsha provided a barrier, and Phaidon used her to line up targets for uncontested kills. Amara then came up from behind, forming small lances of flame and compressed air. They were simple spells considering what she had begun to achieve, and they were unleashed consistently, effective but light on Amara's mana. It was more than enough to kill or maim her targets, and Phidon had no problems finishing the injured ones off. Then Jaya moved to the side of their formation, taking out a canister full of fluid. She cracked open the top, shook it around a bit as it started to leak, and then threw it over beyond her squad's immediate targets. The canister spun in the air and released a long stream of the fluid, flying past several dozen monsters before hitting the ground. Jaya smiled and brought up her hand, flicking her fingers and releasing a spark. It ignited the fluid on her hands, which she manipulated with her mana and threw at the trail of fluid. The trail ignited, and thick green flames erupted throughout the monsters' ranks. They scrambled as the flames engulfed them, screams filling their ears as hide turned to ash and smoke filled lungs. The monsters collapsed after several seconds. Omara turned, narrowing her eyes. "Don't use your resources too early. It's okay. I've got plenty. I'm serious. I have a feeling you'll need to be as frugal as possible. No more this battle." "Fine, fine." Jaya sighed, Omara looking for their next targets and finding the Hog Riders not far away standing in an open area, trying to advance on the retreating troops. The knights that were holding the line they flanked were backing away to reinforce other areas, so Omara decided to continue pushing as long as they could. "Keep going. Go for the Hog Riders. Don't let them pierce through our lines." "Roger." Phidon moved forward with Harsha, Phidon keeping his speed in line with hers. Before they could get far, though, a voice entered their minds. "Heads down. Going hot." Phidon stopped in his tracks right before he made contact with the enemy riders, grabbing Harsha and killing her momentum just as quick. Then, the streaks came. Phidon watched as bright red lines zipped in front of him, slicing through the riders and their mounts. The explosions came with them, sharp shockwaves hitting their ears a dozen times a second and ringing across the entire landscape around them. The riders were cut down 5 at a time as clusters of bullets shredded through them, blowing holes open across their bodies. John's bullets entered from behind, but Phidon noticed that his bullets exited through the armored front of the riders anyway, sending shattered fragments of the hard bone-like material flying. In seconds, a dozen Hog Riders were dropped, and the gunfire never stopped. It was unceasing for a full minute, and in that time the lines of the riders were decimated, cut down by those bright red streaks. Phidon noticed that the number of explosions outnumbered the amount of red streaks there were. Somewhere, amidst all those deadly lines, were even more bullets. Phidon looked to the side, seeing John moving behind the enemy lines. He walked with steady steps, the trigger held down, his aim adjusting for every target he wanted to kill. Sometimes he angled himself just right, and his bullets tore through multiple monsters. Other times he found a tougher enemy and simply put more rounds inside of it. It was cold, mechanical. Phidon could sense no hint of care in John's aura, what little he could actually sense. There was a thorough lack of emotion, John's only focus being the most efficient and effective way to kill the most amount of enemies in the shortest time possible. Phidon looked back, seeing Amara staring with a serious look on her face. Noticing his gaze, she waved, smacking Jaya's shoulder and getting Harsha's attention. "Let's keep moving. Get to the other flank. We'll pincer them from there. Go." They rushed across the battlefield as John continued to fire. Many monsters turned around, but they were cut down all the same. Then an Authority 9 Royal tried to jump on him, but he simply disappeared from view, Amira taking the chance to cut down that Royal from behind. He spent some time in the shadows before appearing with more ammo, continuing his walk, continuing the slaughter. Phidon could hardly believe how a weapon could be so lethal. John had explained to them how those guns worked conceptually, but this was on another level entirely. So many of those bullets, backed by so much power and speed. They were unstoppable, unable to be dodged, the most difficult to block. Their penetrative power was proportional to their unbelievable speed and size, after all. But when Phidon saw John cutting down hundreds by his lonesome, he started to realize not just the potential behind those weapons, but what it meant to be truly powerful. Those of a higher authority were always known as one-man armies. They could kill thousands alone, wield catastrophic magic akin to natural disasters. Phidon always found it difficult to visualize such things because they were often stuck fighting enemies of equal strength, focusing all their power onto one being, learning how to be skilled with aura and efficient with their vigor or mana. But those guns were different. They were efficient. They delivered all their power unto the enemy with no waste. But most importantly, they could deliver volume. Phidon wondered, could he stop hundreds, thousands by himself? Could he not just kill high-level enemies, but kill them fast? Or did it take time? He remembered when John would fight back then, similar to how he did now. Those guns always made quick work of his enemies. It only took one bullet to the head to end an enemy. John knew how to pour huge chunks of his power into singular attacks, empowering just a single bullet, one that would make all the difference and kill enemies even above his own power level. And yet here he was, also capable of slaughtering thousands alone. That was the kind of power he needed to strive for, the level of control he needed to discipline himself with. He stabbed forward with his spear, thinking about how long it took to deliver his blade through the enemy's throat, and then counting each painful millisecond to retract the blade and angle it for the next enemy. Too slow. Wasn't he supposed to be the fast one? But emitting sweeping blades of vigor was wasteful. Did he just have to stab and slash faster? But he could bend space. He was the apple, literally. It had become his nickname after that fateful epiphany. So, perhaps, if he managed to bend space to assist his attacks and kill faster, not just for the sake of traversal, he smiled, thinking he was onto something. If it could move him, it could move his spear. He just needed to refine his control over his aura. He had never used it recklessly after almost killing himself with it. There was an abysmally steep learning curve, and he was still ascending it. He continued to fight, manipulating his aura to try and find that path. That's when Amara's voice came from behind, though. Where the hell is Tana? Phidon glanced around, thinking that he hadn't seen the girl since they exited the helicopter. He ended up glancing at John again, and that's when he saw Tana there as well, following behind John as his barrel spit fire and reddened in the night. He pointed, "She's with John." Amara looked to where he pointed, seeing the girl and squinting her eyes to see a bit better. The strobing flashes from John's gun made it easier to pick them out, but she couldn't see what exactly Tana was doing. She eventually shook her head. "Never mind, just keep fighting." Phidon didn't question much and simply focused on refining himself. In the distance, Tana watched John run out of ammo. The next second he went invisible, completely vanishing from Tana's senses. "No, you're not actually gone," she muttered. She knew this was a trick of the mind. John wasn't gone. He wasn't somehow removing his influence from the world. His body still affected the wind, affected the ground, reflected light. Nothing about him or his place on the ground was affected. It was her own mind. His psyche and aura were so abstract that her mind was incapable of making him out. Even if she did somehow realize his presence, picking him out would require her to decipher his influence on his surroundings, which seemed to be outright impossible. She'd have to overcome the complexity of his mind, and that was only something another summoner could do. In short, her mind was convincing itself that he wasn't there simply because she couldn't comprehend him. "What are you looking for?" He appeared next to her, hoisting a fresh pack of ammo. She looked at him. It was no wonder he so easily vanished and reappeared. His powers went so deep that he was effectively reaching into her mind and removing himself from her senses. So long as he was capable of it, nobody would be able to stop him from coming and going like a ghost. At that point, his only weakness would be wide-area attacks that would simply obliterate the ground he was standing on and kill him anyway, visible or not. She responded even as he started firing again, walking with him, knowing her words would reach him just fine. There are two ways to vanish from the world: tricks of the mind and removing your effect on the world. I don't have your powers for the former, and the latter seems impossible. I'm a little desperate, so I want to ask you about what path I should take. He didn't comment, even though she was half expecting him to say that she shouldn't be so desperate. He may have before, but ever since they arrived, he seemed to be a bit colder, even to Amara. Maybe it was just the battle, but she had a feeling it was the advancement. Something changed in that mind of his. There are three ways to remove your influence on the world. The first is by removing yourself physically, which is impossible. The second is by letting the world pass through you as if you weren't there, which isn't possible as far as I know even with existing magitech. The third is by bending the world around you. You must keep in mind that invisibility comes in different forms. You must not produce sound and must not interfere with sound. You must not absorb or radiate light, must not radiate heat, must not touch the air, must not crush the ground under your feet. It seems impossible, and under normal circumstances I'd say it is. But perhaps you'd be able to find a way to do it. But how do you bend light around you? She asked as he stopped firing, the last hog rider dead. The rest of the snow doves were cleaning up with the excising help of 5th Squadron. John kept his gun out but focused on her, the battle over in his mind. Gravity is the only way to do that. Phaidon bends space with gravity to increase his speed. But you can refract light in different ways to achieve a similar effect as glass or water does. But that is only one sense. You don't know how to dampen sound, how to eliminate your effect on physical substances like the ground or air, how to trick the mind like I do. No, I don't, she readily agreed, feeling a sharp pang in her chest. Compared to you guys, I've been pulling myself different ways. I've managed to learn how to slip through air with minimal resistance, but it's not great. I've done some mental trickery like you, but it's not great. I've tried making myself invisible, but I've almost entirely failed, using mental trickery as a crutch since it was the only thing I learned to do properly. But none of it's great. I'm ahead for now, but I won't be able to keep up like this. John didn't respond, a silent agreement, Tana figured. Then he spoke. Yeah, you won't. She felt her emotions well up in her eyes. Brutally honest. She knew she needed it, wanted it, but hearing it still hurt. She pushed down those tears and swallowed before speaking again, lest she choke on her words. Do you have any advice? He was silent for a little while, the battle ending around them. The snow doves cleaning up as the helicopters came back down to pick them up. When the calls to muster came, he finally spoke. You're gonna have to do something big. I don't know how deep you are in your org development, but changing course is gonna be fucking hard. You've always been a hard worker, but I don't think that's something hard work is able to fix. So, bare-bones logic would dictate that if something's not working for you, and you can't change it, you need to get rid of it. Tana looked up at him, not particularly thinking about his words, just nodding and waiting for the actual advice. But when he simply looked back at her, it clicked in her head. That was the advice. Get rid of my aura? Don't ask me how I know, but I'm telling you now that it's possible. I don't know if it's possible while still maintaining your vigor or powers, but it is. And theoretically, in a world where everyone has aura, where it's become an extension of their beings, someone without aura would have a massive advantage. Sure, a developed aura can be a potent weapon and a tool of prediction in battle. But if you can't reach that height, then it only becomes a weakness, especially in front of someone better. So get rid of it. How? She asked, knowing the answer. John chuckled, starting to walk back to the helicopter. She followed. I don't fucking know. Otherwise, that probably would have been the first thing I would have done. Well, if that doesn't work, what should I do? Figure out how to specialize yourself, quickly, and take it to an extreme. Otherwise, I'm not sure, Tana. I've got a friend who knows how to become invisible. I can probably call in a favor and have him teach you, as well as an idiot can. But that's about the extent of how much I can help. Say the word and I'll get you on a plane back to the capital to meet him. But until then, you'll need to get creative. Right. Thank you. Of course. I'm only sorry I can't help more. He turned his head and gave her a smile. She returned it as they boarded the helicopter. Soon enough, they were on their way to the next battlefield. Another battalion was getting hammered, this one worse than the one they just saved. Tana sat down and pondered the whole way, desperation filling her mind. Chapter 223. You don't have it. December 8th, 625. Every day brought more battles. More companies and battalions to save. More hog riders to topple. More royals to kill. More scourge to exterminate. It only got worse by the day. We're dropping hot. Already. I pulled my bolt into open when the calls came, feeling an impending sense of danger. We were in our helicopter transport and dropping altitude fast. I suddenly got up, rushing to the helicopter's back hatch and tapping the switch to open it, punching in an override and banging it with my fist. The hatch flew open 300 feet above the ground as I turned back. Knights, drop now. Chiefs first. Nanan commanded, the chiefs rushing out and jumping out even as the helicopter continued to lower. Nanan went after them, Amira staying behind. Air warlocks drop. The chief in charge of that group moved them forward. the warlocks jumping when we were about 200 feet in the air, hovering down with their magic. I turned to Amara. 5th Squadron drop? Let's go. Amara simply ran forward, shooting out of the helicopter with the rest of their squad. That's when the sense of danger got stronger. I turned to the rest. All drop. Now. Go. I started grabbing and throwing people out. That's when I saw a large scyther shoot out from beneath the biomat below with my aura. It went for the rotor, slicing the entire assembly into two and sending the helicopter spiraling. Jump out. I was already on my way out, my body flying through the hatch, chest to the sky. On the way down I looked up, eyeing the scyther falling with the helicopter and raising my M2 40 LWS. I squeezed the trigger and let off a round, the bullet tearing through its body and killing it outright. Then I activated my boots and flipped, orienting myself and letting off its air magic, slowing my descent. I landed cleanly on my feet, hearing the helicopter crash behind me. Even as that happened, I did an assessment, finding that most of our troops had made it out. Some were buried in the helicopter, though. Thankfully, it had retained its shape. The defensive enchantments and the relatively low altitude meant that they were all alive. A bit battered, but alive. I spoke, my voice entering both hearts and minds. Squad 3, defend the helicopter. Get our men out. Everyone else, form the line. Get those troops safe. Right after I said that, I saw the entire side of the helicopter get sliced into pieces and blown off. Amira emerged, the rest of the troops behind her. I looked away, never mind helicopter, calling for transport. I kneeled down and brought up my aerial. The sense of danger was still there, which meant it wasn't the scyther making me anxious. Envoy to Motherbird, come in. Polly's voice was a comfort. I read you, Envoy. Our helicopter has been rendered inoperable. I will retrieve the mana engine assembly, but we need transport if you want us to remain capable of rapid response. Over. Copy. Stand by. There was silence for a while as I jumped over to the helicopter and found the mana engine housing. I quickly broke it open and ripped out the assembly, retrieving the crystals and the cradle they were in, stashing it. When I jumped off, Motherbird came back. Negative, Envoy. We have no available transport at this time. Shifting the snow doves off of rapid response. Your new objective is to secure the remainder of 8th Battalion and head west to reinforce 3rd Battalion's forward supply post. Is the Pathfinder's helicopter still operational? Affirmative. Send them back when your battle is over. I will task them with bringing the steeds. Until then, you are to remain at the supply post. All copy, Motherbird. Additional request. I want recon northwest of our position. I've got a bad feeling. There was another moment of silence. There are no aircraft in the area at this time, Envoy. Last aerial sweep was 14 hours ago and clear of any uninformed threats. I advised Dash. The line suddenly cut out. I looked down at my aerial, finding all the channels dead. That wasn't good. It meant there was another group out here, and they had an advance party, which meant the main group was either massive or powerful. Neither was desirable. I turned my aerial off completely, looking out to where Nanan and Amira were fighting with 3 Authority 10 Royals, the chiefs around them attempting to support while fending off Authority 9 Royals. It was a powerful force, but we had an injured Authority 10 Warlock within the battalion we were assisting who was casting support spells and relieving some of the burden. It was better than being dead weight. After getting a read on every ally and enemy, I went dark and shot off with the help of my boots. Everyone was establishing positions, but I had a feeling we'd have to start moving sooner rather than later. I reached the rear of the Scourge's lines where Nanan, Amira, and the chiefs were fighting. I made sure to stay hidden while forming a telepathic link with Nanan. Nanan, status change. What is it? He was relatively calm in his response. That meant he had these enemies under control. Nothing was desperate yet. Aerial comms cut out. There's likely an advance party for another Scourge force coming in this direction. We have no aerial support either. I'll assume you're on the mark. How bad is it? If we stay here, we're in the shitter. We might survive, but the battalion, injured as they are, won't. Are you saying we need to retreat? I could see his eyes glance in my direction. His aura was still sharp, but that made me wonder why he wasn't feeling the same anxiety I was. Was his sheer power and confidence blinding him to any level of threat below him? Maybe that's why he wanted me to give him my assessment all the time. I could see the things he couldn't. I want to do recon, but yes, right now that's my advice. Copy. I'll call it. Take 5th Squadron and get eyes on the incoming force. Negative. I can go by myself. Take 5th Squadron, he snapped back. And if you're feeling generous, buy us time. Can you handle that? I paused, thinking about the large risk of doing that. If that force had higher combatants, then we'd be screwed in a fight, and I'd be dragging my friends into the fire. But, on the other hand, we didn't need to fight them head-on. Evasive tactics would allow us to escape at any time while stalling the entire force. So long as there wasn't a hidden Authority 11, we'd be able to handle ourselves. So long as I decided that I could trust the evasive abilities of 5th Squadron. I quickly did some risk analysis in my mind palace, weighing the combat attributes of each person in the team and placing them against the oncoming force based on the level of power and danger I was feeling. Then I weighed the risk of allowing the force to advance if I was the only one holding them off with hit and run tactics. Given the time it would take Nanan and Amira to incapacitate or kill their current enemies and the effect I'd have on the speed of the incoming force, I nodded. I'll take care of it. Stay alive. Our connection cut, my feet taking me to where 5th Squadron was. My telepathy remained connected to Amara at all times in battle, so I spoke my words while heading over. Amara, disengage and bring your squadron to the helicopter. New plans. Does it have to do with that bad feeling I've got? Yes. Hurry. I glided over, getting there just before Amara arrived, taking no more than 30 seconds. They were quick. I came out of stealth and kneeled down with them. Jaya smiled. What's the plan, boss? We've got an incoming force. The advance party is already in the area and jamming aerial comms. The Snow Doves are about to call a retreat with 8th Battalion, and it'll be our job to carry out force recon. We'll head out, get eyes on whatever is coming, and buy time. No eyes in the sky? Harsha asked, making me glance at her with faint disapproval. Amara spoke before I could. If there was, we wouldn't talking about recon. Lead the way, John. We're with you. Good. Remember, we're there to stall, not fight. Keep your mobility. Buy time for Nanan and Amira to kill their enemies. Once they're free, we'll move to crowd control as they occupy the higher combatants. I'm trusting that you all can handle evasive tactics against a Brigadier-class Royal. I looked at Jaya and Harsha. I sensed no hesitation, only confidence from Jaya. But Harsha was another story. As soon as I felt the worry in her aura, I spoke. Harsha, I want you to stay here. Excuse me? You'll sit this one out. I'm making the judgment that you can't handle this fight. I want you to stay behind and assist in the retreat instead. Hey, I don't dash. Hang on. Amara stood between us before Harsha could get defensive. She turned to me. John, Harsha is on this team because she meets the standard. We operate as a group. Why is she the exception? I stood, putting my M240 away. I've judged that her attributes aren't suited toward the evasion required to survive focused attacks from an Authority 10. I don't have the time to explain more. I'll go ahead and get eyes on our enemy. Take 10 minutes to discuss what you need to. You know what will be demanded of you all, and you have my opinion. I activated my stealth and disappeared, using my boots to make haste in the direction of the incoming force. I trusted Amara, and she trusted me. But I was putting her in a difficult situation. She was the squad leader, and it was her job to handle Harsha. I wouldn't overstep, but I would give my opinion. Everything else was up to her. My job was clear, though. With or without them, I needed intel urgently. That would make or break everything else. Amara watched John disappear, thinking for a few seconds before turning to the others. You three, head out with him. Copy. Fiden nodded, the three shooting away with their movement abilities. Amara turned to Harsha, looking her dead in the eye. I'm going to trust you, Harsha. Trust that you understand that half of this job is self-awareness and a clear judgment regarding your enemy. So disregard John. Can you handle an Authority 10? I wasn't under the impression that any of us could handle an Authority 10. Isn't that why we're supposed to be evasive? That's the wrong answer, Harsha. Amara sighed and stood, Harsha gritting her teeth. You would trust him over me? We haven't been working together a week. He's a summoner, Harsha, one of the most powerful in history. I'm not sure if you realize that, But either way, he's more than smart enough to make an accurate evaluation of your abilities. I think you just want to drive me out. I know I'm not as skilled as the rest of you, but I'm still in special operations and I can handle myself. I get that he's your boyfriend and I know that you were all in the same class, but that doesn't mean you can just toss me to the side. I'm not tossing you to the side, Umara rebutted, her aura taking glances in the distance and following John's connection to her. He was only getting farther, and she would prefer to be there when he got active. She focused back on Harsha, getting irritated. It's my job to place each person within my squad in a position that they'll at least be capable of surviving. I don't want your pride leading to your death, because you're right, you're not as skilled as the rest of us. You don't have our level of mobility, and while you're plenty robust, you still can't hold up against an Authority 10. Yes, I can, Harsha declared, earning a skeptical eye from Amara, but she held her ground. Seeing that, Omara looked away and off into the distance. Fine, Harsha. Since you've said so, I expect to see that level of performance. I just hope you understand that this isn't a situation where anybody will have the leeway to bail you out. Would you say that to your friends? Your boyfriend? Amara turned back toward Harsha, anger painted on her face. Don't scrutinize me about things you know nothing of. I trust them precisely because I know they won't fuck up, because putting themselves in precarious positions puts the rest of us in just as much jeopardy. We understand that, and are self-aware enough to realize our limits and keep ourselves out of shit situations. I hope you prove to me that you have the same sense with the trust that I'm giving you despite my boyfriend's advice. Let's go. Amara ran off, Harsha letting out a sharp breath and following close behind. They slipped behind the enemy's lines and arrived on top of a hill where Fiden and Jaya were kneeling and keeping a low profile. Tana was somewhere they couldn't see. Where's John? Amara asked, knowing he was off in the distance looking for the enemy. Fiden motioned with his chin. Out there. He said he saw a few scouts already. We're waiting for his report before doing anything. All right. Jaya, prepare your best. Depending on what he says, we'll be treading a fine line. Don't hesitate. Don't spare. Copy, copy. The cute girl gave a half-serious salute. A few minutes later, John appeared at their sides, startling Jaya and Harsha. He glanced at Harsha before turning back to the others. We're handling this one. It's a mobile force of about 700 enemies. 6 red bombardos, 200 hog riders, 30 scouts plus 350 escorts, and about 100 Authority 7 and 8 combatants. Their top-end power consists of 17 Authority 9 royals and a single Authority 10. Fuck. Jaya cursed. Even Amara was frowning, yet John already said he wasn't backing down. We have about a minute until they reach this position. Amara, I leave your squad to you. I'll be flanking and drawing them back. If I can grab that Authority 10, I will. Otherwise, you all need to focus on evasion. I'll slaughter their forces if the Authority 10 doesn't want to focus on me. Copy. I'll be in touch. Prioritize safety. We only need to delay. Weakening is secondary. With those words, he vanished, excising himself from their minds and all other conscious perception. They could hear the rumbling of the approaching hog riders and the menacing aura of the royals bearing down on them. The anxiety was high, but all of them knew that as special operators, they had little room to back down from a fight, especially one where they need only evade and stay alive. Amara stood, looking down from the top of the hill and seeing the force approaching, finally making eye contact. Amara knew they had seen her when the Authority 10 focused its aura on her. All it did was wash over her, though, applying just enough pressure to help her sharpen up. Her foci appeared above her hand, Fiden twirling his spear, ribbons of vigor trailing off the blade. Tana remained invisible, Jaya cracked open a can of solution, and Harsha raised her shield. The entire force was looking at them, bearing down with their malevolence, but scarcely believing that such a small force was really intending on facing them alone. The Authority 10 snickered in humor, the rest of the royals taking large strides as they brought out their weapons. Then they all heard the noise, explosions cracking from behind. They saw a lone figure with a weapon that spit out red streaks at obscene speeds hardly noticeable by their eyes. The figure slaughtered a group of scouts before tearing into their back lines, 24 falling before any could react properly, the figure gliding across the ground while firing. The entire force halted as the hail of piercing red projectiles brushed over other concentrations, hundreds dispersing as 5 of the Authority Nines broke off to pursue the lone target. Before they could take 2 steps, though, the figure disappeared. Then more explosions came, but not from behind. Amara brandished her spells, dumping mana into 3 large arrays and concentrating the spell circles in order to launch 2 conical lances into the enemy lines. They all converged before exploding in a massive wave of fire that washed over half of the monsters, all of the hog riders among them. Flames clung to hide, torching them and inflicting enough pain to disorient and scatter, sowing chaos. Then, Phidon flashed forward, appearing by one of the Authority 9 royals and driving his spear through its neck. Then his blade flickered, his arms snapping to the side as space shifted, his blade decapitating another royal of the same strength right next to his first kill. 2 of 17 down. Phidon zipped away, veins popping out of his forehead as his arms throbbed, barely held together under the sheer strain of what he pulled off. Yet he smiled even as he grit his teeth, keeping his eyes on the Authority 10, not sparing any energy on making sure he could escape at any given moment. It was a grotesque thing, standing on 2 legs like a normal bipedal, but sporting 3 arms like a mutated freak. It looked like it took some blood from the Anarchy bloodline, but deviated halfway. Half its face looked melted. It had 2 eyes, one in its normal socket, another on the side of its head, and its entire body was covered in wrinkly skin. It spun around, looking between John in the distance, who began to evade the royals, and the group in front of it. One was far and a weak summoner. The other was closer and not strong enough to resist. It seemed to make a decision as Phidon tensed, looking at the girl holding a shield, the most fearful, the slowest, with half-decent armor and weapons that might afford her lifespan a few more fractions of a second. With a step, it suddenly brought out a hammer, winding it back, its eyes locked on Harsha. Its target was obvious, but it needn't play games with prey that couldn't resist. It spoke through cracked and jagged lips, its voice like sandpaper. "I will melt your brain and drink it from your eye sockets." Harsha had no time to respond when the royal swung its massive hammer with scarcely believable speed. The momentum carried its body across the gap between them in but a second. Its foot planted right before it collided with Harsha, the girl having reeled and retreated in anticipation. Just before the break in momentum, the royal twisted its body and then used the planted limb to transfer the energy and deliver the strike. Harsha watched the hammer come down on top of her shield. She angled it and her body to deflect, the hammer's reach forbidding a full dodge. Then the hammer came down, carrying such force that it dug into the shield and sent a shockwave through Harsha's body that outright broke her arm and shoulder. Then it cleaved into the metal like a blade and broke off the bottom half of the shield, barely missing Harsha's forearm. Then the hammer impacted the ground, the magical power behind it dispersing the force across the land and cratering it for 24 meters. The royal took a step forward and swung its arm once more, the hammer coming out of the ground and right back up like it weighed no more than a few pounds. Harsha barely brought down what remained of her shield on instinct, using vigor to move her arm despite the breaks, the hammer slamming into it and sending her flying into the distance. "Harsha, get out of there!" Amara's scream echoed across the hillside as Harsha flew. Then, the spell before her completed. A 2-stage lance manifested from the cluster of spell circles. The first stage flickered into a dense ball of fire, which exploded and launched the second stage at speeds surpassing sound. The second stage then impacted upon the royal after it raised its arms to defend. The tip of the lance disintegrated on the royal's forearm, taking off several layers of hide with it, allowing the body of the lance to drive in an orb of swirling space. The orb managed to shred through the flesh and hit bone. It was then halted in its tracks, the rest of the lance formed of dark fire collapsing onto the orb and shattering its integrity. The result was an explosion of space, the laws of physics rapidly reforming reality, but not before the royal's forearm was warped into particles. "Fucking freak," Amara cursed. All that, and it took off one arm below the elbow. That was one of the best spells she could produce, the pinnacle of her armor-piercing arsenal. The royal was sufficiently pissed now, though. It turned to her with bloodshot eyes, lunging at her with a scream. While it flew, though, Phidon appeared beside it. Thinking he was going to attack, the royal planted and swung its hammer with its 2 remaining arms. Phaidon simply zipped away though, not so much as stabbing with his spear. Then he appeared again, behind it, making the royal swing around to hit nothing but air. He continued to harass the royal with his close presence. He didn't attack, but he was always within reach, vulnerable, far weaker than the royal. They both knew it, but the royal couldn't kill him if it couldn't move fast enough. Yet after only half a minute, Phaidon zipped away and started panting, his legs trembling slightly. Tana appeared by Harsha, who trembled as the pain of her shattered arm overwhelmed her. Her adrenaline was the only thing allowing her to walk. Tana spoke coldly, "You need to retreat. Take another hit like that, and we won't be able to retrieve a corpse." "I'm fine. I'll go back in. Just give me a few seconds." "No. You're out of this fight." Tana grabbed her armor, preventing her from trudging back to the fight, ripping her right back to where she was and looking into her eyes. Harsha grit her teeth under that gaze. It held no pity or anger, just disgust. Tana's disdain was palpable, her aura doing nothing to hide it. She wanted her to see it, wanted her to know how little she wanted her there. "You don't have it, Harsha, and I won't let you distract them and put their lives at risk. Remove yourself, or I'll cripple you here and drag you back." Tana let go with a small shove, Harsha stumbling back as shooting pains went through her chest. She felt a few broken ribs, and yet her anger was starting to overwhelm even that. Harsha seethed, the sword in her hand shaking. "I hate you. Ever since I arrived, you always looked down on me." "Yeah, I did. You take on more than you can handle out of pride, all despite knowing exactly where your limits lay. That's dangerous to my team. So remove yourself before I do it for you." Tana motioned toward the rest of the troops retreating in the distance with her chin. Harsha's breathing heaved, overwhelming rage washing through her mind, emotions clawing their way up to the surface and threatening to burst out as tears. She saw those cold eyes, holding not an ounce of sympathy. Tana was even more prideful than she was, holding contempt for anyone she considered lesser than her, whether they were stronger or not. Harsha turned, only her legs unharmed, the only reason she continued to be mobile as the adrenaline faded. "Fuck you." There was no response as she trudged away and popped a recovery pill into her mouth. Tana turned back to the fight, seeing John continuing to tear through dozens at a time. The royals attempted to attack him, but he was always able to evade. None of them were able to see through his trickery disguised as invisibility. Not even her. She shot back down to where her squad was harassing and evading the authority 10. In her mind, her loathing for Harsha grew stronger. She couldn't allow herself to get that weak. The issue was that she was closer to Harsha's weakness than she was to her squad's strength. But unlike Harsha, she would die before becoming a burden to her squad. She had once given her life to give them a chance at survival, only surviving because John had kept her heart going for hours before receiving help on pure chance. She may not be strong enough to become the asset that she should be, but she would never become the burden that Harsha was. She appeared by the side of the authority 10, slashing out with a short sword, catching its attention before it could attack Jaya. Her anxiety screamed at her, demanding she find the path to get stronger, engraving the fear of failure into her bones, lest she become complacent and lose everything. Yet she forced herself into these impossible battles anyway. She would improve, or she would die. One way or another, she would remain someone they could trust, or she would die and get out of their way. Chapter 224, Buzzsaw. December 8th, 625. I vanished before one of the dozen royals around me could get a lock. Their attacks came anyway, but I used my boots to slide out from my prior position, the attacks hitting the ground. There had been some close calls so far, which was scary considering it had only been 11 minutes since our battle started. Amara's squad managed to hold their own against the Authority 10, and since that thing didn't want to pay attention to me, I was slaughtering its troops by the dozen. It would take time to kill all of them single-handedly, but after my advancement, stamina seemed to be all I had. My bullets were endless. I was dumping backpacks like they were magazines, but I had my armory within my mind space, preparing more in overtime. Belts were linked and piled into packs, readying for further use. Whenever a barrel started to melt, I'd send it to the armory to cool and clamp on another. Even then I was breathing fire more often than not. My finger never left the trigger except to reload and evade. The royals around me were growing frustrated. They couldn't touch me. I'd always disappear before they could even begin to pin me down. The second I got caught in a single position, I'd be dead. Spells were flying by the hundred and I had no business eating any of them. I eyed the last hog rider, appearing once more and unloading into it. The rider was shot full of holes, my tracers trailing down to the hog and hitting its vitals before I vanished once more. A royal slammed into my position a half-second later. I was cutting it close every time I appeared, but that didn't mean I couldn't shoot. I sent out 3 clones, all of them sprinting with the full power of my boots and unloading on the troops. I was among them, watching the royals in the corner of my eye as they were distracted by fakes, taking one out at a time, buying me valuable seconds to do some heavy damage. Yet, I couldn't help but feel like it wasn't enough. I vanished as soon as I felt some danger, a royal screaming out in rage and launching its magic anyway, pelting my previous position in fire. Suddenly, I turned toward the bombardos, letting off some clones to distract the royals for a while longer. I glided up to get in range, then kneeled and took out a new weapon, Baby's first launcher. I hoisted in at 4, ripping the pin, popping the sights, folding the safety lever, and clamping down the second red safety lever. I took aim, getting my sights lined up with the head of the first bombardo, pumping the heat round full of Psycha. Then I pushed the red button lightly, firing the launcher and watching the projectile fly toward the bombardo. It hit just off center of its face, yet it was still close enough to blow a hole through its brain case and dig into the rest of its bulky body. It collapsed with the explosion of the projectile. My next launcher prepared before its body hit the floor, leaking red gases. Royals started heading my way, but I got off another launcher before they could reach me, sending another bombardo to hell and vanishing. 2 of 6 dead. I ran from the royals, none of them able to keep track of me, and prepared another rocket. I didn't dump in as much Psycha this time because a full load took a massive chunk of my power. I was already tired. I didn't need to exhaust myself so early. We were only 14 minutes in. I shot the rocket from stealth. It gave away my position, but I simply relocated before any royals could even brush me with heat, the snow around me cooling spellfire. One after another I took down the bombardos, none of them able to be protected. The last 3 let off some shots in a panic, but it did nothing of value, just the way I liked it. I took a glance back at Amara's squad, still alive, but rapidly losing their energy. Evading an authority tin was no joke. It would take everything they had. I just needed to kill as fast as I could. I ran back to the main force and brought out the M240 LWS once more, linking it to a backpack and unloading. I could hear and feel every single round when they kicked into my hand and shoulder. My holographic sight snapped from enemy to enemy, sometimes hovering over groups as I peppered them with tracers. But the enemies were thinning out after I killed a few hundred, spreading and hiding as much as they could. I was an untouchable enemy slaughtering them dozen by dozen, and none of them knew what to do. But they were also getting tougher. All the scouts were already dead, and I had killed all the hog riders. Now I was working on their escorts and the Authority 7 and 8 combatants, but each successive enemy took more rounds to kill. I could dump tons of Psycha into these machine guns, but no single round took that much. They were all lightly empowered, enough to enable them to do some damage, not enough to drain me of all my Psycha with a single belt. But that meant every enemy was eating rounds like candy. I needed to get more out. It felt like 800 rounds a minute was slow. I could count the milliseconds between each shot, feeling the components in the gun shifting and interlocking with every chambering. It was too slow. Unfortunately, there was only one other weapon that could spit out more. I'd use the M2 Browning, but that needed to be mounted somewhere, and staying in one place was exactly what I couldn't do. No, I needed the weapon that was just a step below a minigun, one of the most feared machine guns ever made. I reached into my mind space, looking up at my 7 active stars, the 7 dimensions of eras and weapons. I don't care where you need to come from. I know you're out there. Respond to my call, and bring me Hitler's buzzsaw. I saw all 7 stars light up in response. Then they all dimmed, leaving the 5th star of the World War II era. Deep within, further than I'd ever explored, it was there. It sat in the deepest recesses of the dimension, not hiding, just waiting. I reached out and grabbed it, noticing its uniqueness. This wasn't just a standard spirit. This one came with powerful memories, ones that I couldn't avoid. I suddenly ran to the side, finding a palace at the top of a hill to sit. Then, I made contact with the spirit. My vision blanked, the memories rushing through my mind, and yet I managed to retain my sense of self. I viewed them like a spectator, my spark set to run my stealth as I went through this out-of-body experience. I found myself dropped in a frozen hellscape, sitting with other troops behind buildings or snow cover. I was mounted behind my machine gun, the MG42, a long belt of rounds draped over the arm of my partner next to me. I looked down and saw the markings on his uniform, as well as those on the gear of troops nearby. There were several swastikas, a couple subtle insignias denoting the Waffen-SS, and further, I caught a glimpse of something these memories intuitively recognized. The icon of this unit. It wasn't the only unit, but this particular one I was among was special. The 3rd SS Panzer Division. Totenkopf. My vision flashed, and suddenly I was in heated battle. We were surrounded, fighting back the Soviets as they attempted to wipe us out with their encirclement. The MG42 before me was suppressing one of the incoming enemy units, slaughtering any who dared step out from behind hard cover. The sheer volume of bullets could cut a man in half. Behind me there were wounded being loaded into an airlift. Our job was to protect it so it could leave and return with supplies. We held the line. My memories flashed again. More supplies dropped, but more casualties, more deaths mounted as several months passed. I hoisted the machine gun, my left hand gripping the bipod for stability, and marched forward while sweeping across advancing enemies. It was difficult to see well with the snow and the trees providing cover, but I knew that I didn't need to see the enemy to kill them. It only took a moment, just to step away from cover to fill a man with lead. Trees could be whittled down, even cut with enough bullets. It only took one of many bullets to injure and incapacitate a man. Trees only kept you safe for as long as you cowered behind it, or as long as it took for you to become stupid enough to step beyond it into fire. Why anyone would advance into my field of fire, I didn't know. But it was not my job to question. It was my job to kill those who presented themselves to me. I would have no mercy for my enemies. Mercy was a privilege for those already dead. In a way, to kill them was to grant them that mercy. After many months, we found our opportunity to break through the encirclement. Many tens of thousands fell in the process. I didn't know how many dozens I killed, how many hundreds I wounded, but it was only done with cold malice, that much I knew. The encirclement was broken. The bone-chilling cold long seeped into my bones. It forged the discipline necessary not just to survive, but to operate at the level demanded of me. We were elites. We were the living weapons that the anvil of this war had forged. Every enemy another swing of the hammer to temper our skill and spirit. We marched out of the Soviet Union and left for France. More enemies to kill, more bullets to fire. No amount of enemies could stand in the way of the MG42. It was a killing machine, not as efficient as many others, but capable of delivering brutality unlike them all. There were few weapons greater. My vision flashed again, and suddenly I found myself back on the biomat. I could see the scourge in the distance. I looked down and found the MG42 in my hands. There were some faint stains of blood on the frame, scuffed metal and blemishes riddling the body and stock. It certainly wasn't as refined as the M240 LWS I had been using, but I could feel the malice coming from it. This thing had killed, had murdered. It had been to many battlefields, had done things that couldn't be uttered. It was death made metal, and there was nothing more comforting as I stared down the hordes before me. My armory already had an Alice frame and stacked belts of 7.92 by 57mm Mauser ready. The pack was heavy, bulky, but necessary for the volume I needed to put out. I glided down towards some clustering monsters. I hadn't fired for nearly a minute since the memories took hold. The Royals had gone back to harassing Amara's squad. I stepped up to the rear of the monster lines, releasing my stealth and hoisting the machine gun with one hand grabbing a leg of the bipod at its front. I didn't even bring it up to my shoulder. I didn't need to. I knew exactly where I was aiming. My enemies didn't have cover. As a consequence of their biomat tainting the surface of this planet, I would teach them why bringing down the barriers between us was worse for them than for me. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. My voice carried into the minds of every monster and humanoid on the battlefield, their eyes all turning to me. I felt no fear under their disgusting gazes. Those appalling forms instilled only revulsion. That which did not belong in this world should be eradicated from it. I brought back the trigger, feeling the frame kick back into my arms at a rate that threatened to vibrate out of my control. I tightened my grip, feeling the weapon breathe malevolence and sweep across the faces of my enemies. My power, sitting 2 authorities above what this weapon should handle, threatened to overload the spirit. Yet it gave no protest. The malice radiating off of it only grew with every second, with every enemy that we sawed in half. A breeze brought the dense stench of acrid blood to my nose, and the weapon seemed to drink it in. The weapon fired faster, so fast that even the royals that turned to attack me were repelled. A mere few seconds of concentrated fire was enough to make them reel in pain, bullets often embedding themselves into flesh and muscle, not killing them outright, but threatening to should they continue to pursue recklessly. I vanished before a spell could bombard my position, shifting my angle of fire and using my boots to carry me beyond the range of those royals. My fire almost never stopped. I was so engrossed in killing what was before me that I barely noticed the barrel start to spit flame after a full minute of sustained fire. I continued despite the supposed damage I was doing to the gun, heat radiating toward my hand, threatening to scorch my gloves. Dozen by dozen I slaughtered the escort forces and any remaining Authority 7 or 8 combatants. Amara's squad held, but they were tiring faster. 18 minutes. I gripped the bipod harder, willing the weapon to cycle faster. It responded with even greater volume, more fire from the barrel and raging malice. It responded to the hate that I held for the scourge and what it had done to those I knew. It responded to the hate I held for those who refused to fight for what they needed to. Those who shirked their duty in favor of cowardice or complacency. Or worse, the thoughts of the traitors I had killed and the traitors I knew I missed caused the weapon in my hands to redden with wrath and fury. The barrel glowed brightly out of sheer heat, and for some time I worried it would melt. But I demanded that this spirit meet my expectations. For attempting to punch above its weight class, I was demanding performance that no other weapon could give. It breathed red-hot hatred, as if each bullet were venting it instead of adding to it. Steam rose from the frame as falling snow boiled away. Minute by minute passed. Enemy by enemy fell. The royals chased me with desperation as I reduced their force to ruin, but there was nothing they could do before. And there was nothing they could do now, not even with all 15 of them. And finally, I killed all but those royals. They screamed in hate when I reappeared a distance away from them. Then, I turned toward the Authority 10 chasing my friends. It too moved with bursting fury, attempting to kill those that refused to allow it a single hit, hateful at the one that slaughtered its forces, even more hateful at those that were unable to kill me. My aura reached out, crashing into its mind. I had to admit that it was far more powerful than my aura, but that didn't mean I couldn't easily divert its attention. It turned to me with a snarl, earning my friends some reprieve. I stared it down and willed my disdain to reach it. The thing screamed at me in defiance. Power is wasted on something as filthy as you. You can't even kill those you deem weaker. What a fucking disappointment. I will rip out your spine. Empty words. 5th Squadron, retreat. Omara, Fiden, Tana, and Jaya all shot away. The Authority 10 turned to give chase, but a sharp stab with my aura to its brain was enough to get its attention back. Hey, you worthless insect. Are you a freak of the Anarchy bloodline? Do not speak his great name lest I rip off your jaw. Please, I stared down Anarchy once. I'll do it again, and I'll laugh at its retarded form as it mindlessly swings those primitive weapons. If you survive today, I want you to deliver a message. I lowered the barrel of the MG42, the heat dissipating in the cold atmosphere as my aura made me flicker away. My words were seared into its mind. Tell that thing that I'm waiting for it to come try and kill me again. Tell it to send its minions. Tell it to send its traitorous agents within humanity. Tell it that John Cooper is getting impatient. If I'm not killed soon, then I'll keep building weapons that will annihilate every last one of you revolting heathens. It sneered back at me. Huh, your tiny human brain cannot fathom the might we withhold. No, I know exactly how strong the Scourge is. I'm telling you that the weapons I will build are not something that you could possibly conceive of. What I've built thus far is only the beginning, far from the end. I will arm every soldier with machines of war that will eradicate you by the million. I vanished before a royal could try and get to me. The Scourge will learn to fear me, for I will bring unto you a kind of war that will garner you sympathy from those capable of it. One day, I will roll across your territories on treads of steel, level your cities, exterminate your filthy spawn, and crush the necks of your kings under my boot. You should pray that I die before then. I finally left with those words, gliding away on my boots, the weapon still in my hands and glowing with wrath. There was one thing on my mind as I crossed the distance silently. I hadn't reloaded once since bringing out my new gun. Chapter 225. Whites of Their Eyes. Vetsmon watched as John blurred from his gaze. It was only through his equipment that he could track his fading figure as he ran away. Yet, not even the equipment could completely resolve him. Something about John's aura was able to scramble the device's sensors. Your friend has some fucking balls, Vetsmon. I've never seen a summoner wipe out an entire force by himself and then declare war on the kings. Honestly, anything less would surprise me. Vetsmon smirked in response to his squadmate's comment, his helmet hiding his expression. He glanced to the side, looking at the person who was supposed to be recording everything. Collecting intelligence on John Cooper had become one of their primary objectives ever since his series of accomplishments and inventions that rendered him one of the most famous and valuable people in the kingdom. The only thing that came second to protecting him was documenting his whereabouts. It had to be done from the shadows, but they were more than ready to step out, which they had almost done 5 separate times during this battle. Vetsmon tensed when his squad leader rose from his kneeling position. He knows how to thread a fine fucking needle too. Was he always so reckless with his life? Yes, sir. Great. Things are only going to get worse, and he's already dancing with death. Let's move. Kill all except the Brigadier class. If he wants to deliver a declaration of war, we will allow him to. The squad leader shot forward, the atmosphere screaming as he streaked through it to arrive among 3 of the Authority 9 royals. With but a slash, all 3 were decapitated. Vetsmon jumped in like the rest, all of them taking their own targets and slaughtering them ruthlessly. Within seconds, every royal was dispatched. The Brigadier class looked back at them, terrified in the presence of the squad leader. Vetsmon didn't blame it. He was scared of the man too. They stared each other down for several seconds, the royal not daring to twitch a muscle, before the squad leader jumped back out. The rest followed, all of them returning to hiding and making haste back to where John was going to meet with his forces. Vetsmon asked, "Sir, I'm not sure why we're allowing John's words to be delivered to the Scourge. It'll make things dangerous for an already vulnerable summoner. You obviously don't know why your friend would goad the Scourge like that, if you're asking me that question." "No, sir." Vetsmon admitted it easily. He asked the question in the first place because he wanted to know why. Why would a summoner, one so famous, paint a target on his back? He was already in enough trouble as it was. Even though it was John, Vetsmon couldn't grasp why a declaration like that was necessary. The squad leader glanced back with a smirk. John Cooper is giving himself as bait. Now think about what he was trying to accomplish several months ago, and how difficult it has become in the past couple months. Traitors? Good. Looks like your brain isn't just for show. Vetsman's face fell flat, the squad leader chuckling. With the war raging, traitors are becoming more difficult to weed out, if it's not already impossible. Procedure is falling apart on the platoon level, tasks are redelegated as priorities shift, and everyone is concentrating on the immediate problem in front of them. This allows the traitors to hide in the chaos, and John Cooper wants to bait them out, play on the pride of the Scourge, goad them into activating those traitors so he can get his hands on them. It's dangerous only if he's too stupid to protect himself in advance. I'm willing to bet he isn't. Taking more risks. Sounds like him. Vetsmon sighed. He knew that being exceptional was something to strive for, but he got worried when John went and did things like this. He knew intelligence could be just as potent of a weapon as the edge of a sword. Battles could be won even before they were fought, should the generals behind them be smart enough. But he knew things about the Scourge that John didn't, and this seemed more reckless than he thought was appropriate. The squad leader shook his head. Your friend isn't perfect, Vetsmon. He may be smart enough to use the chaos, but don't misunderstand. He's panicking, probably desperate. That doesn't seem like him. Come on, use that brain. He's doing his best to find traitors when nobody else will. He just invented one of the greatest technologies history has ever seen. The third claw got to him and made him throw away every ounce of independence he had. And now the Western Front is collapsing all around him as he desperately tries to prevent it with brand new weapons that can't seem to be fielded fast enough to make a difference. Well, Vetsmon scratched his helmet. When it was put like that, it was almost obvious how John would be feeling. Instead of hiding away, though, it seemed he was doubling down. He had confidence in his skills, which was good, except for the fact that the more risk he took on, the greater the downfall would be should it all go wrong. But that was why they were there, wasn't it? They would make sure that no matter what happened, such a valuable man wouldn't be wasted on people who couldn't appreciate it. They ran for a time across the endless biomat, arriving just outside the battle between the Snow Doves and the remaining Scourge forces. The Brigadier Nanan seemed to be finishing off his foe, the rest of the monsters dwindling in number. When John returned, he started slaughtering the remaining force just as he did the previous one. The battle was over before long. It seemed the battalion the Snow Doves were saving had taken heavier losses, and there were fewer Snow Doves standing than before. Not many, but it was clear the Snow Doves had been whittled down a bit. Looks like we're not needed. Let's regroup with the others. We'll establish our next targets then. They took off with that command, Vetsmon giving one last glance at John. For a moment, he felt like John was staring back, the eyes of his aura all-encompassing. He wondered if they had been discovered, but decided it didn't matter either way. December 14th, 625. My heavy breathing sent visible clouds of vapor into the air. Water dripped from the barrel shroud of the glowing MG42 in my hands, the heat melting the heavy snow around it, the moderate winds bringing us halfway into a blizzard. Omara's voice entered my mind. I can't see you. The blizzard is getting worse, and I think it's laced with mana. Not natural. She was only 15 feet away, which meant it was getting heavier than I thought. My acute vision afforded me obviously better visibility even in harsh weather, so I had to use my team as a realistic gauge. I turned, finding her figure amidst bellowing winds. The sun was setting, which would assist the blizzard in rendering our sight useless sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, we couldn't go anywhere. This supply post was responsible for providing logistics for 3 battalions, including the Snow Doves. We were almost a forward base, probably not designated such since we barely had proper walls and no standing force to protect against sieges. Whoever happened to be here was the standing force. For now, it was us and half of a battalion recently returned from a battle with substantial losses. Thankfully, the Scourge hadn't attacked with much of a force. Yet, my anxiety started heightening as visibility dropped. I responded, "Let's go talk to Nanan." Omara followed when I jumped off the small makeshift wall and sent the gun back, hitting the ground after slowing my descent with my boots. I looked back, Omara gliding up to my side, the witch hat on her head and mask on her face, those purple wisps within the eye sockets glowing eerily in the blizzard. We continued to our camping ground. A few warlocks had made some makeshift structures out of reinforced dirt in order to protect the tents on the campground from being buried in the snow. We found Nanan in the dirt building designated for the Snow Doves doing some 2-finger handstand push-ups, shirtless and showing off steel muscles. PSH, I can do that. Can you now? He tilted his head and looked up at me from below, a doubtful gaze. Watch me. I suddenly dropped to the ground, kicking up on my hands before shifting my weight to one palm. Then I popped up on my fingertips, then shifted to 2 fingers, sitting there for a few seconds before doing a few push-ups. The vigor combined with the control I could exercise over my body meant that something like this was relatively simple, a mere matter of balance rather than strength. It still hurt my fingers a little, but I could do it. I quickly popped back up. See? Now do single finger. You want to see single finger? I shot him the bird, causing him to shake his head in exasperation. Never mind. How was scouting? Easy, but I'm 99.3% certain that what we killed was a scouting force. Something is coming, and my fingers are getting twitchy. I noticed a few people nearby shift out of their beds due to my words, earning a curious glance from me before I focused back on Nanan. He frowned and stopped doing his push-ups, popping up to his feet and letting out a harsh breath. What makes you even slightly uncertain? The blizzard, and the fact that I only picked off 2 scouts. So it's definitely an incoming force. Well, you never know. Could just be a fluke. No, it's an incoming force without doubt. Well, technically, we could never know that with 100% certainty until they show up at the walls and attack us. Don't patronize me, smartass. Give me a time estimate. With this weather, between 64 and 73 minutes. I took an educated guess based on all my experience and the data I had remembered from the many thousands of battle records I'd gone over in the past. Nanan wiped a bit of sweat off his abs. I need you to run recon. Take 5th Squadron with you. Copy. Send the details and I'll mobilize. We'll meet you wherever you send us. Copy, copy. I turned to Amara and squeezed her shoulder. Go ahead and grab the others. I'll gather supplies. We separated, a few minutes passing before we met up again with the rest of the squad. I looked at Harsha, long recovered but much quieter than before. I knew she felt alienated from the group, but she still had a job to do. At the very least, we had replaced her shield with something comparable. Besides, it wasn't like she couldn't handle anything short of a direct fight with an Authority 10. She was just out of her element at the time, and Amara had a few conversations with her about that. Once everyone was gathered, I went through equipment checks. We didn't want to get caught out in a blizzard unprepared, regardless of how superhuman everyone was. After all was said and done, I prepared one last thing, a nice little convenience for the trip. Everyone stand around. I motioned for the squad to stand around me. Then I accessed my mind palace. Within the command and control center, I went and tagged everyone's aura and relative location, proceeding to establish a telepathic link with all of them. I hardly even had to consciously think about handling 5 connections with how powerful my mind had become, especially when I could just delegate it to my spark. After that, I utilized my visualization and illusory abilities to generate an illusion above everyone's heads. Amara and her squad glanced between each other when they saw the tags that appeared above their heads. It both labeled them and gave their location, no matter where they moved. This will help each person keep track of one another in the blizzard. Amara waved her hand through my name tag. Seeing her fingers phase through, "How the hell are you doing that? If I can make someone not see things, then I can also make them see things. It's really easy when the mind you're trying to trick isn't fighting you. Now, let's get going. We're taking a steed, 'cause fuck if I'm trudging through a foot of snow." We left with that, rolling out of the base as soon as we could. I drove, simply following wherever my aura pointed. It didn't take long to get within range of several powerful signatures. I pulled over on a vantage point, everyone jumping out into the raging snow that only continued to grow in intensity. I kneeled, overlooking what was supposed to be the bottom slope below the ridge we sat on. I couldn't see farther than 30 feet, but my eyes were picking up the faint glow of magic sources, poisoned and malevolent. The clustered sources seemed to be lower-level troops, merging into a blurry sea of power. Then there were the sources that shone like stars in both my vision and aura. They seemed to max out at Authority 10, and I counted 4. If I was estimating the number of enemies in this force based on how much ground that huge sea of glowing power covered, then it sat at around 21,700. I spoke through telepathy. "We're retreating." Copy. I got no protest, everyone quickly boarding the steed. I stomped the gas and made haste back to base, the blizzard dropping my speed to around half of the norm. Along the way, I turned on my aerial and made contact with Nanan. "Blade 1, come in." Nanan answered quickly, "I hear you, Envoy." The incoming force is at least 21,000 strong with a minimum of 4 Brigadier-class combatants. Average authority sits at Authority 7. This is beyond us. I had a very precise grasp on our own combat power. After some of the losses we had taken over the last week and the lack of reinforcements for our platoon, we Snow Doves were only 32 strong, 37 including Amara's group. The Pathfinders were another 41, and the half-battalion we had on station numbered 336. Like the Pathfinders, the battalion averaged between Authority 5 and 7 with a single brigadier heading them, giving us 3 Authority 10s total. It was one less than the enemy. It seemed the supply post had fallen. Nanan's voice fell. We won't be able to hold this position. No, we won't. Get ready to retreat while I call Pipsqueak. I quickly swapped channels, dialing Jasmine directly. She picked up in about 2.2 seconds. Hey, Pipsqueak. Don't call me that. We've got a significant force right outside the supply post. 21,000 strong, 4 authority tins. I need the status of the battalions assigned to our post. On it. I could hear her scramble a bit, her voice a bit groggy. Seemed she had been napping. Are you in combat? Not currently. Just did recon. The force is about 24 minutes out from the supply post, much closer than I had anticipated. Copy. Let me see. There was some silence as she gathered the data. All right, 3rd Battalion checked in an hour ago at a location about 21 miles away from the post. Not sure where they are now. 2nd Battalion is 32 miles away and checked in 34 minutes ago saying they were engaged in combat. See if you can get in contact with either and send them to the crags 14 miles southwest of our position. We'll retreat there. Roger. Keep your line active. Her voice cut, and I lowered my wrist. Before long, we skidded into the supply post, the entire place frenzied with activity. Nanan ran over to us as we jumped out of the steed. How much time do we have? 18 minutes until they reach us. Jasmine is contacting 2nd and 3rd Battalion to see if they can meet with us 14 miles from here. But if we want to get there, we need to start moving now. Yeah, I've got everyone getting ready. If we overstuff the steeds, we can get everyone on wheels. The problem is we still have wounded. Well, they're gonna have to suck it up. I'll start organizing. Get the snow doves in their own steeds. Chances are we're going to fight our way out, and we can't have wounded getting in the way. Copy. I nodded and turned. Umara, go with Nanan. I'll be there in a bit. Don't take too long. She grabbed and squeezed my hand before she, her squad, and Nanan all shot off. I went in another direction, starting to guide people into steeds and organizing them based on their combat capability. Before long, we had most of the wounded in a few steeds, intelligence agents sitting on top of each other in a few Hummers, and the rest overstuffing the remaining steeds. I also told Jasmine to keep an eye out for any helicopters for evac in that time, but I wasn't counting on it. Get fucking rolling. Let's go. Driver, go. I banged on steeds, sending out the vehicles with wounded out first, the Pathfinders going with them. It was a trade-off between getting them farther from the danger and having them pave the way. If they got attacked, at least we'd know in advance. Better than keeping them with the force and setting them up as collateral. I was under no impression that today wasn't going to get ugly. The steed started moving. I wasn't willing to waste a single minute, having literally thrown people into the passenger holds like garbage bags. Some people from the battalion weren't quite grasping how urgent the situation was. At least we actually had the intel. If I hadn't felt anything and checked it out, those monsters would have swarmed this place unannounced. We would have been fucked sideways then. Before long, most of the extraneous personnel were leaving. I had given all drivers their destination, so it was up to them to get there as fast as they could. I heard Nanan's voice after I sent off the last one. John, let's go. Coming. I yelled back, took one last look back at the rest of the post, and then ran to the steed. I glided into the back with the rest of Amara's squad, the hatch closing before speeding off. Most of the combatants were already off, the snow doves leaving last. It had taken almost 14 minutes to get everyone out. It was pretty fast for abandoning an entire supply post, but not fast enough apparently. They were right on our heels, and we had to plow through an active blizzard. It wasn't looking good. I could almost hear them. We got on the trail that the leading convoy paved. It wasn't exactly straight, but getting anywhere was better than getting nowhere. How fast are we going? 30 miles an hour? We may as well be fucking walking. I don't know how long they'll spend searching the post before continuing to pursue us, but I wouldn't count on them being stupid for long. They'll be catching up to us given around 5 minutes at the most. So we fight. Amara chimed, making me nod. We fight, I sighed. I should have just retired and continued working in the spire. This is bullshit. Nanan snickered. Yeah, are you sure you're smart? You know, I would usually say I am, but ironically enough, I've got my helicopter sitting in an airfield collecting dust instead of helping us out here when we need it most. Nanan chuckled a bit, then went silent when we all turned our heads to look toward the back of the steed. Magic power gathered, then launched toward us like a cannon. Incoming! I got it! Amara shouted and kicked open the hatch, throwing out a bolt of fire in response. The two spells collided, Amara's detonating and blowing the other, significantly more powerful cluster of magic off its original trajectory. It exploded to the side of the vehicle, shaking the frame. I looked out before searching my armory and taking out a flare. It was there, not used often, but now was as good a time as ever. I ignited it before tossing it out, the light glowing in the blizzard. I watched it get farther away, then saw a blur pass over it right before it was obscured out of view. They're catching up. Then it's time to fight. Nanan stepped up, his aura bellowing out like a beacon. Whatever was out there backed off really quick, but then two more auras erupted from a couple miles away. The fight was on. The thousands of monsters in the distance charged at us. Obviously, the empty supply post did nothing to distract them, or at least not the bulk of them. Those towering auras came to a silent agreement as the lesser monsters rapidly gained on our steed. It wasn't their job to fight the fodder, and I wouldn't make Nanan waste his energy on clearing them out either. He had his fight. We had ours. Suddenly, I kneeled down and brought out a new weapon. It had been unsuitable before now. It wasn't something built to be carried by one person, and since I always needed to be on the move, I never found a good time to bring it out. Now though, I had a good opportunity. The M2 Browning heavy barrel appeared with its tripod, which I settled onto the floor right behind the hatch. It took up space, but that's exactly why I had Nanan keep the steeds for the snow doves clear of extraneous personnel. A can of ammunition appeared in my hands after I was settled. I took the link of .50 BMG and lifted the cover, opening the bolt and laying the rounds in place before dropping it closed and charging the handle. After locking the bolt latch, I settled my thumbs over the butterfly trigger, the iron sights hovering in front of me. Umara, Jaya, take anything that comes from the sides. Fidan, Tana, take the turrets up above. Only shoot what you can see. Don't waste energy on area attacks. Roger. Copy. I got a few replies. As for our driver, Harsha, she already knew what to do. The enemies got closer. My thumbs tensed up. I could sense the mana around Amara getting denser as she poked her head through another open hatch, Jaya preparing some alchemical weapons. Fidan and Tana swiveled the turrets above us. They got closer. Hold. The snarls and screams started piercing through the blizzard winds. I could feel the tension rise within the steed. Everyone knew this was just the start of a long fight. Hold. Their figures started appearing, claws dragging ugly forms through the snow. Not until you can see the whites of their eyes. Their bodies appeared in full view, dark fur or hide contrasting against the white all around us. They reached out toward the steed with the raving malice of a rabid animal, and we responded with the cold fire of magic and steel. Open fire. I pressed the trigger, and the explosion signed our declaration of war. Chapter 226, Our Job. December 15th, 625. The Ma-Deuce in front of me shook with every round, heavy bullets traveling at nearly 3,000 feet per second to shred the monsters trying to claw down our vehicle. It only took short bursts in order to incapacitate or kill anything that came into my field of view. Unlike with my other weapons thus far, when I empowered the belts of ammo going through the weapon, they didn't simply gain speed. Instead, I noticed singular rounds punching far harder than they otherwise would. Perhaps the toughness of the bullet itself was enhanced, allowing them to pierce and pulverize bioarmor and flesh despite the poisonous magic behind them. I held the trigger down when a group of 7 monsters all came running, sweeping over them and handing them 4 bullets each. One by one, they either had entire limbs blown off or had their torsos caved in. Little could prepare those within the steed for the sheer visceral impact that each squeeze of the trigger brought. .50 BMG was not for the weak. Even my ears, as enhanced as they were ringing after just a few minutes, let alone the 10 that we had been fighting. After I let off the trigger, I heard yelling. John, could you get any fucking louder? You'll pull the entire western front here. Nanan massaged his ears, making me chuckle, my eyes still glued to our rear. Get used to it, old man. The future is now. I'm gonna lose my hearing now if you don't pipe down. Hearing loss is a small price to pay for awesomeness. Contact. Fuck. I heard his curse before drowning it out with pounding explosions. I knew it didn't help that the barrel wasn't entirely out of the steed, the shockwaves bouncing off the walls a bit, but I had little choice. It wasn't like I could properly mount this gun anywhere. I was barely getting by with the tripod like I was. The metal legs sprawled awkwardly across the passenger hold. I fired off what little rounds remained before calling out. Reloading. I threw the cover open, kicked off the empty ammo box, and summoned a new can. I went through the motion smoothly, getting the cover closed on a new belt in 1.82 seconds, the handle racked twice 0.4 seconds later. The trigger depressed, and the Browning rattled as the steed continued to roll. The blizzard seemed to start slowing, the snow that touched the machine gun melting and releasing some steam. Just as Harsha was able to speed up, so too did the monsters in pursuit. What little sun remained faded from the snow around us after another 10 minutes of retreat, my eyes resolving fewer enemies in the light, but even more in the magic, my fire rate climbing as I sought to eliminate more targets. My psyche drained quickly despite my attempts to moderate. .50 BMG could suck down psyche, that much was apparent. If I held back though, I wouldn't be doing much damage to the incoming monsters. Bruises wouldn't do any good. Each round that didn't maim or kill was a waste that may as well have not been fired. Several more minutes passed before my aerial chimed. It was Jasmine. Come in, Envoy. I'm here. I can't get you air support. All aircraft are returning to immediate airspace. Not to mention the weather is too harsh for them. The Sovereign just gave the order to consolidate. The fuck? Is there a Sovereign class on the way? I don't know. Motherbird just left for a meeting with all the generals and Sovereign. I'll let you know when they come out, but the chances are high that everyone is getting ready for a siege. We've already recalled 6 of our farthest forward bases. Fuck. I felt my jaw clench as I swept another 24 enemies. I could feel the royals going around our flank, speeding past our steed like we were standing still and going for the ones ahead of us. Nanan looked like he would jump out any second now. Those Brigadier-class royals were getting close. What about our reinforcements? I'm sorry. 2nd Battalion isn't responding and 3rd Battalion is already on their way back. They're over 60 miles away from the crags you told me to send them to. We were their fucking supply post. Why did they leave for the base? They said they encountered the enemy and took some casualties. The brigadier heading them made the call. I felt a surge of rage that threatened to boil over, but I stamped it down and vented through the barrel of my Browning. After some seconds, I let out a long breath. We are outnumbered over 50 to 1. If everyone retreats without us, then we'll be stranded in the middle of enemy territory. Is there anything you can do to help us? There was silence over the line for several seconds. I'm sorry, John. There's nothing. Until the blizzard clears, I can't get planes or helicopters out, and there aren't any forward bases nearby. I could hear her get emotional, but with the dire news, I felt nothing other than calm wash over me. We were alone. I clicked my aerial. All right, we'll figure it out. I ended communications with those words, looking back toward Nanan. His eyes met mine. We're not getting any help. Our only reinforcements have abandoned us. Shit. He closed his eyes. To the side, Amara dipped down and looked at me. We're outnumbered 50 to 1, and they have nothing to give us but their condolences? Pretty much. We'll be surrounded before long. We'll have to cut dead weight. Yeah. Then after that we'll be outnumbered 200 to 1. Yup. I gave her a small smile. Is that enough of a challenge for you special operators? She grinned. It'll certainly look good on our growing list of accolades. You guys are crazy. Nanan shook his head, staring out of the back hatch with a grim look. I smacked his leg from where I sat behind the Browning. Hey, prioritize survival. We can evade this force entirely, and you're more important than that entire battalion. Don't do anything fucking heroic, and leave over 300 people to die? Those 300 people mean nothing before the power you possess. I suddenly stood and walked up to him, staring right into his eyes. I loathe throwing away lives just so higher authorities don't have to go out and fight, but you're actually doing something with your power. We will fight as long as we can, but make no mistake, it's our job to come out of this, not die with dead weight. I don't care what you need to tell yourself as long as you do your job and live to continue doing it later. That's how we get the most value out of ourselves. You're talking like an intelligence agent again. It's a numbers game, Nanan. I looked back out at the incoming hordes. We're the outliers worth far more than our authority, and you're an unacceptable loss. Accept that, and let me handle the rest of the troops. Don't make me worry about you. I sat back down behind the Browning, my thumbs hovering over the trigger. Get ready to fight. Jasmine stared at the aerial in front of her, her hands trembling for a moment as she glanced at the map next to her. She could see the bird icon on her map representing the snow doves and the battalion they were escorting. The recent addition of a massive cluster of red arrows was added on top of them, threatening to drown them. There wasn't anything for dozens of miles. Nothing could help them, not in any meaningful time frame. They were already getting attacked, and the blizzard was keeping the steeds from moving fast. They'd be surrounded before she could even get a helicopter over their heads, and by that time they'd either be wiped out or halfway to it. She quickly wiped one of the tears that escaped before it could wet her cheek, taking some deep breaths. She didn't have anything to worry about, she reminded herself. If she knew John, then he'd cut off the weaklings and escape with those who mattered. He wouldn't allow himself or the snow doves to be slaughtered. It was why she always had confidence in them. Other platoons, other battalions, other armies might be destroyed and slaughtered weekly, but not them. They were the ones who always came back. They had lived too long, fought too long, had surpassed too many tribulations to die like this, but they still needed support. They needed to get back home. Something was happening and Jasmine would be a fool not to see it in advance. She wouldn't let them fend for themselves after barely escaping with their lives. But she couldn't do anything until Polly left that room. They had been in there for 20 minutes, which meant decisions were being made about the war as a whole. The fact that she wasn't allowed to sit in on it meant that they were running numbers and calculations that would decide the fate of over 200,000 soldiers, a fate that likely spelled death for the majority. She glanced at the battalion that had decided to return to the treehouse instead of returning to the supply post. They hadn't done it out of malice. The brigadier simply believed that they would be healed and refit faster than at the supply post. The issue was that he had abandoned his post entirely. If he hadn't, the snow doves wouldn't be outnumbered at the highest authority on top of every other damnable disadvantage. They would have a far higher chance of coming out with the majority of their combat power intact. Instead, there was an unacceptably high chance that they wouldn't be making it out at all. John could be ruthless, but Nanan wouldn't abandon everyone simply because they could predict the outcome. That meant it would be him pitted against two brigadier-class royals, placing him in extreme danger. She decided that this 3rd Battalion would be the first to face whatever abomination the Sovereign had called everyone into a meeting to discuss. They had already committed an offense worthy of being stripped of rank. Of course, nobody would actually strip a brigadier's rank over something like that, but they had also never been placed in this situation before, let alone one where such a decision actually resulted in the worst possible outcome instead of merely being symbolically wrong. If they came out alive, she'd let them bitch and complain to her about what it was like to be dreadfully outnumbered all they wanted. There was a sudden sound at the door. She looked up and saw Polly walking into the office. Jasmine carefully asked, "How was it?" Polly sighed, sat down at her desk, and wiped her face, remaining silent for several seconds. Then she lifted her head and zoned in. It looked like the next few weeks were going to be rough. The Sovereign has confirmed that the enemy Sovereign class is making its advance. Apparently the blizzard is its doing. It's covering the advance of its armies. It's working because we can't see anything and the magic within the snow is scrambling our sensors. We're lucky that communications are still able to get through. Still, we can assume that over 1 million monsters are about to lay siege to this place, based on our Sovereign's words. I understand. I have a report regarding the snow doves. Something happened? Jasmine nodded. They encountered a high average force of over 20,000 and are retreating from the supply post. 3rd Battalion abandoned the post earlier, so the snow doves are outnumbered by about 50 to 1, with the enemy having 1 brigadier class more. Polly frowned and looked at the map, seeing the obviously dire situation. She sighed again, massaged her temples, and glanced at the map one more time before giving the order. We've brought back most of our aircraft, so get 3 helicopters in the air over their position. Tell the doves to head east and escape the range of the blizzard, because it'll be diverted toward the treehouse, and it's only encompassing a certain range. Most of them won't survive, so give the snow doves a place to escape to. Make sure the helicopters are there to meet and extract them. Copy. I'll send the orders now. Hang on. Polly called before Jasmine could run off. Her face grew even more serious than it had been. Jasmine, that sovereign is coming with an army that's going to overwhelm the treehouse. None of us are under the illusion that we can hold our ground. We'll damn well try, but the generals are already taking measures to ensure their escape to Stronghold Charlie. We'll see how many work, but if you and I want a chance, we're going to need the snow doves with us. I'm willing to bet that the Scourge will march on Stronghold Charlie as well. Jasmine stared silently, realizing what they had been talking about in that room. They were already prepared to lose everything. They would throw every soldier in the treehouse at those monsters in an attempt to slow their advance, all while the generals, marshals, and likely the sovereign retreated. Those who didn't have the connections nor the rank to be in the know wouldn't have a clue as to what was happening until that Authority 12 was already at the walls. By then, it would be too late to retreat with hope of escape, and the blizzard meant that even intelligence agents were unable to get an idea of what was coming. Jasmine wasn't sure how to feel about being one of the few who knew. It felt wrong, somehow. Polly continued, I need you to go grab supplies for 2 months, put it in this storage ring, and keep those helicopter pilots attached to the snow doves. Don't let them receive other orders. We'll need them if we want to get out of here alive. Copy. I'll have more for you later. Do what you need to do for now. Polly looked into Jasmine's eyes. Remember, this is when all of our investments pay off. Let's get out of this alive. We can make it up later by leading other troops to victory. Is it right? Jasmine muttered, feeling her emotions swell once more. Is it right to use all these people as sacrifices for our survival? Shouldn't we be dying with them? We've already killed so many. It is our job, Colonel Jasmine, Polly glared, to lead troops from a position of dedicated intellect and strategy. We do no good with a blade and are less than valuable dead. We do not kill people. We guide armies to battle and help them gain victory with the advantages our intellect affords them. You will continue to do your job as I've instructed, and you will let me worry about the decisions that must be made, as I've sworn to do. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am. Jasmine saluted with a tear in her eye. Polly looked down at the orb on her desk. Go and get our doves back to base. They are your sole focus alongside the extraneous tasks I've given you. With any luck, they won't be among those we'll have to mourn after the events beginning this day. Chapter 227. Don't deny me this. December 15th, 625. We lost a wheel. Just keep your foot on that pedal. We're dead if we stop in this blizzard. I pushed the trigger once my words finished, pelting our rear with another several hundred rounds as Harsha focused on making sure we didn't get drowned in the sea of monsters around us. I could sense them absolutely everywhere. Behind us, flanking us, and in front of us. Only the blizzard kept them all from knowing exactly where we were. It was a madhouse with those monsters tripping over each other with the lack of visibility, the only solace in this situation. Reloading. My call-out came right when the last bullet in the belt ran through the Browning. With practiced motions, I threw open the cover, kicked off the empty ammo can, slammed down another, ran the belt in place, and threw the cover down. The handle was racked twice within 1.96 seconds of running empty, yet it felt like 1.95 seconds too long. Monsters gained ground every millisecond, and the only reason it didn't feel like the Browning was firing too slowly was because every round packed a .50 cal punch. The snow is clearing. We heard Harsha's call, even though we could all see it. I reloaded as the blizzard started to fade. Jasmine had already passed me Polly's words, so I knew we were crossing the furthest range of that Sovereign-class snowstorm. Her orders were also what gave us our new rendezvous point. The threshold was rather sharp. 1 minute we were still blind. The next we saw the entire landscape open up to our eyes. I raised myself and looked out of a hatch so get a grasp on the situation. The biomat all around us had a layer of snow on it, not as thick as that within the blizzard, which meant the steed could move faster. But then we saw all the thousands of monsters around us, all charging toward the steeds and Hummers ahead of us. There were several fewer than when we left, which, based on my estimations, meant there were at least 3 platoons worth dead, dropping our numbers to around 260. Considering we had some steeds filled with mostly wounded, which were at the front and safe, our combat effective numbers were around 200 at best. Based on my counts thus far, we had only killed around 1,300 monsters. It wasn't quick because of the blizzard. We could only kill what was in front of us. Still, there were at least another 20,000 monsters, and we were now effectively outnumbered 100 to 1. Now, that wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the fact that the average authority of the soldiers outside the Snow Doves and Amara's squadron sat around authority 6, while the enemy averaged an entire authority higher. We were outclassed and outnumbered in every way. Not that I didn't already know that. It just meant that 100 to 1 odds were actually looking at this situation nicely. And now we would have to make our stand. There's a steed stopped in front. They're doves. Get to them. I called out and let out a harsh breath, looking down at the Browning. Looks like your time is up. We did well. I sent it back to the dimension before climbing up to the roof of the steed. I looked to our front and saw the halted steed, all but 3 of its wheels destroyed and the Snow Doves within getting surrounded. I frowned. If we stopped then there was no way we could get rolling again. The issue was that we wouldn't be rolling for much longer anyway with the way the monsters were starting to converge on us, and our doves were the only people capable of putting up a meaningful fight. When the odds were stacked against us so heavily, we needed every valuable asset. They were worth it. I ducked down. Get to them and disembark. We fight on foot the rest of the way. Harsha responded, her eyes glued to the monsters beyond her windshield. If we stop, we're dead. That's for me to decide. Stop at their position. That's a fucking order. Harsha grit her teeth and changed course, going for the doves. The only reason fighting on foot wasn't hopeless was because the rendezvous was only 3 miles away. The risks of not securing more doves was greater than crossing that distance. I didn't need Harsha to understand that. I just needed her to listen. I climbed to the roof of the steed, looking around us before tilting my head up. In this dark night, the moon was our only source of light. It was full and cast a soft glow on everything around us. I could see clear as day anyway, but the moon would be the guiding light for the rest of my troops. Then I sat down. We had about 53 seconds before arriving within the vicinity of the steed, and there was something I had to do. I took out my MG42, its barrel warm in anticipation. I could feel the burning hatred within it. This was the first weapon that I had felt such strong emotion from. Others were determined to perform as they were built. Others were capable of forming an intelligible connection with me that increased accuracy. But this weapon connected with me because we both felt hatred. It was the most potent conduit for my wrath against the scourge of this planet. It was weaponized malice, and I was the only one who could bring it to bear. I had put it through battles well above its tolerance, and it hurt. Not because I was pushed past its limits, but because it couldn't meet my demand for more. Thus far, it was my most effective weapon against the masses of monsters we fought, but it raged against its limits because its entire being was driven by the desire to kill more. There was only one thing I could do to raise its ability to my standard. It was something I hadn't considered for any other weapon because I always knew there was another waiting for me at a later authority that would surpass the performance of anything I could find before. But not only had I gone back to find this weapon, it was only just short of meeting the standard 2 authorities above it. I decided that now was a good time to carry out my first marriage, when the odds were so skewed against us that even escape carried far more risk than I was normally willing to take on. I needed a weapon that would turn the tide and give us higher chances even in the most terrible circumstances. Now and in the future, so I call. With my soul I bear. Before God as my witness. A single line of scripture flashed to life and wrapped itself in orbit around me and the weapon. It displayed my words in a language I did not understand and carried power beyond what I provided. Upon my life, I declare my intention to utilize this spirit as my weapon, to carry out war, to kill those that seek to kill me, to kill those who I desire to kill. Without prejudice or restraint, I demand this of this spirit. The scripture inscribed itself into reality, and I paused, waiting for the response I knew would come. More scripture wrote itself, but it came not from me. The Spirit declared, through my tongue, its desire to be used as a weapon, to kill those that seek to kill man, to kill the targets of man's hatred and wrath, to be used with prejudice and without restraint. This, to demand of man. More scripture appeared, and these desires of the spirit conflicted with my intentions. I pondered, knowing that they would need to be resolved to continue the marriage. The problem was that the desires would demand that I only utilize this spirit after fulfilling those conditions, which meant what, or who, I could kill with it would be limited. To kill those that sought to kill me. There was no conflict there, and the targets of that condition automatically encompassed all of the scourge. But it did not encompass all people. To kill the targets of man's hatred and wrath was an interesting condition because I did not hate everybody, nor did I want to bring down wrath upon everyone. So that meant I could only kill those that sought to kill me or those that I hated. If they did not seek to kill me and I didn't hate them, then I couldn't utilize this weapon against them. This was a problem because I could think of several people that hadn't sought to kill me and that I hadn't hated that I had still killed. But since those who had earned my wrath were also included, I supposed it would have to be good enough. If I really couldn't fulfill all of the conditions, then there was a high chance that I wouldn't feel the need to kill a target anyway, because they were either completely innocent or I was oblivious to their guilt. It depended on my knowledge of the reality, which was always the case regardless. As for the omission of to carry out war, I didn't believe that I'd be carrying out a war against an enemy that not only didn't seek to kill me, but that I also didn't hate or feel wrathful against. It was a redundant line, more than acceptable conditions to me, so I changed my intention. Upon my life I resolve and declare my intention to utilize this spirit as my weapon, to kill those who seek to kill me, to kill the targets of my hatred and wrath. With prejudice and without restraint I demand this of this spirit. The new lines of scripture appeared, amended the prior lines, and were then accepted. The revolving line spun and split into two. One sunk into my body and then burned into my back, the entire scripture being written upon my skin. To the world I declare this marriage by my name, John Jacob Cooper. My name was burned at the bottom of the scripture, my signature, tied to my very soul. The other half of the scripture sunk into the weapon, being engraved upon its steel. On its cover, its name was engraved in glowing red letters, Totenstahl. The marriage finished with another connection being established. I could feel the spirit become attached to me, become a part of me like another limb. When that happened, the spirit, Totenstahl, returned to my mind palace. My fabrication plant automatically created a large steel ammo pack and sent it to the armory where bullets were being summoned into long belts. The belts filled the ammo pack endlessly, hundreds turning into thousands, turning into tens and hundreds of thousands. The pack was weighed down, a metal feed chute attaching to the port at the top and extending down to Totenstahl's receiver where the first bullet fed into it. Then, I opened my eyes. John, it's time to move. I heard Amara yelling from the side. I looked down and found Totenstahl in my lap. I stood, feeling the weight of the steel ammo pack put strain on my back even though it was also strapped around my waist. Even with vigor my core had to activate to keep me upright. The feed chute rested over my shoulder, following my arm to the receiver where it was mounted. I reached and ripped the cocking handle for the first and last time, grabbing the bipod toward the front and hefting it around. We had just reached the killed steed, everyone dismounting to clear out the scourge surrounding our doves. I thought for 2 seconds, getting a grasp upon the entire situation, feeling Totenstahl in my hands, the barrel already glowing with wrath, merely waiting for my trigger pull to dispense it upon all the monsters around us. Amara launched a bolt of fire behind me, killing a monster that had jumped on top of our steed and lunged for me. In turn, I raised Totenstahl and aimed at the monsters flooding in around us. The trigger depressed, and my weapon spit fire. It cycled faster than before, surpassing 1,200 rounds per minute, climbing to 1,400 and only increasing as more monsters came. I yelled, "Go and secure them. We need to fucking move." "Roger. I'll hold them." I swept Totenstahl across all that came our way from atop the steed. It didn't matter how powerful or large they were all slaughtered as if I were sawing trees. There was ease on my psyche despite the killing power increasing significantly. I killed 100 immediate enemies in seconds, and even more as my killing radius grew. Soon enough, there were no incoming enemies for 100 yards. Concentrated fire eliminated any that dared come in our direction, the blizzard obscuring my view of anything beyond. The monsters around our rescued doves were also cleared, and I was called. John. What? This needs your attention. I frowned and looked back, Amara waving me over as all those who were able stepped up to hold the rest of the enemies off. I noticed her companion spirit, the large, snowy blue six-legged wolf that had fresh blood dripping from its teeth, munching on nearby scourge corpses. I lowered Totenstall, disregarded the dog, and ran to where Nanan stood with a wounded knight. It only took one glance to tell me that he was sliced across the chest by a scyther, the only thing that could cut through armor and a knight's body that deep and clean in one go. His legs were also gone, as was half his left arm. Another scyther based on a knight that had shallow wounds nearby. They had gotten hit by several based on the wounds around the steed. He was obviously suffering. It hadn't gotten his heart, but one of his lungs was cut and organs were open. If he had a healer and dedicated attention, he could probably make it out alive. He was Authority 8, and that kind of vitality was capable of miracles. But we didn't have a healer nor the time for attention. We didn't even have the room to keep wounded safe. The big hitters were coming and fast. We had to move now. I looked at Nanan. What's the call? He was conflicted, indecisive. I knew what the call was, but he didn't want to give the order. We can't care for wounded. No, we can't. I answered quickly, without the hesitation that Nanan had. That's when the knight reached out and grabbed my leg. My eyes snapped to him as he struggled to get out words, half suffocating on his own blood. Don't let them take me. Blood gurgled from his mouth. I could see the fear on his face. We had been seeing more corrupted as the scourge pushed their attack. Reports had come in of familiar faces. Those were always kept away from the masses lest morale fall. But with greater power came greater sacrifices. The snow doves were required to know about these things because we couldn't allow the scourge to get their hands on powerful soldiers. Even worse than them dying was them coming back as enemies. I thought about having this knight take the overkill pill, the last resort. It was designed precisely to keep people from getting corrupted, and it had the added benefit of allowing the user to take a few more scourge with him. But he didn't have his legs and was already halfway into the grave. Not even one of those pills was going to do anything. It would just make him suffer longer. I knew what had to be done. I raised Totenstall, pointed it at the knight, and squeezed the trigger. Nothing happened. This man did not seek to hurt me, and I did not hate him, nor was he the target of my wrath. Totenstall would not kill this man. I would have to, with another weapon. I brought out a pistol, a 1911, and spoke. I will do what must be done. The rest of you, form up with 5th Squadron. Now. The other soldiers in the area ran off hastily, throwing a few glances back before continuing. Nanan remained, as he should, and I pointed the pistol at the knight. Herdad Aniran, first son of Manix and Zia Aniran. Your family will know that you died a hero. You will be remembered. May you rest in peace, knowing your work is done. I'm sorry. He gave his last words, and I pulled the trigger, giving him an instant death. Nanan and I lingered there for a few seconds before I put the pistol away. Let's go. Yes. He stowed the body into his storage ring, stood, and turned with me. The two of us started walking back to the rest of the formation. Then, I spun around, raising Totenstall just as Nanan unsheathed his sword. My eyes narrowed when I saw the King Blood Royal that appeared behind us. Its face was a void of black, with a purple body and digitigrade legs, wearing full black armor with a long serrated knife in each hand, and it sat at Authority 10. I pulled the trigger while retreating, yelling, "Run!" My boots threw me backwards as the King Blood lunged forward. Nanan went to intercept, slashing down with his sword, rage across his face. They collided, coming to a standstill. However, I could still sense the other 4 Brigadier-class Royals in the area, 2 of them converging. I could also sense Amira and our 3rd Brigadier Ramon heading our way from the rendezvous. They would be here soon, but now they were outnumbered by 2, not to mention that one was a King Blood. Neither Amira nor Ramon were at Nanan's level, and neither could handle 2 at a time. They would die sooner rather than later, and then we'd be fucked. I was pretty sure I couldn't hide from a King Blood of despair at Authority 10. I had rationalized anarchy, not despair. Sure, I could shrug off this King Blood's aura, but that didn't mean I could hide from it, and the rest of this entire force, let alone the rest of Amara's squad and the Snow Doves. We had to leave, and people were going to die doing it. Fuck. Go now. I screamed at the rest of our group. Tana, Fidan, and Harsha were already leading the charge alongside whatever knights were in the group of rescued doves. The warlocks like Amara and Jaya were casting spells and clearing out anything in front of us as fast as possible so that we didn't have to stop running. Pup in front with the knights helping the charge. I brought up the rear, leaving Nanan to fight the King Blood. At some point, Amira and Rahman shot past me and intercepted the other 4 King Bloods. I watched them instantly fall on the back foot, taking injuries within just a few exchanges. I turned around after some time, facing forward, my boots carrying me as fast as a car across the snow with active magic. I kept up with the rest, Totenstall constantly firing into the hordes around us, keeping our flanks clear. The rendezvous came into sight, the top of a hill that dropped off into a cliff, the rock face 500 feet tall, and in the distance, I could see the helicopters coming. They would be here in a couple minutes. Just a couple of eternal minutes. Go. Get to the rest. We need to hold the line. Everyone picked up the pace once the Pathfinders came into sight, helping what little remained of the battalion hold off all the monsters around them. We slaughtered our way there, my eyes occasionally glancing between the helicopters and the group at the edge of the cliff. There were destroyed steeds along our way. All of their occupants dead, some devoured. I had a bad feeling. Faster! I moved up and started aiming forward, clearing monsters with the others, not even looking back, solely moving forward. Like a spear, we slashed through the hundreds of monsters in our way, most powerful enough to take a few spells from Amara before going down, delaying our advance lest they collide with us and injure someone. They did anyway, the troops we rescued running into powerful royals and being brought to a standstill. They couldn't follow, we continued, and they were lost forever. My bad feeling grew as we desperately fought to keep from getting drowned. My eyes drawn to the Pathfinders fighting for their lives at the rendezvous, surrounded from all sides but behind. Then, I caught it. I looked between each person, seeing Pollux casting ice spells to create barriers that stalled monsters and gave his troops time to kill or protect wounded. Then I saw the last person I wanted to gaze upon. I saw Eric, and when he looked in our direction, seeing us barreling toward them, his eyes went bloodshot, then solid blood red. He snarled, then smiled, and raised his blade. And he swung it toward Pollux, shattering the man's barrier and decapitating him in one motion. No! Totenstall's fire rate increased as Eric released a blade of black vigor into the backs of several shield bearers, dropping the battle lines. Fidan, get over there now. I saw him vanish as soon as he heard the order in his mind, appearing amidst the other troops almost instantly. He quickly found Eric, but he went to retreat into the hordes all around them after letting the monsters in. Kill him! Without Pollux, the other troops and Pathfinders started falling. The thousands of monsters once scattered and dispersed by the blizzard were all converging on one point, the only point with humans. Fidan pursued Eric, using his power of instantaneous movement to dodge all the nearby royals and attack Eric. Whatever demonic power Eric had gained allowed him to barely evade. It boosted him well into Authority 8, and after just a few seconds other royals converged, 3 Authority 9s pursuing Fidan. Fidan pushed in anyway, releasing an attack that took off Eric's arm. I got hopeful, but then Eric threw something out, a small orb that rapidly brightened. Fidan jumped out, the orb exploding with the power of space, tears in reality shooting out like particles of radiation before rapidly being repaired. And Eric ran away, further than our reach. Fuck. It took us another couple minutes to arrive, all while the Pathfinders were decimated and eaten, not even Fidan able to save them as tides of monsters jumped on them, dozens to each person, completely overwhelming each troop. We had to fight through hundreds even when we arrived, slaughtering all the nearby monsters, bringing up new battle lines and securing the lives of that which remained. There was only one, and he was a chief from the Snow Doves, injured, but still standing. I looked around. I saw remnants of Pollux's head and half of Amari's body. I saw Gabriel, Brisa, Winston, some of the few Pathfinder veterans left after so many reinforcements and deaths. They were all dead. The Pathfinders were dead. No, not all of them. There was one left. I turned after reaching the cliffside, shoring up our lines with the other doves we rescued that still remained, and unloading on the monsters in front of us. Some of the doves were cut down in an attempt to hold Authority 9s back, Omara launching spatial spells to kill those our doves fell to. Even Pup taking on some to give us time to muster attacks that could injure or kill such powerful creatures. I looked off into the distance. I didn't see Eric. I couldn't find him, not with my attention pulled so many different ways. He was hiding, like the scum-sucking rat he was. He knew I would kill him. He knew I would string him up by his intestines. He knew that he had to stab Pollux in the back before we could get there to have a chance of escaping. It was I who should have seen it sooner. I continued to monitor Nanan, Amira, and Rahman in the distance. Their battles were extreme. Amira was bringing out everything she had, and Rahman was trying to match her and failing. He would fall first. The helicopters weren't here yet, but as I glanced around in search of any hint of Eric, I saw a glow. It wasn't the wrathful shine of Totenstall's bright red barrel, nor the moon above us. It was the glow of white armor. It pulled my attention instantly. There were 8 armored individuals that came from our flank, slaughtering their way toward us, steadily in an impenetrable formation obviously practiced hundreds of times before. I intuitively understood where they were from. They weren't of the kingdom, Templars from the church. I didn't know why they were here, but when I felt the aura of a brigadier shoot off in Nanan's direction, I quickly stopped caring, especially when yet another dove fell in front of me. Perhaps the only reason we would survive had come. I heard one of them yell, "Reinforce our brothers and sisters." Ho! There was a resounding response, and one of their warlocks, dressed in full armor just like the knights, cast a spell that unleashed column of fire. It swept through our front line, turning any monsters in its way to ash. They used that channel to rush to our side, the knights hoisting massive tower shields and planting them like walls. I could see the shields flash with enchantments and then expand with magic, connecting to each other to form one long barrier that completely fortified our front. The remaining knights raised their spears, stabbing or slashing anything that got close, the warlocks launching area spells to blast away clusters of monsters. I stepped up between 2 of them, leveling Totenstall over the barrier and clearing my sector of fire. Thousands of monsters came and thousands of monsters were annihilated. My hatred burned hotter with every second that passed, thoughts of killing Eric filling every corner of my mind. And then I saw one of our brigadiers go flying. It was Rahman. He was supposed to be a warlock, but I saw him hit the ground like a knight that had been thrown like a rock, as they often were. Monsters surrounded him when he went down, but they were blasted away with a quick spell. Before Rahman could stand, 2 of the Brigadier-class royals landed on top of him, one coming with a cluster of explosive spells and the other following up with a long spear. The one with a spear stabbed, slashed twice, stabbed again, and then slashed one more time. Rahman never rose from the ground, and when the knight from the Templars came flying in, the royals flew away. The Templar reached down, plucked something from the ground, before getting attacked by another royal and shooting off into the distance again. Rahman never flew with them. I turned, seeing the helicopters approach. I clicked my aerial. Bird 1, 2, and 3, come in. We read you, envoy. It's fucking hot down here. All of you lower altitude to our level and get ready to receive us. Roger that. Lowering altitude. I saw them start dipping down, the sound of their blades beginning to reverberate off the rock face, echoing in our ears. If we could hear it, the Scourge could too. I yelled, "Protect the helicopters. They're our ride out." Copy. Incoming. I heard the call, looking up to find a massive fireball sailing toward one of the helicopters. One of the Templars backed off the line, raising a staff. 100 ice shards bloomed above them and shot toward the fireball, colliding and making it explode. Another. I got it. Omara called and created a blade of vapor. She aimed at an incoming cluster of boulders, throwing one blade out per boulder. They hit the boulders and pierced into them before blasting them to chunks that fell on top of us. I just continued firing. Brigadier. Another call, and I looked up to see one of the Brigadier-class royals soaring through the air. The Templar jumped after it with obscene strength, going a bit faster, but I still watched as it broke through 2 barriers that the Templar warlocks created, and then crashed into one helicopter, knocking it out of the sky with its body. The Templar went after it, slaughtering it in the air. It was already wounded and this finished it off, but now we were down a chopper. The Templar formed a platform out of his vigor and jumped back, re-entering the battle. Bird 2 down. They're almost here. I yelled after hearing the call in my aerial. Then my eyes snapped over, seeing Amira tumbling across the ground. She landed not far from us. One of the warlocks cast a spell, grabbing her body and dragging her back to us. She was heavily wounded, a sword through her chest. I saw the royal fighting her pursue, heading toward us, also heavily wounded. Breaking formation. One of the knights in front called out. I looked down at him, eyes wide, recognizing that voice, and recognizing his height when he straightened out and stepped forward. Support. Another warlock called, moving forward with him and killing the monsters in the area. I focused my fire to take the pressure off, and the knight collided with that authority tin royal, bashing it away with his heavy shield. It recoiled before launching itself back at him, attacking so fast that I could barely follow the tip of the sword it swung, and it sliced through the knight's arm, clean through the armor. But the arm, holding his sword, didn't fall. Instead, he raised it like nothing happened and returned an attack, slashing the unsuspecting royal and taking off its leg. I was incredulous, but I continued shooting, more monsters converging now than ever before. They continued fighting that royal, the warlock able to attack since I took off most of the pressure. They gave it wound after wound, worsening existing injuries and knocking it to the floor. Without any fanfare, they eventually chopped off its head, collected the body, and retreated back to the line. The knight, who should be mortally wounded, ran back without a drop of his own blood leaking, filling the gap in the line like nothing had happened. I turned, looking at the helicopters. They're here. Initiate retreat. Bird 1. Open your hatch. Roger. A summoner within the helicopter opened the back hatch, the pilot backing up to the edge of the cliff. Snow doves, board now with Amira. Roger. Scyther. One of the Templars called out just as I sensed it. I spun around with Totenstall, the Scyther jumping out from beneath the biomat a small distance away. I couldn't turn fast enough, even when I activated my coat and dilated time. It moved too fast, and I reacted too late. Its talon reached forward, slashing through the rotor assembly and sending the entire helicopter spiraling as its blades fell apart. As soon as it dipped below the edge of the cliff, I spun back around. Fuck. Bird 3, lower altitude and hold position. Roger. Our last helicopter lowered itself below our line of sight a distance away, holding there so we didn't lose our last mode of transportation out of this hellhole. Amira remained behind us, dying. I yelled, calling upon my telepathic connection with Nanan. Nanan, retreat now. Helicopter is here. Too risky. Go without me. Fuck you and get over here. We're not going anywhere until you're in. I can promise you that. We don't have the room for that, John. And I'm telling you to go fuck yourself. Hurry up before we all die here. I cut my connection with him before he could respond. Totenstall was firing at over 1,600 rounds per minute, and yet there were so many royals and monsters that it felt like I was throwing lead into an ocean of hide and blood. Bodies were stacking high enough that incoming enemies had to climb to get to us. Sometimes I wasn't sure if I was shooting a live monster or just a falling corpse. One of the Templars turned to me. Go ahead and board. We'll hold the line. We're not going fucking anywhere before our brigadier is back. They aren't going to be able to separate from that king blood. Our brigadier is killing the others, but until he's done, yours won't be going anywhere. We'll have to hold until then. No fucking shit, Sherlock. Just focus on the fucking fight. I turned away and continued firing, the Templar looking at me for a second longer before doing the same. Over the next several seconds, our fields of fire interlocked and the monsters started to cascade. Some fell off the edge of the cliff, trying to hit and pile over our flanks, the warlocks using explosive spells to push them over if they got that conveniently close. The knights in front held strong, nothing able to shake their line. I was genuinely impressed with the hits they took and shrugged off. Spells that would topple other knights and shatter shields just brushed over them. They were an unbreakable bulwark, and because of that I was able to focus purely on dishing out as much hate as I could. Thousands more fell over the next several minutes. One by one, I could sense the auras of the Brigadier-class royals in the distance wink out, killed by that Templar, the freakish son of a bitch. There were flashing blades of vigor that split the sky, blinding elemental colors shooting across the land and creating new trenches, mere remnants from their battles. It was power I couldn't yet hope to fight against or match. Yet, then finally, all that was left was the Templar, Nanan, and that King Blood. All three auras converged, and then I felt the two humans start to retreat. I made the call. Blade 3, come up. Everyone, get ready to board. The helicopter rose, hatch open, and reached the edge of the cliff. The remaining snow doves dragged Amira in. Then Amara sent back her squad. Then some of the Templar warlocks boarded and raised large barriers to protect against spellfire and the incoming bodies of monsters and potential scythers. The knights, Omara, and I all remained, holding a smaller line, as Nanan and the Templar retreated. They arrived quickly. Get on. I turned and jumped in, grabbing a handle on the wall before whipping back around and continuing to fire over the shoulders of the boarding knights. They all filed in as quick as they could, barriers raised, everything protecting the helicopter from all the royals that tried to down it. Amara stood by my side, barrier raised, spells being slung over my shoulder while Pup vanished back into her shadow, wounded. I saw Nanan and the Templar running over. They landed where we left, Nanan jumping in. He grabbed my hand, and I yanked him over. He was heavily wounded, heaving for air, barely standing. The Templar seemed to be the same, but I couldn't see anything past the thick, bloody armor. The Templar turned back to the King Blood before jumping in, lunging at it, taking one of its hits before gathering his power. The King Blood blocked, but the attack that the Templar released blew it off the floor and away from the helicopter anyway. As it went flying, mortally wounded, the Templar jumped on. I yelled, "Go! Go! Go!" The pilot went full throttle, speeding away from the edge of the cliff, but I kept my eyes open, watching the King Blood as it recovered and looked at us. It raised its blade, pointing at us, and I saw unholy power converge into a single point. I saw its void black face fade to gray, its purple skin fading, cracking open to reveal dry blood. It was dumping its very life into another attack, making me grit my teeth. I didn't know why they were trying so hard to kill us, but now I was enraged. I fired at it, never taking my finger off the trigger, pelting it with rounds that did nothing more than flatten against its body and armor. But then I felt someone take a step. I looked back and saw Amira take the sword out of her chest. Blood pooled out of her mouth, but she barely reacted to it. Her pupils were dilated, her skin flushed red, and when I stopped firing, I could hear her heart pounding at dangerous speeds. Her vigor circulated, taking on a red hue as she stepped forward. The overkill pill. I wasn't sure if I could quantify how much rage I felt, seeing her walk, already dead. I reached down and grabbed her armor before she could step to the hatch. Did I fucking tell you to take that? I didn't say that you could kill yourself. You're supposed to follow my orders and stay alive. How many doves do we have to lose? She grabbed my forearm and then shoved me against the wall. I hit it harder than she expected. Her strength was unlike anything I had ever experienced. She looked at me with a neutral expression. She had always been stoic. You've done more to keep me and my unit alive than anybody else I've ever called my superior. You're someone I want to keep alive. Don't deny me this. She ripped my hand off her armor before letting go and turning around. Then she jumped out of the hatch, the force of her jump jerking the helicopter downward. We recovered enough to see her sailing toward the King Blood, red vigor gathering around her body placed between us and that gathering attack. The King Blood turned to ash, and the attack released. I flinched when I heard the scream, Amira's vigor exploding when it collided with the attack, reality being torn to shreds. Darkness and light flickered, my eyes closing when I saw that I was blinded, the harrowing sounds threatening to rupture eardrums as it tore apart reality. My vision came back right as the screaming stopped several seconds later. I looked up, finding the entire side of the cliff gone. All the monsters and their corpses vanished from existence. Nothing but a massive hole in the world. The hatch started closing at the pilot's behest, eliminating my view of the devastation. I looked down when it went dark, finding a pendant in my hand, Amira's parting gift. It was jade encased in gold. I fell to my knees, Totenstall clattering to my side. I shakily reached and opened the pendant, finding a picture of Amira and her husband on one side, her parents on the other. I shut it before I could cry, the images already seared into my brain. My heart pounded as I bent over, my hand curling around the pendant. My chest hurt too much to speak, to scream. What would I say to their families? How would I explain this? How much more could I have done? Where did I go wrong? What would I have done if Amara, Fiden, or Tana was placed in that situation? Why couldn't I prevent all of this from happening? Why wasn't it ever enough? Chapter 228, Names of the Fallen. December 15th, 625. Things were silent for a long while inside the helicopter. I eventually made it to one of the seats, my adrenaline fading and the pain in my head turning my vision blurry. My hands shook as I took out a cigar. After a few tries, I cut one end messily. Amara had to use the lighter and help me. A few puffs of that smoke helped with the pain slightly, dulling it enough for me to function properly. I had drained just almost every drop of psyker I had. I was actively regenerating it, but the process hurt my brain. Wamra held my hand, but so many things were going through my mind that I almost didn't register the sensation of her fingers slipping into mine. A healer from the Templars with us was tending to the wounded. There were few. In total, the amount of people that made it out, not counting the Templars, numbered 11. Just 4 chiefs from the Snow Doves, myself, Amara's 5-man squad, and Nanit. Only 11 remained of an initial 400 troops. We had lost 2 brigadiers, almost all of our chiefs, those remaining being the luckiest of them. Even they were barely alive. 2 had mortal wounds and lost limbs that the healer was stabilizing. One of them a knight, the other a warlock. The other 2, another knight and warlock pair, were in better shape, though exhausted. One had already passed out. 3 of those 4 chiefs had been rescued from the downed steed. One of them had been a survivor of the massacre that ensued after Eric broke down the lines, barely managing to make it long enough to get supported by the Templars. None of the Templars had died. Some were wounded. All of them were tired, but they showed no weakness. Their extreme training was evident in how they handled themselves. I closed my eyes, the acuity of my vision overwhelming my mind for a bit as it tried to compensate for the darkness. It was either that, or I was sensing the aura scramblers that the Templars were wearing. Hey, you guys mind turning those off? The Templar Brigadier looked up at me, blood streaming down the armor over his arm. I opened my eyes again. It was definitely their scramblers. Whatever device you're using to mess with your aura. It's irritating my own. Very well. He nodded, the Templars all tapping the bracers on their forearms. The devices turned off, making their auras clear and no longer irritating me. I sighed, feeling much more at ease. Thank you for that and for your help today. I don't think we would have made it without you. You are all soldiers that the kingdom needs more of. We are glad that we were able to act in time, and sorry we couldn't save more. The traitor is my fault. Don't be sorry. He simply nodded in response, everything going silent again. None of the Templars besides the leader spoke. I knew they were here for a reason. I knew that the odds pointed to them being here to protect me. I was a valuable asset to more than just the kingdom. There were a lot of people interested in keeping me alive, but I wouldn't question them. I didn't feel like it. It felt like I already knew all there was to know. But I still looked up again, at the largest person within the helicopter. After the devices went off, I was now 100% sure. Tana seemed sure too. She was anxious. I sighed, fancy seeing you here, Vetsmon. It would have been nicer to meet again under better circumstances, but it's still good to see you. He looked up at me, staring at me before looking back at his leader, who nodded. Vetsmon turned back and took off his helmet. I saw brown skin and short ragged hair. He looked battered. Compared to the last time we saw each other, he looked like a real man now. There was a bit more experience in his eyes. A real knight who had been through his own battles and tribulations. He was incomparable to before, especially since I just saw him take on an Authority 10 Royal like any other enemy. Authority 8 and an aura of strength. I remember seeing his arm get slashed off, and yet his body seemed to defy injuries. Perhaps his aura was able to manipulate his limbs regardless of whether they were attached to him. acting like an invisible, persisting nervous system. He was a zombie that couldn't be stopped. He could probably get decapitated and continue fighting. So long as his head didn't get pulverized, he was okay. Vetsmon smiled a bit. It's good to see you too, John. You've gotten a lot stronger. So have you. You fucking freak. Getting limbs chopped off and using them anyway. How fried are your nerves? Most of my training revolves around using my technique and pushing its limits. So, pretty fried. Torture for training. That's fucking hard. Well, it was no wonder I felt completely safe behind that shield. Nothing more secure than a knight that can't die. He chuckled, scratching his head. I gave a small smile and motioned toward Tana. His eyes drifted toward her, anxiety increasing. He hesitated, but still spoke. Hi, Tana. I'm happy to see you. She looked up at him for a few seconds before taking off her helmet as well, blonde hair spilling out, some blood crusted on strands. She gave him a smile. It's good to see you too, Vetsmon. You look good. I mean, I'm a bit bloody. I'm sure I smell too. That's not what I meant. She chuckled a bit. Vetsmon seemed a bit flustered. My smile faded as I looked toward the Templar. He met my gaze and I waved him over to one side of the helicopter, standing from our seats, letting the lovebirds talk. He stepped to my side and I took out my aerial, bringing up a map. I'm sure you don't want to return to the treehouse with us. Where do you want to be dropped? Here, please. He pointed to a location farther to the east. It wasn't too far out of our way, and their healer was getting our wounded in shape, so we could spare the time. I'll give the pilot the location. Rest assured, I'll keep you out of my records. I don't need the kingdom on my ass, and I prefer to help my allies keep their secrets. That will be appreciated. It's the least I can do. I'm sure you know more than I do, but shit's about to hit the fan. It's safe to say the Snow Doves are out of the fight, for now. We'll be recovering at base, but I'm preparing to make my retreat to Stronghold Charlie when we either get our numbers replenished or when that Sovereign class marches over, whichever comes first. I imagine the highest echelon at the treehouse is getting ready to flee. His rough voice spoke with a hint of disdain. I suggest you leave before they can use you as sacrificial fodder for their escape. My thoughts the same. I just wonder if the entire Western Front is about to collapse, or if they'll use Stronghold Charlie as they're supposed to. He stared at me like that was a stupid question, and I agreed. I already knew what was going to happen. What I didn't know was how fast it was going to happen, and what it would mean for the places around the stronghold. I closed and wiped my eyes, settling my mind a bit. Then my consciousness lapsed, and I snapped back into it when I felt myself falling. I reached out and grabbed something metal, eyes shooting open to see a few people grabbing me. The Templar pat my shoulder. You okay, Cooper? Yeah, I'm fine. I straightened out, my hand finding Amara's arm and snaking down to grab her hand. I'm just tired. Let me pass the location to the pilot. I shook my head, using the pain to keep me awake while I walked across the helicopter and up to the pilot's seats. Both were there, and I passed the location to the co-pilot, giving him directions before heading back to my seat, Amara holding my arm to stabilize me. I suppose I was stumbling a bit. I looked over at her, noticing for the first time the blood across her face, spilled from her eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Some of it had been wiped, but it was mostly dried. She had pushed herself during the battle. We all had. I'm just surprised she was still lucid. My forehead dipped down to touch hers once we sat. My eyes closed again as my tasks started running through my mind. I need to compile a battle report. We'll need to submit a casualty list. She nodded absent-mindedly. She was about as out of it as I was. We need to do refits, go to the garage and report equipment and vehicle losses. I still need to talk to Polly and go over strategy reports so we know what to do later. I didn't hear her response. It was easier to think in the silence, with my eyes closed. I still needed to go compile a list of those killed today. The Snow Doves would have to be reported first since they constituted most of the combat power lost. They were what the generals cared about. Herdot, male, 27 years old, 2 brothers, 1 sister. Imra, male, 28 years old, 1 brother and 3 sisters. Jean, male, 34 years old, 1 brother and 1 sister. Father died 4 years ago. Mother living at home with brother. Sriniva, female, 31 years old, 4 sisters. Both parents died from disease 2 years ago. Renerio, male, 26 years old, only child, widowed mother. Galter, male, 44 years old, married, 1 son, 1 daughter, ordinary wife. Just started his 3rd contract. Algada, female, 24 years old, engaged, 3 brothers and 2 parents, all ordinary. Pranab, male, 36 years old, engaged to Algada, 2 brothers, first son of Count Pandu. Lon, male, 52 years old, widowed, 4 sons, 3 daughters, lost his wife a year ago to disease. Aquila, female, 58 years old, remained unmarried, 1 brother. Lun, female, 33 years old, married to an ordinary man in the capital, 1 daughter. Gerald, male, 29 years old, boyfriend of Erasa from the Pathfinders, 6 brothers, widowed father. Ron, male, 44 years old, best friend of Galter, unmarried, has an illegitimate son with the daughter of Count Schivo. Fella, female, 36 years old, divorced, 2 sons, only child. Lef, male, 62 years old, married, 1 son, 2 brothers, 2 sisters. Sijin, male, 28 years old, 6 sisters, father is a veteran of the Snow Doves. Daika, male, 39 years old, for brothers, mother was killed in action 3 years ago. All 4 brothers are in the military. Eduard, male, 40 years old, married, 8 daughters, 2 months from finishing his 2nd contract. Moise, female, 42 years old, widowed, 1 daughter, husband killed in action 10 years ago. Ranga, female, 31 years old, 1 sister, for brothers, 2nd daughter of Marquis Danda. Roll, female, 39 years old, only child, daughter of Count Jalmer. Nzinga, female, 23 years old, 1 brother, ordinary parents. Rama, female, 58 years old, married, 1 son, bestowed the title of Viscount 8 years ago. Bugsy, female, 30 years old, engaged 6 months ago to a summoner working in the Spire. Robin, female, 27 years old, 2 brothers, recently advanced to Authority 9. Amira, female, 39 years old, married, no children, designated successor of the Semel Marquiate. Every profile went through my head in the order of death, followed by every detail I had learned about their lives from what I had been told or what I had overheard. I could imagine their lives, from beginning to the bloody end, my mind filling in the blanks, imagining the reactions of their families. There would come a time when I'd have to face them. This front of the war would lull, and the funerals would get scheduled. It was disgusting, thinking that I was now a veteran of the Snow Doves. The 4 that remained were not a part of the original group when I joined. Nanan and I were now the 2 longest-standing living Snow Doves. It was a source of great shame for both of us. My eyes snapped open when I heard the hatch of the helicopter open. I glanced to the side, seeing the Templars leaving. I stood and followed after Nanan. He shook the hand of the Templar Brigadier. There was another team of Templars waiting nearby, walking over as the helicopter blades through wind and sound over the biomat all around us. After Nanan and the Templar exchanged some words, the Templar walked over to me, extending his hand for a shake. I took it, his voice rising over the chopping sounds of the helicopter. "You're a damn good soldier, Cooper. And I know you're probably too smart to believe me, but none of their deaths are on you. You know you did everything you could, so mourn them, but don't blame yourself." "I understand, sir. Unfortunately, the fight isn't over yet." "I know, but part of being able to move on, so you can continue fighting well, is forgiving yourself." He grabbed my shoulder, pulling me in a bit. "I know men like you. There are men even smarter than you who dedicate their lives to commanding the war. And the ones who are able to persist are the ones who know how to forgive themselves. The Scourge demands sacrifices. You have to accept that they will be made. I won't accept that because I don't believe they are worth my sacrifice. How can I send others to die if I'm not willing to give up my life as well? Because that's not really how you feel, is it?" I had no response for that, and it made him laugh. He smacked my shoulder, his expression still hidden behind his helmet. "We'll be nearby, but we're fighting our own war too. Don't ever assume our help, unless you want to ditch the kingdom and become one of us. Not right now." Stay safe. You as well. We gave goodbyes, and I turned to look at Vetsmon and Tana. They were off to the side having their own conversation. It hadn't stopped since it started earlier, even though they had lapses of silence. After getting called, Vetsmon wrapped it up, the two of them hugging for longer than normal before separating. Vetsmon put his helmet back on, looked at me, waved, and ran off. I waved back and turned to walk back into the helicopter. The wounded were still within, given recovery pills by the healer that maintained their health. I looked between the 4 remaining snow doves, all chiefs, the only ones that could endure being drowned by monsters after Eric had broken down the lines. Even then, they just barely lasted long enough to get saved by us. There were plenty of Authority 8 and 9 royals that had swarmed the area. Thankfully, Phaidon and Amara were capable of killing that level of combatant, alongside the doves that we had rescued from the first down steed. But before the Templars could get to us, doves had been killed right in front of me. They were drowned by monsters even as I held down Totenstall's trigger and eviscerated them with bullets. Some royals were just too strong. Authority 9s weren't easily brought down. They were tenacious, and I didn't have the sheer power to take them out with anything less than entire belts of ammunition. I was lacking power. My only strong suit was the ability to slaughter those at my level by the 100 and kill only a few above my level with singular bursts of massive power. I could hold off thousands on my own, as I did, allowing those with sheer strength like Amara and Phaidon to do their best work. But it wasn't enough. After some time, everyone was loaded back into the helicopter, and we flew back off toward the treehouse. The ride was mostly silent. I had only spoken to inform the pilots that it was in their best interests to keep the Templars a secret. They agreed with me easily. Everyone knew that I could keep watch over them, making sure they didn't do things they shouldn't. The reputation I had built with the counter-espionage division still stood. With that warning given, I went and sat with Amara, who had passed out. I held her, lest her limbs get stiff and she be uncomfortable. I found myself dozing off more though. I tried staying awake, but the cigar was only putting me under after dulling some of the pain. I needed a lot of sleep, but now wasn't the time. I only woke up twice, once when I heard sobbing from the surviving doves, and the next when we touched down. The hatch dropped and I stood, picking up Amara and carrying her as we walked out. Jasmine and Polly were both there to meet us. I looked around. There were pillars around the treehouse that had been installed many months ago. They deployed a massive magical barrier that blocked out the blizzard for the entire base. I didn't have to walk out into numbing snowy winds thanks to them. Healers brought the wounded away, including the doves, Harsha, Tana, and Phaidon. Nanan refused to leave, and Amara and Jaya were relatively fine. I was also untouched. The 6 of us walked to Charlie Company's barracks. It remained untouched since we left it. When we walked in, all of us saw all the trunks and beds on the first floor, personal items strewn around everywhere. We stood there, silently, for nearly 5 minutes. They wouldn't be coming back. I heard Jaya cry nearby, falling to her knees where she stood. Nanan remained silent, even when Polly turned to ask me a question. All of them? All but who you saw walk out of that helicopter. I turned to her, and she met my gaze. Eric turned traitor. He's the reason we lost just about everyone. I see. I don't know what's going to be happening in the near future, but unless we get reinforced, we can only operate on the squadron level. She nodded. You'll remain the Snow Doves. There will be nothing that I'll send you out for. You're staying here, and we're preparing to survive what's coming. Unfortunately, there are no troops to spare, certainly none that we can filter through to uphold your standards. There will be no reinforcements, but depending on the situation, you'll simply work with other units. Understood. Silence returned for a bit, Jasmine reaching down to help Jaya off the floor. Polly sighed and turned to me. John, don't worry about anything right now. We have some time, so go rest. You're not hurt? Not a scratch. I had good protection. That's good. I'll call you when I need you. Go recover until then. All right. I nodded and walked off, heading up a floor with Amara still in my arms. I settled us both on the bed. There was nothing other than sleep that could help us right now. There were probably a few minor wounds, perhaps a bone bruise of crack here and there, but our minds were more wounded than anything else. I just needed sleep, so I passed out within seconds of hitting the pillow and covering us both with sheets. Chapter 229, Retreat. December 21st, 625. My eyes snapped open when I heard the alarms. I could feel the grogginess set in as soon as I sat up. Omara groaned beside me. This was the third alarm in 20 hours, and neither of us were happy about it. When the large blanket over us shifted, it let in some cold air from the room, chilling us both. Omara shifted closer to me as I lifted my aerial. I didn't get out of bed unless I got a call. Unfortunately, it came. I saw Jasmine's name inside. Hello? It's Jasmine. You'll need to get up for this one. Fine. Get the others mobile and meet me in the office. Be there in 10. I mumbled and brought out my coat, throwing it on before the cold room could make me shiver. That's when I felt a spike of danger, my grogginess vanishing as adrenaline shot through me. Omara raised a barrier around us right before it hit. An explosion detonated right on top of our barracks. I heard half the building crumble, the room being shaken like an earthquake and the glass window shattering. I scrambled out of bed and looked off into the distance. Morning was dawning and bombardo artillery was leveling half the base. I wondered what the hell had happened to the pillars and why the barrier was down before I glanced at where one was supposed to be. It was destroyed, as were two others in my field of view. That could only happen if they were brought down from within. Looks like we had either been infiltrated, or the scourge was cashing in on traitors. At this point, it didn't matter which it was. Omara came to my side and peeked out with me. Looks like this is it. Not quite like Purple Sky. At least we're getting the chance to react and fight this time. Still don't enjoy living through the downfall of entire strongholds. She looked up at me. Are you sure we can't just take a plane and fly back to the capital? I looked back down at her, the two of us staring at each other with dead, tired eyes for several seconds as I pondered. Sorry, babe. We're too good at our jobs to do that. I promise it'll get better, though. Will it? It will. As soon as my weapons and tanks start rolling out, shit like this will become a rarity for us. I don't doubt your weapons. I doubt the kingdom's ability to use them. I know. I sighed and backed away from the window, getting dressed. Omara followed, topping off her gear with her witch hat. I smiled when I saw that, giving her a kiss before we left the room. It was safe to say that everyone was awake. I saw Nanan already geared up in full armor. As for what remained of the snow doves, there were two. Two of the four surviving chiefs from our recent massacre had lost limbs and were too heavily injured to return to effective service. One warlock and one knight, both still recovering in a medical tent. The other knight with heavy wounds had managed to recover while the other warlock had been repaired by healers. The snow doves now consisted of one cold summoner, one brigadier knight, one chief knight, and one chief warlock. The two were named Ephraim Matei and Simeon Bogdan. Ephraim, a woman, was our knight, and Simeon, a man, was the warlock. Omara's squad was still fully effective, making our numbers reach 9 in total. Considering our actual combat power, though, we 9 could match an entire battalion. I looked down after walking through the hallway a bit, seeing the walls demolished. They gave a straight shot to the first floor, though, so I dropped down and went up to Nanan, using my boots to hover and break the fall. Jasmine called just a minute ago. Go meet her and call me with orders. I'll secure transport. Copy. We broke off. Omara gave Fiden and Tana some orders before leaving with me to head to headquarters. We shot across the ground as snow started bellowing in from every direction. The Sovereign was close and the barrier was down. Intelligence was limited since accurate recon was close to impossible, making us blind and preventing our planes from doing much damage. Hopefully, the generals were smart enough to realize that you didn't need line of sight to simply drop bombs on the enemy, especially since there were so many that there was no need for accurate guidance. Just don't drop them on the base was the only guidance needed. I noticed red gas moving around with the blizzard, dropped from the bombardos, and just as effective in a blizzard as anywhere else. Thankfully, I had better equipment now, so I took out an M53 protective mask and slipped it over my head, fitting it snugly, breaking the seal, and continuing on through the gas. Omara just used her magic to isolate herself. Along the way, I noticed the airfield getting bombarded and troops running to the walls. The siege was starting already, and although I was beginning to get anxious, considering recent situations, I wasn't that concerned. It certainly wasn't to the point that I was ready to drop everything and run right this second. Still, I wondered if we'd even be able to fly out of here. Thankfully, Nanan was going to grab some steeds. We might need them. We got to headquarters, rushing up to the office after pushing past hundreds of summoners that bustled around, panicking. Inside the office, Polly and Jasmine were alone, overlooking a map that I saw thousands of red clusters on. There had to be well over 1,000,000 incoming enemies if that map was right, and they were surrounding us, fast. Polly looked up at me with baggy eyes, speaking only after I shut the door and activated the sound isolation magic for the room. She glanced at Amara, eyes snapping back to me. "It's time to leave, John. Is it that hopeless? We've sent bombers into the air, but we can't even confirm if they've hit anything. We don't know any exact numbers beyond what we can estimate from the surface area the incoming army covers. Those numbers point toward 1.1 million, and we have planes in the air showing even more on approach. In the best situation, neither side will come out victorious and we'll just be killing each other. Except the Scourge can send more troops faster than we can. So ultimately we lose anyway. That means we need to leave. Is the Sovereign going to act? He will, but he's a knight. He can't stop the blizzard, so half of our advantages are null. This will be a bloody fight, and I don't want us or you in it when it turns for the worst." She shuffled through various maps, one showing the path back to Stronghold Charlie, another showing Stronghold Charlie and Hare's Pass. It seemed like there were forces moving down to the stronghold, currently traveling past Scythe's Peak, as well as enemy forces that wanted to flood the only trodden route of retreat. We'd be cut off if we didn't leave fast enough, and even then we'd be fighting our way to the stronghold. Wait too long, and we'd have to fight through 100,000 monsters just to retreat, which, while possible, wasn't a risk Polly and Jasmine wanted to take. They'd have to come with us if we couldn't get helicopters up and running. "Do you have a pilot?" "We just called for one, but a lot of aircraft have been knocked out. Traitors have been popping up across the entire base. They took out the pylons, destroyed the rail cars, and started wrecking the planes. Simply destroying the propellers keeps them out into the sky. I'm not sure if there are many aircraft left beyond what we managed to get in the air some hours ago." "That's true. Would that be considered a failure on my part?" I glanced at Polly, her hands massaging her temples in stress. She was supposed to be in charge of counter-espionage, but it seemed like all that work had been for nothing. Sure, her priorities had shifted after becoming a brigadier general, but I was sure she still blamed herself. Unfortunately, no matter how good we were, without time, the right tools, and more personnel, we couldn't have possibly sifted through 200,000 troops and caught every traitor. I shook my head. What's happening here today was beyond our ability to do anything about. We didn't have enough time for my weapons to cement themselves onto the battlefield, and a single counter-espionage division, not even a year old, isn't enough to handle a base like this. Don't dwell on it. I guess you're right. Still, I was silent in agreement. Both of us wished we could do something about it. Both of us wondered if there was more we could have done. There was, but neither of us had the ability to change this inevitability. This was a strategic failure on the part of the entire kingdom. No amount of my bullets nor Polly's intellect could change it for the better, not in the short amount of time we had to act. I looked back down at the map. Nanan is securing steeds right now. How long until we have to leave? Within the next hour. There are orders I need to give before then, because right now only the generals know about how hopeless this situation is. Intelligence agents are getting an idea, but all they can do is follow orders and handle their battalions. We're withholding a lot from them. This entire base is being put up for slaughter. A massive chunk of the kingdom's military is about to die today. Retreat orders are about to be given, sovereign's orders. But yes, this will be a catastrophic defeat, even worse than Purple Sky. They dumped so much into this place. For some time they thought your planes had managed to turn the tide. They thought we would hold this place. For a time even I believed it. I thought we had it. I looked up, hearing Polly choke up a bit. She quickly forced it down, but she still sat there in silence to calm down. She let out a breath, hitching a few times, before wiping her face and looking down at the map. All generals are leaving with the first retreat wave, which should be called within the hour. I wouldn't be surprised if it happens earlier though with the way the Scourge is moving. Sensors are going off everywhere, so we know they're surrounding us as we speak. So where do you want me? Here, until I finish my last tasks. Then Jasmine and I will leave with you. Any other people I should expect? No. Just us two. Give me 10 minutes. We'll be in your hands after that. I'll escort you. Amara, regroup with the others. Make sure Nanan has 2 steeds. Tell him personally what the plan is. No aerials from now on, unless absolutely necessary. Copy. She left the room, Polly organizing a few things with Jasmine before the 3 of us left to go carry out the last rites. I kept my eyes out while walking with them. Polly gave orders to a few dozen people, all of them intelligence agents, and gathered up a few hundred orbs into a spatial storage from the archives. We passed by other generals doing the same things. It seemed like all of them came to mutual agreements to carry out designated tasks before retreating. At some point, though, my anxiety started increasing. I prepared for the worst and took out a weapon. Not Totenstall. We were around cubicles and rooms, so I wanted something a bit more wieldy than a large MG42. I retrieved a 300 Blackout Honey Badger SBR. It was short and packed a punch, perfect for clearing buildings like I was in. Polly stopped and looked at me when the rifle appeared in my hands. What's happening? I know it's obvious, but we aren't safe here. How much more do you need to do? Not much. I just need to hand off these documents to a few people. Hurry then. Polly nodded, going from a walk to a jog while I kept my eye out. We made 2 more stops before ending up on the main floor. That's when the sense of danger spiked, and I looked to find one of the many intelligence agents contorting in pain. I saw mana gather around them, coalescing dangerously as a formation lit up across their skin, glowing with blood-red power. I followed my gut, raised the weapon, and pulled the trigger twice, sending 2 rounds through their head and dropping them. The power continued to gather anyway, so I grabbed Polly and Jasmine and brought them to the floor. Get down. The explosion went off 2 seconds later, debris slamming onto my back, their impacts dampened by my coat. It was hardly a thought in my mind. The important thing was that Jasmine and Polly were protected. I looked up, seeing some summoners bring out beasts, animals, and cold weapons of their own. They started going around and attacking all the other intelligence agents, beasts rampaging across cubicles and destroying anything in their path. I rose up to one knee and aimed at a massive lizard that clawed its way over to me, eyes red and hungry. I let off a dozen rounds at it, holes appearing in its head before it disappeared. Then I snapped between all the offending summoners, sending 1 or 2 bullets at each, headshots dropping them one by one. They were easy to kill, but they still managed to take many intelligence agents with them. That would wreak havoc on the chain of command and communications. Let's go. We're done here. I picked Polly and Jasmine off the floor, rushing them out. I made a mental note that the silencer on the Honey Badger worked fabulously well, empowered by my Psycha, silencing the sound even further. It was far quieter than any silenced weapons I had ever heard, mere cracks that were easy on the ears. I could even hear the bolts slide. Good to know. The 3 of us rushed out of headquarters. Polly had done her job, and there was nothing more she could do that wouldn't just carry more risk than it was worth. When we left, we found dozens of others doing the same, among them generals. Outside, there were also many steeds parked nearby, surrounded by troops that waved over and secured the generals. They had their own escort forces too. Polly and Jasmine, while only having 9 people escort them, were still among the most protected of them all. In a time like this, allies like us were the most important. I looked around and found Amara standing outside of a steed a small distance away. We ran over, the blizzard picking up intensity. Nanan is going to meet us by the western gate. Troops are already staging for retreat. We don't want to be the first, but we don't want to be the last. Let's get to him. I helped Polly and Jasmine into the steed, Amara jumping into the driver's seat and peeling away once I was in. We went all the way to the western gate where there was another steed parked, as well as several thousand troops with more on the way. We arrived and I had Polly and Jasmine stay inside while I jumped out and talked to Nanan. He asked, "What's the plan from here?" "We just need to get to Stronghold Charlie. Best way to do that is to let some of these troops lead the charge. Then again, if they don't leave soon, it'll be better to just go ourselves and get ahead of the Scourge. We're being surrounded. We don't have a large window." "Got it. No helicopters?" "No helicopters. Traitors destroyed most of the aircraft, and Jasmine never got word back from her pilot. We're on our own." "Ain't that amazing?" He shook his head, looking off into the distance where tens of thousands of troops were battling on the walls. As soon as we meet significant resistance, the entire army crumbles into a free-for-all. It's like we never tried to put up a fight. Why be here then? Why invest so much into this place? Because they think it'll be useless either way. I followed his gaze. Even if we brought down this million-strong army with just 200,000, the Scourge would simply come back with another million. So they want to pull back forces, preserve numbers, knowing that if they threw all these troops at the enemy, they'd only lose. But it would still be 1,000,000 monsters dead. Do they think the Scourge wouldn't just send 2 million at us next time? Short-sightedness and fear. That's all it is. And it's what my weapons are supposed to solve. I'm trying to build machines that we can sacrifice in place of people. If we can burn money instead of souls, winning this war will be just a matter of time. We may have won this battle today if I had just 6 more months of building and accumulation. But that means in just 6 months, my weapons will turn the tides. I just won't be saving this base. It'll be another. Inside, every last one of those generals is still a fool. They're cowards that run at the first sign of danger. That's what happens when they're all weak. Unfortunately, they're all smart too. But that's why we have to help those like Polly and give you the time to make weapons. I'm still looking forward to that tank thing you told me about. I shrugged. I don't know if you'd enjoy being stuck inside a metal coffin all the time instead of fighting personally. Why couldn't I go out? It's just a more heavily armored steed, is it not? What? No. It's specifically designed to make sure the occupants never have to leave. That's the whole point of the armor. You act like I'm supposed to know these things about something you're currently inventing. I'm just saying. He rolled his eyes at me, the two of us watching the surrounding troops grow in number. At some point, we saw the first wave go out, consisting of nearly 20,000 troops of all levels and escorting 3 major generals. Nanan muttered, "With this blizzard, we're still going in blind. You think they'll be able to push to the stronghold? No, they'll get caught up by the enemy. We need to make sure we don't join them. How much longer are we waiting? We'll go with the second wave. More troops, more distractions, easier for us to slip through safely." I said that and waited. Troops continued to gather endlessly as the battle raged in front of the walls. I could sense the movement of the auras in the distance, massive pools that blazed across the sky like conflagrations of invisible power. None of it appeared in my vision, but the blizzard could do nothing to dampen its obvious presence. The Scourge was starting to close its jaws, and the Sovereigns had yet to make their move. At Purple Sky, the Sovereign had to fight because she was facing a king. This time, our Sovereign had an option. He didn't have to fight if he didn't want to. Since we were retreating anyway, the Sovereigns on both sides might just let the millions of little minions do all the bloody work while they sat back and watched. No reason to take risks and dirty their hands. Seemed I was on the dot, because even after another 20 minutes, I didn't detect even a hint of the Sovereign's aura. He was here, that much was certain, but he was mere deterrent, a nuclear bomb that could only sit unused, lest the enemy use theirs. I understood the concept of MAD. I also understood the concept of having more nukes than your enemy. The kingdom has failed to surpass its enemy with the highest end power, so they're now being forced to battle with their minions, exactly where the Scourge thrives. Second wave is going out. Nanan spoke as I stared off toward the walls. There were faint flashes that managed to pierce through the blizzard around us. The snow wasn't obscene, mitigated slightly by our own Sovereign's aura, but it was enough to give the Scourge a massive advantage. I could sense them flooding toward us. Let's go. We're rolling. Nanan shouted as the thousands of troops around us started mobilizing. Harsha and Tana drove the 2 steeds. On the one that Tana drove, I was with Amara and the Snow Dove Knight Ephraim. We were with Polly and Jasmine. In the other that Harsha drove was Phaidon, Jaya, Nanan, and the Snow Dove Warlock Simeon. Another chunk of nearly 30,000 troops went out during the second retreat wave, a minority of them in vehicles, and we kept ourselves toward the middle of the western edge of their formation. It would place the troops between us and the bulk of the incoming Scourge. We had enough firepower to hold off anything that came from the other flank. We left the treehouse amidst that formation. I looked beyond the walls as soon as we left their protection hearing the unholy screams of tens of thousands of scourge monsters flooding toward us from the flanks. Tens of thousands of our troops held them off, enabling the retreat just as the sovereign wanted. We moved slowly in the steed, keeping in line with the marching troops. They were almost all magi, so they moved faster than walking pace, but it still wasn't quick. We weren't speeding anywhere. Some of our escort forces became locked in battle within the first few minutes. The enemy was close, but I couldn't see them with the blizzard obscuring our view. We continued marching anyway, the pace picking up once we started getting beyond the initial heat around the base. Troops moved at a jogging pace, most warlocks loaded in some kind of vehicle, knights composing almost all that were on foot. We picked up speed, crossing a handful of miles like that. More of the outermost forces made contact with the scourge, but they were left behind. The bulk of the force never stopped. The generals weren't here to fight, but escape. Sacrifices would be made to that end. We were on the main road to Stronghold Charlie before long, and at some point, the blizzard faded out. We finally regained our vision, everyone looking back to see the towering localized blizzard that formed a churning wall of snow thousands of feet into the air. I noticed it was faintly tinted red. We rolled across thin biomat, trodden on often enough to break it up and highlight the main path. I turned on my aerial after some time, tuning into the frequencies of the troops ahead of us that left with the first wave. I immediately heard hundreds of yells and screams, troops calling out that they were locked in combat, some trying to escape an encirclement, others calling for help across various sectors. Contact front in 11 miles. Copy. I got a response from Nanan. It was quiet all around us, just the sound of marching and crunching snow in my ears. I dipped back down into the steed, looking over at Polly and Jasmine. They were dressed in their glimmers, no armor to speak of. They were our cargo, and it would be difficult to keep them alive, especially if the scourge was fighting us the whole way. I asked, have we considered digging down to the rail tunnels and using them to get back to the stronghold? Polly nodded, yes. The generals agreed that would be our last resort. We can't enter it too early because the scourge might follow. We'll only use it if the bulk of our escort forces fall, which would hopefully be during the final leg of the retreat. Got it. I nodded and sat down, relaxing a bit. That was sound logic, because although the tunnels were easy to tread, and there were only two directions to worry about, getting caught inside by a horde of scourge was asking for trouble. There would only be one direction to run, and nowhere to hide. Amara dipped down and sat across from me, smirking a bit. Same thing we did at Purple Sky, except they sent rail cars to pick us up after we dug down. Why can't they do that now? Jasmine muttered, contact with Stronghold Charlie has been sporadic. Something is going on over there. Chances are traitors got to them too. So they might not be under siege yet, but they can't help us either. The other generals would know more. They didn't tell us everything. Of course. Amara sighed, her foci sitting in her hand. We sat in silence a bit longer, waiting, and eventually standing when we encountered the first retreat wave. I went to the top of the steed and looked off in the distance, seeing the thousands of troops being drowned by monsters. I sighed and hoisted Totenstall up, the bipod sitting on the metal roof of the steed. It would still take a day and a half to get to Stronghold Charlie driving at normal pace. If we kept going at marching pace and kept getting interrupted, I wouldn't be surprised if it took 4 to 7 days. No matter what, unless we split off to go our own way, it would still be days of driving and fighting. I was already feeling tired. My peaceful life at the capital felt like a dream compared to now. Part of me wondered if it was even possible to go back and feel that same peace. Those memories felt foreign. But the other part of me wondered if it was right to go back, if it was right to stop fighting. It started to feel like peace was wrong. I didn't want to be one of those generals that ditched an entire base before the fight could even start, using 200,000 troops as their sacrifice. Could I really say that I did all I could if I wasn't fighting at every opportunity? The screams of flanking monsters interrupted my thoughts. I looked to my left, finding a tide of beasts heading straight towards us, no troops to stand between us. I adjusted my aim. It was time to do my part, for as long as this force lasted. I pulled the trigger well before the monsters could approach, cutting them down from afar, the steed still rolling. It would be a long handful of days, but with Totenstall in my team, I was nothing if not prepared. Chapter 230. Have his back. December 22nd, 625. The first day passed about how I expected it would. After dawn broke, the monsters came in full force. We were constantly attacked as we traveled down our retreat path, and our numbers started dwindling sooner rather than later. The generals seemed to care little for their troops. There were no meaningful maneuvers made that might suggest putting up a fight. They just sacrificed several thousand more knights and warlocks to the clutches of the scourge before continuing on their way. The first day led to the first night, and after the steeds ran out of juice, we were forced to stop our retreat and rest. We had grouped with the first retreat wave after catching up to them, but neither of our groups had anything close to their original number. What was initially around 15,000 troops in the first wave was now a measly 6,000, and our original 30,000-strong second wave had been reduced to 19,000. We had a grand total of 25,000 troops that stopped to camp and rest. Everyone was as tired as the steeds. I naturally had to be among those who rested. I hadn't gotten good sleep the day before, so when night finally came I was exhausted. Only my Psyche had managed to keep me going for so long, but even that had been drained. I went to sleep with Amara in our tent right beside our two steeds, forming a small group amidst thousands. Various temporary facilities had been set up all around, which meant we'd likely be here longer than was advisable. Unfortunately, I wasn't destined to get any good sleep, because after only 4 hours I woke up to the incoming sounds of explosions. My eyes snapped open a few seconds before something came flying in and slammed into the middle of the camp. I recognized the Authority 10 aura before it was snuffed out, dead. Amara woke up in my arms, the two of us sitting up for a few seconds as we felt the incoming tide of humans and monsters, screams coming from a mile or two away. The dots connected in my head, and I scowled. You've got to be fucking kidding me. What? Those are treehouse troops. They're retreating just as we are, which would be fine and all, except now they're bringing the monster tide on their ass over here. I got up, already dressed since I wasn't stupid enough to go without protection at any point in hostile territory. Amara was the same, her hat appearing on her head as we left the tent and ran to the others. Everyone was already awake, Nanan running over to me. What's the plan? Evade. If we're not careful, we'll get hit from both sides, and then we won't be going anywhere. Get everyone in a steed. If the generals are as smart and cowardly as I know they are, they'll be running before long. We need to be with them. Copy. Umara. I called, turning to my girlfriend. Yes? I need to take Fiden. Run recon ahead. If you feel like you need to run to keep from getting surrounded, then go. I leave the judgment to you and Nanan. Just don't get tied down. Stay ahead of the curve. Got it. Stay safe. We gave each other a quick kiss before I looked at Fiden. We nodded to each other, my boots activating as I established a telepathic connection with him. Keep up. Right behind you. I accelerated, Fiden on my heels as we shot through the camp and left through the front, away from the enemies behind us. We sailed down the main path for several minutes before I went off-road and climbed a hill, stealth activated and moving as fast as my boots' magic could take me. I spoke into Fiden's mind on the way up. If they're coming from anywhere, it'll be here. Copy. I got a quick response right before we crested the hill, looking off into the distance. Sure enough, I saw another monster army heading toward us from several miles away. Well shit. We need to get ahead of that. Fiden muttered, frowning at the aura in the distance. I nodded, bringing up my aerial. Come in. Witch. Give me status. I'm here. Generals are on the move. We're following. Copy. We have another army coming from the northwest. They're trying to cut us off. Should we rush? I was silent, staring at the army in the distance and comparing it to what we had. I ran the simulations in my head. The timing, the combat power, the terrain, the advantages and disadvantages. The generals had brought a lot of brigadiers with them. Besides Nanan, there had been 11 brigadiers, all of them exceedingly valuable, even with 4 of them now dead. I didn't know where our marshals were, but chances were they had escaped as the treehouse fell, because they didn't come with us. I made the judgment. Stay with the generals. We're going to be putting in some work today. Roger. It's chaos back at the camp. About half of the troops were forced to stay behind with the newcomers and fight. How many brigadiers among them? 2. Just make sure the rest get out. Burn rubber, and I'll let you know when the army arrives. Copy. I set down the aerial, waving to Fiden. We shifted position, heading to where I believed would be the intercept point. Along the way, I saw some scouts in the area. They were stationed at a distance from each other, always within line of sight of the next. They seemed to form a line all the way to where our forces were coming from. A chain of communication. I knew the scouts were responsible for long-range communication, but I still wasn't sure how. I also remembered how I hadn't seen many lasers from Cyclops scouts recently, probably because if lasers were emitted properly and provided no obstructions, it wouldn't be seen except at the point of impact. So unless I was the one being targeted, I wouldn't see them. Right now, I was the bane of every scout's existence precisely because they couldn't see me and shoot me. It was no wonder then why I hadn't seen any lasers in recent months. And if their communications were transmitted via magic laser, then I wouldn't notice them unless I intercepted one directly. I stashed the theory away and took out a new weapon. The MK13 Mod 7 was a precision bolt-action sniper rifle with an effective range of 1,300 meters. Chambered in 220-grain .300 Winchester Magnum and equipped with a Night Force Advanced Tactical Rifle Scope, it was capable of delivering more force at a much greater distance than its predecessor, the M40. Enhanced with my Isekai, it would be my most effective distance shooter to date, until I could finally get my hands on the big one. I kneeled down and slotted a magazine in, running the bolt and chambering around. I looked through the scope, noticing the clarity increase as my Isekai filled it, adjusting the zoom so I could easily acquire my target. It only took me a second to get steady, a scout behind my reticle and standing about 883 meters away. The safety came off and I fired, the bullet zipping through the air so fast that it sent a sonic clap through the hills that reverberated all the way toward the army in the distance. My target fell, my bullet hitting not quite where I wanted it to. I adjusted the scope while moving, finding a vantage point, a new target, and chambering a fresh round. Another scout fell under the cross, and when the trigger snapped back, my bullet sailed exactly where I knew it would. Now their line of communication was cut. I noticed the incoming army get active, some royals dispersing and advancing beyond the pack. That was their first and last mistake. I looked at Fiden. Let's soften them up before our friends get here. Roger. Evade and assassinate. I'll be over your shoulder. Exciting. Fiden smiled and shot off. I repositioned as he went to intercept the army. I lifted my aerial while finding another vantage point. Come in, witch. I'm here. We're moving to intercept and delay. Continue as you are. Are you sure you don't want help, Envoy? I'm sure. Save your energy. We'll need as many big hitters as we can get. Copy. Stay safe. I clicked off my aerial and slid to a halt on my new hilltop, overlooking the entire army. Fiden made his presence known as he ran straight toward them. I kept my stealth active while laying down, deploying the bipod on my rifle's underbarrel and getting settled into the snow underneath me. Once in a comfortable position, I let out a long breath, scoping in. Distance to the front of the army was about 964 meters and shortening as they advanced. It halted at about 890 meters when Fiden made contact. I saw him skip over some of the fodder and go for the royals in the center and rear. They moved to intercept him, and I acquired my first target. I streamed as much Isekai as I could into the chambered bullet. I needed to hit fast-moving targets from this distance, and to do that my bullets needed to be faster. Even if I couldn't down them with a single round, I needed to make sure I could guarantee a hit on my targets. I warmed up my coat and felt my crown dilate time. My crown did more than just amplify my vision. It enhanced my reflexes, gave me greater control over my body, and gave me the ability to slightly dilate time like my coat. It wasn't to the same degree, but it was enough to make a difference, especially when I used both. Maxwell had definitely put far more into that crown than I had. I provided a bare-bones ability. He made it substantial. I was beginning to realize just how much that man had helped me back then. I tracked my target with my reticle, following it, using every detail in order to predict its movements. 60% anticipation, 39% reflex, 1% luck. I timed my breath, slowed my heartbeat, watched Fiden dodge an attack from one royal, another nearby moving to follow up and stab him in the ribs, only 4.3 feet away. I knew he would dodge. I knew which way he would dodge, and I knew how fast. I knew how the royal would react to his dodge, would compensate for hitting air. I knew it wasn't really putting its full force behind the attack. They saw how Phidon was fast. I knew their evaluation of him, and so I knew their plan to surround and cut off avenues of escape. Most importantly, I knew how they would adapt to finding out how much faster he was than their initial evaluation. The doubt in their probing attack, the confidence in their power and skill, their pride facing a lone enemy. I could see it all. Both my eyes were wide, and the trigger snapped back with a subconscious twitch. The bullet sailed at a scarcely believable speed, making contact with the royal's head 0.113 seconds after the trigger pull. The sonic boom was resounding, the bullet having to have traveled at a speed of at least 7,965 meters per second in order to cross that distance in that time. I didn't know the equations for calculating the muzzle velocity and drop-off due to wind resistance, but it should be around 9,000 meters per second, and it delivered as much force as it should, given the amount of Isekai I dumped into it. I saw the devastation it wrought on that royal's head while calculating the rate that I could regenerate Isekai and how fast I would let off shots like that, giving myself a plan to handle a good chunk of this force with Phidon without completely draining my spirit, and I pulled the bolt, chambering another round, already lining up another target. Phidon's eyes widened, watching in slow motion as the royal beside him, its blade snaking its way to his ribs, had its head explode. The zipping noise came with the exploding flesh, making his neck tingle in danger. The blood splattered all over him, the force behind the body carrying it predictably, allowing him to easily dodge. He used the movement to put some distance between himself and the other royals, all of them looking at their former kin, the body hitting the floor, already going cold as blood spilled over the snow. They were all still, and then the sound came, a sharp explosion that cracked through the hills. Phidon chuckled incredulously. That projectile had traveled so much faster than the speed of sound that they actually had to wait to hear the shot go off. One shot, from somewhere nobody could see, that instantly killed an Authority 9 royal without any ceremony. Just like that, a high authority combatant was dead. One of the royals screamed in human tongues. It's him. That wicked hunter. Hidden angel. The mask of the Owly Cat is here. Fine dash. The words of the last royal were interrupted when another bullet came flying, tearing through its neck and severing its spinal cord. It sagged like a puppet with cut strings, the sound echoing some time later. Phidon dodged a sneaky attack, the army bypassing him and heading into the hills in search of John. He didn't worry, just focusing on the 9 other royals in front of him. John's voice came into his mind. I have 4 more of those shots. Copy. Choose your target. Phidon's head turned when he sensed an incoming brigadier class from the back of the army. He'd have to be quick. He raised his spear, pointing it to one of the royals. Then, not even half a second later, another bullet came, killing one of the royals lunging at him from behind. Phidon felt no danger despite having exposed his back to an enemy much more powerful than him, a smile erupting on his face as he dashed toward his target, moving so fast the royal couldn't react. His spear sailed with a simple thrust, space warping around the blade and compounding off his initial push. It accelerated so fast that his arms were pulled, and before the royal could comprehend it, the blade was through its face. Phidon flicked his hand, the spear sliding out of the head and his legs taking him backwards. He sensed 3 royals flank him, all of them jumping at him together. He dodged one and blocked the attack of the second. He saw the third send a bolt of poisonous mana toward him from a blind spot. A bullet flew straight through the bolt of magic, shattering the spell formation and making it detonate early, barely grazing Phidon. Then the bullet continued on its path straight into the mouth of the royal he had initially dodged, making it drop limply. The explosion reverberated off the hills, and another bullet came and tore through the royal that cast the bolt. Yet another explosion rang. One more shot. John's voice came, Phidon's smile widening. He missed having his friend looking over his shoulder. Even in the middle of an enemy army, in the middle of a life and death retreat, he never felt safer. No knight, short of Vetsmon, could give him the same security. Nobody had his back like John. Few could compare to the most dangerous summoner to ever live. He continued fighting, the brigadier class arriving and forcing him to evade. He used his spatial warping in order to create distance, baiting the Brigadier class so he could return and attack his original enemies. After diving back in, he found an enemy, releasing an attack while he flew toward them, the blade of his spear making contact with their neck when he arrived. It sliced clean through. An enemy that couldn't react or block an attack was far more vulnerable. His speed worked on the same principle that gave John his killing power. For most, both human and scourge, survivability and resilience relied on being able to use one's power to defend themselves, whether with weapon, mobility, or armor. Most royals they faced had little armor, merely equipped with a basic blade, their magic, and some basic gear. It was the king bloods that always had high-quality armor and weapons. This meant, if a normal royal couldn't dodge or block an attack, concentrated strikes on vitals and gaps in armor were several times more lethal. Phaidon wasn't confident in taking on the sheer volume of enemies John could, but he had always known that against a single target, few could match his killing power. John was an exception. Phaidon found another enemy before the Brigadier class could get to him, feeling his stamina dwindling. Warping space with his aura took no energy. What taxed him was the repercussions. The strain placed on his bones and ligaments was heavy, and keeping them together sapped at his vigor. He thought, perhaps someone like Vetsman would thrive with his ability. The undying nature of Vetsman's aura was perfectly suited for handling the strain of warping space around the body. But it was known that aura was monogamous in its path. Phaidon wouldn't be able to develop Vetsman's specialty and vice versa. But what he could refocus on was how he developed his vigor. Instead of focusing on speed like before, he could focus on resilience, letting his aura take on the burden of giving him speed. Make vigor denser, focus it on his tendons and muscles, not to enhance his strength, but to enhance his toughness. Let aura do the work. His blade slid through another neck, his body warping to a new location when the Brigadier class came charging him. He baited it once more, like he had 4 times already, before heading back in. He attacked another royal without so much as a glance at the other royal right next to his target. He even disregarded when it attacked, focusing on pushing his spear through the heart of his target, because he knew that John's bullet was already sailing. Sure enough, that little projectile went 2 inches past his head and through the eye socket of the one attacking him from behind. The body recoiled, being thrown back, half the royal's head exploding as Phaidon's target vomited bright red blood, its heart in 2. Retreat. John's voice came right when the explosion did, Phaidon instantly backing out, appearing on top of a hill. His breath shuddered a bit as the spatial warping pulled on his body. Traversing longer distances was more difficult, and unfortunately the minimum strain to bear was always high, making many short warps even worse. The toll was high no matter how he did it, so the best he could do was moderate, at least until he could advance and improve the density of his vigor. After standing around for a few seconds, Phaidon swung his spear, releasing a blade of vigor that bisected all the nearby fodder that had scattered through the hills. They were barely deserving of that much effort. While that happened, he stared at the Brigadier class, dressed in moderate armor. It was seething in rage, unable to catch Phaidon no matter what it did. Then, John appeared, taking a step toward Phaidon's side, hood over his head and owly cat mask over his face. Let's go. I'm running low on juice. Regroup? It's nothing the others can't handle as they move. John disappeared with those words, the Brigadier class lunging over from a distance. Phaidon just chuckled at it before vanishing away. The two descended the hill and arrived at the path just as the convoy appeared in the distance. They didn't have to wait long. That Brigadier class pursued, and in response 3 other brigadiers from the convoy started sprinting over, Nanan among them, his speed the greatest. The Brigadier class panicked and quickly went the other way, but there was no way it could escape. Phaidon knew that brigadiers could lock onto aura exceptionally well. The only ones who could surpass them were sovereigns, and those who had broken through the Great Barrier. Phaidon glanced at his Great Barrier on the horizon before looking over as John appeared, no longer having to worry about the enemy. He asked a question on his mind. What will you do to break the Great Barrier? That fucking thing? Not a clue. I have a feeling it's going to take all 3 authorities until 10 to answer that question. For now, I just need to focus on getting us out of this alive. We seem to be doing well so far, and there's a lot that has yet to go wrong. Phaidon chuckled. I get what Nanan was saying about you being pessimistic. Is that a byproduct of your experience as an intelligence agent? Partially. It's also partially because I believe in the popular iteration of Murphy's Law. What's that? Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. I refuse to place my bets on anything other than the worst, and under those assumptions I strategize. I would generally say it's a good way to keep your head. You've said something like that before. Prepare for the worst, hope for the best. And the only way we can do that is by gathering intelligence. Otherwise, we're blind, and we can't know how bad it can get. Like at the supply post. Fieden frowned as he recalled the recent memories. It was a bitter fight. He knew John lost a lot of friends, but there was little time for mourning, and they were a long way from having proper funeral services. The families of the fallen were still being notified in person by the personnel who handled such things. Regardless, that battle was clearly an intelligence failure. It was caused by the snow, but every death was a result of not knowing enough when it mattered most. The only reason they hadn't been definitively wiped out anyway was because John had run recon on a hunch. If he hadn't assumed the worst, they wouldn't be alive. John's mask looked as neutral as his aura. What little Fieden could see of it. There was no emotional turbulence, just cold logic and patience. Fieden remained quiet, the two waiting for the convoy to pick them up. There were only 4 Authority 9 Royals left, and 3 Brigadiers had already gone to fight. They would be slaughtered, and the fodder would be simplicity to handle. They could continue their retreat cleanly after that, but they still had at least 2 days to go, and their troops were dwindling. Fieden was worried about what was to come later. He trusted John's gut more than the man himself did, and when a sovereign was invading, the worst was already in effect. Chapter 231, Last One. December 24th, 625. Midnight. The border of Christmas Day. For me as an Earthling, at least. Just 30 miles. We need to make it with this push. The steeds are almost dead. Push them anyway. Keep fucking moving. The cold tried to nip at me despite the temperature control of my clothing. I felt chilly despite being perfectly warm. Swarm on the left. They're flanking. Someone get up a barrier. We need to preserve numbers. 2 more steeds down. Totenstall warmed my hands, glowing a wrathful red as I swept its barrel across the hordes around us. It was unloading at almost 1600 RPM, and yet it felt like I could never do enough. The screams echoed through my aerial. Brigadier Capil is dead. Don't let them surround us. Just keep our fire forward. Don't let them stop us. I could still see 24 steeds around us, all that remained of our force. We had fought for almost 2 days straight, and I was running on 2 hours of sleep and cigars. It was a tragedy that I didn't have any real stimulants. I had to force myself awake with my Psycha. It made me want to vomit. Another Brigadier class. Fuck. It just took out 8 steeds. Nanan is engaging. I refused to look back at those who were getting drowned by monsters, just making sure that we didn't end up the same way. 20 miles left. Our steed is dying. I heard Harsh's yell, taking a second to think. All the other steeds were dying too. Some were already slowing down as they ran out of juice. Some had their wheels destroyed by well-placed scythers. The only direction empty of hoarding monsters was forward. There were some hog riders earlier that had come to chase us down, and while they had eliminated half our force by themselves, they couldn't survive long under my concentrated fire. If we allowed the steeds to fall back one by one, we'd be slowly picked off without being able to mount a proper resistance. We needed to all turn around and fight. Of course, the last time I had tried to do that and trust in the integrity of those around me, I had almost gotten my team killed, and I didn't trust these other generals. I could see them steering away, attempting to break off the path and find technical terrain so they could escape the hordes and tread their own way back to the stronghold safely, using the rest of the force as bait. I responded, "Get off the road. Turn south." Are you telling me to abandon the force? Yes. Now fucking go. Without any more hesitation, Harsha whipped the wheel and shot off-road. I focused my fire, cutting down the few enemies in our way. Tana tailed us in the other steed as I yelled over my telepathic connection. "Nanan, get back here. We're splitting." "Roger." I got a response, a body suddenly launching itself toward us from the distance. Nanan flew back like a catapulted rock, landing nearby and taking one more step to jump on top of the steed. For a moment we had reprieve, but a significant portion of the hordes chased us. We wouldn't be let off that easy. I took a few seconds to duck down and look at the passenger compartment. There were some holes in the walls and armor, but the occupants were safe. Are you guys all right? Polly and Jasmine looked up at me, both of them curled up between the seats on the floor. It was safer there than by the walls that the Scythers could easily cut through. They had both been terrified before, but now they were too tired for any obvious emotion. Polly gave me a thumbs up. Good. We'll be disembarking soon. We'll have a little less than 20 miles to cross on foot. The knights will carry you too, so just get ready to leave. I left them with that, focusing back on the enemy and throwing some volleys their way to give us some breathing room. Amara cast area spells to cause more chaos and slow them down, area magic detonating with brilliant fire. We crossed over some rough terrain, breaking line of sight with the original path and officially diverting off on our own. Sure enough, I heard nothing from the other generals except for commands to head to a checkpoint along the path of the underground rail lines. To get there, it would be a free-for-all. They were all idiots. The fact that they let it devolve into this was proof of their stupidity. I had no sympathy for those who were willing to sacrifice an entire base for their survival. They should have died at their posts, taking down the scourge with them. Perhaps if I had just killed them all before they could plan their escape, we could have taken control and mounted a fight. Even something as simple as a tactical retreat would have been better than this catastrophe. If only we had fielded enough weapons. Perhaps none of this would have even been considered. I yelled, "Keep heading south. We need to get to the forests." Do those even exist anymore? Better pray they do. They'll be saving our lives. I shifted to burst firing as my psyche started to dwindle. Pretty soon the knights would be taking more of the heat and Amara, and I would be able to rest some. While running, of course. After some time, Harsha shouted, "Is that it?" I turned around, looking in the distance to find a dense field of folded trees, like they were dead in a desert. My eyes narrowed, recognizing them, but shocked that they were out here. Nanan spoke the words on my mind. "Is that the Black Forest?" "I think it is. Head toward it." The Black Forest. I had only ever seen it outside Strong Old Charlie in the direction of Sides Peak. I wasn't sure how it had grown so far down south, though then again, maybe it had migrated due to the Scourge's biomat. I had only expected a normal forest. We approached, but that's when the steeds started slowing. "We're out of juice. Everyone get ready to disembark." The steeds slowed even more, the white crystals completely spent. Shitty engineering. With my mana engines, they would be able to drive indefinitely and faster. They slowed to a halt. Everyone off. I jumped off, the ammo pack on my back making me land with a heavy thud, and threw open the side door, Polly and Jasmine scrambling out with my help. "Harsha and Tana, you'll be carrying them. Everyone else is on escort duty. Let's get moving." Polly and Jasmine were scooped up by the two knights. Our two chiefs, Simeon and Ephraim, jumped out with us and followed in a formation. Simeon had proven to be an invaluable warlock during our retreat, but even he was starting to reach his limit. On the other hand, our knights were almost completely fresh, except Nanan. They'd be putting in most of the work now. We all started running into the forest. There was no clear-cut path, so we had to trample a lot of the foliage below us. I used my boots to jump and glide over most of the obstacles. I was once again glad I splurged on them. The hordes gave chase behind us. Now that we were going slower, they were able to catch up. There had to be at least 2,000 of them. Amara glided over to my side, all of us holding the same speed. "John, they're going to surround us." "I know. Get ready to hold them. It doesn't look like there are more beyond, so if we can kill these, then we'll be in the clear." I'm starting to get worried. I looked at her. She was wearing her mask and witch hat, but her anxiety was clear. I nodded. "Understood. We just need to keep fighting. We'll make it." "All right." She drifted away, taking back up her original position. Then the hordes reached us. "Contact. Attack and move. Don't get locked." I spun around and used my boots to glide backwards while burst firing, sending rounds into the clustered hordes and doing what I could. Despite moving backwards and continuously shooting, I was able to navigate through the trees and terrain just fine. My aura, able to visualize everything around me by itself, kept me on a proper path. In time, we ran deeper into the forest, as did the hordes. However, despite whittling them down, my anxiety grew. That's when I realized how horribly on edge I was. It had just been so high that I stopped noticing it, like tinnitus. My heart was pounding as I noticed the sun start to come up, light seeping between the trees. In response, the massive folded leaves started to unwind, creating a solid canopy that drank the light. It was bright white, clean and pure as if it came from an angel. It was soft on my skin. I didn't know how, but it made my skin comfortable. It made my skin soft. It made my skin so smooth. It made my skin soft, even though my coat was comfortable, it made my skin peel. It was cold, but it made my skin soft. It made my skin boil, even though it made my skin soft. It made my skin melt off my bones, but it made my skin soft. It made me cry. It made me happy for my birthday. It made me vomit. It made me happy for the funeral. It made me scream. It made me happy for her death. It made me happy. It made me happy for his mutilation. It made me happy. It made me happy. It made me happy when my mom died. It made me happy. It made me happy that my brother vomited his heart. It made me happy. It made me so happy. It made me happy how I ripped out Amara's trachea with my teeth. It made me happy. I loved being happy. I needed the light for love. Go toward the light. I needed to drink the light for healing. Go toward the light. I needed to peel my skin for the light. Go toward the light. I needed to open my arteries for the light. Go toward the light. I was bleeding for the light. Go toward the gun. I was dying for the light. Pick toward the gun. I had to die for the light. Pick toward your gun. I would die for the light. Pick up your gun. The voices were loud. The light was bright. Pick up your gun. The light smelled like rotting fluids. Pick up your gun. The light was pulling me toward a pool of my rotting family. Level your gun. I needed to shoot the ROT of my family. Defend against the light. I needed to shoot the fucking light. Lux mentis mea oxidir. Wage war against the light. I opened my eyes within the bulwark of my mind palace. All around me was light, and within the light were monsters. Unholy light. My eyes burned as I looked around and saw the monsters tearing at the walls of my palace, my stronghold. The walls were melting, but they were holding. I could feel the sting in my brain, like those walls were my flesh, fleshy claws tearing at them with acid. My heart rate skyrocketed as I realized what was happening. Beyond my mind palace, I could see my friends a distance away, the light washing over them, tainting their minds. They were trying, but they wouldn't be able to defend themselves in time. I needed to help them. I was the master of the mind. I would not allow monsters to defile the minds of those in my presence. So I reached out into the minds of everyone around me. Amara, Phaidon, Tana, Polly, Jasmine, Jaya, Harsha, Simeon, Ephras, Nanan. I reached into their minds, forcefully, breaking past their defenses with the power of my illusions. They tried defending against the monsters, and they weren't sure if it was me. I took the burden of decision away from them. I wrapped up their minds, I projected my own, and I placed them within the protection of my bulwark. They all appeared within my mind palace. All of them confused, some of them hurt. Then they all looked toward me, the monsters around my walls multiplying for every person who I had to protect. But I would protect them. I was the master of the mind. I would not let their minds be defiled. Amara barely realized what was happening. She wondered if she was going insane, and then she felt John reach out. He had cut through the insanity around her, and she had let him pull her somewhere else. Next thing she knew, she was at the top of a massive base. When she looked around, she saw things she didn't recognize, and the reality of what was around her imposed itself onto her mind. She saw the walls made of grade 5 titanium alloy, mounted with autocannons, missile launchers, large-bore cannons, point defense, and anti-air turrets. It utilized radar arrays in order to guide surface-to-air intercept systems, all culminating in an Iron Dome defense system. They weren't weapons that existed in this world. She looked and saw the others with her. Everyone from her squad to Polly and Jasmine were present within the protection of this bulwark. It was protecting their minds from the hundreds of thousands of monsters outside. They were supposed to only be visualizations, but regardless of how it looked, John was going to single-handedly defend against the mental corruption of the light. She looked at him. He looked as he normally did, his face twisted in rage as he overlooked all of the monsters clawing at the walls. Then he screamed, "Fire!" Every weapon across the walls exploded in unison. Autocannons roared as bullets drove through the monsters at several thousand rounds per minute, reducing their targets to slush and red mist. Missiles and artillery fired volleys into the hordes, climbing on top of each other mindlessly. Everyone could feel the ravenous hunger and greed of the monsters. They could also hear their cries. They could hear the voices of their families and friends, children and loved ones, all screaming in pain and agony, as if they were the ones being cut down by these mechanized machines of death. The artillery was merciless. Each shell delivered sarin gas, a potent nerve agent capable of killing a subject within 10 minutes of inhalation viaduct respiratory paralysis. The missiles and large-bore cannons delivered high explosive payloads, dozens of monsters being blasted to chunks with every explosion. They came from all sides, unceasingly, despite the begging cries from them to cease the pain and suffering. There was no mercy in John's actions. Even when some of the monsters came to them with the images of family, he slaughtered them all. Amara's eyes fell on all the weapons he used. They were death-made metal, delivering such volumes of devastation that she had a hard time fathoming it despite the results being right in front of her. Then, John turned to her, to all of them. I am the master of the mind. My war machine will not fall. So go and do battle. The sky started to darken with his words. He pointed up. The black forest gives us darkness. The spirits give us aid. Use them, and slaughter those of the unholy light. With his words, their consciousnesses were shifted. Amara's eyes snapped open. She realized that she was lying on the floor, completely unscathed. When she looked up, she saw the others, all of them close by her, clustered together and being guarded by a large group of flickers. They came in all shapes and sizes, Amara recognizing Pup among them, tearing apart a new enemy. Amara recognized them too from the descriptions John had given her. They were supposed to be called flesh bugs, disgusting entities created by the king of unholy light. With but a touch, they were able to kill and transform their victims into more of themselves, conglomerations of bone and organs, amalgamations of endless suffering and sorrow. They would come to you with the voices of those you loved, come to you in their defiled image, to tempt you and make you lower your guard. Amara saw her vision straining when she saw some of their figures. She saw some of the flickers tear apart her sister limb by limb, but John's mental defense continued to kick in, erasing those images and revealing them for the horrors they were. These enemies weren't as powerful as the real deal, she thought. She had a hard time using her aura to its fullest, but she knew there wasn't a king in the area. Instead, she looked in the distance, through the darkness created by the light drinking canopy of the black forest, and saw a demon. It was dressed in silver armor, with wings of feathers radiating pure white light. It looked like an angel, told observers that it was an angel, that it was here to bring happiness and eliminate their pain. But it was a mere mockery, a devil that tempted them, wanting for nothing but their death so it could twist them into a perversion of life. Unfortunately, it was also sitting at authority 11. She stood, as did the others. Her hand grasped her foci, and she started preparing spell templates. Her aura was limited, a chunk of it being occupied by John so he could protect them, but it wouldn't stop her from fighting. She looked back at him, seeing his golden eyes wide open and bloodshot. He was fighting against the mental powers of that authority 11 by himself, for all of them, and yet he was still standing, ready to raise his weapon and continue slaughtering those flesh bugs. She didn't think it was possible, but he started giving commands, though she noticed he couldn't seem to move. Everyone run. Get the fuck up and start running. We can't get pinned down. They all seemed to snap to attention, as if they hadn't realized they were in the middle of a heated battle. She heard John again, not on the outside, but within the command and control center of his mind palace. Nanan. She thought he was going to tell him to fight back that king blood. You need to get to Stronghold Charlie. Bring back a marshal. What? Nanan looked at him, baffled. No, that thing will slaughter you all. It won't. It's just playing with its prey right now. It transformed all those monsters into those flesh bugs, and it wants to watch us suffer. Take advantage of its pride and go get a marshal. The stronghold is only 11 miles away. No, John. You need to listen to me. John suddenly rose and grabbed Nanan by his armor. Go get a fucking marshal. That's our way out. We will be its prey while you go get the only thing that can fight it. Get your hands off of me. Nanan ripped John off of him before pushing him away. Then, he suddenly disappeared from the mind palace, over half the monsters beyond the walls vanishing with him. John was no longer fighting Nanan's battle. Amara saw him ease massively, pushing back the monsters instead of barely fending them off. In the real world, John became mobile again, turning to face Nanan a small distance away. Don't do this now. You've listened to my plans for the last year. If there was ever a time you needed to trust me, it's now. Just do as I fucking say. Nanan remained silent, adjusting his helmet before raising his sword, letting out a long breath. You're right. It's about time. His aura bloomed across the blade, and then Amara felt the magicka in the atmosphere ripple. Her eyes widened, goosebumps erupting across her skin. Authority 11 advancement. No. John's screams rang for but a second before he suddenly started firing again. His machine gun swept through all the flesh bugs that the flickers were holding back, so much hatred and power behind each bullet that, no matter their authority, they were reduced to gore. Amara noticed a huge chunk of her aura free up. John was going all out, and she needed to be there with him. She moved forward and cast her spell, floating through the air above the line of flickers and creating a small sphere of flame, so compressed that it looked like a sphere of yellow hot metal. Then she imbued it with the power of space, blood streaming down her face as all the mana around her was sucked into her spell, leaving the surroundings void. Darkness enveloped the sphere of fire, compressing it even further, surrounding it until not a drop of light leaked. Then, she released her hold on the fire, opening up a tiny hole in the sphere of space. It was like a laser, white-hot light beaming across the landscape under her guidance, sweeping across their front, across the king blood, across all the trees. It lasted only a half a second, the light winking out, Amara falling back down to the floor, blood pouring down her face. The surroundings became completely silent. The flesh bugs half incinerated and cut in two. Then the trees started falling, the light from the king blood washing over the area. Amara barely lifted her head enough to see the king blood look around, and then laugh. You all will know me, as I have known holiness. Come to my light. Be with your family. The light around it solidified, turning to a liquid before washing over all the collapsed trees. Amara watched as all the flesh bug corpses started flowing, like slime, conglomerating into a singular being. A mountain of flesh rose, the screams of the damned radiating from its writhing organs and muscles, uncovered by skin and oozing pus from the wounds of those it had taken into itself. Amara fell to a knee, staring at that thing, before buckling and vomiting. Kill it with fire, John yelled, Amara looking back up to find a new weapon strapped to his body. He raised a tube, and then flames bellowed from it, liquid fire washing over the monstrosity, sticking to its skin and incinerating it. The screams and the voices of her family were harrowing, the shrieks increasing as more fire coated its body. Then, two massive arms reached out, one of them slamming towards John and forcing him to jump out of the way. The other started attacking them, flickers jumping away from the fire, others jumping away from the arm. Then, Nanan moved in. His aura became so dense that when he slashed out, the magicka in the atmosphere for a mile around followed. The king blood hoisted its own weapon, the light radiating from it being sucked back into its body before solidifying around its blade to meet Nanan's attack. They clashed, the shockwaves of sheer magic power blasting debris from the forest into the sky, and thanks to Nanan, not toward them. Amara noticed the massive flesh beast get weaker, no longer being supported by the king blood's light. She tried to stand up, tried to muster mana, but failed as her head sent crippling pain through her body. Her hat condensed mana around her as best it could, pulling on the reserves of magicka within the white crystals attached to it. It helped her stay lucid, giving her body fuel to absorb. She had put all her power into that attack, but it hadn't quite taken all her energy. She just needed some time to recover. Her sense of danger suddenly spiked, though, her neck tingling. She was suddenly grabbed, getting yanked out of the way just as Nanan unleashed an attack on the king blood. The deflected power from that attack washed over her previous position, gouging a massive trench in the ground 200 feet deep, the ground red-hot with energy. She looked up and saw Fidan, his breathing heavy. That was close. Yeah, John's losing it. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but it looks like we're committed. You should stick with Polly and Jasmine. Keep them safe and recover. All right, Amara nodded, deciding to swallow her pride and take the best course of action. She wanted to fight, but she wasn't in the position to, not until she had some time to recover. She got up, ignored the splitting headache, and ran over to Polly and Jasmine while Fidan entered the fight. She relieved Tana and Harsha, letting them follow Fidan while she stuck with the two a distance away. That's when Jaya came running over, sliding to her side with a canister in her hand. Here, babe. Take this. Thank you. She received a few pills from her, throwing them all into her mouth and cringing at the sour taste as they melted over her tongue. Still, They hit her system hard, rejuvenating her body and erupting with mana that washed through her from the inside out. It made her dizzy for a bit, Jaya grabbing her when she threatened to stagger and fall. Thanks. Sure. Just recover. I need to prepare my next attack. The two huddled, Amara recovering, Jaya messing with various concoctions. Amara thought it must have gotten desperate if Jaya was doing field alchemy. Then again, she hadn't been able to prepare anything in a lab for over a month now. Sighing, Amara turned to keep watching the battle, noticing John preparing to do something. He continued to dodge the attacks of the flesh beast before suddenly creating distance. Then, within his mind palace, she saw him bring forward another weapon. The MK-153 shoulder-launched multi-purpose assault weapon, aka SMAW, loaded with the novel explosive thermobaric warhead. She saw him hoist the launcher upon his shoulder after creating enough distance between him and the beast. Then he yelled, "Clear the target." Harsha, Tana, and the two snow doves attacking the beast suddenly backed away. While they were still flying back, John launched the rocket. The backblast snapped behind him, and the rocket went flying, sinking into a layer of the soft flesh before detonating. Amara saw half of the beast explode, flesh and guts erupting across the area, and charred blood splattering over everyone in the vicinity. The beast fell, melting and starting to reform. Wamra gawked at the absurdity. How did anything survive that? Keep attacking. Kill it. Harsha, Tana, Simeon, Ephras, and Phaidon all jumped back into attack alongside the remaining flickers in the area, John staggering back as the launcher disappeared from his shoulder. His gaze was on Nanan in the distance. Amara's eyes suddenly widened with another burst of danger sense, instincts taking over as she immediately made the most powerful barrier she had ever conjured. John's voice echoed in all their minds. Get down. There was a flash of light, liquid power shooting over from the king blood and washing over the flesh beast. The flesh bubbled before suddenly exploding, every scrap of blood, muscle, organ, and bone erupting in a shower of white light. Amara and Jaya looked away and ducked over Polly and Jasmine, yet they were lifted up and tossed anyway. They flew into the distance and hit the ground, tumbling several times before slamming into a tree, the force shattering Amara's barrier. Thankfully, the force was eaten, saving them from the worst of it. Amara shuddered as she felt a broken rib, hearing both Polly and Jasmine cry out in pain, Jaya nearby, and groaning. She ignored them, looking back, knowing that if they were crying, they were alive. She sensed John, turning to him where he lay a distance away, on his feet, his coat's enchantments flashing purple. He stared forward, Amara's gaze turning. She felt fewer presences than before. She looked into John's mind palace, at those that were still there. She was relieved when she saw Phaidon and Tana. However, she could no longer see Harsha, Simeon, or Ephras. Her heart constricted when the light cleared, looking out to find nothing. Nothing remained of the flesh beast. She couldn't see any bodies, only scraps of metal across the floor from armor, and even those were sparse. There weren't even the body parts of the flickers. Thankfully, Amara's pup had somewhere to retreat to, but even he was injured. Everyone else was gone. Fuck, John cried out, looking over at Phaidon and Tana, who were a distance away, Phaidon holding Tana. When he could only help one escape, he had picked her. John grit his teeth, turning back to watch Nanan fighting the king blood. Spells spawned into existence in the sky, raining down attacks from above that released towering explosions of poison and fire. There were thousands of them, the spells themselves so bright that it looked like daytime around them. Streaks of vigor flashed, residual power from Nanan carving scars into the planet. His attacks were so fast and so loud that their ears were screaming in pain, shockwaves of sound slamming off the collision of their attacks. Their battle was epic, but besides the flashing obvious, none of them were able to make much sense of what was going on. The light coming off the king blood was so blinding that they couldn't see Nanan's figure, with eyes or aura. No matter what though, it wasn't good for him. He had advanced on the spot, giving up his only chance to break the Great Barrier, but at best he was still only a fresh Authority 11. And he was up against an Authority 11 King Blood. It wouldn't end well, and it would be ending soon. John shouted, Phaidon, can you get to the stronghold within the next 30 seconds? Amara glanced at Phaidon as he frowned and pondered. He was silent for 5 whole seconds. Crossing 11 miles in just 30 seconds was something extremely few could do. Phaidon would be warping there, but doing such a thing might actually kill him. It would certainly take everything he had, especially since he was already tired and battered. Yet, after those 5 seconds, he nodded anyway. Yes. Get there, alive, and send a marshal to us. You will go to no place but the embrace of your family. A voice suddenly echoed in their minds, and light washed over them. They looked around, once again in John's mind palace. Except now, instead of it being attacked by flesh bugs, the king blood stood outside the walls, only slightly injured, its armor having suffered the brunt of Nanan's offensive. Nanan stood before it, his armor soaked in red, heaving for breath. All the weapons on the walls of the palace snapped toward the king blood, but didn't fire. John stood from the command center and phased out, appearing on top of the wall where he overlooked Nanan. All 3 parties were silent, locked in the space of their minds. Despite being in an abstract place, their battle was very real. John's face was contorted with rage, every barrel of every weapon glowing red with hatred around him. They could feel his wrath permeating the space, and he snapped. Suddenly, the surrounding expanse of white became a solid metal prison. John raised his head at it, all the turrets facing outward at the prison walls. Fire! They all screamed in unison, bombarding the walls with everything they had. Autocannons snarled with white-hot rage as they spit fire and metal. Artillery sent bunker-buster shells into the sky loaded with high explosives. Missiles flared across the atmosphere and slammed into the walls at supersonic speeds. He was trying to break down the King Blood's lock on their consciousness, break out of the mind space so they could operate in the real world. He was giving everything he had to break through the prison it had put them in. You will not contain me. I will eradicate you and genocide every last thing that composes your kind. I will purge you with nuclear fire. I will deliver unto you non-existence. In time, Nanan muttered, his words carrying over John's screams. In time, I know you will. He said that while tossing a batch of pills into his mouth. Then, the aura around him started to burn, igniting and transforming into an unknown power. He raised his sword, wreathed in flame, and swung down. The King Blood sucked back in its power and mustered its weapon, dozens of complex spell formations in between them, meeting Nanan's strike. The King Blood spells exploded on contact before its weapon shattered against Nanan's sword. Then, Nanan's sword crumbled to ash, fading with the wind. Everyone's sights returned to the real world, where Nanan stood before the King Blood with flames around his fists. That's when he reached out, and they saw it. A golden barrier, one that manifested before Nanan, intending to resist him. It released chains, all of them flying from another dimension and wrapping around his arm. They confined his strength, resisting his demand for more. They rejected his use of a power beyond him. His flaming hand touched that great barrier anyway, and he pushed through, the barrier crumbling around his fingers and the chains snapping off all at once, allowing him to grab the King Blood on the other side. I'm still advancing, asshole. He muttered again, his fingers wrapping around the head of the King Blood. It attempted to fight back, but it suddenly looked like a child before the flaming aura. Nanan's fingers dug into its skull, crushing bone as it pummeled his body. It grabbed Nanan's ribs, ripping them out, gouging out his flesh with sharp fingers, piercing his heart with a hidden knife, thousands of spells all around them flashing with brilliance before being disintegrated. Nanan just stared it in the eye, his other hand grabbing the other side of its head. And he squeezed, crushing it, his aura enveloping its body and snuffing out its poisoned soul. The King Blood went limp, Nanan dropping it before falling to his knees. John ran over once the exploding powers faded, Amara mustering her energy to follow. He slid to Nanan's side, reaching out, and then recoiling back when Nanan's aura incinerated his glove and half of his hand. Just being near the man was dangerous, so much power condensed in his aura that it wanted to defuse into anything around it, nominally ending up in nothing but destruction. The very ground melted around his body. Yet after some time, John reached out anyway, kneeling in the molten ground, grabbing Nanan's hand. It threatened to incinerate his skin, but the power was rapidly fading, and John seemed to no longer care about how much power he had to expend. Nanan smiled, his blood incinerating as soon as it left his body. Don't worry, kid. You're worth the cost. No, I'm not. Nothing is worth this. Hee. Don't be so humble. Nanan coughed, dust leaving his lungs as he let John's hand go and reached over to his shoulder. His hand clawed into his own armor, ripping a chunk of it off. The metal fell off his palm, revealing a patch. The snow dove's patch, a white dove on a blue backdrop. This one was embroidered with gold thread, the patch handcrafted with the finest materials. He put it in John's hand before his fingers suddenly crumbled like brittle charcoal. You're the last one. Just remember us. Always. Nanan went silent as the rest of his body finally gave out, John clutching the patch in his hand. A few seconds after that, the flaming aura suddenly disappeared, the ground cooling, John's hand no longer at risk of being incinerated. The rest of the body went ice cold, blood no longer streaming from the wounds. Several seconds passed silently, Amara doing nothing more than standing to the side. John eventually stood up, whisking away what remained of Nanan's body into his storage. He did the same for the King Blood's corpse, which was intact short of the crushed head. Then he turned. Amara noticed his face, no hint of sorrow or anger on it. Not even his aura contained emotional turbulence. Everything pointed to him being perfectly fine, perfectly neutral, and he gave his command, as if it were just another day on the battlefield. It made her heart run cold, tears escaping before she could force them down. Everyone form up. We need to get to the stronghold. Chapter 232, Southern Village. December 25th, 625. We crossed the remaining 11 miles to reach Stronghold Charlie, everyone nursing wounds. Jaya used what little medical supplies she had left to keep everyone functioning, and we were able to reach the walls sooner rather than later. And we found them under siege. We had known that there were enemies moving toward the stronghold, but after the arrival of that sovereign, we hadn't been able to receive any more intelligence. Thankfully, I could sense the marshal in active combat, which meant she was still at least alive. They were holding, but the monsters were already pouring over the walls. Stronghold Charlie hadn't been given a fraction of the soldiers that the treehouse did, and they weren't ready for a major siege. We'd see how long they could hold them off, because for now it didn't seem like they had any intention of retreating. They didn't know that the treehouse had already fallen. We'd have to tell them, because I wanted a marshal with us when we left this place. I turned to the others, looking for Nanan, for just a split second, before my eyes centered on Amara. We need to get in. My aerial is fried, and they need to know that they have to retreat. We follow you. She responded simply, so I turned and started walking around. They seemed to be keeping the south gate of the base open and clear. Seemed they were more ready for a retreat than I thought. Thankfully, it meant we didn't have to fight our way in. We simply walked up, some soldiers noticing us. One of them shouted at us as we walked up to the closed gate. Who are you? Snow Doves, Charlie Company. We have critical intel for the marshal regarding the treehouse. Let them in. The gate opened without any doubt, letting us into the walls where we made haste for the northern wall. Knights and warlocks all around us were fighting back the scourge. They weren't endless, which meant they'd be able to hold, for now. I had Polly and Amara follow me, the rest securing a steed and some aerials, just in case. We went toward where the marshal was on top of the wall, slaughtering hundreds at a time. There was nobody to contest her, so she was able to easily dispatch all the higher authority royals and monsters in the area. I spoke to her from a distance, my words entering her mind. Marshal Akichia, we have intel from the treehouse. Her head snapped around when she heard me, unleashing another sword strike before jumping down and landing right in front of us. I couldn't find the energy to even react to her. All I saw was a set of armor in front of me, wholly inadequate compared to Nanan. She seemed to recognize me, since I didn't have my mask on. You're John Cooper? Yes. I see you've returned with my colonel. Or, I suppose you're a brigadier general now. Hello, Polly. Marshal. Polly shook her hand, Akichia glancing around. Where's Nanan? Killed in action, facing an authority 11 king blood of unholy light. Shit. May his soul rest. So, I take it the treehouse has fallen. Yes. We need to retreat, now? The scourge has well over 1 million monsters overrunning the front. We can't stay here. Yeah, I'm getting that. I've already packed the rails full and sent them off. All of the intelligence personnel are gone, and once the rail gets back, we can send a batch of troops. I'm afraid we don't have time for that, Marshal. There was a sudden explosion nearby. Bombardos were making their way over. This siege isn't going to stop. We need to leave, right now? Otherwise, you're going to be fighting off thousands as you're running, like we were. Polly stepped forward. Marshal, please trust us. We need to retreat to the southern village. The monsters aren't far behind us, and the Scourge is fielding king bloods like they're common. The sooner we leave, the more breathing room we'll have, even though we have little. A force like what's here can't handle much. I could hear the desperation in Polly's voice, as could the marshal. She was silent, turning and staring at the monsters climbing and pouring over the far wall, as if that wasn't already an indication of how urgently we needed to leave. Stronghold Charlie had always been manned by strike forces, elites compared to the common armies other bases had. They regularly fought high-strength enemies in lesser numbers, but they were average compared to the dozens of platoons and strike teams that I had personally sent out to do battle. And once upon a time, it was the Snow Doves that had been Stronghold Charlie's greatest strike force. The Stronghold no longer had those great forces, a shadow of what it once was, and what was coming couldn't even be handled by the best. It seems the marshal saw some of that reality. Very well. I'll muster the retreat. I recommend within the next half hour. I will move my troops as fast as I deem necessary, Lieutenant Colonel. You are dismissed. I silently stared at her for a second before saluting and turning. Amara and Polly followed, the marshal jumping back up onto the walls. We walked to the garage where I found Phaidon, Tana, Jaya, and Jasmine around a steed. I waved my hand, all of them moving to board. When we got there, we jumped in as well, Tana in the driver's seat. The back hatch closed, and I let out a long sigh. I glanced at Polly. Are you going to stop me from giving the order? She silently looked up at me, tired and worn. We're in your hands, John. Do what you will. I looked at her for a second longer before turning to Tana. Get us out of here. Roger. Tana started the steed, rolling us out and toward the south gate. The same soldier as last time stepped over to us. I looked out from the roof of the steed. Open the gate. For what reason? Marshal Akichia is about to order a full retreat. We're moving to the southern village to start evacuating the citizens there before the Scourge can reach them. He stared at me silently before waving, the gate opening. I gave him one last word of advice. Be prepared to run. The treehouse has fallen, and this place is next. With that, we rolled off, Tana driving with haste. I sat in the front seat and gave her directions. I had never actually been to the southern village, but I knew exactly where it was. With an approximate population of 5,200 people, the southern village was the go-to spot for troops that had leave. There were armorers, blacksmiths, a red light district, and anything else an underpaid soldier could want. There were also a lot of families of the soldiers at Stronghold Charlie. All of them were citizens that needed to get the hell away from the monstrosities coming as we drove. While we headed there, I brought up one of the aerials that Tana had snagged from the empty headquarters. All of ours were fried, what I could only assume was the King Blood's doing. So I had to make do with a lesser model that couldn't even be put on my wrist. It still worked like the others, though. It was able to access the node network, and I used some of my credentials to get into the higher networks and give myself priority. Then I contacted San, who picked up relatively quickly. Hello? Who is this? San, it's Cooper. I'm calling you from another aerial. Mine was fried. John, I haven't heard good things. How is it up there? The treehouse has fallen. We're currently retreating, but I need your help with some things. Oh, of course. What do you need? I glanced back as I felt some bursts of power behind us. The marshal was fighting pretty hard. If she didn't leave soon, she'd be among all the others who have fallen already. Given her ignorance or arrogance, I was betting that she would take her sweet time. May she rest among the dead. I'm currently heading to a village just south of Stronghold Charlie. I need you to muster all the helicopters you can and send them there. There are over 5,000 people there that need evacuation before the Scourge can reach them. 5,000. How much time before the Scourge arrives? Within the day. John, we don't have access to that many helicopters right now. Planes, yes, but helicopters and their pilots are scarce. I already know that. I just want to know how many you can muster and how quickly. I snapped, San speaking a bit quieter. I don't know. I need to go to the airfield and look. Do what you need to do, and call me when you have an ETA on the first helicopter. These people don't have much time. With those words, I turned off the aerial. Phaidon turned to me. We won't be able to save many. Any is better than none. It's not their fault that their military is so incapable. I settled back into my seat, slouching and closing my eyes. It's about 5 hours to the village. I will wake when we arrive. Take the calls from San if he comes back. Baron. Siam raised his head when his aide came running into his study, frowning when he saw her urgency. What's wrong? Yes, sir. There's some soldiers from Stronghold Charlie here. They said they're snow doves and need to talk to you right now. I think the scourge is attacking. Siam stared at her for a second before rushing out of his chair, running out of his study, and exiting his estate. As the Baron in charge of this village, he naturally had plenty of interactions with the soldiers from Stronghold Charlie. Most were pleasant and profitable, others were just a matter of wrangling troublemakers. But if the snow doves were here in an official capacity, it meant things were extremely dangerous right now. He took his own vehicle to the city center, going as fast as he could and stopping nearby once he saw the large steed. His pupils constricted when he saw the uniform of the girl standing on top of it. He would never mistake the uniform of special operations, even though he had only seen it twice in his life. He saw 4 of those uniforms, as well as the glimmers of a brigadier general and colonel. He also noticed a few people standing on the rooftops of nearby buildings, looking around, 2 of them in those same unmarked uniforms, elites of the kingdom. Once he stepped out, one of them jumped off the roof, dust kicking up underneath his feet and slowing his descent enough for him to plant on the floor. The Baron had to look up to see his scarred face. He was a large man, his presence so overwhelming that when he spoke, he heard more than just his voice. He barely noticed the thing in his hands, a long metal weapon that snarled with glowing red heat, radiating the aura of hatred and carnage. You're the Baron? Why, yes, I am Baron Siam. I am Commander Cooper, and I need you to listen to the orders I'm going to give you because we're out of time. The Baron nodded. He had seen commanders before, occasionally. Most were relatively nice, and none were so overpowering. He had been a first sergeant himself, and yet he couldn't fathom the depth of this man's ability. The elites of the kingdom were different, especially when they were here to fight, not to relax and enjoy leisure. The scourge is about to advance on this village in numbers. We've already caught a few on the way down. I can't tell you more, but I can assure you that nobody is coming from Stronghold Charlie to help. So, for the sake of the people here, I need you to order everyone to start gathering. We can't cover the entire village, so we need to narrow the scope. Can you do that? Yes, sir. Good. Issue alerts. Do what you need to do. It looks like this center is the only place big enough for helicopters to land, so I want every single person in this village within the nearby buildings. For now, that's your sole job. Gather the people. Can you handle that? Yes, I can. Siam nodded again, and right when he did, he saw the commander's head snap in another direction. They're here. Jaya. Yes. A cute girl came skating over, the commander handing out his orders. Work with the Baron. This area will be yours to protect. Keep them alive, kill anything that gets past us. Roger. As for the rest of you, I'm dividing the northern hemisphere of the village into 4 sectors. We'll each take one. Amara and I will take the center sectors. Fiden and Tana take the outer 2 sectors. I'm tying you in with my command center, so stay spread and cover as much area as you can. Move citizens here and keep them alive long enough to make it. Roger. Roger. He got a few acknowledgments before the 3 of them shot off. The Baron turned, intending to go sound the alarm and gather people. Hang on. He was stopped, the commander raising a finger. I just thought of something. He was silent, closing his eyes for a moment before speaking. His voice entered their minds. All citizens, assemble at the center of the village. We are under attack. I repeat, we are under attack. The scourge is coming. All citizens, please make haste to the village center. The voice repeated a couple more times, the commander turning back to the Baron. Go ring your alarms. Yes, sir. I have guards. I can dash. Just assemble them in the center as well. Jaya, handle them. Roger. The girl shouted before walking up to him, the commander shooting off toward the buildings. There were some screams in the distance, fire blooming into the sky here and there as spells went off. They were already under attack. It was actually happening. Hey! The cute girl shouted again, the Baron snapping to attention. Go ring the alarms. Call your guards. We need them here now. Yes. He ran, thinking about how he had gotten this position as a Baron not because he was good at fighting, but because he was business savvy enough to buy the noble title and take the opportunity to run this village just behind the front lines, full of business opportunity. He didn't think this day would ever come. Stronghold Charlie had always been known as an impenetrable shield manned by the elites. Why had they fallen? What the hell was going on for a base full of elite fighters to fall? Chapter 233, Deja Vu. December 26th, 625. My breathing was heavy as I jumped, using my boots to launch my body to the top of a building. I ran and jumped across several others, gliding between the gaps until I found some targets. I swung Totenstall around and pulled the trigger, unloading on some hog riders charging through the city. The other monsters around them were cut down in the barrage all the same. These monsters were moving through the village, and not every citizen was in the center yet. Some had decided to pack belongings. Some were simply stupid enough to take their sweet time. Regardless, I was attempting to hold this sector and save who I came across. I didn't have the energy to stick my neck out and rush, though. I had to conserve for the inevitable battle against another high authority. I didn't expect to hold this village without a fight, and I wouldn't risk all the others to save those who lacked the urgency to save themselves. After clearing a street of monsters, I suddenly saw a flash in the corner of my eye. I spun around, seeing another monster on a nearby rooftop, one I had never seen before, but I could recall troops screaming about them during our retreat. It was also in the catalog of scourge species. I just never expected to see it in this frozen hellscape. A bellow beast, a monster that could spit massive columns of flame. It incinerated flesh and magic alike, notoriously difficult to defend against. I saw the flames bellow toward me, and I dove off the building, my legs straining to land with all the weight on me. I loved Totenstall, but the massive pack on my back was weighty, even with my enhanced body. Exhausted as I was, moving it around like this was taking its physical toll. I lifted Totenstall anyway and raked the bellow beast with rounds, sinking over 100 into its leathery and rocky body before noticing how little damage I'd done. To handle that heat, it needed an equally tough body, and this one was apparently Authority 8. I sprinted to the side when it swept toward me with more fire, chucking a grenade as I did so. It was cooked perfectly so that when it passed by the bellow beast's head, it exploded. I heard a scream, the fire going out, so I launched myself back up the building and put more rounds into it. I didn't stop shooting until it was a dead pile of gore. The cold atmosphere irritated my throat as I took in more air, simply staring at that bellow beast for a few seconds. These monsters were getting more difficult to deal with, and they were constantly coming. Even disregarding my current exhaustion, I was getting sick and tired of it. I needed this battle to be over. That's when I heard a scream. I was distant, to the outskirts of the village. I started running, jumping from rooftop to rooftop. I saw some monsters on the way, sweeping them with Totenstall, leaving them behind with mortal wounds. Help me. I let out a pained breath, pushing myself to keep leaping across rooftops until I arrived near a street. A little girl was stumbling in my direction, a man mere steps behind her, scrambling in panic. He picked her up as he ran by, just as a group of monsters chasing them rounded the corner. I lifted Totenstall and opened fire. 6 beasts jerked to the tune of my gunfire, dropping to the scorched street with little ceremony. One of the beasts, just a bit tougher than its fellows, dropped a moment later. The explosions attracted more attention, monsters coming in from beyond the village turning toward my direction. More rounded other corners, appearing from alleyways as I saw flashes of fire lighting up other streets. There had to be several hundred monsters in the vicinity. I could hear Amara and fighting nearby. I just shot the monstrosities as they came, bodies dropping as they came bounding and scuttling toward the man and little girl. Some took a few dozen rounds of concentrated fire, and with a moment to breathe, I dropped from the roof and into an alleyway, planting myself on a corner. I kept one eye on the running pair going down the street as I swept across incoming enemies with the glowing hot barrel of my weapon, watching their faces contort in exertion and terror as the real enemy that was chasing them blasted its way through an entire building, chunks of ruins and clouds of dust flying across the street. A light, the color of a raging star, pulsed in a way no light ever could as it illuminated the monster it belonged to. Another bellow beast. Even as I dispatched the last few stragglers trying to make their way to the pair, even as I focused fire, each bullet packed to the brim with the harshest psyche I could muster, even as I yelled to the man and the little girl he carried to sprint for the alleyway that would give them safety, its throat inflated and filled with inhuman fire, lighting the blackened cobblestones beneath its feet. It shrugged off my rounds, each of them flattening against its rocky skin. The full-size cartridges didn't even stagger it for a moment, and it soon flooded the street with murderous flames. The man glanced back for but a second, and with the intense heat singing his hair, no longer hesitated before throwing the girl to me in the alleyway. She was no more than 8 to 10, old enough to understand what was going on and experience the terror that comes from comprehension, but not old enough to do anything about it or cope with it. I reached forward and grabbed her as the fire drowned the man, unheard whispers on his lips. In the few moments I had left, I wrapped the girl with my body, stumbling back a few steps in an attempt to gain some distance, any distance at all, from the flames tumbling into the alley. Even beneath my gear and hood, it was like standing in an oven. Even as the fire rushed over me, even when I went to the floor to try and reduce the surface area the fire could burn, I knew it didn't matter. I couldn't hear the screams, but I felt them against my chest. The fire was gone in a matter of seconds. Everything was in flames. Even the ashes on the stones charred to dust. I lifted myself from the floor, opening my arms to find but a small corpse. Skin flaked off my chest, nothing more than cinders. Outside my inadequate embrace, it partially crumbled, revealing cracked bones and burnt flesh. Even through the mask, the smell reached me. I wanted to retch, but danger started approaching me, getting closer much faster than any bellow beast should be able to. Still, my eyes remained locked on the corpse before me, once alive just seconds ago. Then the danger stopped, the thing looking down upon me from a rooftop, its sickening voice entering my ears. I somehow knew who, what, it was before I even looked at it. I can't say I'm a fan of cooked meat anymore. It played like déjà vu, my head lifting even though my aura had captured an image of it already, especially not that cooked. All the flavor is gone. Little girls are the good ones too. Why couldn't you protect her better? I lifted my eyes to find the sadistic piece of shit standing above me. Completely black eyes and a face I could never stand. There wasn't even a trace of mutation on it either. The process wasn't difficult or forced. It had changed willingly. My mind almost drew a blank. The sudden surge of overwhelming anger and frustration paralyzed me. I couldn't seem to understand. Why did this have to happen? Why did the scourge exist? I would sacrifice my life if it meant stopping them, killing them all. But that was too easy, apparently. My death meant nothing. No, it was my life they wanted. My time, my blood, my sweat, my sanity. With every death, with every murder, they continued to chip away at it. I hadn't quite noticed at first. I could brush off death so easily back then. I still could now. But its toll grew. I could feel the cracks forming. I didn't want to. I felt like I could resist it, either by simply not caring or accepting it as part of the job. Death was everywhere. I'd encountered it everywhere I went, and there would always be more. It was just a fact of life, and I had gotten used to it. It wouldn't faze me. I had watched tens of thousands die during our retreat. I had watched tens of thousands more die on the battlefield. I had watched friends be slaughtered. I had sent friends to be slaughtered. I had sent thousands to die. I had prompted the movements of the entire military that had eventually ended in the eradication of over 200,000 soldiers and the fall of a major front of the war. Death couldn't faze me, yet the little corpse in front of me remained seared in my vision and on my coat. The tender memories of Nanin felt like they were constantly replaying. I could still hear Amira's words in my ear. I could still see Pollux getting decapitated. I could still feel the recoil of the pistol that had ended the life of my own snow dove. The screams were unending, constant, never leaving my mind. My memory was too perfect for that. I was too smart to forget, to ignore. I stood as the danger to my life grew. The monster above me was all smiles as charred skin peeled off my coat. The metal backpack full of ammunition seemed to weigh twice as much. I looked into its eyes, what passed for eyes, simultaneously seeing its twisted perversion of a smile. The sheer depth of corruption I saw within it was enough to make me shiver in unadulterated hatred. Totenstall ran so hot that I felt my hand holding the bipod burn, yet I couldn't feel the pain my own spirit was inflicting. I hated it, but what I hated more was the fact that I would get no joy from killing this thing. It wasn't enough that it would be dead. It wasn't enough that it was one more monster no longer walking this planet. It wasn't enough that killing it would spare one more person from death or destruction. The sight of this dead fiend made me feel nothing. No, this fiend shouldn't even exist. The treehouse shouldn't have fallen. We should have been able to hold the line. We shouldn't have had to retreat. My friends shouldn't be dead. There were so many things that should be different, that weren't, that would never be. And it wasn't my fault. There was nothing more I could have done that would have changed things. Instead, it was the fault of those who held the power yet refused to do anything with it. Out of fear or malice, I didn't care. Both were no different in my eyes. The fact that the sovereign of the treehouse didn't fight the enemy meant that he was just as much an enemy of humanity as the scourge that overran the walls. Those who allowed evil were just as bad as those committing it. Those who didn't do what they could to strengthen themselves, prepare for, and eradicate the scourge deserved to die to the enemy they were negligent of. Those at the top who didn't provide those below them with the tools, time, and guidance to strengthen themselves and prepare for the enemy deserved to be killed by those they were screwing over. I raised Totenstall, the last Pathfinder, shooting toward me with a blade and a gleeful smile. I'm going to cut off your arms and then make you watch as I fuck your beloved girlfriend. It screamed in sadistic joy, the fantasies within its head driving every one of those deadly movements. And in response, I felt my psyche move with so much intensity that time was drawn out, every second turning to a minute as my aura was cast into the surroundings. My nerves fired so fast that my muscles strained and tore with every movement. I didn't need adrenaline. My mind was overriding my limits for me. For a second, I moved faster than the enemy, a knight in authority above me, and I dodged its attack. Its momentum carried it in front of my barrel, and I fired. The bullets that came out were nearly molten with wrath, 4 of them making contact with the enemy's body and turning flesh to ash before it even made contact. Then it tore a smoldering hole through its body, repeating 6 times before its body flew past me. Fuck! It screamed again, my finger having come off the trigger with perfect timing, not a single bullet being fired into the ground and wasted. I could see 6 holes in its abdomen, and although it wasn't enough to kill it, it wasn't healing from it either. My words came out, Totenstall nearly melting with malevolence. You are the last Pathfinder. I will send you to hell, so that those in heaven may watch you burn for eternity. Haha, you couldn't possibly kill me after I've gained so much power. You cannot fathom the depths of what I've been given. I am a demigod. No. I raised Totenstall again, the enemy dodging, my finger having yet to pull the trigger. Today, it will be enough. You will experience all that my life and effort has culminated in, and you will know non-existence. I'd like to see you say that again while I fuck that precious girlfriend of yours to death. It laughed as I spun around, simultaneously releasing a clone, both of me releasing a grenade while pulling Totenstall's trigger. It tried to dance around my aim, jumping back when it got close to the grenade, which was a dud, and subsequently allowing me to hit it with 2 rounds. It screamed again, jumped back in to attack my clone. My clone dropped a grenade at its feet as I threw another grenade over, aiming my gun to the side and firing. The enemy jumped back to dodge both grenades and then ran straight into my bullets, another 3 rounds painting it, the grenades not exploding. Then it rushed my clone again, another grenade dropping at its feet as I backed up. It pushed forward anyway, the grenade turning out to be a real one and exploding at its feet, taking off a pound of flesh, not completely severing a limb. It screamed once more, my clone disappearing under its attack, another 2 rounds arriving at where the enemy paused, hitting it in the thigh with impeccable timing. I let out a long breath as it charged me, another clone splitting off as I raised Totenstall and aimed straight at it. Then, light flashed, and I saw the enemy appear outside my mind palace. I stood within my command center, the fiend standing in a white expanse, locked within and being aimed at by every weapon atop my bulwark. My voice entered its mind. You will die, but you will not be ignorant of what you are facing. I will make you aware of who is about to kill you. You will learn through your death. It got no chance to respond, every weapon on my bulwark opening fire, bombarding its aura with everything I had. It was locked, unable to escape my barrage, unable to fight back, and being wholly suppressed. You can thank the freaks of unholy light for teaching me this trick. My vision snapped back to the real world, my aura wreaking havoc upon my enemy so thoroughly that I knew it could no longer hope to read me. I simply stepped to the side, the enemy pursuing a non-existent enemy, and Totenstall fired, bullets pelting its back and creating more wounds. Ag. Fuck you. It turned around toward me, and yet I was elsewhere, nothing but a clone before it. It ran toward that me, and I dropped 3 grenades in 3 different places. It dodged the 2 it thought was fake, only for the third grenade to explode right by its other recent leg wound. The enemy's foot blew off, so much psycho loaded into that grenade that my head throbbed from the drain. The enemy was hurled a small distance through the air from the force of the grenade, Totenstall already trained on where I knew it would travel. I pulled the trigger, my barrel tracking its path and pelting it with more wounds in the arms and chest. It wore armor around its chest, but it was nothing before Totenstall's malice. "I'm going to murder you. I will eat your fresh corpse." The enemy screamed and threw out a weapon, but I knew it would do that 5 seconds ago. The weapon thus flew toward one of my clones. I simply took 4 steps in the other direction and tossed a grenade I had been cooking. It exploded right next to the weapon the enemy threw out, deflecting it, the weapon exploding with poisonous magic. I raised my arm, letting the shockwave brush over me before raising Totenstall again and painting the enemy with searing gunfire. It screamed and screamed and screamed as I shot each of its limbs. My head was splitting, but I couldn't care less. I could feel anarchy, but I only used it as fuel to bring annihilation upon the enemy's aura. I took off its other leg, and then when it started trying to slash my clone, I took off its right arm. Then when it brought out yet another weapon, I shot through the tendons on its wrist, the weapon dropping right after being activated and exploding right next to it. It blew half its torso off, but its vitality was so deep that it still wasn't dead. "You're practically screaming to me your every thought and move. Did you truly expect to kill me like this? No. You're supposed to fucking die. I need help." It screamed for its kin, but I felt nothing nearby that could help in time. Instead, I walked over to it and knelt down as it bled out. And I smiled at it, sneering in joy. "You really are a fucking bug. Look at you, dying and screaming like a filthy pig." Foo dash. My knife went through its neck, stopping its words as I laughed. "How disgusting. I hope you know how happy I am that you're groveling like this. How I love seeing you unable to even scream." It struggled on the ground, gurgles coming out of its mouth, its eyes spitting hatred. I just continued to smile. I wanted it to know how happy I felt seeing its helplessness. "Man, I was actually expecting a decent fight from you two. What a fucking disappointment. You can die knowing that you'd never be able to bag a girl as fine as mine." It struggled some more before I suddenly saw its body glow, something within its chest flashing brighter and brighter. Then a massive explosion washed over me, packed so full of poisonous energy that the surrounding dozen buildings were eradicated, a crater appearing in the ground and the shockwave sweeping everything for 50 yards. I watched from a rooftop 55 yards away, a cigar in my mouth, my head pounding like crazy and blood pooling in my mouth. After my clone was decimated, I spit in the enemy's direction, as if I couldn't feel your master arm that halfway through the fight. "I see y'all, fucking dumbass." I turned and started gliding away with my boots. The last Pathfinder was officially dead. "John." I heard Amara's voice once I re-established telepathy with her. "I'm fine." "What was that?" "Eric. I killed him." "I'm glad. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Start shrinking the perimeter if you haven't already. More monsters are coming, and we've got several more hours before helicopters get here. Running around will only tire us, and I just ran through nearly all of my psycha. I'll need help with coverage." "Copy." I transmitted the same commands to Tana and Fiden, my head feeling like it was going to split open and my body covered in pulled muscles. Using anarchy to outright remove my bodily and magical limits wasn't something I had expected to do. But it had worked, and now I had another card up my sleeve. And now one of my demons has been eradicated. As I thought, it brought me not an ounce of happiness or relief, but I would spare it no more thought. It didn't deserve the energy it took to even fire the neurons containing the memory of its name. We started pulling back, tightening our perimeter as more monsters started coming in. The fight wasn't over yet, but I knew San was on his way with transports. Chapter 234, Contest. December 26th, 625. The battle didn't rage. It wasn't a fraction as overwhelming as that where Amira died. There were no high authority king bloods bearing down on us, and we weren't losing troops left and right. But we were losing people. Amara and Jaya couldn't defend against everything. We had to kill the monsters before they started slinging fire and poison into the crowds in the village center, and we couldn't always do so in time. We did our best, but it didn't stop ordinary people from dying by the dozen or hundred. I had forgotten how fragile they were. I had forgotten what it meant to be a normal human years ago. Now, I was once again confronted with the brutal reality of their weakness. A mere graze from magic would leave them with mortal wounds. Anything less would just prolong their suffering as the poisonous magica entered their bodies, making them die slow and painful deaths. Anything more would just kill them outright. We didn't have a dedicated healer with us, so there was nothing we could do for them, except continue killing the enemy. San said the helicopters were on their way. It would be some hours, but the monsters weren't coming in numbers that could overwhelm us. We could handle it. The issue was everyone behind us, and I was tired. I didn't allow myself to pass out. I stayed awake, put Totenstall away, took out a MK-14 EBR, and started picking off enemies from a rooftop. I had to let myself recharge. If I depleted my Psyche completely, then I'd be out for the next 12 hours. While barely keeping my magic pool just above empty was excruciatingly painful, uncomfortable, and exhausting. It was something. It was the only way I could continue to contribute. I wouldn't allow the others to take on everything. I would only let them take on most of it. They all had much more energy than I did, so I was fine letting them take point. Most of the time, I simply stuck back and observed, counting how many monsters were coming from a distance. My head jerked to the side right before a building exploded, blasting rock and debris over a large group of people nearby. I got it. I shouted and dropped down, finding the monster and blowing its head off with a precisely empowered shot, utilizing not a drop of Psyche more than I had to, going so far as to send the bullet through its eye socket. Then I went through, moving people out of the area and checking them. Some had lost limbs. They would die soon. Others had received smaller wounds to the abdomen. They would die tomorrow, and if not of their wounds, then infection. Some were just scraped and bruised. They were the luckier ones, and I gathered them with the rest of the crowds. There were hundreds in the village center, and many more hundreds piled into the nearby buildings. This would have been the perfect time to have an Earth Warlock, and I had heard Amara and Jaya lamenting their affinities several times. From what I estimated, so far around 2,100 people had already died since the Scourge started attacking en masse. They were the ones who had failed to assemble in time, as well as those being killed by stray shots or sneak attacks like this one. This attack alone would kill 36. After separating the wounded from everyone else, I went back to observing. Minute by minute passed as I sat or kneeled and watched the distance, occasionally picking off a monster if it snuck through the others' defensive lines. I even managed to detonate some incoming spells with well-placed shots in the air, preventing more casualties. It didn't stop several others from leveling nearby buildings full of people, though, nor was it anything the village guards could handle themselves. At some point, dusk started to approach, and I noticed the incoming monsters start to lessen until they were scarce enough to pull ourselves off watch. I had Jaya and Tana keep watch while I jumped off the building I was on. I landed and my leg almost gave out, my body tilting and hitting the floor. I wasn't hurt. I just didn't realize how much energy I didn't have. I needed to eat. I trudged to the village center, looking around and seeing several hundred people huddled against walls. There were some other villagers and guards who had gone and found some stocks of food, carts being brought around, and food being handed out. I could feel every single eye that fell on me. I could basically read the thoughts of those I focused on. I could feel the intentions and emotions of every single person around me. They were all so easy to read, so painfully vulnerable before real power. I found an empty portion of a wall nearby, bringing out my small chair and planting myself on it, using the wall as a backrest. I continued to use Psyche to keep awake and aware, but lethargy started to settle in anyway. I was tired, and yet it felt like I was hopped up on drugs that kept me from being able to sleep. I burned through the last of my cigar with a few more puffs, tossing it, and taking out another one from my case. A fresh light, and the smoke filled my mouth with a taste my brain now considered good, as it brought me rejuvenation. "How are you doing?" I looked up and saw Polly and Jasmine. The two took a seat at my sides while I let out a breath of smoke. "Fine. You should sleep. After I eat." I took out some rations, biting off a chunk of dried meat, chewing slowly. Then when I swallowed, I felt my stomach churn. I got up and ran to the corner of the wall and vomited what I just ate, heaving after it was all out. "John." I heard Amara's voice from a distance, her steps bringing her closer as I pulled myself off the floor, Jasmine and Polly silently helping me up. "I'm fine. You haven't slept since the retreat. You're not fine. It hasn't even been a full day. And I know you remember everything you've done today. Jasmine, help me set up this tent." I looked over and saw Amara take out camping gear, frowning as I thought about how coddled I was being treated. There were men far greater than me who could go through far more. How weak was I if I couldn't even attempt to live up to that standard? I couldn't be taking risks by sleeping. Someone needed to watch, and I was the best at that. The tent was set up quickly. Then Amara looked at me, pointing to it. Go sleep. I'd rather keep watch. I swear to God, John, you're not the only one with no patience right now. Go. 2. Sleep. I'm not letting you push yourself over the edge just because you want to prove something. We can handle ourselves. I stared at her, my face falling. I'm the best at watch, and I'm not going to take chances. We have eyes too. Go to sleep. I'm not asking. We stared at each other for some seconds before she called. Jaya. What? Jaya came running over, Amara putting out her hand. Sleeping pill. Don't. I narrowed my eyes at Jaya, who brought out the pill anyway with a coy smile. Amara walked up to me with dangerous eyes. This isn't the time to have tested my patience. Now be a good boy and go to sleep. I tried to rebuke, but noticed no sound come out. My head stung when I used telepathy too. All I felt after that was Amara grabbing me and using magic to pin me, shoving the pill into my mouth before throwing me into the tent, grunting about how heavy I was. My eyes were drooping before I even hit the mattress. Still, as my consciousness faded, I thought about how I'd get her back for this. And how hot that was. I was too tired to acknowledge that part though, so I just fell asleep, filled with thoughts of revenge. I looked up, seeing helicopters soaring through the air, cries of surprise coming from the citizens below. The helicopter circled the village and sought out any enemies. Once it spotted some, massive missile batteries unfolded and started releasing streaks of fire toward the hordes below, the missiles detonating a distance away and releasing clustered explosives that washed the monsters in searing white phosphorus. It glowed in the night, 2 autocannons on the front of the helicopter buzzing with the lovely sound of rotary fire. It shredded the remaining monsters to pulp before disengaging. I watched the helicopter with confusion, noticing the exhaust on it, and thinking about how a magical helicopter wouldn't need exhaust. Then the helicopter suddenly morphed, no more exhaust, the shape being streamlined since it no longer needed an engine or fuel tanks. The new helicopter was heavily enchanted. I could see all the circuits across its body, reinforcing the material, conduits to control everything, enchantments in the rotor assembly that allowed the blades to adjust their angle and give better altitude control, arrays on some missiles within new missile batteries, allowing them the ability of rocket propulsion. But I wondered why I was seeing helicopters with magitech that didn't exist. I hadn't made it yet. I was still out on the battlefield. It should be a dream then. And the last thing I remember was getting drugged by my hot girlfriend. I needed to wake up, because if I was dreaming of helicopters, it was probably because I was hearing helicopters. I suddenly forced my eyes open, seeing the roof of the tent I was in, as well as hearing spellfire, the helicopters landing in the area, and screams. I felt completely refreshed, if not a bit starving. My head was clearer than ever before, my psyche brimming. It only pissed me off because that meant I had gotten a lot of sleep. I pushed through the tent and stood up outside, seeing a helicopter land where a few buildings had once been, now leveled to make a landing area. It was one of the passenger variants, designed to hold as many people as possible. I also saw one in the air circling the village, armed with 3 turrets on each side, slinging magic into areas below. From the looks of it, these helicopters had been here a while. It was night, and the sun had been setting when I fell asleep. I had slept for around 24 hours. Then, I went and jumped to the top of a building, taking out a cigar and using it to wake myself up, puffing smoke. I got a read on the surrounding auras. Less than half of the survivors that had been there when I was asleep were either dead or evacuated. There were about 2,000 monsters making their way into the village and another 1,000 scattered throughout. On top of that, I saw a few dozen flickers in the village center protecting the citizens, and sensed dozens more hunting monsters. They were welcome reinforcements. I let out a smoky breath and established telepathic connections with Amara, Fiden, Tana, and Jaya. I couldn't find Polly or Jasmine, probably evacuated in the first batch. Amara. John, we could use your help. No shit. Where do you need me? Anywhere. We've tightened the perimeter more, but they just keep coming. Just get up on a rooftop and start shooting. Got it. I took a bite out of a ration I brought out, scarfing it down quickly before running across some rooftops to the area of highest enemy concentration. I scanned a street, seeing a dozen or so monsters and bringing out Totenstall. He was warm, but not nearly as hot as he was a day ago, and we casually mowed them down, clearing that street before gliding to different areas and shredding any monsters we came across, rarely coming to a full stop, shooting while moving. I cleared out a few hundred in just 20 minutes, relieving the others and re-establishing defensive lines as the flickers were able to group back up. Amara came and found me once we got some reprieve. Thank you, John. How was your sleep? Very good, and I'm pissed you let me sleep for so long. But we handled ourselves just fine, and we need you strong. You're our best bet for crowd control, and we can't have you drained and half asleep. You know that. She put her hands on her hips in a chiding stance, making me smile and grab her waist. I pulled her in for a kiss, tasting a bit of blood from that which was on her face. It was no wonder people started calling her witch. No, I'm bloody. Don't care. I got another kiss before separating with a smile, licking up the blood around my lips. That's when a monster crawled up to the roof, promptly receiving a bullet to the face from a pistol that appeared in my hand. My eyes remained on Amara. Sorry if I was being a total dick. You've nothing to apologize for, dear. It looks like you need rest too. How about you go sleep? I'll hold things down. I don't think now's the time. There's actually someone you need to meet. My head suddenly snapped to the side when I noticed something approach. My eyes widened when I saw the being. I wasn't sure if it was a flicker or a beast, but I did know a paragon species when I saw one. An alley cat. An owl and cat hybrid, with the head of an owl, the body of a cat, with owl wings on its back. It was rather small, only 2 feet tall when it landed in front of us, its wings flapping as its feet pattered on the roof, black fur and feather drinking in the light of the moon. And its eyes were brilliant blue, captivating. Then it spoke. You are John. I am. You're an alley cat. You can call me Daywisp. All right, Daywisp. Can I assume you're leading these flickers? I am, as you lead these humans. I come to you with a suggestion of strategy. Lay it on me. I glanced to the side, checking the incoming hordes, and deciding I had enough time for a conversation. I recommend that we run with the remaining humans of this village. There is a forest of the night in the direction of the desolate river, 3 horizons away. If we can reach it, we can be safe for a time. You think we can get these people across 40 miles of terrain? It would take at least 2 days at their walking pace. We may as well stay here. Many of my kin can be ridden. You don't have enough for everyone. But if your metal sky beasts take more away as we travel, there will be enough, eventually. And until then, we'd have to fight off the hordes on open land, with no cover. I've been told by your companion that you possess the ability to fell thousands alone, and that without cover, you will also be advantaged. I glanced at Amara, who scratched her head, dodging my gaze. I looked back at Daywisp. It's risky, compared to holding our ground and waiting for transport. But you see it, do you not? The horrors coming toward us from those graveyards. I glanced into the distance. I could in fact see it. It hadn't been there before I went to sleep, but now it was clear. A dreadful aura, not full of death, but of sadistic malice and ravening hatred. There was pain in the atmosphere, souls crying out in agony and despair, not an ounce of hope found within any of them. Corruption. I remembered Aki's stories. Entire armies leaving to fight the scourge, just to come back as armies of corrupted. The overkill pill developed by Apocreon largely prevented that here, but not everyone had it. Too many people had come to the treehouse, and the scourge had attacked too fast. There could be tens of thousands of them being turned right now, depending on how the fight went down. They were being mutated, twisted into sick forms that perverted the human image, transformed into fiendish demons wanting for nothing more than sadistic pleasures and murder. I didn't know how far out they were, but we were too close regardless. The sooner we got the hell out of here, the better. Daywisp's idea wasn't bad. The worst part was only the first half of it. Defending hundreds while retreating out in the open, with a good amount of those left being elderly, would be taxing on us. They wouldn't be able to run. We'd be going at a snail's pace, and it wouldn't change over time. Our priorities for transport were the youngest, so we'd be stuck with the elderly until the end. Even if we could get the population down to the point that they could ride the flickers, would the elderly even be able? They were a burden, and I wouldn't just send them off on a helicopter first because they weren't worth that. I looked back at Daywisp, narrowing my eyes. Fine, we'll go with your plan, but I want a promise from you. What kind? That you won't question me or get in my way when I do what I need to make this retreat work. You have the numbers, but I have the firepower. You will command your numbers according to my tactics, and you won't stray from them. I will get us and as many of these citizens out alive in the safest manner possible only as long as you do that. Promise me that. Daywisp's eyes scrutinized me, peering into my soul with a mysterious power. It caused Totenstall to warm up and glow brighter. I simply looked back into it, unimpressed. Don't try and read me, Alley Cat. You're going to follow my plans, or I'll enact another you won't like. I am also here out of generosity, defending life against the evil forces of death. Do not take my presence for granted. I'll do this with or without you, and I'll get results either way. You want to defend life? Listen to my orders. I've survived more than you can fathom, and I'm the only reason any of these people will live to see another day. We stared at each other a bit more before Daywisp turned his eyes. Very well. I will command the others as you wish. Thank you. Amara, who's the most rested of your squad? Tana and Jaya recently slept. She answered back, my eyes drifting toward her bloodied face. I'm going to give you 5 hours. Go with Fightin and sleep. I need you two as rested as you can be. All right. I gave her another thanks and a quick kiss, giving Fightin the order via telepathy as well before turning back to the alley cat. We'll need to prepare. Once I wake them up, we leave. It will be in your hands. Be grateful that it is. If it weren't, this village would have been annihilated without contest. Chapter 235, Hard Decisions. December 27th, 625. I frowned and puffed some smoke while looking at the gathering crowds, snow falling atop their bodies as many of them slept. The attacks were definitely picking up. I could feel the threat in the distance growing. If we were leaving, it needed to be within the next 30 minutes. The last helicopters had been forced to leave as they had run short on fuel. I had contacted San, and he said that he had sent all he could get, so we would be on our own for a while until the ones that recharged could get back to us. The main goal was to simply run and buy time. The second goal was to get to the Black Forest south of us, around 40 miles away according to the alley cat, if we really had to. Amara's squad and I were the only combat-capable humans. We had 97 flickers as reinforcements, and 62 of them could be ridden. And we had to get 455 villagers to the Black Forest, the rest either dead or evacuated. It looked just about impossible. I knew for a fact that many would die along the way. I had my plans regarding that, but it would be risky no matter what. All of the villagers still here were either elderly or older, few of them physically adept. I had attempted to find wagons and carts to pile people into, but we had only found 2. 70% of the village was leveled in some way, and that meant most of the raggedy wooden carts were leveled with it. By my estimations, the rest of the villagers would be able to get picked up by the helicopters with their next wave. Once they got back, we'd be clear. The hard part was surviving until then. It was either hunker down and fight them off until then, or make a tactical retreat, fighting them off where I could use my full firepower and survive long enough to get picked up. Either way, it was a fight for our lives, and the snow coming down was looking like it was going to make things more difficult for me. I brought up my hand, my aura and psyche drawing a complex formation above my palm. It would be the key to ensuring the outcome of greatest good would be achieved while preventing any interference and dissent, as well as possible future trials. I looked around one more time. The night falling meant that fewer monsters were charging straight into the village, but they were coming all the same. Tana and Jaya were holding the perimeter. I finally jumped off the building I was on, touching Amara and Fiden's mind with my aura, gently waking them up. Then I dropped into the square that held all the villagers, taking out a pistol and firing it into the air. Everyone get up. It's time to leave. The villagers, either already awake or no longer sleeping, started to scramble to their feet. The alley cat Daywisp came flying over, landing on the ground next to me, nearly invisible in the night besides its glimmering blue eyes. Are we beginning? Yes. Heard everyone toward the edge of the village. Understood. He flew back into the air as I started yelling out commands, my voice carried directly into the villagers' minds. It was amazing how vulnerable to power they were, how godlike I felt before one. It was no wonder they nearly worshipped Magi. Amara and Fiden came walking over before long. I glimpsed Amara's witch hat, nodding to her as the crowd started getting herded by the surrounding flickers. They knew what to do. It was just that it needed to happen now. I wouldn't allow any stragglers, and I certainly didn't allow any of them to bring possessions. The less weight, the faster we were going. I suddenly looked over and saw some people arguing about who would get to ride the 2 wagons we found. I hurried over, everyone going silent when I stepped in. I pointed, singling out a group of older people. I want all of you in this area to board the 2 wagons. Now, everyone else, keep fucking walking. My perceived anger kept anybody from resisting or arguing. A little bit of aura plenty to keep them at bay. Even normal humans had it, could feel it, though not well unless you shoved yours down their throat. Some villagers were quickly piled in, many of them older and more frail. I kept everyone moving, the small bit of chaos acting as a distraction from the real issue at hand. We gradually made it to the edge of the village. I saw Jaya slinging spells at some incoming monsters, the movement of hundreds naturally drawing attention. Then we stepped beyond the village, the hundreds clustering together. The snow was a bit thick, enough to slow walking speed noticeably. It was cold as shit, dark, and everyone was tired and weary. The 2 wagons were hooked up to 2 flickers, and they moved to the front, naturally faster than the rest. 2 large covers were over both of them, obscuring those inside from view and protecting them from the snow. I let out a long breath, looking back at the village one more time before pointing forward. We make our retreat now. Like that, the flickers all started moving, bringing up the rear and pushing the villagers along. Everyone started marching, their pace picking up when we heard some sharp screams from incoming monsters. My view of the surroundings, clear as day despite the night snow, saw all the monsters that came from behind us. I brought Totenstall around, its red glow like a beacon in the night. There were hundreds of monsters, and now that we were wide in the open, they were looking at us like sheep to the slaughter. I yelled, Omara and Jaya, defensive spells only. Tana and Phaidon, bring up the flanks. Daywisp, keep your flickers exactly where I told you. We're going dark. I got a few affirmative copies, and then I let my aura bloom. It didn't remain just above my body. It dispersed into the surroundings, encompassing our entire escort, every villager, every flicker. And then, their fields of view narrowed, darkness descending and limiting everyone's line of sight to just several feet around them. All except for Amara's squad and I. I instead gave them a highlighted vision of every monster I could see or detect. The important part was that the villagers and flickers would remain in their own little bubble of darkness. They knew the way forward. They were following the 2 carts, which I allowed them to clearly see. I was also forcing them, with Daywisp's help, to hold a certain line and pace, never falling behind it. Like that, they were ignorantly retreating. I saw another 1,000 monsters come out from the village. I pulled Totenstall's trigger, raking the incoming monsters in front of me. I would be the one handling the crowds for now. Later, when we were lighter, everyone else would get to step in. Keep moving. The villagers moved pretty quickly, trudging along as fast as they could without outright jogging or running. Many of them were already tired after just a few minutes, but I didn't worry about that. We got a distance away from the village, and I could see many more thousands of monsters starting to head over. Many of them were still coming down from the mountains, from the stronghold, but they were coming, and they knew we were out here. I also picked up on some royals. We had only encountered a couple before, but that was because we were entrenched in the village. Now we were ripe for slaughter. I saw one of the royals flank to the side, sprinting across the snow before planting and bringing together some poisoned elements, the formation of a spell. Fight and go, I called, Phaidon snapping forward right as the spell was released. I saw one of Amara's spells fly out right after, intercepting the royal's attack and detonating it in the air. No harm done, and Phaidon quickly killed it, coming right back to position. Good. Keep that up, and this will be smooth. I said that. But then another 1,000 monsters started pouring towards us, what seemed like an endless stream going through the village. I could also see scouts showing themselves in the distance. They had been watching us, and now they were relaying our retreat. At some point we crossed a mile. Only an eternity left to go. The villagers slowed a bit after the first mile and found a more realistic pace. The old gravitated toward the back, moving just a bit slower, exerting themselves far more. Mile 2 came. Totenstall fired almost unceasingly, each bullet weakly empowered, yet still shredding through the incoming forces. They started spreading out more though, covering more land, and thus preventing me from taking out clusters at a time. Phaidon and Tana had to start killing those that tried to flank. Then we reached mile 3, and we got another challenger. I saw the royal streak down our side, toward Tana. She jumped forward to meet it, and Amara filled the gap as I kept firing forward. They did battle for some minutes until Tana finished it and came back. Yet Amara couldn't back out, continuing to kill monsters, Tana unable to handle them all. Clusters of flickers moved to reinforce, many of them casting elemental spells to knock away the hordes. I counted roughly 4,000 monsters in my immediate field of view, all of them chasing after us, and only delayed or hampered due to my wall of supersonic lead. I could see royals in the distance sending more our way. They were just hanging back and watching, wearing us down with numbers. I had more than enough energy to give. However, mile 4 was when things got dicey. I glanced back, continuing to fire, seeing an old couple start stumbling, sweating. There hadn't been nearly enough room on the 2 wagons for all of them, and the large group was starting to spread out. Everyone continued walking at their own pace, but those paces were different depending on how physically capable they were. Naturally, those too old for this kind of exertion would fall to the back and eventually be unable to continue. I knew that. I didn't know if Daywisp had thought of it when he brought this plan to me, but it was under my control now, and I would do things my way. Some of the flickers started falling back with them, trying to maintain a protective line around the couple, but I yelled in response. Stay up there. Don't fall back. Get the others moving faster. My aura translated my intentions, even if they couldn't understand my words. They did as I said and moved back up, maintaining their line, unable to see how close the monsters were getting. The elderly couple could not, follow. Totenstall heated up a bit more as I dumped more power into each bullet, but the monsters kept coming, drowning out my unceasing barrage with hide and blood, pushing closer and closer to us. I knew the first 10 miles would be the hardest. I knew that once we got far enough, the monsters would probably stop following. We wouldn't have to make it all the way to the dark forest. But until then, this would be a problem I had to deal with the hard way. The line of monsters fell back a bit more as I amped the Psycha and cut them all down, but there were more to take their place. I silently watched the old couple. They trudged forward, step by step, but they were tired. I was sure that their entire bodies ached and burned. I could imagine how scared they were. They could hear the monsters behind them even if they couldn't see them. I didn't let them see. Didn't let them know how much closer they were getting to being torn apart. I just kept my mouth shut, continued firing, continued watching them fall farther and farther back. Jaya eventually yelled, John, are we going to slow down? You're going to keep your eyes forward and hold pace. But Dash, Jaya. I turned and looked at her. I could see the worry on her face. My voice transmitted into her ears and mind. This isn't your problem to worry about. After saying that, I looked back at the old couple, having fallen behind enough that I saw them in front of me as I glided backward and fired, even though I was the rearmost man. I saw the wife roll her ankle as it was happening, and in that split second I took out my pistol. The monsters lunged forward at them. The couple couldn't see the monsters, the husband stopping with his wife when she rolled her ankle. I knew he would do that. I knew what would happen 3 seconds after Daywisp had finished his first sentence regarding this plan. So I fired, twice, sending 2 rounds through their heads. They both hit the floor before the monsters reached them, tearing into their bodies and ripping them apart. The pistol went away, horror permeating Jaya's aura. I could sense Daywisp in the air as well, watching me, uncertain and fearful. But it seemed he had enough sense to commit and keep his beak shut. Keep moving. I never stopped firing, and we never stopped moving. We reached mile 5, taking a whopping 2 hours to do so, and more of the elderly started falling behind. Couple by couple, group by group, they would stumble or fall. I made sure they knew the monsters were getting closer whenever they slowed. I made sure they knew how far away the front of the pack was. They knew that slowing too much would mean their death. I would even show them glimpses of the monsters, how close they were. Some of them cried out to me for help. Those of them were desperate, unwilling to die during the last stretch. Others were more peaceful, some outright giving up with their spouse and falling to their knees, praying for just a few seconds. All of them received my bullet to the head, armed with a bit of extra Psycha for good measure, snuffing out their mind even if it didn't kill them outright. This was my mercy to them, my apology in a way. They didn't deserve to bear the pain of being torn apart. They didn't deserve to die at all. It was the fault of their failure of a military. But that military had collapsed, had paid for their failure with rivers of blood, and I could only do what I could do, make sure that the most amount of people got out as possible. If I couldn't get these people out, then I'd at least make sure they didn't suffer horrific agony in their last moments. More miles passed, and by mile 9, I had killed 84 more people, what seemed like most of the elderly. Hold the line. Totenstall burned with hatred as we reached the bottom of a hill, the monsters behind us coming from above. Some of them jumped into the air and sailed to our front, while poisonous spells were slung into the crowds. I was forced to leave protection to Jaya and Amara, as well as many flickers that had been forced to join the battle and bolster our line. I had to continue killing as many as possible, but I had cut down most of the fodder. What was coming now was the main force, the final monsters those royals wanted to use to wear us out. We couldn't go to them, though. We had to hold our line, which we were barely doing, and didn't have the room to break off and kill the royals. Numbers, numbers, numbers. Someday I would render numbers obsolete. I was already in the process of doing so. May this be the last battle I fight without my machines of war. I took in heavier breaths, cigar still in my mouth as I focused fire on a mutated monster that launched itself toward me and reached out with claws of metal, honed to a razor's edge. It was cut in two with bullets before it could touch me. I dodged out of the way of the corpse, getting farther away from the base of the hill, tracking 4 villagers who had lagged behind the rest. I couldn't buy them any more space. They were almost 20 yards from me, and it was now too late for escape. 2 of them were weeping in fear, close enough to see the incoming hordes of monsters, the others scrambling to get themselves forward. One had an injury, one was a bit fat, the other 2 were too caught up with the others. I put bullets in all of their heads, their bodies dropping, hitting the floor, quickly being drowned by monstrous claws. I used my boots to fly backwards, creating some more distance, continuing to run and gun. We reached mile 10. The monsters coming over the hill were growing sparse. I could see the most powerful auras, 3 royals, cresting the hill and looking down on us like dogs. And one corrupted stood with them, the most powerful of them. That meant there were few behind them. We were getting to the end. With the distance I created, I suddenly exchanged Totenstall with the MK-13 Mod 7 sniper rifle. I took quick aim, came to a full stop even as monsters lunged toward me, and let out a single breath. The trigger snapped back, and the bullet sailed straight through the nose and nasal cavity of an Authority 9 Royal, severing its brainstem and dropping it like a rag doll. The 3 others raised their defenses right after, but I hardly cared. The sniper went away, Totenstall came back out, and I continued to evade, throwing out a clone for the nearest monster to get distracted by. I got a read on every single person and monster around me, did some quick estimations, and then gave out the command. Amara, fighting. Get up there and kill those royals. We'll kill the rest. Roger. The 2 shot forward. I knew they could handle themselves. Totenstall burned brighter as I swept through the rest of the monsters. At some point I no longer had to back up, holding my ground against what remained of the hordes. Amara and Fiden focused primarily on evasion, making sure they couldn't get pinned down by the corrupted. But it wasn't Authority 10, so I knew they would have no issue doing that. And they managed to kill 2 royals before I gave another command. Jaya joined them. She silently moved forward, Tana and I closing in together, killing the rest. Once there were only around 200 left, I shouted to her, "Tana, go. I got the rest." She killed 1 more enemy before disappearing, shooting toward the fight, and reappearing to deliver the killing blow on the last royal. Now it was just the corrupted, and they could handle that themselves. I just made sure to kill every last monster in the area alongside the flickers. I had released my spell upon the rest of the villagers. All of them turned to see the battle and piles of thousands of monster corpses, no longer walking. And I finished off the last beast right as Amara's squad finished off the corrupted. Amara stashed their bodies before they all came down to my side. I calmed myself, Totenstall releasing steam as the snow fell on it. My heavy breath combined with my burning cigar to release smoke and vapor in front of me. I suddenly glanced off into the distance. The sun was up, clouds parting to reveal divine rays of light beaming down upon the surrounding frozen land. I looked at the hill, sensing no more monsters coming. There were some behind the hill, but they weren't approaching since we killed the royals and corrupted. I felt no threat, no danger. We were only 10 miles away from the village, but it was far enough and technical enough to break line of sight. We still needed to move, create more distance for the sake of safety, but I considered this a mission success. I glanced at the others as they came to stand closer to me. How is everyone? Tired. Same. I took a few hits, but I'm fine. Jaya? I looked at her. She had tear streaks on her face. I knew she had been mortified by what I'd done, but I didn't care much about what she thought of my actions. I did what I had to. She nodded, muttering quietly, I'm fine. Good. I turned, taking steps toward the crowd of villagers and flickers. A quick count told me that there were 288 villagers left. 167 had died. I had killed 96 of them. I dwelled on it for a fraction of a second before waving my arm, shouting, let's keep moving. Several hours later, and around mile 16, I got the call on my aerial. Not long after that, the first helicopters came. 3 of them descended from the skies. Some of the villagers cheered, many others cried. We stuffed as many as we could into those 3, amounting to about 210 after literally packing them like sardines. Just like that, the majority were out and safe. I decided that no more walking was necessary. Instead, we waited for the last helicopters. Another 5 hours, and 2 more arrived. We packed the first with all the remaining villagers and sent them off, leaving 1 left for us. Daywisp flew over to me. I suppose we have succeeded, John. We have. Do you and your flickers need a ride? No. We will continue heading to the forest ourselves. Then this is where we part ways. I thank you for the reinforcements. It was timely. Daywisp didn't immediately respond, a few feathers ruffling before he spoke. I don't know if what you did was right. It was a mercy to die so quickly, but I wonder if they had to die at all. We were going to pay a price no matter what. I was prepared for even more to die if we had stayed. That was before you and your flickers appeared. I went with this plan because you were there to help, but I had no illusions about what I'd need to do. This way, we've come out with the most valuable lives. You consider those people lesser than the others? What about us? You were more valuable than all those villages because you are capable of fighting the scourge. Just like me and my squad were more valuable than them. I wasn't going to truly risk any of our lives, and although a few of your flickers died, I made sure to keep it at a minimum. That's why I forced you to maintain a certain line. My goal was to preserve combat power. Daywisp looked down, conflicted. I understand why you made those decisions, but I still don't know if it's right. I think it's really simple. The value a life holds lies in the amount of damage it can do to the scourge, directly or indirectly. Because if we can't fight the scourge, there won't be any life at all. But is that right? Truly? I may not know much about humans, but I know that someone like you would be called mad for what you've done today. I've not even heard of others who would do those things. My eyes narrowed. Then you've just never heard of anyone with enough will to make the hard decisions. I don't allow the inadequacy of others to cloud my judgment. But I do understand what you're saying. Believe me, I hate it too. Such logic has cost me many good people over the last month. I turned, boarding the helicopter. The others followed. I waved to the alley cat. Stay safe, Daywisp. You as well, John. With that I closed the hatch, giving the pilot the signal and lifting off. Our destination was the nearest city, where San, and I'm sure many others, were waiting for us. The Battle of the Treehouse was over. The northwestern front had fallen. Hundreds of thousands had died over the course of 2 months. Most of those died within just 2 days. My fight here was officially over, and I only had 4 with me in the end. I looked down at my hand, the patch of the snow doves in it. A part of my brain stung when I saw it. Another part went numb. I silently put the patch away. I had a lot of work to do when I got home. Chapter 236. Don't be meek. December 27th, 625. The city of Valence was the most prosperous northern city there was, as it was the main hub for a majority of rail lines going beyond and before the River of Desolation. It was also where I had sent the survivors from the village. Our helicopter slowly touched down in the open plaza near the center of the city. I could feel the gazes on us even before the hatch opened. The 5 of us walked out, greeted by a large crowd of onlookers. Nearby were the other helicopters, letting out the last of the villagers. Those with family who had left earlier ran over to their loved ones with cries. I gave them a few glances before turning to those who had started speed walking toward us. San, Talexia, Polly, and Jasmine all came walking over. I pat Amara, letting her go to her mother while I broke off with San. He looked me up and down. Are you all right? I'm fine. You don't look fine. Since it worked out though, I can say you did a good thing. Still, are you sure you can't just let me get you out of the military? It would be incredibly easy. All I need is the word, and you can go and develop weapons over in Wonderland and enjoy your wealth. I'll think about it. I'll need a ride out of this city. Are these pilots still on standby? They are. We've talked to the city lord, and he will be taking care of these villagers as refugees. Good. I'm washing my hands of this then. When's the soonest we can leave? I'm giving myself at least a month off after this shit show. Song glanced at the helicopters. We can leave whenever you want. But don't you have to report? To fucking who? Nearly every general and major general died in the retreat. The entire theater and everyone in it has been annihilated. There's a single person left in my chain of command above me, and that's the fucking sovereign. And unless he wants to come and personally talk to me, I'm doing as I fucking please. All right. Son just nodded. That's when I looked over to Jasmine and Polly. Well, I suppose not everyone is dead. I actually forgot about you guys. That's not supposed to happen. You're just a little on edge, John. Polly gave a short greeting to Son, who stepped away to arrange the helicopters. She looked off into the distance. We made it out of there, thanks to you. And you sure as hell aren't going to get orders from me. Even I'm not sure what to do. There isn't much that covers a complete eradication of command. Maybe I should write a new protocol for it. It would be your 100th. My 63rd, actually. Are you going back to the capital? Don't know. Depends on my girlfriend. Chances are, I'm going to the Teleria estate. Besides, Telexia technically holds command now that she's here. I'll have to talk to her. That would be good. We went silent, waiting for Amara and her mother to finish talking. Once I felt an opening, I walked over. Telexia looking at me. How are you doing, John? I'm fine. You don't look fine. A little tired. I want to bring you back to the estate so you can rest. Same with the rest of your friends, Polina and Jasmine included. For now, I'm assuming command of you all. There will be extensive talks about what happened, so I want to gather you in one place, as well as give you some downtime to recover. She spoke loud enough for the others to hear. Technically, I can't take command of special operations. You guys are out of my jurisdiction and have standing orders even if a base falls. You're supposed to go straight back to Stronghold Beta to report. But we haven't heard from Guns, so for now I'm keeping you all with me. The investigation will require your presence anyway, especially that of Polina. As of now, she's the sole surviving general of the Treehouse and Stronghold Charlie. There will be many interviews. I understand. Polly nodded, and the others definitely had no objections to getting free time off. Soon after, we were on a helicopter back to the city of Joffrin. I had Son promised to send my assistant Boris to get me some things, a new aerial for starters since mine was fried. He would be coming in my helicopter, and if he was able, I told him to get Maxwell to me as well. I would be relatively busy while away from the military. I'd have to stop by Wonderland at some point, as well as make plans with Amara. I had some ideas churning that I had a feeling would require her. For now, though, I needed to rest. The ride took long enough, but eventually we made it. Telexia had built an airfield for the city, but she also had her own helipad in her estate. We landed there, disembarked, and flooded her home. Apparently, Telexia had called a healer, so that was the first thing our knights did. They still had lingering wounds and a few broken bones, Phaidon especially. Polly and Jasmine were also slightly injured, and they were healed quickly. All the while, servants prepared our rooms. The bathrooms were used first, though. Everyone was dirty since we hadn't bathed in almost a week. I turned the water brown as soon as I got under it. I was unharmed, though. I almost didn't want to believe it, but I hadn't taken on any mentionable wounds. The last injury I got was a nasty bruise when that monstrous amalgamation the King Blood of Unholy Light made exploded. I had tumbled several times, but my coat was as sturdy as ever. I hadn't been touched since then. I had gotten too good at evasion. Nothing could even see me short of Authority 10 King Bloods. I spent a clean hour in the tub, almost falling asleep, but willing myself to stay awake. Once out of there, I went straight to Amara's room where I'd be staying. I found her in there, hair still damp from her wash, dressed in a nightgown. She was really hot, but I couldn't say I was in the mood for much tonight. I threw off all but a pair of shorts and plopped down into her bed, watching her comb her gray hair at a vanity table. After a bit, she used some air magic to blow it dry before standing and climbing into the bed next to me. The two of us were silent, Amara sitting up on her side of the bed, simply staring forward. I finally broke the silence with a mutter. Do you think what I did was wrong? I think what people, or paragons, have a hard time rectifying is the fact that you planned for it to happen. You're smart, and that leaves no illusions for how things will go or what must be done. People can get a bit scared in front of that. Are you one of those? I glanced at her, and since her answer wasn't instant, I knew it wasn't going to be as reassuring as a simple no. She sighed. I'll admit that I was a bit jarred when I saw you do it, even though I had already guessed what would happen a bit earlier. Jai was obviously a bit more expressive than I was, but we're different. I may have felt something die a little inside when I saw that, but that doesn't mean I didn't agree with it. It just means I've finally seen firsthand what will happen if we don't stop the enemy before they reach the cities behind the river. I nodded silently, Amara's hand snaking into my own. It was still warm and smooth from her bath. I just don't want to ever put you in the position to do those things alone. Just because you can make the decisions doesn't mean it's any easier. It just means you're too smart to knowingly let people suffer, too capable to just let them get slaughtered. As you said, don't let the ineptitude of other people affect your judgment. You're going to do what you know is best, and I'm going to be right there with you. She turned to me and looked me in the eyes. I stared at her silently for a few seconds before giving her a long kiss. I love you. I love you too. We should sleep. We can talk more tomorrow. Agreed. Both of us bundled under the sheets, Amara using my body warmth since the room was slightly cool. The window nearby showed the night sky and snowflakes highlighted by outdoor lamps. I passed out quickly, feeling like I'd need to go comatose for a year to catch up on sleep. December 28th, 626. I woke up gradually, smelling food and feeling something on my back. My head raised a bit, my nose filled with the aroma of freshly cooked food. I quickly realized that I was starving for some good eats. I also realized that Amara was tracing her fingernail on my bare back. I looked at her through squinted eyes, setting my head back down since it felt nice. What's this new stuff on your back? It was from my marriage with Totenstall. The gun. The inscriptions are the declarations of intention that the two of us shared. Bound by the soul, we shall abide by them, until death. Should I be jealous that you got married to your weapon before me? Well, I can only have sex with one of you, so. She rolled her eyes, making me chuckle. I felt refreshed, so I rolled on top and across her before slipping out of bed. We have some things to talk about, but only after breakfast. I'm hungry too. Can finally get some real fucking food. She followed, the two of us throwing on some clothes before heading down. All the others were already in the dining room, servants moving around, bringing and taking away plates of food. It smelled heavenly. I looked around and glanced at the others, all of them in some casual wear. Everyone looked completely different now that they weren't running and fighting for their lives. I walked past Faye, ruffling her hair and taking a seat, Amara taking the one next to me. Two servants immediately deposited some plates of food around us, my mouth already salivating. Good fucking eats indeed. I started scarfing down what was in front of me, my body warming up in real time to burn the fuel I was loading my stomach with. Amara was just as voracious. The food was loaded with magica, nothing but the highest quality food. I had tasted seldom better in my life, only the top restaurants in the capital able to surpass. It was clear that Telexia wanted to treat us. I was grateful, so much so that I polished off 4 plates, my belly bulging. I finally sat back with a loud sigh of content. Telexia took that chance to speak. Do you have any plans today, John? Amara and I need to talk about some things. After that, I'm all yours. Very well. Just forewarning all of you. There will be a general coming tomorrow, along with some of the royal guard. They will be conducting interviews. Everyone gave nods of assent, silence prevailing. I lingered a bit longer before standing, Amara mirroring me. Excuse us. We both walked out, heading back up to her room and shutting the door. I sighed and went around her bed, grabbing a chair and sitting. Amara sat on the bed in front of me, crisscross applesauce. I stared at her, smiling after some seconds. I know you have questions. So it's about that. Yes, I think I've finally decided to come out with it. No point in hiding it after what you've seen. I'm listening. She propped her chin up on her fist, staring right at me. I leaned back. I want you to take this as literally as I say it. I'm from another world. Not another kingdom, not another landmass or continent. Another world entirely, potentially another dimension I couldn't know. Maybe this is the same universe, but I have no way of verifying that. I stopped there, watching her reaction as she processed it. She didn't look shocked. I knew she had her suspicions. There was no way she didn't. But this was the most outlandish possibility there was. Then again, in this world of magic, people didn't have as hard of a time believing crazy things. She nodded. All right, you called it Earth, right? Or was that just a random name? No, that's what we called our planet. I brought up my hand, projecting some psycho out and creating an illusion. Earth manifested above my hand in all its magnificent blue and green and brown glory. This is Earth, my home world. Humanity on Earth had no magic, but we managed to conquer most of our world. We pushed science far, and right now they're probably pushing it farther. I'm just not there to see it. I stared at the planet for several seconds before changing the image. It zoomed in on North America. I'm from the North American continent, upon which lies a country called the United States of America. There are 50 states in that country, and I lived in Texas. The image reflected my explanation, showing the dividing lines between the 50 states as it zoomed in on my home. The image of Texas remained for a little while longer before I whisked away the entire image. Anyway, that's where I came from. I don't know how I got here. All I know is that I was killed and dropped in this world. All that knowledge I've given you on science, it all comes from Earth. The planes I've built are mimicries of the earliest warfighter designs that humans made on Earth. And these, I brought out Totenstahl, the large weapon resting in my lap, the barrel cold. These guns, the weapons I summoned from grenades to rocket launchers, all come from Earth. They were all technologies developed there over the course of a few centuries. The weapons you saw in my mind palace are mechanized weapons. Missiles, rockets, high explosives, ballistic cannons. In the end, they're just visualizations, but soon I'm going to make them a reality in this world. The planes were the first instance of that. While I certainly can't say many things don't suddenly make sense. She chuckled a bit, sitting in silence as I let her think. That girl Aki, she's from the same world. Yes, different country, but same world. But she came over many years before I did, so that's why when we talked, I was mainly catching her up. Right? Do you know of any others? No, other than the one she mentioned that died. But chances are, if there are two, there's more. We seem to be a rarity, but I'm obviously not unique. I would say you're the best of them, considering what you've accomplished so far. I think so too, but I wouldn't underestimate any others. Back then, I couldn't actually sense the depth of Aki's strength. Her aura is extremely developed, and she has those invocations. I would bet that all of us have amazing talent because we've probably been brought here to fight the Scourge. I can't imagine any other reason for something so impossible to happen. I guess. She went silent again, thinking. I chimed back in after some seconds. Do you have any questions? About me or otherwise? You know my big secret now, so I'm basically an open book at this point. I don't think so. I'm just thinking about all the things you've said in the past. They're making sense now. But otherwise, I don't think there's too much to ask about. Well, if you think of anything, don't be afraid to inquire. I'll tell Phaidon and Tana later. Now, second order of business. I looked her in the eye. Amara, I still have the corpse of the king blood. Her brows raised a bit. I had forgotten about that. It would make for a powerful crown. An extremely powerful crown, just about the best you could ever get. Now, there's someone in the Holy See that I can go to in order to get a crown made and installed. He's probably the best person there is for such things. Question is, who's going to get it? She silently looked at me for a few seconds. You know I'm going to tell you to take it. I don't know much about the bloodline of unholy light, but it seems to be suited for mental attacks. It would suit you best, then. But its primary form of attack was through mana. You don't have a crown yet, and this could massively boost your attack power. It would require thorough discussion with the person I know and people at the church who would know more about unholy light, but I'm telling you now that I want you to get this crown. It would only be supplemental to my abilities because that King Blood's main method of mental attack was through aura, not necessarily psycha. But you. Amara looked down, slightly uncomfortable, probably because she knew I was right. John, I don't think I should take this. Nanan gave his life to kill it. It should go to you. No. It's mine to do with as I please. Doesn't mean I have to take it. It's our responsibility to make sure that we gain the most out of what he left us. I know that you'll be the greatest vessel for this crown, and my asking you about this was more so to inform you that you're getting this, and that you should prepare. John, don't be meek, my dear. I stood and walked over to her, giving her forehead a kiss. I trust that you can handle it, so I'm giving it to you. There are still many details to flesh out, but for now, consider it yours. You're mean. I chuckled when she gave me a small glare, giving her another kiss before walking toward the door. I'll be speaking to your mother about it. Get her to sponsor the operation. It'll cost a pretty penny. Until then, though, there will be plenty of things for me to handle. It's a long list, so you'll have time to mentally prepare. My mind fluttered through the 100 different things that needed my attention as I left her room. I needed to implement new ideas into development projects at Wonderland, as well as start some new projects and modify existing ones. I had ideas for aerials, enough to create an entirely new generation for Son, and I wanted it handled so I could use it. It was the same for his node system. I was thinking, with enough modifications and efficiency improvements, we could massively improve the network, create a proper internet, and start injecting aerials into the wider population. I also wanted my mana engine to start permeating the industry. I wanted people to start building, to start mechanizing, industrializing. The mana engines were even greater than the steam engine, greater than gasoline or electric. They were a straight jump to the best possible method of driving machines. The only issue was time. It would take decades to properly revolutionize this world, but it was better to start now. Son, at least, needed to revolutionize his own industry so that he could start churning out weapons faster. Hand-making everything like they were now was too slow. I needed to develop the assembly line and machining tech so that we could mass-produce with precision. Thankfully, there were plenty of summoners eager to learn, summoners that would massively speed up the adoption process thanks to quick learning. Son's industry would be quick to change with my guidance. However, besides that, I also had ideas for new gear to make and new enchantments to go with them. Enchanting was universal in that it required knowledge of how to manipulate magical energy. Enchantments could apply to mana as much as it could vigor or psyche. Mana enchantments were just the most popular because they were the most versatile. But psyche enchantments were just as useful, though more niche since usually only summoners had use for them. But now, I was one of the smartest summoners there was, and I had plenty of knowledge on how to manipulate psyche. Maybe not as much as Maxwell, but more than enough to develop important gear for me and my friends. I primarily wanted to see if I could develop gear similar to what the Church and Third Claw had, that which could confuse or hide aura. I had started to implement it into my own aura, but the enchantments were definitely rooted in psyche, which meant I could make it myself. Invisibility wasn't off the table either. Anything that confused or altered the mind was within my grasp and able to be enchanted. I just needed to work on it. My list remained ever-growing. For now, though, I had to talk to Talexia. After hanging around with Amara a bit more, I left to go find her mother. She was in her study, talking with Polly. They paused when I arrived. "Come sit, John." "Polly, thank you for the discussion. We can continue later." "Of course." Polly stood and left, leaving me to sit in front of Talexia. She let out a long sigh, combing back her gray hair before looking up at me with those bright purple eyes. Polly gave me a report on everything that happened up until she was flown out of the village. She looks shaken. She's never been in the middle of a fight like that. She saw what we usually do firsthand. Yes, summoners and their sheltered selves. But you managed to get her out despite everything. She credits you and Nanan for doing the bulk of the work. It took all of us. I know it did. There were only 8 of you. Now 5. And you took on an authority 11 king blood and won. It may have cost Nanan's life, but I can assure you that it's just about the best possible outcome for a fight with one of those. If it had gone even slightly worse, then all of you would have died in the worst possible way. I know. My mood fell a bit, images flashing through my mind. I changed the topic. Since you got a report, then I can tell you about what I needed to. What is it? I'm prepared to give Amara a crown. Her brows raised. You mean you've acquired the materials for one? I hadn't considered giving her one because I only want her to have the best, but acquiring materials is exceptionally difficult. Then you should be extra grateful at Nanan's funeral. And prepare to open your coffers, because this one's going to cost us. I waved my hand, and suddenly a massive corpse fell to the floor. Talexia shot up out of her seat, foci in hand, when the sheer menace of the King Blood's lingering aura washed over us. It was definitely dead, its head crushed, but the power that resided in its body was still dangerously potent. Its armor still glowed, its shimmering blood still luminescent, full of blasphemous power. It was in near perfect condition, and for something so powerful, that made it one of the best materials in the entire world. It was just equal to a vital part of a sovereign-class royal, and those were national treasures that couldn't be bought. You have it. Yes, and it's in perfect condition. Talexia, I'm going to give this to your daughter. If its head was intact, then I might have taken that. But it's not, which means most of its powers that afforded it mental afflictions are gone. But its blood and organs are all still there, unharmed, and full of power. Nobody knows about this, so I suggest we keep it that way. Agreed. So put it back. I willed the corpse back into my spatial storage, Telexia putting away her foci, finally relaxing when it was gone. She was silent for some time, still standing, before she turned to me. John, this is an immensely precious treasure. Disregarding you gifting it to Amara, I don't know of anyone who could possibly handle making a crown out of this. It's too powerful, and everyone would know about it as soon as we spoke of it. Don't worry about that. I know someone at the Holy See. I can take Amara there, and we can get the operation done, keeping it completely secret. Nobody will know we even left, including secret agents of the kingdom. It would be dangerous. I know how to handle myself. I think you forget what kind of department I ran at the treehouse, which was largely successful, I might add. Yes, I remember. She sighed again and sat down, tapping her desk with her fingernail. You're sure you want to give this to Amara? I want you to know first that I've managed to get the ancestors' support. There will be nobody within my family who would oppose your marriage to Amara, and we're ready to stand our ground against other houses. I could announce your engagement tomorrow if you'd like. I'm not using this to buy your support. In fact, I don't want your ancestors knowing about this at all, not the slightest hint of it. I'm giving this to Amara because I want her to be powerful, to be safe. And regardless of your support or not, I was planning to marry her anyway. So you could say that this has nothing to do with you all. In a way, that relieves me. She nodded, looking down at where the corpse was just a second ago. Very well. If this is what you want and Amara has agreed to it, then you have my support. I will provide the finances you need. It's the least I can do, since you've afforded us this opportunity. Thank you. I will get in contact with who I need to as soon as possible. We'll wait until I no longer have to show myself to interrogating generals or royal guards before leaving. If you really wanted to come, then I could figure something out as well. She shook her head. No, I couldn't possibly leave right now. The fall of a stronghold demands all attention. I will be extremely busy in the coming months as we prepare to construct another stronghold. It will be a massive undertaking, but it must be done in order to cover our flank. Indeed. Then I will make sure it gets taken care of. But be reassured, the man I'll be employing is supposed to be the best, one of the pioneers of crown making. He did mine after Maxwell brought me to him, so I trust him. Then I will trust you to take care of my daughter. Tell me when you need the funds, and you will have them. Will do. With those plans in place, we discussed a few more things before I left. I looked down at my aerial, seeing a message. Boris had arrived, with my helicopter and with Maxwell. Chapter 237. By time. December 28th, 625. As I approached Maxwell, Boris at his side, he eyed me and frowned. You look like shit. Was it that bad? The worst week of my life so far. I need to talk to you about something. Lead the way. Boris, go ahead and wait in the lounge. I gave that order while walking into the mansion with Maxwell. We found ourselves in one of the estate's greeting rooms where Amara was waiting for us. Once the door closed, Maxwell asked, "What's this about?" I've acquired another prime material for a crown, and I intend to give it to Amara. I want your opinion on it, as well as your help contacting Terrace so I can get it handled for her. It can be done, depending on the material. I don't know if you noticed, but I added my own materials to your crown. I won't send you to him if it's something ordinary. It's an Authority 11 King blood of unholy light. Maxwell's eyes widened, my hand lifting. Do you want to see it? No, I don't. What state is it in? Completely intact besides some superficial wounds on its body and its head being crushed. It wasn't even completely drained during the battle, so its power lingers. Well, I can promise you that nobody except Terrace could possibly handle such a material. It will take time and money, especially for other catalysts and supplemental materials. He looked up at me. Your crown cost me 70 million coin, and it enhanced much more than just your eyes. But that was with mere Authority 9 materials. This is far, far above that, and it will cost you accordingly, even discounting the service cost someone like Terrace likes to demand. I know you've made plenty of coin, but this will not necessarily be something coin alone can buy. Is Telexia aware? She is, and she has agreed to provide the funds. Good. Then I will put you in contact with Terrace. Be prepared to hand-deliver the materials straight to him. He will need time to prepare, and the cost will be upfront. You will need to discuss payment. That's fine. I just want to start the process as soon as possible. Maxwell nodded, turning to Amara. Do you have any crowns? She shook her head. No, sir. Good. There is a limit to how many crowns the body can support. I have a feeling that this one will reach yours. It will likely be the only crown you ever get. Is it worth it? For me to get it? If you're as amazing of a warlock as John likes to boast, then yes, it is. The only thing greater is a crown composed of a fully intact sovereign class. There have not been many of those ever, barely enough to count on two hands within the church. And since King Bloods often reach the combat standards of a sovereign class due to the sheer power of their aura, it's debatable that those are actually better. And those of the unholy light bloodline are masters of mana, with some mental manipulation sprinkled in. So it is the most perfect crown for you, especially since you specialize in air, fire, and water magic. Your healing abilities, when you learn, will become extraordinarily potent. Amara's head fell a bit. Terrace will know more about the effects of the crown. My knowledge on unholy light is limited to combat with it, but that's more than enough to say it is the greatest material for a warlock crown. I asked, what's the best for summoners? Despair. Indeed, if you are looking to enhance your strengths further. They are nightmares of the mind, which makes their crowns valuable tools. Then maybe I'll have to find one. I commented as Maxwell tapped his aerial. When he waved at me, I brought mine up and received Terrace's contact. I memorized the information and put my aerial down. All right, I'll contact him today. Do you want to go to the Holy See with us? If I don't have to, no. You won't need me there, and Terrace will be more than willing to do business with you since the material is one of the best there is. Very well. The only other thing I need from you is time to discuss some things with the advancement formation. I've questions. I can remain here then, so long as the Duchess is willing to accommodate me. Wamra stood and gave him her promise, and with those plans made we separated. One thing down. Now I just needed to start acting. I made a quick call to Terrace since I had his info now. Our discussion was straightforward, and he was equally surprised as Maxwell to hear that I had an Authority 11 King Blood to work with as a material for a crown. Given that and my identity, he was naturally very receptive to working with us. He also reaffirmed the fact that it would be the perfect crown for a warlock. I was excited for Amara, but she didn't seem to like hearing things that only ensured she would get it. I understood her reservations, but I was in no mood to let her battle me on this. She was going to get the crown, and I would rest easy knowing she was much more powerful than me. Terrace and I quickly set up a time and place to meet so I could hand off the prime material. I also got an estimate for how much this was going to cost. After telling him that Talexia was footing the bill, he told me that he would discuss some things with her in regard to payment beyond coin. Still, 100 million coin was looking like the down payment with what little we discussed. It was a project that would take Terrace and a team of his people over a week to prepare for, and that was after the days it would take to acquire the materials to process the King Blood's corpse. After all, as it was now, it was poisonous. They would have to purify it like they did white crystals, and then add supplementing materials so it would integrate with Amara's body. This would not be a small undertaking, and I was told that the burden on Amara during the surgery would be immense. But it was all a worthwhile challenge. The reward was too great to not take full advantage of the opportunity. After sorting out the details I needed to, I ended the call with plans to fly to the Holy See in 2 days. Terrace would start gathering the materials he knew he needed now. He was eager to move as fast as he could because he was going to make bank on this operation. After that, I still had the rest of the day, so one of the first things I did was assemble everyone who would be questioned about the fall of the treehouse and the subsequent retreat. There had yet to be any other generals from the treehouse discovered alive, so chances were that they didn't survive after I made the decision to split off from the rest of the retreating force. It could be said that we had deserted them, even though I'd say it didn't matter if we did or not. Regardless, there was a need to get our story straight, semantically at least. Things like saying that we had been driven away from the rest of the force instead of deliberately leaving them behind. Things like saying we moved to reinforce the village instead of leaving the stronghold early. Things like making sure they knew that all the generals had decided to make retreat efforts. We needed to make sure that they couldn't pin any blame on us or hit us with desertion accusations. Our biggest key detail was the fact that the Sovereign had ordered the retreat. Polly had been there during that meeting, so everything after that was essentially free for us to bend for our protection and benefit. Then it was just the little details. I made sure that Jaya, Polly, and Jasmine wouldn't spill the beans about the Kingblood's corpse, or that we had even fought one. Jaya was the one I was most worried about, but despite her reactions to what I did during the final phase of our retreat from the village, she seemed to want to remain in my camp. Even if she did spill the details, so long as I got the corpse to the Holy See, I had no worries, not even regarding the third claw, who I knew would probably be involved in the investigation, directly or not. To that end, I ensured that Talexia would be present for every questioning. I wouldn't give the third claw nor the royal guard room to do anything to my people. With that, we were prepared for tomorrow's investigation. The rest of my day was spent talking with Maxwell and receiving a report from Boris regarding project progress at Wonderland. It seemed it was coming together nicely. They already had functioning prototype tanks and artillery built, and even seemed to have figured out the propellant issue. I had much more to add when I got there, but it was nice to know that the personnel we had stationed there were living up to their proclaimed skill and putting in their money's worth. In fact, so long as I was able to properly use the next few months, we'd quickly be on track to building up an entire division of armored tracks just a few months afterward. The efficiency and speed of magical industry was unparalleled. It had taken only a few months to get planes out, just a month or so more to get bombs fielded. That was half a year to go from no planes to planes already becoming an integral part of warfare. The goal was to combine this magic with real industry. If I could do that, it wouldn't be far-fetched to build up an entirely new army within the kingdom's military based around armored warfare. If I had that level of industry, then I was certain that another catastrophic defeat like that at Purple Sky and the Treehouse would never happen again. I would render numbers obsolete. I just needed a bit of time. These next 2 months would be crucial, the foundation by which I catapulted my budding military-industrial complex forward. December 29th, 625. The day came, and those from the investigation team arrived. As expected, a full general arrived along with some colonels and other intelligence agents under the Royal Guard. They were armed with orbs and video devices and ready to record our every word. Polly was under the most scrutiny, but because Talexia was there during the interviews, it remained civil and within reason. There were no direct accusations thrown at Polly, which was my biggest concern. The interviews went by quickly. Every one of us was asked to recount the events of our retreat and escape, and since everyone was on the same page, it went by as I wanted it to. Our asses were covered, and I had gone over Polly's report multiple times, which would be one of the most important documents to come out of this incident. It would no doubt circulate to the king himself. Everyone concerned with the fall of the treehouse and stronghold would be reading it. One thing I was relieved with was the fact that the third claw hadn't shown up, at least not obviously. They'd be paying attention to everything coming out of this investigation, but they weren't coming to question us in person. Probably to maintain their low profile, or perhaps because that summoner didn't see a reason to face me directly. After all, I hadn't done anything obviously treasonous by escaping with my life. I'm sure they placed less importance on the fall of the treehouse than on me leaking powerful technologies to the church. Either way, I walked out of my interview within 15 minutes of entering. The general, named Landon, shook my hand. "Thank you, Commander Cooper. Your insight has been helpful." "Sure. I'm your last interview, correct?" "Indeed." "Then perhaps you can answer my question. What plans are there for matters of transfer regarding Polina and Jasmine?" "Well, they currently have no commanding general, so they will be transferred to one. Currently, though, there are no plans to have them transferred. Orders simply haven't been given, and they haven't been processed." "Who would give the orders?" General Landon pondered for a moment, shrugging. "I'm not sure. Given that this isn't an issue we would bother the sovereign with, and the fact that the entire chain of command above you all has been killed, we will likely notify Rear General Herman, who is responsible for the allocation of new or free intelligence personnel. He will process the two and then place them accordingly." "I see. Come with me for a moment, General Landon." I waved, the general following me to Talexia's study. He gave a greeting to her as I closed the door. I glanced at Talexia, then at General Landon. "General, we happen to have a favor to ask of you." "Oh." The general was intrigued. A favor involving a high noble like Talexia wasn't something someone like him would ignore. After all, although the kingdom's military was centralized enough to be called a singular entity, it still maintained decentralized groups with different interests. These groups were often defined by the nobles who drove them, nobles who liked having people to do favors for them. Those being asked would listen because being on a noble's good side often meant either rich payouts or greater safety. And with the recent collapse of an entire front that resulted in the deaths of both generals and marshals alike, everyone was reminded once more of the painful reality of mortality. The only way to be saved was to have powerful people to latch onto. I walked over to Telexia's large desk and stood at its side, Telexia eyeing the general as he sat down. I spoke. "You see, General, I plan on making a large arrangement with the kingdom rather soon. You will be one of the few to know, but I have certain projects in the works that, while not as revolutionary as the planes have been, will still alter the face of warfare forever. Because of that, I need time. Time away from the responsibilities of the military and the pulls of rear generals. To that end, I want to ask you to keep my name from being processed, as well as that of Polina and Jasmine." The general rubbed his chin, glancing at Telexia before looking back at me. She wasn't actually the one making the request here, but her very presence meant that my words were weighed with her authority. "It could be done, Commander. Normally, I can afford a couple years to those who wish to dodge assignment, but your names are everywhere. The rear general will hear of it anyway." "Are you saying that the rear general isn't open to cooperation?" Well, his eye glimmered, a small smile surfacing on his face. "That's not entirely true. The rear general enjoys keeping himself free of outside influence, but small exchanges are not something he is unfamiliar with. There are many a noble who want their children placed in safe positions. It's just not often that he gets big requests, being that he is only in charge of intelligence personnel. Then consider this an easy transaction. For the task of delivering this message to the rear general and ensuring it is carried out as I wish, I will reward you as well. I want the papers with mine, Polina's, and Jasmine's names to be shelved. You can create the transfer order. You can even begin processing. But I want the orders to be shelved until I can designate the unit to make the transfer to." "I see. Did you have a unit in mind?" "No. The unit I have in mind doesn't exist yet. But I need to make sure that we don't get moved around until it's created. I'm thinking around 6 months. Do you think you can talk to the rear general and arrange that?" I stared silently at General Landon until he nodded. "Yes, I think I can arrange that." "Good. Then take this." I pulled out a check, the new mode of money transfer since I was forced to leave the Polaris Bank. It was marked for 3 million coin, and when I handed it to the general, he smiled widely. "That will be my incentive for both you and the rear general. I expect you to divide accordingly, and I expect it to get me what I want. If it doesn't, then I will be speaking with the rear general personally to find out why he wasn't sufficiently convinced. Don't worry, Commander. Your wishes will be properly relayed, and if the rear general has any issues, I will contact you so they can be rectified." General Landon stood, shaking my hand before giving a small bow to Telexia. With that, he left. Telexia sighed. "That was more than you had to pay. I could have just asked for the favor. Cash is king, and I want to make sure they do what I want. Besides, I know how much my time is worth. I'll make that money back within the week." Making that much? Even after all I've spent, I'm personally pushing 300 million coin. San started multiplying the prices of the planes and helicopters, and yet they're still selling as fast as we can make them. Nobles are going crazy over them, and the flight school is beyond max capacity trying to churn out pilots. In fact, you saved many millions of coin given that I allowed you to make some of the first purchases. I see. So spending a few million to buy myself 6 months isn't even a decision worth pondering. I won't be able to do the same for the others since they're under guns, but that won't be much of a problem. Telexia turned to me. "You're going to join special operations?" "Perhaps, but nothing that's going to happen from now on will be conventional. I'm planning on creating another division in the military. But first, I need to finish up some projects with San." "What project would warrant an entirely new division?" "The kind that changes how war is fought. But I want to make sure that I also get good people on my side. To that end, I'm hoping to have your help." I turned to meet her gaze. "I need you to hold on to Polly and Jasmine, and when this new division launches, I'm going to bring them with me. But I want Polly to get promoted before then, so I can maintain proper control over the division as a whole. Do you think you can help with that?" "Maybe. Recent events will help with that, if used accordingly." "Use them, for all it is worth. If things work out how I want them to, I shouldn't have many problems, but I still won't stand for dumbass being placed above me. If there were a good general somewhere, I'd take them, but I know of none and I trust none, so I need to make Polly one. If not a full general, then at least a major general. I understand what you're trying to say, and it sounds good on paper, but nothing will happen unless the right people see a good reason to go along with it. You need to worry about the success of this project. No, I don't. The project will be a success regardless. It's technically already one. I just need to put on the finishing touches. What I really need is someone to help me lay the foundation for the future, and you're the first one I'm asking. She went silent for a bit, eventually nodding and turning her head away. Fine. You have my full support. I'll make some calls. Thank you. Don't be afraid to use my name and make optimistic promises. I'll handle the rest. Will do. Are you ready for tonight? I suddenly changed the subject, Telexia nodding. Yes. Those at the teleporter are ready for us. Good. I sent Boris earlier, so he'll meet us there. After that, you all just need to hang around in the wedded city for a few days. Are you sure you aren't being paranoid, keeping things so secret? Very. Any mistakes may lead to me getting branded a traitor. How so? Let's just say some people weren't very happy about me rejecting a noble title. With it, they tried to put me on a leash, and so long as I refuse to let them, I'm walking a tightrope. Just trust me. Otherwise, I'm going to have to get ready to spark revolution. Fine, fine. She sighed as I made my way out. The general was going to leave tomorrow morning, and after that I'd be enacting the first phase of my plans. Chapter 238. Experimental. December 30th, 625. Morning came and General Landon left as expected, taking all his personnel with him. Now we had no more immediate plans that demanded my attention. Christmas was helping with that, and I was taking advantage of it. A couple hours after the general departed, I gathered with everyone. Telexia was taking her daughter and husband along with myself, my squad, and Polly and Jasmine. We were all going to the wedded city. It was a cover for me, but for them, it was an actual trip. They would be spending Christmas there, and since no unsavory summoners would be able to watch me there, I'd be slipping out with Amara. So we all went to the teleporter to do just that. The trip was perceptibly instantaneous, although disorienting. I recovered instantly, as did all the others except Faye. We arrived in the teleporter nexus and exited to the outside plaza. From there we bypassed the familiar majesty of the surrounding city and its architecture. Large sculptures, art on every structure depicting glory and honor, the distinct as an inspiration or perhaps coincidental resemblance. The day was bright and sunny, the citizens happy and unworried, and the central palace exuded such an aura of strength and protection that I was almost jealous. I was no longer the one being protected. I had to develop myself and my industry so that I could protect others. But how nice it would be if I didn't have to. How nice it would be to be a part of a larger whole that could support me. It felt like I was being forced to carry this burden alone. We passed by the 5 titanic statues in the center of the city, all standing 100 meters tall, as I remembered. It felt like so long ago that I had last seen them, but they still stuck out. The founding ancestor of the Ravens, his wife, the founding ancestor of the Talarias, and 2 generals who came after them. All of them great figures that all the citizens of this city looked up to. Figures who had cemented the power of this family through bloodshed. Eventually we arrived at the Raven Estate, which was not a mansion, but a castle. It was constructed of black crystal bricks gold mortar. It was a castle as impregnable as a fortress, but as lavish as the royal palace. We entered and moved to the greeting hall under the guidance of a butler. There, the Raven Chief was waiting for us, along with his wife, Shadowbane, and a few other Raven family members, some of which I recognized. Talaria, it's good to see you again. I'm glad you could spend Christmas with us. Chief Ironheart spread his arms in greeting. He was just as big of a man as I could remember, with steely hair and hiding unfathomable strength behind his clothes made of expensive hides taken from powerful beasts. There was no way he was a mere authority 11. That man was a sovereign. Telexia shook his hand in greeting. After that he turned to the rest of us. His deep green eyes landed on me, and once again I sensed his terrible aura, a black hole by which all senses and cognition sunk, an abyss of such horrible strength that I hardly wanted to guess how strong the man who wielded it was. That he was still only considered a duke spoke volumes. He smiled at me. So, John Cooper, you've done a lot since I last saw you. I never thought that young man would grow up to be such a genius. It was only a couple of years ago, sir, and yet you look like you've aged a decade. Let me recall what I've heard about you since you left my estate back then. You went and won the Magisterium tournament, faced anarchy, and survived the fall of Purple Sky, went to Stronghold Charlie and collected vital intelligence that created the Treehouse Bulwark, joined the Snow Doves, collected more intelligence that reinforced the Treehouse with another 100,000 soldiers, created a counter-espionage division, invented flight, turned down a noble title from the king, and then went on to survive the fall of the Treehouse and Stronghold Charlie and managed to make it back alive intact. His grin widened, and I suddenly noticed him right in front of me. I can hardly fathom how a single man can go through so much and manage to come out on top like you have. And yet you're only getting started. I know you've got some powerful projects going on over at Wonderland. I try not to pry, but it's difficult not to sense the explosions of power over there. Sometimes they send faint shockwaves across my city. Our enchanters would be thrilled to hear such praise. But of course, he backed off, chuckling before composing himself. I feel privileged to personally know such a great man, and I look forward to what you will do in the future. I'm sure that we will continue to maintain a beneficial partnership. Yes, I'm sure we will. In fact, there are things I will need to discuss with you. Not now, but sometimes within the next month. Oh, another business proposal. Yes, but on a different kind of scale. I will explain the details later, but I can tell you now that in the long term, it will multiply the riches you are able to acquire from your mining and resource processing operations. Should my plans be properly implemented, of course. Those are bold words, Cooper. I like it. He pat my shoulder, my mind barely keeping track of his movements. He wasn't restraining his aura, not that it was being projected, but I was still barely preventing myself from getting sucked in. I could also see Amara getting stressed out, though she hit it well. Yeah, that was the kind of level I needed to reach. For now, I activated my aura and formed a barrier for my senses that rationalized the absurdity of his strength so that I at least wouldn't get disoriented. That alleviated the problem, and Amara seemed to figure something out for herself as well. Though, Tana seemed to struggle, and after some time the chief restrained himself for her sake. We moved into the estate and were given rooms, but naturally, I wasn't planning on wasting time with pleasantries. I was here for a reason, and soon I informed the chief about my departure. He knew I was using his city as a cover for secrecy. By its simply existing, I was able to evade the eyes of the Third Claw. The kingdom had no power here, so I went and found my helicopter that Boris brought in advance and parked in the Wedded City's airfield. Amara joined me, and the two of us left the city. We spent some hours flying to the Holy See, which was actually relatively close to the Wedded City. Having expected my arrival, I was given clearance to land on top of the 7th tower of the Franks Peerage. All the towers had built helipads, making arrivals convenient for those who could afford personal helicopters. I recognized the two people who were waiting for me before I even landed. Terrace Gold and Anderson. I quickly shut down the helicopter with reflexive motions before stepping out with Amara. She linked arms with me as we walked down the helipad and stepped up to the two. I nodded to them. Sirs. Little Cooper. Anderson smiled wide, baring white teeth. Should I be honored to be in the presence of he who invented flight? There's no need for that, sir. Hee. And why don't I see the heretic? I had hoped he would show himself once more. He had no interest in coming. Told me I could handle things myself. That you can. Heretic he may be. I could never call him stupid. Terrace sighed, still short and hunched over like I remembered him. I could see that his wear had only grown more lavish over the years as well. I apologize, Cooper. This big brute insisted on being here. It was my fault for thinking I could have peace. You're not the only one who has business with the kid, Gold. But my business comes first. You can have him after we're done, so go away. Not a chance. Not every day that you get to see materials like this. Anderson chuckled, obviously knowing what I was in possession of. After a few more words, we moved into the tower, heading down some floors to arrive at Terrace's lab. There were already piles of materials sitting on metal tables, as well as a free table with devices along its sides. All right, go ahead and put the corpse there. Sure. I went over and brought out the Kingblood's corpse, its aura instantly washing over the room as I laid it out on the table. Terrace walked over and activated the devices, the aura and lingering power within its body being suppressed and muted. Amazing. I don't think I've ever seen one of these as intact as this. Merely the head is crushed, but since most of its power lies in the rest of its body, that hardly matters. How did you manage to acquire this? It was paid for with the life of my friend. He initiated his advancement and took an overkill pill to kill it and save us. I see. You have my condolences. It at least explains the wounds along its armor. Terrace started analyzing it, spending a few minutes silently going over it from head to toe. It was still coated in its armor, so he stripped it and revealed the superficially wounded body. Its skin was gunmetal gray with white blood vessels across its body. It was still humanoid, looking more human than Scourge, with normal hands and feet instead of animalistic claws. The most outstanding characteristic was the fact that its blood vessels actually seemed to draw out some kind of enchanted array. Its very body was a spell formation. Terrace pointed at a cluster of vessels that looked like circuitry. The bloodline of unholy light turns them into living weapons. Their masteries over mana are written into their very biology. Your friend must have overpowered it extremely quickly, because given any time these things will bombard entire regions with spell fire and turn any living things around them into its minions. It didn't bombard the region, at least not completely, but it turned all the nearby Scourge monsters into flesh bugs. Then they conglomerate into one being, exploding when it was about to die and killing a third of us. Yes, they enjoy that tactic. It is why knowledge is most important when facing these monsters. Know their tricks, and you at least won't die unexpectedly. Terrace scanned the corpse a bit more before looking at Amara with sharp eyes. You're the one to receive this crown? She nodded. Yes, sir. You're lucky. Your mother is rich, so do you happen to have a good foci? She brought up her hand, the foci manifesting above the bracer on her forearm. Terrace nodded, walking over and activating a device, scanning it. Indeed, this is a good one. Not the best since it affords no amplification, but the buffer is massive. Why did you forsake the amplification for more buffer? My aura is able to pull in a massive amount of information which I have to decipher for what I need. The buffer helps with that and allows me to spellcast far faster. The amplification simply isn't worth decreasing the buffer size for me. I see. So you're already adept at handling complexity. That's good. Perfect even. You see, this crown will turn you into a living foci, the perfect conduit for spellcasting by modifying your body and making it similar to this King Blood's. I've done operations like this before, and none of those warlocks ever need to wield a foci again. However, we do not forsake their original foci. Instead, it is integrated into their body, almost always as a pure buffer. So this will work well, so long as you're okay with consuming the foci for this operation. Yes, I am. It's mine, and I'm fine with it furthering my growth. Good. Then there's only one more concern that I need to discuss with both of you. Terrace looked between us both. Normally, this would be rather set in stone. After all, a procedure as invasive as this doesn't leave much room for negotiation. However, I want you to know that recently we've developed another kind of magic that could negate this problem. What's the problem? I asked with scrutiny, already feeling like I knew the answer. Terrace scratched his head and said what I expected him to. Under normal circumstances, a procedure as massive as this would sterilize the patient. I felt Amara flinch, her anxiety skyrocketing. But she remained silent as I questioned. But you said you could negate that issue. Can I assume the new magic is invocations? You know about them? One of the girls you guys brought over for the project is a friend of mine, so yes, I know about them. Now, I won't pretend like I know anything about much of this, but I want to know how certain you are about being able to avoid sterilization. Well, that's the issue. I can't be wholly certain. He sighed. We've made the invocations work. We know roughly how they operate, and they're incredibly similar to crowns, except much less invasive. No, I shouldn't say that. It's more like they're a superficial crown. Crowns modify the body, and invocations are placed upon the body. One is inside, one is outside. And turns out, they can fit together. Their methods of installation are similar enough to tie them to each other. However, we've naturally had very little experience tying them together, and we've had no experience doing it with powerful crowns such as what this corpse will make. So this is experimental territory for you all. Yes and no. We have the highest level invocations in our possession and the highest level crowns. I will admit that this will be the first time to ever carry out a procedure like this in history, but in theory, I have everything necessary to make it work without side effects. We were silent, Amara and I looking at each other as he continued. I won't lie and say that there aren't any risks. I can get the crown and the invocation installed, that much I can guarantee. She will survive and become an extraordinarily powerful warlock as was expected. But whether the reproductive system will remain fully effective is something I can't provide full certainty of. I have a full detail right here on what I plan to do and will prioritize keeping everything protected and effective. But you must know the risks, and no decisions can be made until you accept them. He handed over a stack of papers. I took them, scanning them quickly and quickly understanding his plan. He was going to use body strengthening and resilience invocations to protect and enhance her reproductive system, so that even if her body did become more hostile to it, it would still remain effective enough to do its job. There was even a full detail on the entire process for installing the crown, as well as how he would take measures to avoid the reproductive systems to accommodate the effects of the crown. But regardless, as he said, there was no guarantee. In theory, it would all work out, but there was still a chance it wouldn't, and Amara would be sterilized. If it went wrong, she would have no children. After getting through every page in a handful of seconds, I nodded. Thank you for the warning and details. This is something we must discuss and sleep on. I understand. I will let you go and continue preparing, but before then, I'd like a blood sample for testing. I looked at Amara, who nodded absent-mindedly. We brought her to a chair and did the tap quickly, Terrace taking a vial of her blood and storing it away. Thank you. Since I have the corpse now, that is all I need from you until you make the decision. If it's a yes, we will move forward. If not, then I will return the corpse. Willow has prepared a room for you at their peerage, so you can take your time to decide there. Will do. Amara linked arms with me once more. Then when I turned to Anderson, standing in a corner, he waved at me. I'll come find you later. He said that and walked out. We decided to do the same, bidding goodbye to Terrace and leaving the Franks peerage. We found our way over to the Verga peerage where Willow came out to greet us. I kept our greetings succinct, which Willow seemed to understand, and moved on to our room for the night. Once inside, we were silent for a while. I went back over the papers, not because I didn't already have every detail memorized perfectly, but because I wanted to look like I was doing something. Eventually, I handed it to Amara, who took a glance and set it down on the nearby table. We both found ourselves in chairs, staring at the papers until I finally broke the silence. I want to have kids with you. She looked up at me. You do? Of course. I want 4, 2 boys and 2 girls. And if we manage to make some more, then I'll take as many as you want to give. We'll have a big family, so we can fill a big house. She smiled, laying her head on her arms. That sounds nice. But that means I can't get this operation. No, it means that the operation has a chance to take that away. But you understand the trade-off. Power or children. And ultimately, this decision is yours. I moved my chair next to hers, facing her and leaning against the table as she continued resting her head. But I must let you know that I think you should go through with it. Why? Because I get worried, Amara. Not just for you either. I worry that if we don't get powerful enough, we won't be able to preserve this world for any children we might have wanted to have. Our dreamy life with our families won't be possible if there isn't a world to bring them into. So pure logic dictates that, as cheesy as it is, saving the world comes before anything else. And unfortunately, we don't have the privilege of relying on anyone else. At least, I don't think we do. She stared off into space, taking a breath and exposing a sniffle. I just don't know what kind of wife I would be if I couldn't even give my husband children. I stared at her for a couple seconds before reaching and taking her hand. Amara, this is about what's important to you, not what you think should be important. I want children, but that one is outweighed by the need to ensure that the scourge doesn't desiccate this world. It doesn't matter what decision you make, and it doesn't matter what may happen. I won't be with anyone else, and I will love you until the day we die fiery deaths at the end of our genocidal crusade against the monsters. Don't make me laugh. I got a small chuckle out of her. Still, she cried, and I hated that this was a decision she had to make. I rubbed her hand, scanning and sizing her smooth fingers. We live in a different time, Amara. We know that this war will turn in such a way that nobody in this long-lived kingdom has ever known before. Unfortunately, we happen to be the ones who have to deal with it. Now, you could get by without the crown, perhaps take a much smaller one. But question is, do you want that? She started crying a bit more, gripping my hand harder. At some point I pulled her in and hugged her. Don't make any decisions tonight. Sleep on it. Think about it more. Take however long you need to ponder. A few days, a few weeks. The corpse isn't going anywhere. We can go back to the wedded city if you wish. Just make sure that the decision you make is the one you've truly set yourself on. She nodded softly, and I just gave as much comfort as I could provide, even though I knew that her tears already gave the answer. Chapter 239, Half the Answer. December 31st, 625. Lady Luna, I didn't expect to see you here. Amara glanced over and saw John step outside of the room, closing the door behind him and blocking her view of Luna. They were outside for several minutes before the door opened again, the two walking in, John walking up to her and speaking in a low voice. Not loud enough to be annoying, not soft enough to feed into her depression. I'm going to handle some business with Anderson. Luna will keep you company. Call me if you need anything. She nodded, getting a kiss on the forehead from him before he walked out of the room. The door shut, and she was left alone with Luna. Suddenly, she was more aware of how dark it was. There wasn't a single light on in the room, just the light seeping through the cracks in the curtains. Luna walked past her to the window and suddenly yanked the curtains open, Amara's eyes squinting at the bright light that flashed through. Luna chuckled. It's a beautiful day, dear. You shouldn't be cooped up in the darkness. It feeds bad thoughts. Amara remained silent. When Luna walked over to her, she felt a comforting aura roll off her, so gentle and caressing. Amara felt like she could sink into it and fall asleep forever. But she soon realized that it didn't let her. Then she realized how dangerous it was. Luna sat down, those silver eyes gazing through her. So I've heard about the crown. I expected to see you sad, but I didn't think you'd fallen into a pit. Have you told him your answer yet? No. Amara shook her head, glancing at Luna and feeling something different about her. She wasn't so friendly, not like during their sparse visits to her in the capital. She had come here with a purpose, and Amara had a feeling that she wouldn't like it. Her platinum hair draped over her shoulder as she crossed a leg and leaned forward. Then it's a good thing I've come. I'm here to tell you that I'll be incredibly disappointed if you turn down this offer. So don't. Amara frowned, but she stamped down her immediate anger. You know about what will happen to me. I know what could happen to you. But even if sterilization were an absolute certainty, I'd tell you to do it anyway. You're lucky you even have a chance to save yourself, but I don't believe it should matter. How could you say that so easily? I may never be able to have children. I've seen maiden households fall because the wife couldn't bear children, their husbands divorcing, and other households refusing to do business with them. Having children is the one thing a wife should be able to do, and doing this will more than likely take that away from me. Amara almost yelled, but Luna continued to smile. Amara took a breath and wiped her eyes as moisture accumulated, only making it worse and creating a tear streak. She almost couldn't believe how sudden her emotions surged, how fast they flipped from depressed to angry. She knew Luna could see her stamping them down as best she could. Luna leaned back and spoke softly. Amara, I don't know if you've realized yet, but women like us have different roles. It will always be a beautiful thing to bring children into the world, but that is not what our husbands require of us. It is our job to be their unconditional support, another source of power that they can call on, a partner that will protect their backs when nobody else will. Did you know that I don't have children? Amara shook her head, and Luna chuckled. You know, it's quite remarkable how similar of a position we are in. After my husband attained the penultimate power, my role in his life changed. But up until then, I was his greatest partner. I broke my bones to keep up with him, shed a lake of blood to stay by his side, even when my family threatened to disown me. Then he went and got his crown, and it was him who became sterile. Amara's eyes widened, feeling a bit more uncomfortable as Luna's sheer presence of will flared. Then when I went to my family and said I'd never have children, they followed through on their words and properly disowned me. Of course, they were begging to reconcile when my husband became the behemoth he is now. But by that time, he was starting to fall back into the dark, and I made the decision to follow, disappearing from the world to become what I am now, a hidden blade with enough influence to aid him in the ways he requires. Luna's eyes bored into Amara's soul. Her aura suddenly wasn't so soft and caressing. It was caring but firm, refusing to allow Amara to fall back into the comfort of pity, easily seeing through all the barriers she had put up. We are not like normal women, Amara. Your man has afforded you the most important opportunity of your life, an opportunity to not just receive power, but to stay by his side, to be his most important ally. He's willing to forsake children for his goal because he understands just how dire the fight against the scourge is. But more importantly, He believes that you're more important to him than any child could be. Children are the most precious thing in the world, and yet he places you above that. He is willing to forsake passing down his legacy, forsake passing down the culmination of your talents, even when he knows that his fight may cost him his life. And here you are. Luna motioned to her gently. Your man wants to devote everything to his fight, and yet he devotes his most valuable possessions and opportunities to you. Then you go and turn into a sobbing mess and make him feel bad for putting this burden on you. You know exactly what he needs. You knew the decision that you should have made as soon as you were told the consequences of the crown. Yet you still wallow in denial. It makes me question how much you actually love him. Amara finally snapped. This has nothing to do with how much I love him. Questioning that should be the last thing you do. Honey, please. You should be so thankful that he's being so accommodating with how selfish you're being. Being concerned about sterilization isn't being selfish. Amara stood, her aura radiating anarchy. This is perhaps the biggest decision of my life, and yet you've come here to insult my integrity. I will make the decision I know is right, and I won't be slandered by someone I thought was my friend. Amara turned to walk out. Amara, Teleria, sit down right now, before I take away that corpse and deny your position by John's side for good. Amara froze, fists clenched as she turned back around. Luna was no longer smiling, her own aura easily countering the anarchy in Amara's before toppling it with despair. But she didn't overwhelm her mind, even though she could. When Luna motioned with her hand, Amara was slowly urged to sat back down. Heed my words carefully, Amara. These things I say to you come from a place of love, but they also carry expectations. The principle of which is that I will not allow a mediocre woman to marry John Cooper. That is not because I somehow see myself as his mother, but because I will not allow a great man such as him to be chained to baggage that will only hamper his state of mind. Humanity is treading a precarious line, and men like him are what is going to keep us alive. So we need them operating at full capacity intellectually, physically, and most importantly, emotionally. It is a need that renders your desires utterly inconsequential. My husband is one of those men, and so I've come today in order to ensure that you understand your role, just as I understand mine. My biggest fear in this moment is that you will fail to understand how much a man like that will sacrifice. You say that this is perhaps the biggest decision of your life, and fail to realize that your man has already made his. He's devoted his life to eliminating the scourge, and believe it or not, you come secondary to that, just like how children come secondary to you being in his life. So let me make this crystal clear to you. Luna leaned forward, the menace in her aura inscribing her words into Amara's brain. If you want to be his wife, then you will start acting like it. You may have to slap him straight a few times, but in the end it is your job to support him in everything he does. If that demands sacrifices, whether it be children, your family, or your sanity, then you will make the sacrifices willingly. You will break yourself to stay by his side, and you will make your love available to him, always. If you don't wish to do these things and carry that burden, then break up with him now and stop wasting his time. If you fail to do these things, and his performance suffers because of you, then I will make the decision and remove you myself so that he can continue aiding in humanity's struggle. Otherwise, if you know you love him and you know you're capable of answering this call, then make the real decision, the one you've been avoiding. Umaras had ducked under the unyielding scrutiny of Luna's gaze, but her frustration was palpable, the tears down her cheeks shimmering with hues of red. She stood, her breath shuddering, her hand slowly and softly sliding over the side of her chair, and she launched it across the room so fast that it burst into splinters on contact with the wall. Fuck! She screamed and grabbed the table, launching it into a vanity table and shattering both of them. The elements in the room raged, Amara phasing through space to arrive at the bed and pick it up by its frame. The atmosphere compressed and crunched it into a single chunk of splinters and cotton. Luna watched from the side, eyes closed, the elements as still and soft as moonlight around her, completely unperturbed by the turbulence of the room that threatened to trip the defensive enchantments. She was silent as Amara destroyed the entire room in a fit of screams and rage, using brute physical force, the mana around her merely following along with her rage. It only ended when she fell to her knees in a sobbing mess, her madness still bursting through her aura. Luna eventually stood, stepping forward and kneeling beside her, brushing her hair back and staying silent. She reminisced about when she had thrown a fit just like this one. Except she hadn't been inside a building that could take it, and so her family's estate had been razed. She knew it was still a difficult decision. No woman liked being told that she may never be able to have children, if not because they wanted a family, then because they feared what their husbands might think or do. But their husbands were no ordinary husbands, and so they couldn't be ordinary wives. It was a shattered dream, but sometimes that's what love demanded, especially in the face of extinction. You set up those systems like I asked? Yes, they're all right here. Good. I nodded and approached the terminal, a device connected to some orbs and nodes for storage. It was a scrapped-together network storage, but it would work, so long as my code did. I had planned to hand off this data a while ago, but obviously shit happened. I took out my own orb and dropped it in a cradle. An injection software brought up esoteric and codified prompts on the screen, which I accepted and authorized. Just like that, the terminal connected to the local node network and contacted my back doors in both Wonderland and the Spire, pulling the data I designated and writing it to these local orbs. A primitive but capable internet with absolutely no network security outside of what I designed. There was no difficulty. I saw all the designs that Wonderland had built up, including hundreds of reports on various pieces of technology they had designed beyond the weapons. New armament begot accommodating technology, so there was a whole swath of blueprints. It would take some time to pull the data, though, so I sighed and turned around. 3 people were in front of me. The first was Anderson. The second was a summoner going by the name Verimius Gasm, a general for the church's military order, a very, very smart man. Third was the Pope, with the name Iracle Syagrius. Unlike the Pope, I knew if he didn't drape himself in loose white robes. He wore nothing more than a standard linen shirt, a pair of pants, and boots with a long sword belted to his waist. He was a tall man, taller than even me, with long hair, a kept beard, sharp eyes, and thick muscles radiating vigor. He was a knight, and a very powerful one at that. What little I could sense of his aura pointing him toward Authority 12. I wasn't sure what to feel, standing before such a powerful man. But the technology one was giving them was the recipe for mass destruction, so I dispensed with formalities and honors, speaking very plainly and bluntly. All right, I'm going to warn you 3 about the kind of data I'm putting on these orbs. Did Luna inform you all of my conditions? She did. The Pope spoke, nodding with a small smile. Rest assured, Sir Cooper, we won't allow the kingdom to kill you should they discover that we have some of your specialty designs. I ask that you don't let them find out in the first place. We're doing our best to weed out the spies. It's been going quite well since we've started adopting some of your policies regarding counterespionage, but we naturally can't guarantee perfection. Fine. I'll take what I can get. I sighed again and glanced at the orbs. Anyway, here's the warning. The most important design on here is a recipe to construct what you know as mana bombs. So far what's been fielded is small scale. I gave San the requirement that he can't field anything stronger than Authority 8, not because of the cost, but because it might tempt the kingdom to build something much more powerful than that before I was able to hand off the designs to you. I tapped the terminal screen and brought up the data for the magnitude frequency. This right here is where the magic happens. These bombs work by transforming white crystals into elemental crystals. According to the data that I just saw looking through new designs from our designers at San Industries, our enchanters have successfully managed to create vigor and psyche crystals as well, crystals imbued perfectly with the 3 magical energies. Right now it's safe to say that the possibilities are endless. This is perhaps the greatest discovery made in the history of magic secondary to the ability to purify white crystals at all. I mean that objectively because the level of devastation these crystals are capable of is much more vast than you currently understand. I switched the picture to a graphic of the estimated diameter of an elemental crystal explosion, scaling with authority. The most important detail of these elemental crystals is their ability to release all of their power extremely fast. Near instantly, obviously far faster than any warlock can with their pool of power. The second most important detail is that these elemental crystals can be made with crystals of any level, including Authority 12, though we haven't tested that. So, if you took a fire elemental crystal, armed it with an explosion spell, and dropped it in the middle of a city like the Holy See, you would annihilate the entire city with one explosion. The Pope muttered, seemingly unalarmed. Still, he frowned, properly conveying just how serious he had gotten. I nodded. So you get how dangerous this technology is. Extremely easy to make, and tiny enough to be simply walked into a city full of people. The only obvious marker is its signature, and its only obvious weakness is its lifespan. These elemental crystals radiate their given power, a sign of their heightened degeneration. Not fast enough to make them evaporate in a day, but they also won't be sitting around in a warehouse for years either. Also, they don't regenerate their power like white crystals. You use it, you lose it. They are consumable, and so the bombs are one-off. That's slightly comforting. But by creating an elemental crystal, you are also losing not just a white crystal, but all the power it could have regenerated over its lifetime. Indeed, you trade off long-term drawn-out power for short-term explosive force. But if you want to cripple or annihilate your rival, the loss is merely a price, and bombs are a good way to pay it. The three were silent, Anderson smiling widely like he'd just found a new toy to play with. Eventually, the Pope asked, "What about the other designs? Weapons and vehicles, like my planes?" And yes, I've included the designs and enchantments for my signature invention, the mana engine. You're welcome. Haha, we are certainly thankful for that. And we will not let you leave unrewarded for such an amazing technology. The church takes care of its allies, and as far as I'm concerned, you are one of those. Well, you know a couple of the things I want. Just don't tell the kingdom I'm cheating on them with you. Most of these enchantments include guides that detail how the technologies are supposed to be used, which naturally involves plentiful amounts of military tactics and strategies revolving around them. I'll also be updating the data here as we develop more. I have a lot of input that I'll be integrating when I get back to the kingdom, and many more designs to draw up. You'll get it all, so long as you don't go closing down this channel. Our best enchanters will be handling this, and they would sooner sacrifice themselves than let this treasure trove stop printing gold. Good. There's a lot of powerful tech here, and normally, I'd be concerned with giving it to those who have no idea what they're handling. But the Scourge poses a slightly greater threat than the stupidity of bored soldiers, so I'm taking the risk. Ha! General Viramus started cackling, the data transfer completing. I went through the terminal a bit more and gave myself another backdoor and seed program before hiding it all behind encryptions and compressions, shutting down the device. There you go. These orbs now contain half the answer to the war. The Pope asked, which half is that? The numbers. My weapons will make numbers obsolete by multiplying the amount of damage a single soldier can do in their effective lifetime. So long as you make enough, killing millions of Scourge will be the easy part. As for the kings, the other half, for now that's still on you guys. Which we will have an easier time handling thanks to your technology. Thank you, Sir Cooper. Your help will be invaluable to our war efforts. I shook Oracle's hand, his large grip making it difficult for me to get a good squeeze. With just a little bit of force, he held my hand a moment longer and smiled. Are you sure you wouldn't like to join us? I'm sure I needn't explain the kind of support you would receive for your work. I might even offer you a peerage in time. Our eyes locked, and I started to feel some of the differences between this world's Catholicism and Earth's. The Pope wasn't an icon of purity and goodness. He was a warrior, and his greatest purpose was leading the fight against the scourge of this world. After all, just outside the building was a statue well over 1,000 meters tall, depicting Christ wielding a blade. Their priorities were obvious, not that I was opposed to them in the slightest. Sorry, sir, I can't go anywhere right now. There are a lot of people that need my protection. Abandoning the kingdom's military would leave them exposed. Cooper, we do not forsake those who cannot protect themselves. Should you join us, you would give them even greater protection than if you stayed where you were. The kingdom cannot stop us. Good to know, but I'll maintain for now. I have my plans. Very well. But don't wait too long. We have our plans too. I didn't respond to that, our conversation wrapping up before I left the room. My business was finished with them, so now my only concern was the crown. But of course I couldn't worry about that unless Amara made her decision. I knew what Luna intended to say when she showed up, but I trusted her to convey it properly. I trusted that both of them would make the right decisions. Before going back to the room, though, I had to make a stop. I left the tower and recalled a message I had received from Willow, a message that contained an answer to one of my questions. I followed the directions in the message and arrived at a nice shop called Rupert's Gems. Chapter 240, Unstoppable. December 31st, 625. After placing a relatively inexpensive custom order, I left Rupert's Gems and made my way to a fancy restaurant in the city. I hadn't intended to go here tonight, but I was invited by Luna, who had apparently dragged Amara with her. I was told to come as I were, so I went straight there. The sun had already set as I walked down the street, yet all the lights strung between buildings and floating over streets with magic were making it ambiently bright. It was Christmas Eve, the eve of the new year. There were parties on every street and outside every restaurant. Children and parents bundled up in sweaters and mittens that protected them from the light snow. It was beautiful, and I was only sad that I was incapable of getting in the Christmas spirit at the moment. "Sir, would you like a cookie?" I heard a call, felt the gaze directed at me from the side, turning my head slightly to find a small girl with a basket of fresh warm cookies covered in fabric. She held out a cookie shaped like a gingerbread man with some powdered sugar on it. It seemed like she was simply handing them out. No beckons to sell or labeled prices. Just simple generosity. I smiled. "Can I have two? I have a lady who would love one at home." "Of course, sir." She took out another and put them in my hand. I slipped 2 gold bullion in hers in exchange. She was surprised, as if she didn't realize I put them there. "Thank you. It smells delicious." "Thank you too, mister. Merry Christmas, Mama." The little girl ran back to the building with the coins clenched. I continued on my way, munching on my cookie and making myself invisible so no more generous individuals came up to give me gifts. The place I arrived at was one of the taller buildings in the city, and the restaurant portion of the building was at the top. It had a direct view of not just the Walk of Saints around the 8 peerage towers, but a view of the city outskirts and beyond. The booth I was taken to had an easy view of the walk. The statue of Christ was illuminated in the night, properly displaying its majesty with magical spotlights. I wonder if they had ever considered making laser magic. I'd have to teach Amara. The booth was given privacy by some tall dividers. Luna and Anderson were both there. Amara was sitting semi-uncomfortably at the end of the wraparound booth with a spot reserved for me. She eagerly stood when I showed up. Very little of the depression I had previously seen still in her aura. Seems like she had made her decision, and judging by Luna's broad smile, it was what I expected. I accepted Amara's hug and kiss, smiling to the others before sitting down. There was already some food served, nothing more than appetizers, but still more than enough to be a full meal for me. It was probably for the gluttonous night, and all of it was filled to the brim with vigor. Whatever animal they got these meats from had to have been raised on a farm manned by powerful magi. Luna filled the glass in front of me with wine, which I took with thanks. A sip later and it burned, but the magica within it made my body react with desire. The very act of ingesting trace magical energy rejuvenating my system. Did they make it with magic grapes? Once I set the glass down, Amara took my now free hand and squeezed it. "I'm going to get the crown." I looked at her, stamping down the desire to glance at Luna's growing smile, looking into Amara's purple eyes. "Is that what you really want?" "Yes, it is." She gave her firm answer, so I just nodded. "Then I will support you with everything I have." "And I you." We exchanged another kiss before Anderson started laughing. "Ah, young love. Remember when we were like that?" Luna rolled her eyes when Anderson nudged her. "Are we not still like that?" "Well, I've been so busy slaughtering heathens that I seem to have forgotten. You should give me a few reminders tonight of what it used to be like." Now, dear. There are children at the table." "Ah, like they haven't done anything taboo." His emphasis made Amara flush a little. She glared at him slightly, and he laughed even louder. I cheered her up with the cookie I brought for her, Anderson complaining about me not getting him one too. Soon after that, some food was brought. Seems like Amara had ordered for me, a large meat platter being set in front of me. My favorite. The table was quiet as we ate. The food was that good. The meat was perfectly cooked, juicy and flavorful. The others were engorging themselves just as I was. Through the lens of my aura, I could feel the festive atmosphere permeating the entire city. It was bright, cheery, loving, infectious, and for some reason it started to piss me off. Then I heard some sudden shouts in the background. A pistol instinctively appeared in my hand, as did Amara's foci in hers. Both of our heads snapped to hear the sudden cheers, realizing they were cheers only after we confirmed they weren't cries or screams. "Calm yourself, you two. We aren't on the battlefield." Anderson was smiling at me, the smile not as big as before. Luna also threw up a barrier to isolate the sound, everything turning muted. My gun went away almost as fast as it appeared. I knew we weren't on a battlefield, but my reflexes were still wired. We had been fighting for our lives just 4 days ago. Not that I liked excuses. Apologies. Don't apologize. Lord knows you've been through enough in the last few weeks. Luna gave her comfort. I just finished off the last of my meal and looked out the window, mostly ignoring it. I wasn't sure how to feel about everything. I just knew that I had no interest in celebrating Christmas. There was still plenty of work to do, but nobody would be working for the next day or so. I'd have to wait a bit, though it wasn't like I couldn't do anything. I had already gotten a notification on my aerial, and it wasn't a message from someone. It was a notification that my seed program had been activated. Some enchanters had accessed the terminal and then transferred the data to another device, an obvious and predictable course of action. They didn't know they were planting more seeds for me. Cybersecurity was still a new and unused concept in this world, but unlike everything else I had improved or restructured, I had no intentions of letting go of this advantage. It was something I'd check later, though, outside of the Holy See. I hadn't modified this aerial to keep things secret, so I'd have to handle things away from possible prying eyes. I wouldn't take chances with anybody. Dinner gradually ended with Amara and I separating from Luna and Anderson. They went to go do their thing while Amara and I retreated to a new room. She had apparently destroyed the other, which Luna paid for. I don't know what happened, but obviously Amara's decision was not easily made. The two of us stayed up until midnight, and when the new year arrived, Amara and I felt a sovereign go active. We saw a massive spell formation light up above the city and then launch magic fireworks into the sky. They were so bright that I had to squint, filling the entire sky for dozens of miles around with colored lights and literally turning night into day. The Holy See really went all out for their holidays. Amara and I just sat on a couch moved in front of the window, watching silently in each other's arms while covered in a large blanket. We were quiet, neither of us particularly joyful, and neither of us caring to fake it. At some point she muttered, "If only we got one of those spells while retreating." I stared, thinking about her rhetorical statement and wondering about how many different points a spell as powerful as that one could have turned the tide in our favor and saved important lives. It took me 4.668 seconds to think up 34 points at which that spell could have done something to save Nanan's life. And here it was, putting on a fucking fireworks show. I felt Amara's aura with my own, feeling her latent power and knowing the kind of transformation she would be undertaking soon. I was alone in my fight. I couldn't trust that others could stay alive as long as I could. I couldn't trust that they were as skilled as me, as evasive as me. I understood the power of those around me perfectly, and there were only 2 times during my military career that I felt I couldn't get out of a situation with my power alone. Both times had ended with people I trusted dying. But I also knew that I had only allowed myself to enter those situations because there was someone who had the power to get me out, whether by their own power or at the cost of their life. I was too smart to be ignorant or pretend to be naive. I had always taken calculated risks, and I had always kept myself around the people I needed to in order to preserve my life. There was not a single person exempt from that equation, not even Amara. I was glad that she made the decision. I was even happier that Luna had managed to convince her to make the decision herself. It was better for Amara to figure it out without my direct intervention. I was glad, because now she wouldn't be someone I could lose. She would finally be someone who could be my equal, especially since her family no longer provided the security or oversight that I once thought it could. I had risen in the world, and the advantages I could receive from others were now accordingly limited, simply because it wasn't anything I couldn't get myself. Talexia was nearly out of my picture, and once my plans started to kickstart, she'd be all but useless. I had worried that Amara would become just one of the many other people around me that did nothing more than fulfill their role. Special operators were nice, but as I'd seen, they were only well above average. My plans meant that they wouldn't be so special once my tech was implemented. But it seemed like she'd escaped that fate, the cost being the life of an incredibly important ally, and potentially her fertility. I held her a bit tighter. In the long term, it would be worth it. I would come out of all this with net gains. I might not like it now, but that's what the reality was. But I had a lot of work to do. In time, as he had said, Christmas Day came, the first of a new year. For me, it felt like the start of a very long road I had to tread. I could see how long it was, and I knew exactly what I had to do, but the hard part was still doing it. Amara and I made one last visit to Terrace to give him the green light to proceed. He told us it would take about 4 days to prepare everything, including the personnel who would be operating on Amara with him. Apparently, there would be an Authority 11 warlock in attendance, as well as a sovereign healer. That was basically a guarantee that even if things didn't go right, they wouldn't go wrong. With that plan made, Amara and I flew back to the wedded city to spend Christmas with her family and the Ravens. And once there, I finally went through the data that my seed program managed to grab and sort into a custom database I had devised, excluding my own blueprints. The database was now filled with enchantment designs up the ass. There were thousands of them, and while most of them were simply evolutions and upgrades of a fewer number of parent designs, even just counting those there were still hundreds. They had their own vehicles, though they were closer to the steeds than my own designs. They didn't have anything like the mana engine, but their geared systems were still much better than the kingdom's. Despite that, though, their efficiencies were about the same. Because the church had access to about as many white crystals as they could ever want, they didn't hesitate to load their tools with them. Efficiency be damned. Basically, they were disgustingly rich, and with my designs they'd be able to surpass the kingdom within months at the worst. But that wasn't counting all their other designs too. They had enchanted tools for all kinds of industries, from paper printing to mining. I decided to pull many of the designs for the industries that I planned on revolutionizing for Sans vertical integration and expansion. They would be good inspiration, good templates, so I didn't have to start completely from scratch. Other than that, the only other things that caught my eye were their weapons tech. I saw 36 different designs for armor and weapons, which naturally included improved reinforcement enchantments that surpassed the ones San had by 160%. That wasn't counting other supplemental enchantments for the armor that did things like augment physical abilities, albeit lightly, and only good enough for warlocks and summoners. Knights hardly needed something like that, and it seemed they had failed to make any enchantments that could give proportional improvements to them. All of it was good knowledge to have, and I'd be using most of it. What I didn't find was anything highly confidential, however. Things like the methods to purify and create white crystals was one of the first things I looked for, and absolutely nothing came up. They did a good job of controlling the important information, and it seemed like they weren't naive enough to put sensitive data within reach of an aerial network. However, I did get other details besides information relating to enchantments. I got intel, lots of intel, on all kinds of facets of the church as a whole, like military operations. My seed program spread to and infected everything that it was connected to. It would hop from one device to the next and plant more transmission programs that would allow me to simply drop in and access the data within their orbs. It was easy to create, and there was nearly no security to speak of, at least none that could pose any difficulty to my program. This world's primitive internet couldn't compare to the sheer depth of corruptive viruses and Trojan programs that Earth had developed. Sure, there may be things like passwords, but it seemed they hadn't yet conceived of true encryption yet. And so the seed program bounced from terminal to aerial to the node for the city and everything connected to it. The growth rate was exponential, but luckily, I had prepared automatic information sorters, so my database wasn't overloaded with inconsequential stuff. I must have gained access to a general's aerial because I found maps of military operations across the church's theater, and the reality was striking. They were forcing back the scourge across every northeastern coastline of the continent. They had details of travel routes that the scourge used to access the continent from the Pillars of Creation. There were millions flooding in from the north, and they were trying to cut them off. They were failing, but unlike the kingdom, they weren't falling. If the figures were accurate, then their military surpassed the kingdom's in sheer number. And if the designs were anything to go off of, then it was a rich military arm to the teeth. They were multiple times more combat effective, and they had fortifications that had been facing down the scourge in unending warfare for over a century. 100 years of constant war. It was difficult to imagine how many people had died, how many monsters had been slaughtered. They had been fighting even before the pillars had fallen, and from Aki's stories it seemed like they had been involved in the war over there too. There were maps of the areas they had been to. There seemed to be a small land mass that acted as a land bridge to travel from the northern portion of the pillars to the northern portion of our continent. From there, they dispersed across the continent to hit from multiple angles, the kingdom handling the western and median theaters, the church handling the eastern theaters. I also learned about the Paladins Order. There were few mentions of it, but that only meant it was their SWF group, what Vetsmon was a part of now. They were no doubt dotted all over the place, but they certainly did a good job of keeping their information isolated, so I didn't immediately pick up on anything. Yet what I got was more than enough. Superficially, the church was an open book for me. I just needed to go through the information personally, get a better image. Another task on an ever-growing list. It was one of the few things on my mind as Christmas passed. Still, I decided I would wait to truly start anything until after Amara's surgery had been handled. Once that was over, it would be time to begin, and San would have a few more days to prepare things for my intervention. There were many moving parts, and yet I could see them all clearly. With my new mind, it was too easy. In time, I would be unstoppable. Chapter 241, Resilience. January 5th, 626. I stood before 6 different tables, all holding trays of different materials. Some special herbs, bottles of chemicals, canisters of liquid white crystal sitting at authority 10, the bone marrow of a female lord beast, the paragon of vigor. There was also a canister filled with a mixture of liquid white crystal and the same female lord beast's ovaries. It was supposed to help with retaining the potency of Amara's reproductive system. Only one of 2 things that would hopefully prevent her from becoming sterile. The second was the invocation. Amara was to receive a body enhancement primarily focused on resilience, not strength. She wouldn't become like a knight, but her healing factor would be boosted and her body would be able to handle the strain of what her magic usually imposed. She had told Terrace about her aura and the effects of using her hypercomplex magic, and after the operation it wouldn't get much better. But with the invocation, she'd be able to bear the strain better, hopefully unlocking the full extent of what her aura should afford her. As a secondary effect, it would also protect the systems that weren't supposed to be affected by this operation. And finally, there was the King Blood corpse. It was no longer the intact corpse it once was. It had been thoroughly processed and purified. Some of it was still corrupted, because apparently part of receiving a crown was allowing the material to corrupt the body and change it before then purifying it and making it yours. It was what happened to my eyes and why they had melted within my sockets, though I didn't know that's what was going on at the time. But the scale of this operation was much larger. Amara's entire body would be undergoing changes, from her feet to her hair. It would modify her cardiovascular system, morphing her into a specimen that could manipulate mana with her very body acting as the conduit. Terrace had done this operation many times before. King Bloods of unholy light were a coveted resource by the church and every warlock within its military precisely because of how beneficial their crowns were. While one this powerful didn't show up often, it wasn't unheard of, and for them it was almost routine. The difficulty came in the form of saving Amara's fertility, as well as incorporating the invocation. It was experimental ground for them, but I trusted in their expertise, mainly because I was told invocations couldn't exactly go wrong. The worst that could happen would be the invocation simply failing to take and Amara going sterile. But we were both prepared for that outcome, because regardless, she'd be getting the crown. Now she just needed to get through the operation. I looked away from the tables of materials and toward Amara, who laid on an operation table in nothing but a thin gown. She was very obviously anxious, but unlike me, she wouldn't have to be conscious for this whole operation. Only the latter part. She reached out, and I gave her my hand so she could hold it. After that, Terrace walked over. "We are ready to begin." I glanced at him, seeing all the other personnel around the tables. There were 6 of them, the best that the church could offer. This was a big operation and a major learning opportunity for everyone involved, so they were all more than willing to be here. There was also the sovereign a few feet away, standing there quietly. I wasn't sure of her actual name. She seemed to have been raised in secrecy because I didn't see any mention of her in the database either. All I knew was that she was called Halolite. She was dressed in thick plain white robes with no adornments to speak of. Her hands were covered in gloves. She wore what looked like white combat boots based on the rugged boot I saw peek out from under the robe, and she wore a head covering with a veil that covered everything but her black eyes, her iris speckled with white. From that, and what little I saw of her skin, she seemed to have albinism. No wonder she was completely covered. She noticed my gaze and took a step, reaching out with her hand and speaking with a hoarse voice. "I am Halolite. John, thank you for being here. It is my pleasure. I try to handle all high-profile crown operations, and since this one is unprecedented, I am happy to be here and learn." I shook her gloved hand, noticing some cushion between the exterior leather and her hand, probably some form of cotton on the inside. But her grip was strong, surprisingly so. She was definitely tempered by vigor, and based on the boots and the mannerisms I could observe so far, she was active military. Probably with the order, since I hadn't seen anything about her. I directed her to Amara so the two could exchange some words. Halolite was good at reassuring, so Amara's anxiety lessened substantially. With that, I gave Terrace a nod. All right, it is time to begin. Put her to sleep. Amara's grip on my hand tightened as one of the personnel brought her a pill. Amara took a breath and opened her mouth. The pill was placed on her tongue, and it started dissolving immediately, sinking straight into her bloodstream. She quickly became drowsy, her hand loosening, until she finally passed out. Her breathing became even, and I let go of her hand, placing it on the bed by her side. And so it began. I had already been briefed on everything that would happen, as had Amara. They first hooked her up to N4 and started streaming in a small amount of authority 10 liquid white crystal. I could sense its power stream through her body, going from her arm vein to her heart before being pumped through the rest of her body. The magicka density within her body rose rapidly as they continued to inject the white crystal. I had been under heavy strain, but thankfully Amara didn't have to deal with that. She'd have to deal with a lot of pain when she woke up instead. Several minutes went by, around a quarter of the liquid white crystal supply being injected into her body before they finally brought out the first material. Some people started grinding up materials and mixing it with odd liquids. I knew alchemy was a thing, but I had learned little about it. These people were mixing up some of the materials on the spot, the new mixtures being injected into the fore and into her body. The first mixture made her skin flush, her heart pumping faster and her breathing quickening. For a second I worried about hyperventilation but stamped down my concerns and let the professionals do their thing. After that came the Lord Beast's bone marrow. A dozen large and small syringes came out, and I had to back away as Terrace and his doctors surrounded Amara's body. They removed her gown, exposing her nude body, and started injecting the bone marrow mixture into her limbs. They took several minutes to inject at least a portion of the mixture into every bone in her body, without exception. From her skull to her finger bones, every bone received at least some of the bone marrow, the needles being driven straight in with ruthless intention. They flipped her over and did the injections into her spinal column as well. It made me queasy, but I made sure to watch and visualize everything. Finally, once they had precisely injected all of the bone marrow mixture, Terrace personally moved on to utilize the ovaries. He mixed the Lord Beast's ovaries with a mixture of special herb solutions and liquid white crystal, taking the resulting viscous liquid and casting magic over her womb. The organ was highlighted with magic, and with that, Terrace used a special tool to inject the liquid through her canal. The liquid was absorbed once it hit the womb and ovaries, taking but a minute to disappear into her body. It was over quickly, and everyone finally moved on. Now it was the hard part. Terrace brought over the main material, the processed corpse of the king blood of unholy light. Half of the corpse was refined into a dark purple poisonous liquid. The other half came in the form of a special organ. The special organ was unique to the king blood. Terrace said that they had purified the king blood's dark crystal and then integrated it into the organ. Amara's foci was also integrated, broken down, and added to the white crystal as a raw enhancement. Once it was integrated with Amara's body, the still poisonous organ would process the white crystal itself, purify itself consequently, and become a part of her body. The only reason it wouldn't be rejected was because of the poisonous liquid. That was the part that would corrupt her body, changing her, allowing the crown to take hold. It was a controlled mutation, treading the line between human and corrupted. The woman who pioneered this shit was a psycho. Make the incision, Terrace called, picking up the organ. It was shaped like a heart, with long vessels coming off of it. I had been assured that it wasn't actually the king blood's heart and cardiovascular system. However, one of the doctors finally brought up a blade and made a cut below her sternum. They opened her up from there and inserted the new organ, a bit smaller than Amara's heart. Then they started making more cuts and running the vessels across her body. It looks like they had precisely extracted the organ from the king blood because it was obvious which vessels had to go where. Some went down her arms and legs, some wrapped around her heart, and some went up toward her skull. Halolite had to do some healing to close her up after some deep and dangerous cuts were made, but otherwise, everything fell into place better than I thought it would. Still, Long cuts were made everywhere, and Halolight's healing wouldn't help for what came next. Terrace finally brought up the dark solution, loading some into a syringe and placing the needle between the ribs. Then he pushed the needle straight into her heart, using magic to highlight it. The dark solution was injected straight in. The other doctors started taking full syringes of the solution and injecting it into her bone marrow as well, using the previous routes that gave her the Lord Beast bone marrow. The solution acted fast. I could feel the new organ inside her light up with magic as it interacted with the solution, acting as a guideline. It started corrupting her body quickly, traveling throughout her entire cardiovascular system within a minute or so. The vessels that came from the new organ started to sprout and spread, filling her limbs like veins and capillaries, even connecting to the arteries across her body, though it didn't transport blood. No, the new organ was responsible for injecting magic straight into her blood, using her blood as a convenient conduit for mana, turning her body into a living foci. All right, let's get the invocation installed. Terrace started moving with urgency, injecting the rest of the solution while the others started bringing over the rest of the materials. My eyes widened when I saw what would be used to implant the invocation. Elemental crystals and vigor crystals. Not like the ones Son Industries had manufactured, that we had invented, but natural ones. I knew they had to be natural because of their shape. The ones from Son Industries were always a perfect sphere, unblemished and pure. But these were shaped like organs or geodes, as if they had come out of animals or naturally mined. I connected the dots quickly. The pillars of creation didn't have white crystals like we did. They had elemental, vigor, and psychic crystals, and they didn't have crests, but invocations. I recalled the book that Aki translated for me, and suddenly realized what I had been looking at. There were many names in there that I had no idea about, primarily for materials used in the installation of an invocation. They called the crystals different things, not simply a vigor crystal or the like. That's why it didn't ring any bells when I dove deep into enchanting and advanced. Despite the translation, the vocabulary still hid its own secrets. But now I knew. I had unintentionally created a bridge between the two different magic systems. Sure enough, Terrace also took out some pure elemental and vigor crystals, ones they had obviously recently made with my knowledge. Then, he used a tool to melt down both and engrave them into Amara's skin. He carefully drew a formation into her abdomen, back, and then up to the back of her neck. It ended at the base of her skull. It was intricate, not enough to confuse me since nothing could be more complex than my advancement formations. Still, it took Terrace 3 hours to complete the invocation. Once finished, the entire thing flashed with magic, melting into her skin. For a few minutes I watched it diffuse into her body, but it still left behind visible inscriptions, just like what I had seen on Aki. These were bright red, like fresh arterial blood. Once it was finished integrating, Terrace lifted his hands and backed away. All right, the transformation is progressing as expected. The crown and invocation are installed as expected. My work is done. Now, it's up to Amara. He suddenly looked at me. We're going to wake her up. You said you can help her activate the invocation? Not directly, but I'll make sure she isn't overwhelmed by the pain. Go ahead and wake her. Very well. Terrace nodded toward one of his doctors, who brought over another pill, slipping it into Amara's mouth. I stepped behind Amara's body, placing my hands against her head as she was mercilessly brought to wakefulness. Her face contorted, groans seeping out, getting louder as the pain settled into her nervous system. She didn't speak, forced to revel in the pain until I could get a hold of her mind. Tears fell, and I was finally able to push myself into her mind. Find me, Amara. It hurts. Fuck, it hurts. I know it hurts, but you need to focus. You've got an invocation to activate. I spoke and filled her mind with illusions, firing off bursts of visualizations to make her think about the invocation and her aura. Invocations were controlled directly by one's aura. That was why I had sensed an incredible aura from Aki when I last saw her, one I hadn't sensed at all before that. Amara was definitely able to do it. The issue was the lack of experience. She had never handled an invocation before, and it would be like learning to control a new limb. But it was for the sake of having children, a thought I used in order to sharpen her up. I also used my aura to suppress hers, confining it to her body where she would best feel the invocation. John, I can't. It hurts. You can and you will. Focus on your back and stomach. It's there. I started spamming more visualizations, causing her to go mute as the thoughts distracted her from the pain, just slightly. What was also transmitted was my urgency. If she wanted kids, she needed to do this. For a few minutes, I could feel Amara's thoughts move away from the pain and toward the invocation. That's when I saw it glow above her abdomen. That's it. Don't stop now. I started reducing the visualizations so that she could focus on what only she could see and feel. The invocation glowed stronger, Terrace smiling. Good. She needs to keep that going until the transformation finishes. Come on, babe. I tried to soothe her mind with my power as she struggled to concentrate. Unfortunately, this wasn't a fast process, even after the 3 hours it took to install the invocation. The dichotomy of corruption and purification within her body continued for hours more. Terrace also injected more liquid crystal, the remainder that sat at Authority 11. Thankfully, using aura was only a matter of concentration, not energy use. I was gradually able to soothe Amara's mind directly, filling it with more reward than pain by focusing her thoughts on the healing and protection aspect of the invocation and distracting from the pain the transformation and liquid crystal caused her. Still, hours of constant horrible pain took its toll on her. By hour 3, she was getting exhausted, but I kept pushing her, even if I had to force her awake with small streams of my psyche. I wouldn't let her regret not doing everything she could. She just needed support, which was what I was here for. This process also gave a good glimpse into what the corrupted had gone through. Forced, unguided mutation designed to twist the human image and torture their mind and body. This was a glimpse at that reality. Over time, I could see her body start to take on visual changes. Her hair fell out first, and her skin went deathly pale. The new organ and its magic vessels glowed so bright that I could see them continuing to grow under her skin. Her finger and toenails all fell out, most of her skin peeling and becoming raw. Her muscles also spasmed, requiring others to pin her down lest she thrash around. With my hands on her head, I could also feel her pulse, and it surpassed 200 BPM, sitting at 250 for far longer than I was comfortable with. The worst thing that happened was when she started vomiting chunks of something, including blood. Terrace had warned me it would happen, but I still had the thought that she was actually dying. Perhaps she was. Finally, at hour 7, when every inch of skin had peeled at least one layer, and she seemed to vomit up all of her intestines, the transformation finished. Amara's invocation started doing more healing than protection, and since she was no longer being corrupted or purified, Halolite was able to step in and assist in the healing, using the remainder of the overloading magicka within her to assist. It was slow, but any remaining scars from the incisions and injections were healed and wiped away like they had never happened. She was left bald, with raw skin and no nails on her fingers or toes. And she was beautiful. I caressed her temples and finally let her rest. She passed right back out, and I stepped away. Terrace waved. Let's get her cleaned up. This operation has been a success. Chapter 242, Evil Plan. January 6th, 626. My eyes opened a few seconds before Amara started shifting. We were still in the medical ward of the Franks Tower since Terrace wanted to observe her for a day or two before letting us go. She had been out for 18 hours so far, only just now waking. I pulled myself out of the field bed I had set up in the room. No way was I sleeping in a stiff chair. Once beside Amara's bed, I grabbed her hand. She clenched it as she woke up, eyes fluttering open. I made sure it was dark in the room, because although her eyes hadn't changed visually, her vision was certainly much better than before. I didn't want her senses to be overwhelmed like mine had been back then. She found me with her eyes and stared at me for several seconds before lifting her arm and looking at it. Her skin was certainly paler than before, but ever since the transformation stopped, she regained some healthy, supple color. Still, losing a layer of skin left her looking like a delicate, sheltered girl who hadn't seen the sun in all her life. She had been reborn. How are you feeling? Amara looked back at me when I asked, taking a few seconds to formulate her words. I don't know. Her voice came out slightly different from what I was used to. It was smoother, lacking any of the harshities earned by screaming in battle, deeper but still undeniably feminine. Most importantly, the fluctuation her mere words caused reminded me of the ethereal voice of the king blood, how it spoke to our souls instead of merely our ears. It drew attention, exuded majesty, made her seem more mature if one disregarded the otherworldly nature of it. Her arms suddenly pulsed, mana snapping down from her shoulder to her fingers. I'm not sure if I feel amazing or if I'm still in pain. You're sensitive. Tom will fix that. My head is cold. Well, I hesitated with a small smile, Amara's hand moving to her scalp, gently touching the short hair that was only just starting to come in. Am I fucking bald? Sorry, babe. It fell off when you shed all your skin. It's growing back nicely, though. My skin shed off? What the fuck happened to me? A lot. But the important thing is that everything went according to plan. You even managed to protect yourself with the invocation for the duration of the transformation. You did good. I gave her hand a squeeze. She gave me a small nod, still feeling her scalp. She had only grown a few centimeters of hair, but she hadn't started growing back hair until about 8 hours ago, when I went to sleep last. She was regrowing it fast, but it still might take a week or two to get short hair. I smiled. I can shave my head so we match. Huh? But your hair is so nice. I don't mind being bald with you. I've been thinking about chopping some of it off anyway. Now's a good time. I pulled up a chair and sat next to the bed. Amara smiled at me, and then her free hand moved to hover over her stomach, brushing it gently. So, children. We can't know. I mean, it's difficult enough to have children as it is, especially as we get more powerful. I already asked Terrace if there are any tests they can do, but he said there aren't any that wouldn't risk false promises. So there really is no way to know. It'll still take 2 months for everything to completely settle in anyway, so we should just wait and see. She nodded, looking sad but otherwise holding it in. Neither of us were optimistic, but we had made peace with what we needed to. It was done. There was no turning back now. At some point, Terrace walked in to do his checkup. He cast some magic and made sure that all was right with Amara's body, that nothing was still injured or healing. Take at least today to rest and do nothing except eat and sleep. Tomorrow you can start walking around, and we can test your sensitivity and magic. We want to make sure everything works properly, including the new organ you have. It's perfectly ready to use, but try to refrain for now. I don't want you to hurt yourself. Yes, sir. Let me know if there is anything you're concerned about. Otherwise, I'll leave you two alone today. You can order whatever you want with the aerial right there. Thank you. We gave our thanks and Terrace left. After that, we had plenty of alone time, talking about idle thoughts and getting some food. Amara was starved, and if I smelled food, I knew I'd want some too. The rest of the day was spent like that. Amara couldn't do much of anything, so instead I humored her and spoke of earthly things. She had thought of more questions since I told her I was from a different world. It was mainly about my life, or the context surrounding my life. I spoke of school, from elementary to university, the various fields of education, what I studied, and where I had gotten most of my knowledge from. I spoke of the more complicated but widespread technology like the internet, social media, television, radio, satellites, telescopes, and more. Computers were still a generally foreign concept to her, but since the aerial existed, she was able to wrap her head around simpler functions. It was just that simple things to me like social media and video games were completely alien concepts. She could never truly grasp the scale and depth of what they meant without experiencing it herself. But she loved hearing about it. I was even able to tickle her eyes with some illusions, putting an image to the things I talked about. That day passed, and when the next morning came, Terrace was back to do some physical tests. Amara finally got herself walking, and for a moment, it looked like she needed to relearn how to walk. The amazing thing was that the elements followed her every movement. Her body was now as in tune with mana as she was, and that quickly led to subconscious elemental manipulation. By simply wanting to reach her goal faster, the air would come to cradle her, and when she felt the cold floor with her feet for the first time, fire mana streamed through her soles and into the floor. When she accidentally tripped, the entire atmosphere surged and picked her back up. It was like the entire world was at her command, her magic directly tied to her nervous system. She was almost a completely new being. And one thing that I only noticed after she first stood to her full height was that she had actually grown, putting her right around 6 foot. Those bone marrow injections really put in work. Amara remarked that she'd have to get a new wardrobe, but thankfully the hat still fit, so she had no excuses not to continue wearing it. I got a glare after pointing that out. It was about 6 hours of physical and magical therapy where Terrace went through a checklist to make sure Amara was working fine. The conclusion was that she was more than fine, although the sensitivity would take a little while to die down, no more than a few days. Like me, Her senses had been boosted significantly, which meant a lot of her concentration was spent trying not to get overwhelmed by it. She also didn't have the mental capacity I did, so for her it was just a matter of her brain numbing over time. When that was over and night came, I decided to finally shave my head bald. The doctors in the ward obviously had shaving knives, so I got one and even got some help. Before long, my scalp was gleaming. Amara laughed her ass off for over a minute, then sporadically for an hour as she molested my shiny bald head. With all that said and done, there was nothing else for us to do, and so we were free to go. I had already handled any other business I had with the church in advance, so there was no more reason to stay here. I sent messages to a few pertinent people and notified them that we would be leaving. Luna was one of them, and she came to visit in the medical ward. But apparently word travels fast, and the Pope showed up with Anderson as well. Amara was rightfully shocked when one of the most influential people in the entire world showed up at the door. She was dressed in some of my clothes, which meant they were baggy, and she felt self-conscious. Still, the Pope shook her hand after a few greetings. "Congratulations, Miss Teleria. It may be difficult at first, but this crown will afford you vast power. I hope you will exercise it to its fullest against the scourge of this world." "Yes, sir, I will. Alongside John I will bring forth my greatest potential." "So you will." The Pope smiled at her and turned to me. "Great men demand great women, but by consequence they too make great sacrifices. Treat her well, John Cooper, and place her within your right mind. She is one who will bear you in ways no other person will, so forever spare her from your pride." "Thus is my intention," I answered him plainly, not enjoying his scrutinizing gaze. It wasn't malicious, but it felt like he was seeing things I didn't want him to see, and I didn't need someone reiterating something I had already decided for myself. The Pope nodded, and our conversation came to a close. After he and Luna left with Anderson, who remained quietly smiling in the corner of the room the whole time, Willow and Ignatius came by. We held a small conversation with them before deciding it was about time to go. I gathered all of Amara's things, and we took my helicopter back to the city of Joffrin, taking several hours to do so. By now everyone had left the wedded city, and I heard that the military was starting to get tabs on the survivors from the treehouse. When we landed in Telexia's backyard, she naturally wanted to see us. Faye also came running out, and both of them froze in their tracks when they saw us. Telexia narrowed her eyes. "Why are you two bald? It's the new trend these days." "You haven't heard?" "Apparently not." "Yeah, everyone under 30 years old is supposed to shave their heads." "Hey Faye, let's bring you into the fold." I waved at the teenage girl, who quickly shook her head. "No, I'm okay. Come on, it'll be quick and mostly painless." "No, get over here." "Ah." She squealed when I dove over and threw her over my shoulder, running into the house as she called out for her mother. Telexia ignored us, her and Amara following behind, but ultimately heading somewhere else to talk. I body slammed Faye onto a large couch. It was about 3 years after I'd first met her, and now she was 17, into her first year at the magisterium. As expected, she was a knight, but with the temperings I'd gone through, I was actually stronger despite her being authority 3. Not to mention that when she finally started wrestling back against me, I was able to engage my knowledge and expertly handle her into a lock. She ended up in a triangle choke, completely at my mercy, the two of us face to face. She struggled a bit, even used vigor to try and brute force her way out, but it didn't matter. She eventually gave up, and I smiled. "So how are you?" "Choking." "Heh. Before you pass out, tell me what you think of this." I took out a small box, opening it and revealing a ring. Faye's eyes widened. The ring was made of the purest gold that Rupert's gems could get their hands on and studded with enchanted diamonds that made them swirl with colorful mana. It wasn't reinforced or inlaid with powerful crystals because it was supposed to be a symbol. I had forsaken the expensive things to get something relatively simple. It didn't even have magical functions besides the aesthetic enchantment. "I'm going to marry your sister, and wanted to make sure I got your approval first." I undid the lock, Faye laying against me as I let her scan the ring. "Do you feel all right with that?" "To be honest, I half expected you two to come back already wed. Mom was talking about you guys basically getting married with your trip. That's probably because your mother considers the gift I gave Amara to be a dower. Many millions of coin were spent and favors were exchanged, but what I gave your sister isn't something that can be bought. No matter what though, I want to make sure that you're okay with this. I want your blessing as well as your parents." Well, I'm obviously not going to say no. I don't know that. That's why I'm asking. Because believe it or not, it's important to me that my sister-in-law doesn't hate my guts. I went and tickled her half teasingly, making her jerk around and laugh. I obviously knew her answer, but what mattered to her was posing the question at all. If Amara was any indication, these girls had never considered that their opinion mattered regarding relationships, even if they wanted it to. It meant something that I was coming to her for approval. After talking a bit longer about that, the two of us talked about her time at the magisterium. It seemed like she was doing well there, although I loathed the idea of her being a student under Carrion. I had been there only a few years ago, even though it now felt like a lifetime ago. I internally decided that I'd just need to make sure I kept an eye on her, especially once they started going on expeditions and visiting bases. God forbid she goes through anything similar to what Amara and I did. The way things were going, she wouldn't even get the chance to run. I messed around with her a bit more before deciding that Amara and her mother were taking too long, so Faye and I decided to leave the house. It was a bit after noon, so I decided a lunch date was in order, the two of us heading to a nice restaurant and getting some chow. It was only after we had eaten and wandered the city a bit that I finally got scolding messages from Telexia and had to go home. Once there, Telexia called me to her study where she and Amara were. I had Faye go off and do her own thing while I went. Inside the study, Telexia held some papers behind her desk, and I sat beside Amara. Gun showed up, gave everyone leave. They all went back to their families for a time as the military regroups. The numbers also came out for survivors. Many different groups were found, but in total we've recovered 8,000 survivors. Most of them are higher combatants, the ones who could actually run. Telexia handed me one of the papers, and I absorbed all the information with a glimpse. As expected, the defeat was almost absolute. Everyone had retreated not long after the generals ran away, and naturally those who could escape were those with the power to run. Even then, it was pure luck that they could make it out. 4% survival rate. Fucking atrocious. So, were you given any plans for mustering another stronghold? Not yet, but some say that they want to construct another base just outside the river, to the west before the mountain range that led to Stronghold Charlie. No plans have been made though. Since the Scourge isn't pushing farther, they're waiting. Well, it gives me time to do my thing. I was going to ask, but what plans did you have in mind? I set the paper down and leaned back. I plan on creating a new army. I want to build it from the ground up, induct soldiers and train them my way to fight a different kind of war. But to do that I need metal, and to that end I'll be working with San. 2 months should be enough to build my foundation, but your help would be appreciated. What kind of help? I'll need soldiers, lots of them. I also want to be placed at whatever new base gets founded. Polly and Jasmine need to come with me, and I'll be speaking with Guns about acquiring operators from him. That man is difficult to negotiate with. He won't just give you the best soldiers in the kingdom. He will after he sees what I have in store. But again, I need to build it first. That's why I'll be bouncing around for a while. I'd like Amara with me as I do that. She needs time to acclimate to her crown, and I have things to teach her. Telexia nodded, glancing at Amara. Guns only gave them 2 weeks before he wants them to report to Stronghold Beta. Don't care. They'll bend for me, or I'll leave them to hang. I have a feeling they know exactly how valuable I am now, so if they have any wrinkles on their brain, then they'll shut their holes. If they don't, then just tell them to come find me. See if they can. Telexia hummed, not denying my words. Silence reigned for a few moments. Telexia sifting through papers idly until I chimed. What's your plan? I'm just worrying about keeping you two safe. It feels like things are out of my hands. Then put your hands back in. Speaking so simply hardly eases the difficulty. Well, there's going to be an opportunity. Let's just say, you're still a powerful warlock and I'd love to have a marshal among the forces around me, one I can trust. That way I can support you too. Of course, you'd be back in the field, but I think it would be a good change of pace. We'll see. Get your affairs in order first. If you need any help, you know where to find me. Sure. I stood from my seat, the two ladies mirroring me. I gave Telexia a hug. I'll be leaving tonight for the capital so I can grab San. After that, I'm going to disappear for a while. There are rumors of the king holding an assembly soon. High military officials and nobles will be in attendance to discuss our next courses of action. It wouldn't be for another few months or so, but you should make sure to keep an eye out for letters. If you or San aren't invited, then I'll bring you under my name. Either way, You should attend. Sure. We separated with those words. The rest of the day passed leisurely. Amara got teased for her bald head by Faye. Ikor was off on business apparently, and after the night ended with dinner, Amara and I decided to fly ourselves to the capital. We didn't land at my house though. That was too easy of a spot for the third claw to get to me. Instead, I landed on top of the Black Spider Hotel, which was now fitted with a large platform holding 8 helipads and a lobby. I took one of the open pads and walked into the rooftop lobby with Amara, who wore her witch hat. The keymaster was behind a desk there and smiling happily. Good evening, John. Good evening, Madame Teleria. It is good to see you two back. It's good to be back, keymaster. Is my room still collecting dust? It is tidier than you left it. Would you like me to prepare any room service? No, thank you. We'd like a quiet night until we leave in the morning. Understood. Now, how would you like me to deal with the unsavory individuals watching you fly in? I glanced to the side. I had also seen the unique or disrupting cloaks of the third claw on my way in, but there was no way they could definitively tell it was me. I waved. Fuck those guys. They aren't worth your trouble, and they can do nothing to me anymore. The second they exposed themselves to my knowledge is the second that they lost any advantages they had against me. The keymaster smiled wide, almost maliciously. Indeed. You are an exceptional man, John Cooper. Please, enjoy your stay at the Black Spider Hotel. I will. You enjoy your night, keymaster. Amara bowed after we exchanged goodbyes, the two of us stepping away and going to my room. Once there, I threw off my coat and settled onto the familiar couch in front of the window wall. Amara sat beside me as I sighed. Who's the third claw? They are the kingdom's counter-espionage group, a secret department of soldiers working directly for the royal family. When I arrived back in the capital after visiting you at Stronghold Beta, the third claw captured and interrogated me thinking I had fed the church my designs for planes. They got nothing out of me after a bit of torture, and they dumped me back on the street after leaving behind some threats. They forced me to dissociate with the black markets and promise never to enter them again, the hotel included. Then I had to pay taxes. They dared. I know. To think I had to pay taxes. No, that's not what I chuckled a bit, Amara letting out an exasperated grunt. You know what I mean. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? It wasn't pertinent at the time, and both of us had enough to worry about. But I'm telling you now, because there's something else I need to inform you of. What's that? While we were at the church getting the crown situation sorted, I handed the Pope my designs. And I mean just about all of them. The elemental crystals, the mana engine, the planes, everything. She gawked at me, staring in disbelief as I smiled. Why would you do that? The kingdom will brand you a traitor. If they find out, yes, they will. But at this point I could care less. The church having my designs will massively boost their combat power. Amara, they have an entire war front that nobody knows about, and they're doing more damage to the Scourge than the kingdom is. I gave the designs to them so humanity has a better fighting chance, but I also got promises that they won't expose them to the kingdom either. For now I'm safe, but even if they discover it, they have no power over me. I could just leave for the church at any time. Nobody can pin me down. We could leave. She reiterated, my smile widening. We would leave for the church. You don't get to leave me behind. Indeed. That was poor wording on my part. I pulled her closer. If I become a traitor, then you'll have to be a traitor with me. You're my accomplice now since I've told you my evil plan. Oh, you're the villain now? I can't believe I'm dating a bad guy. Good thing you're rich. You mean you didn't like me for my smoldering good looks? The only thing smoldering are those cigars of yours. Ah, I see. Baldy. Shut up. Not fair. Ah, don't turn your head. The moonlight bouncing off of it blinds me. I'll just blind you with my fingers then. Ah. She tackled me, and we started to wrestle, so I threw in some tickles to keep her on her toes. We did that until we both got tired. By that time it was really late, and both of us were tangled together, things having gotten a little warm. I didn't push further though. I had a feeling that Amara was still sensitive about things, so I decided to give it a while before I took any opportunities to get dirty. So we ended our night, my head still filled with the list of things I needed to do tomorrow. Things were about to get busy. Chapter 243, Revolution. January 9th, 626. Amara and I landed in Wonderland. San was already there to meet us, and we got right down to business. He was ready to cooperate fully with my redesign of company operations. It would cost him a massive amount of money, but in the long run it would make him one of the most powerful people in the world. He would be the leader of what could be considered the upcoming industrial economy as a whole, and the fate of humanity's military would be in his hands. Of course, not entirely. I was here, and nothing was out of my hands if I didn't want it to be. The first thing I had him do was cease manufacturing nearly across the board. It was all hands on deck for this change, and not a single sector of the company was going to remain untouched. After that, I went to the lab and started modifying and adding designs on the spot. I had spent many hours thinking about them, and I already knew what I was going to put down to the rune. So using orbs, I quickly put out all of the designs that would revolutionize production as a whole. Assembly lines and automation for the manufacturing plants. Tools and massive excavation machines for mining. Entire building designs for advanced forges and material processing plants. Safety equipment for workers. Oversight equipment and programs for managers. Singular units of these tools and structures would match or increase output across the board. The mining tools would increase input from hundreds of tons of ore a year to millions of tons a year if scaled correctly. The processing plants would consume all the input and spit out metals and materials at a rate these people couldn't conceive of and with efficiencies they didn't yet understand. The assembly lines would increase vehicle production from 1 or 2 a day to dozens a day. Planes, tanks and vehicles, ordnance, and weapons would flood from our plants and fill entire armies with their bulk. The goal was to produce them faster than the scourge could kill them. Magic would make this all too easy. Under normal circumstances, I would be delusional to think that I could restructure a company from top to bottom, revamp entire industries, and have their workers adapt fast enough to produce at the scale I wanted. On Earth, it would take decades to do something like that. Here, it was just a matter of making the magic. Everything was so low maintenance that you only had to teach people how to use the tools rather than how to maintain them. There were no engines to fail, no engineering to tamper with. Magic reinforcement meant that even wear and tear was just about null. Warlocks could move tons of earth by themselves in a mine, and getting tools to do it with similar magic would simply multiply their output. The miners needed buckets and diggers, the forges needed more buckets and heat, and the fabrication plants needed precision tools to move away from handcrafting and toward mass production. I already knew about all the steps a civilization would have to take in order to reach that level. With magic, I could skip most of it and jump straight into the good stuff. Welding? Magic had that covered. Shaping hot metals? Go grab an earth warlock. Moving 10,000 pounds of cold steel to a truck for hauling? Ricky over there was an authority 6-night. Give him a few minutes. 2. Fucking. Easy. It was so easy that it was criminal that this world hadn't already reached this point. I knew that normal development was a thing, but I saw no reason why the kingdom couldn't have scaled itself to the modern era yet. Earth's humanity had moved from wood and paper aircraft to landing on the moon in 66 years. People in this world could live for hundreds of years, and they were just barely inventing primitive radios. Maybe I had just come at the perfect time, but these people should be exploring the stars by now. In fact, I saw no reason that in my lifetime here, I wouldn't be able to go to their moon myself. One thing at a time. I put down the full designs for everything in my vision, using a tank as an example. I knew about everything that went into the production of a full tank from start to finish, so I detailed those processes and then created new tools to make those processes better. For me, it was straightforward. Most of the tools were super simple, just bigger or better versions of what they already had, especially in the case of mining. But things like the assembly line weren't so. Building them and getting them started would be the difficult part. After the initial learning curve, we'd be flying high. During my first day at Wonderland, I got every design and enchantment down, as well as every guide and manual I could think of in regard to these tools and their creation and usage. With orbs, it was easy for me to write entire books in minutes and lay down enchantments in seconds. After the first day, with everything on the table and the plan in my head, San and I went to work. All production on normal items, including aircraft, aerials, and all other enchanted items came to a screeching halt, and all efforts were redirected. San had already bought a mining company that owned a few mines, among them an iron mine, so we first had our productive capacity dedicated to building the mining equipment from my designs. San also acquired a material processing company, so we went and laid the groundwork for a total restructuring of one of their buildings, turning it into a steel plant. It would take some time to tear everything down and rebuild it back up, but we had nothing if not money to get it done. Finally, we started the process of restructuring all of our own manufacturing warehouses and facilities within Son Industries. Son had already started following my instructions when I handed them to him upon my return, so they were ready to get revamped. They were the places where we'd be laying down assembly lines, and I had an assembly line designed for almost every single product Son Industries produced. One for small enchanted items like aerials and mana engines, one for vehicles like tanks and cars, one for planes, and even facilities for things that took hands like elemental crystals. It was only unfortunate that we couldn't secure our own supply of white crystals. Many days passed. The process of just laying the groundwork for each level of industry took a full week. Son was often working in the Spire getting his facilities there restructured, and I was working in places like our massive warehouses outside the capital, the mines, and Wonderland. Amara was with me the whole time, following around, most often quietly, and just watching or helping if she could. More importantly, she was learning about the business. I wanted to get her into enchanting, and this was the first step toward that. After the first week, people started getting organized, and the project, which seemed like it wasn't moving at all, started showing notable progress. Facilities were getting built, machines were fielded, and on-the-fly training was starting. The bigger assembly plants, where everything had been torn down, started getting built back up. The second week was spent doing just that, with me almost constantly flying around while on my aerial, constantly answering questions, constantly correcting mistakes, constantly pushing progress. Thankfully, Son had trained his summoners and warlocks well. They may not be familiar with the technology, but they knew how to follow directions and build things according to specifications. They didn't have to understand why a machine was built the way it was. They just had to build it correctly. Because of that, I wasn't spending my time correcting manufacturing defects and was spending most of it simply teaching people how it would be used. That was what filled my third and fourth weeks. I taught the miners how to use their new tools, which basically consisted of telling them how to scoop and dig with bigger buckets and bigger pickaxes. One thing I didn't need to teach was how to carry out explosive mining, which they already knew how to do. With magic, creating explosions to blast away a bunch of rock was simplicity itself and already ingrained in every warlock. They did that shit for fun. The material processing facilities were the most difficult. After getting barebones logistics sorted, I had to teach them how to operate machines built into entire buildings. Things like operating massive crucibles, making sure you didn't pour molten iron all over your friends, how to handle and shape tons and tons of red-hot steel with huge machines built for that very purpose. Thankfully, it wasn't too dangerous for them. With my built-in safety measures and the inherent resilience of knights and defensive spells of warlocks, I didn't have to worry too much about mistakes, especially since they were only handling base materials, not yet reinforced or enchanted. Sure, a knight could still get crushed under the weight of 60,000 pounds of iron, but if powerful enough, they could actually survive falling into a crucible full of molten metal so long as it wasn't enhanced by magic. Stupid knights. I just had to make sure that they were processing materials at all. To do that, they had to be taught things, and thankfully summoners learned quickly. I could teach them all at once and then just delegate the management positions to them. They would make sure everything ran how it should. The last thing was the assembly lines, and that was more straightforward than material processing. It was simply following the steps. Metals would be shaped into the plates and pieces the assemblers needed to put together, and then one by one each person would handle a single repetitive job. It was almost brainless, and it was what made it such a good system. One person didn't have to know the entire design by heart. One person only needed to know the part they were responsible for. One warlock would handle the singular job of welding two certain pieces together perpetually. They would only receive those two pieces, would only weld those two pieces together, would only hand off that final product. They would do it hundreds of times in a day. It would be mind-numbing, but it would be easy. You could still fuck it up, but the chances of that happening were far lower than in any other system, and it was easy to spot and correct. Getting it set up was the hard part, but even that wasn't difficult with the power of eager summoners desperate for good pay. Son Industries was renowned, a prestigious company that invented and manufactured flight. Everyone wanted to work there because the company was rich and famous. They paid and treated their workers well, and now they were restructuring. There were thousands of new hires, but all of them were motivated to perform their best and make bank. And when I showed up personally to make sure things got done right, John Cooper was famous and only second to Son himself in company authority. He was a genius summoner, a powerful summoner who survived fighting on the front lines. Nobody would dare disappoint him. Nobody would dare do things any way but his. Being famous had its perks. Like that, the first month of revolution passed. The machines were built. The workers were roughly taught. The buildings were expanded and filled. Not everything had been built, but that was what the second month was for. Moving into it, all the problems that cropped up due to operation were stamped out. Again, it was nonstop movement for me, going from one place to another, trying to sort out all the problems that demanded my attention. Thankfully, it was always solved about instantly. I knew everything in and out, and the power of my mind made me obscenely efficient. When a problem was posed, I could think of everything that could cause it, and then rapidly narrow it down when I either received more information about it or looked at it myself. I could handle 24 things at once with this mind. I couldn't conceive of doing what I did before advancing to Authority 7, but here I was doing it. I was unstoppable. I provided all the answers. No amount of kinks in the operation could put a stop to my progress. Everything was in my hands. After the new gears in my industry were put into place, I started to worry more about logistics. Not everything could be flown everywhere, so I slated roads to be built that our own cars and trucks would use to transport materials and products from one place to another. Testing grounds for newly built vehicles and tools were set aside, and distribution centers were placed in a few key cities. Our products would be coveted everywhere, so we made sure they could reach every corner of the kingdom. 2 weeks passed into the second month, and it seemed like everything was coming together just as I envisioned. With the facilities built, they could start pumping out materials and products, and through that, they would sort themselves out. If there were any problems, running the production line would expose them, and if it couldn't be solved by the managers, I was there with the answer. After all, I was too smart to create defects in my designs. I made things as idiot-proof as I could and gave them wide tolerances. There was always bound to be a problem, but my genius is what allowed me to carry out this revolution in the first place. During that 6th week of revolution, though, I finally got the expected letter. I was personally invited to the King's Assembly, an assembly to determine the course of action for the future of the military and the fight against the scourge. All high and mid-level nobles were invited, as well as almost every general, marshal, and sovereign. I was invited not as a noble or soldier, but as a renowned enchanter of military application. The assembly would take place at the Royal Palace on March 1st, giving me 2 weeks to prepare. I thought about how I would approach this meeting. Part of me wanted to stay out of trouble and let things continue the way they were. The other part wanted to flip everything upside down and shatter the status quo. I decided that the compromise would be getting what I wanted. I wanted a medal army, and I had a feeling that this would be the perfect time to set that up. There would be plenty of people there with the pull I needed to get what I wanted. I just needed enticement, which I possessed in explosive amounts. Since Son had also received the letter, I had him begin planning for the event. We decided to treat it as another showcase, because what better place to advertise our new weapons than a room full of generals talking about war? Of course, we needed to make sure to have some for demonstration, but we were already beginning to churn out operational tanks and armored vehicles for testing. We could easily set some aside and drive them into the capital. It would be a fun little excursion. I'd especially like to see the Third Claw try something this time. If they decided to try and kidnap me again, I'd have to conduct an experiment to see how well the human body fared against a 120mm high-explosive shell. Chapter 244, Pompous. February 27th, 626. I tuned out Amara's soft snores, staring at the screen in front of me containing lines of code. I hadn't been much of a programmer on Earth, though I had dabbled in it, learned a language or two. Unfortunately, only the backbone knowledge of that subject was applicable for me here. Son was a genius. Before the aerial, when an enchanter put down an enchantment, the enchantment instructions were fixed and permanent. They never went beyond what the enchantment did, like building a purpose-driven machine. It had clear limits and did nothing beyond what it was intended to do. But Son created both hardware that could change and the software to take advantage of it. Being able to program demanded that data storage could change itself, reading and writing and running code. So, Son had to make an enchantment that could not just store data like an orb, but change itself. More than that, it had to be able to change itself without demanding a full re-enchantment from a warlock. It had to be an enchantment that could enchant its own enchantment. This was the most important concept behind San's aerial system. He had made the first magical computer and all the systems within it, almost entirely from scratch. He was a genius, and I appreciated that. What I did not appreciate was having to revamp a poorly written assembly language in order to work with San's tech. The aerials worked on their own specially designed ecosystem and operating system, with their own language to boot. The language was primarily derived from the enchanting language, which was understandable, but it didn't have to be. It seems like San realized that fact halfway through and made a language that was a mix between raw enchanting and his own invented assembly. It was ridiculous that he managed to make anything work, and so I set off to make a new language that could replace his, one that was far easier to work with. The great thing about it all was the fact that the most raw language that the aerials spoke wasn't ones and zeros. It was the esoteric language of mana and psyche, and technically, all I had to do was translate it into something a bit more comprehensible. San had already done half the work, so I did the other half and made it all cohesive. As for determining the processing power of an aerial or anything like that, I was stumped. For now, I didn't care, and it seemed like the aerial could process anything I threw at it instantly. I had yet to reach its limits, mainly because I hadn't yet programmed anything that could possibly force it to struggle. Either way, I had developed my own programming language, gave the documentation to San, and started implementing a certain level of programming with all the things we were making. In order to make any system inside of a tank, plane, vehicle, or weapon automated in any form, it needed to have some level of programming, which I was perfectly fine with implementing. Because of the gearing systems I designed, I made it so that tanks could operate in both autoloader mode and manual mode. Knights could throw in shells easily, and if they weren't there, then the tank driver could have the autoloader do the lifting, just slower than a knight could. Unfortunately, I didn't have access to spatial enchantments that could modify spatial storages and codify extraction. If I did, I could make it so that a spatial device would automatically deposit a new shell into the chamber when one was fired. With enough engineering, it would allow a tank to fire multiple times a second instead of after multiple seconds. I had to manage expectations for now. Anything programmed for vehicles was inserted after the construction process was finished. Since I had hand-designed the code, all the builders needed to do was copy the applicable code onto whatever device was needed and insert it. I didn't have to worry about teaching the programming language, although there were summoners in Wonderland handling that task. Fortunately, everything that I made simply worked. I was too smart to make mistakes, especially with my attention to detail. Preparations for the King's Assembly were underway and coming along swimmingly. We had our largest tank design fully operational, which was the one we were going to showcase. We also had all of our armored vehicles ready, including superior steeds, proper APCs, armored cars, and regular cars. We also had new plane designs out, though those weren't as much of a priority and wouldn't be showcased. We did have artillery out, though, as well as missile systems for aircraft and improved turrets. Not everything would be on display, but San and I were ready for shock and awe. On this particular day, I just had to shape up a few more programs before pushing them for use. Ones for sensor systems that we wanted to install on planes. Of course, I had been working all night in my office. My sleep schedule had recently come down to whenever I could, so it was morning, and I'd be going to sleep after this was finished. Amara should be waking up later. She had been doing nothing but practicing magic when I wasn't occasionally teaching her about enchanting or running around with her in tow. But as I put down words, I suddenly sensed some new auras come into the outer office. I ignored it and continued, but then they got close to my door, and I sensed Boris move to block them. The emotions got agitated. There were two people, and I wondered who was ballsy enough to come demanding things in my own fucking office. I pat Amara's head, and she instantly woke up. What happened? Someone's here. You can go back to sleep. No, it's fine. She sighed and got up, rubbing her eyes as I stood to open the door. As soon as it cracked, I heard conversing. Thankfully, no arguments. One of the people was talking in an overly formal dialect. For months. If he's here, we implore you to allow us a word. Sir. Boris ignored the man and turned when I opened the door. I looked at the newcomers, my patience thinned since I was tired. I turned to the obvious man in charge, dressed in a fine suit and obviously rich. Even the butler looked rich, distinguished. Who the fuck are you? Sir Cooper. The man stuck out his gloved hand, smiling widely. You can call me Vatsy. I've been fighting to meet you for some time. You seem to be a very busy man. Figure that out all by yourself? I didn't even glance at his hand, instead frowning at his accent, making a guess. It was masked by this world's language, but it was still distinct. What do you want? I have a proposition. He retrieved his hand and continued smiling. I was hoping we could discuss a form of partnership. What form? More political than financial, since I'm sure you have all the money you could dream of in this world. It may only make you a king over primitives, but that's better than being poor on earth, is it not? I stared at him for a moment before sighing and waving. Come in. We walked back into my office, Amara nudging me with her aura and speaking telepathically. Another person from your home? From my planet, yes. Is that a good thing? Let's just say it guarantees nothing. I sat down in my chair, Amara sitting beside me in her own, leaving Vatsy and his butler to stand. Boris closed the door behind us, waiting outside. I sighed again. So what do you want? The Crown intends to impose regulation on your aircraft, planes and helicopters both, as well as airfields and their management. They want control, and I happen to know people in their primitive instance of a parliament. I can make sure that the regulations don't come down too hard. After all, I wouldn't want you to be hindered in your attempt to move this blasted planet forward a few centuries. I quite loathe having to take a wagon everywhere there isn't a teleporter. Here's my problem with that, Brit. He frowned at my remark while I forced down my drowsiness with my psyche. I'm actually quite fine with the Crown imposing restrictions. All it does is hurt them, nothing more than shooting themselves in the foot. But it would cost you millions of coin, completely eliminating a whole section of your business. And yet I don't care. My face remained placid. The kingdom was being idiotic. No surprises there. But now, I didn't have much of an issue with that. If they wanted to disadvantage themselves, then I would let them, because now, I at least knew that no matter what they did, humanity as a whole would be perfectly fine. I had sent my newest designs produced during my little revolution to the church. They had everything, and just as I would arm my own army, so too would they arm theirs. Except they would gear up on a much larger scale than I could, with more power behind their industry, and without the stupidity to boot. It could be said that by allowing the kingdom to degrade their own power, I was preparing for the future. Besides, even if they imposed regulation on the aircraft, the tanks and armor that I was already rolling out would remain unaffected. We had already made plenty of planes, so those wouldn't be lacking. And as for the bombs, those were produced in Wonderland, securely stockpiled, and only distributed to specific clients according to their needs. The kingdom was only one of those clients, and once I had my army, I wouldn't need to go through them to get my hands on ordnance. I was the source. I was the creator and producer. The kingdom might have the recipe for themselves, but we had the industry. They could produce as much as they wanted for themselves. It wouldn't stop us from producing dozens of times more. Not to mention, San was so filthy rich that we could buy all the crystals we wanted from the church, completely bypassing the kingdom if we wanted to. I had already set up distribution points in the Holy See and within Wonderland, one of the things I had asked the Pope for. The kingdom couldn't stop us because they knew absolutely nothing about our supply line, nor anything else going on in Wonderland. I had hard control over everything I needed to be concerned about. I had a supply of crystals, and we had bought and developed our own chain of material acquisition and processing. I owned the entire industry top to bottom, and I'd never make the mistake of allowing the kingdom to steal something from me, nor allowing them the opportunity to threaten me again. Their greatest mistake was allowing me to ever leave that room. I sighed and zoned back in on Vatsy. So? Anything else? Is there a reason you believe yourself to be so immune to their machinations? Do you not realize how deep the kingdom hides its secrets? If you're talking to me about the dark corners of the kingdom, then you're even more naive about what's going on than I thought. If that was your only proposal, then you can see yourself out. I don't need political help. Hang on. He put up his hand right as Boris opened the door. Seeing as the conversation wasn't done, Boris shut it once more. I know you understand that, like you. I'm from Earth as well, John Cooper. Yeah? And does that hold no weight with you? We must cooperate. There are few of us, and this world is out to kill us. If we don't pool our resources and powers, we'll fade away, and our superiority will die with us. See, now I have a problem with you. I took out a cigar, lighting it while staring at Vatsy. I spoke after taking a few puffs, handing it to Amara so she could do the same. How long have you been here, Vatsy? I came to this world around 8 years ago. 8 years. Around 4 years before I arrived. And yet, What do you have to show for it? Money? An auction house? I sense nothing greater than authority 9 power from you, and yet you dare call yourself superior. My talent is far from being spent. You could not possibly expect me to reach authority 10 or break the Great Barrier in such a small amount of time. I'm already considered a genius as it is. And yet there are plenty of natives in this world who have outperformed you. You derive superiority from a bit of money and some shack in a black market? I consider what you've done as downright pathetic, especially since you've had double the time on this planet as I have. I stood, walking up to him and sticking my finger against his chest, several inches below mine. I have more money than you. I've built planes using this world's magic. I'm about to roll out new machines of war. I've been on the front lines, and I've killed more monsters than you can count. I've revolutionized this world, and I'm just getting started. Yet the only reason I know who you are is because I've been to a couple of your parties. I'm a fucking legend, and you're just some obscure figure in a black market playing the pompous Englishman. You've done fuck all. I jabbed my finger against him with every enunciation, feeling my anger rise. So don't come here expecting to ride my coattails just because we come from the same rock. And don't you dare ever call yourself superior to anything but a steaming pile of dog shit again. You're a coward with misplaced priorities, focusing on playing politics and hoarding money instead of using your talent to solve the real problem. I could have come to this world full of Earth's technology and springboard from there, but instead I find it a rotting swamp. Now I'm left to fix it myself, all because a sorry excuse of a man, a fucking Brit, couldn't muster the balls to be anything more than a fucking waste of oxygen. I felt a pistol appear in my hand, so I pressed it against his head, feeling the fear in his aura despite his face remaining frozen. Unless you have something valuable to bring to this world, don't ever show your face to me again. Otherwise, I might just kill you and wield your assets myself. Perhaps then your life would be of some value. I continued looking into his shaking eyes a bit longer before sensing his butler get angry. I glanced at the older man before pulling away my gun and turning to walk back to my chair. Take your dog and leave. I have nothing more to say to you. He stood there for a few more seconds before leaving silently. Boris peeked inside the open door before closing it once more, leaving Amara and I alone. Amara watched John walk over to his chair and stand beside it. He seemed calm, even though he sounded angry when talking with Vatsy. She hadn't expected him to treat the man like that, but she could understand. Still, she felt something when he got close. He set his hand gently on the back of his chair. The movement was smooth. There was no hidden thought behind it, no hesitation, no emotion. He simply set his hand down. Perhaps that's why she felt something off about it. The lack of emotion, the lack of anger, frustration, sadness, happiness, despair. All the common emotions that she could see in everyone else, that everyone had at least a little of. There was none of it. Maybe that's why she felt scared, why she had to stop herself from flinching when he grabbed the chair and slammed it across his desk full of screens and esoteric devices. Fuck, he screamed, his rage overflowing all at once, previously perfectly withdrawn as if he truly were perfectly fine. He was so good at hiding it. Fuck this goddamned rock. Fuck these worthless fucking idiots. Can't do anything better than serve as scourge fodder. Her eyes flickered as he threw the chair against the wall. It was a steel chair with reinforcement enchantments, and yet he left finger impressions in it. Her eyes snapped toward him, her heart pounding and circulating mana. She knew she wouldn't have to fight her boyfriend, and yet her body was telling her otherwise. She had to force down the effects of her adrenaline, force herself to calm down. She felt a bit of sweat bead on her forehead. She had seen what this man was capable of. She was confident that she had nothing to worry about. But volatility was scary, especially when you couldn't see it coming. She opened her mouth and almost choked, forcing herself to take a breath and prepare her words, lest she show her fear. John. Sorry. He simmered down almost instantly, but something about that pissed her off. She frowned. Was that really necessary? He came to help. He came to leech. It was a transaction, like many others. You could use political help, and you know that. I don't need it. As I said, they'll only be hurting themselves. Unless they institute restrictions that you'll inevitably break, then you'll only give them the excuses that they need to bring down the hammer. I know how this works, John. Probably more than you. She walked up to him, enough adrenaline pumping through her system to make her think she was about to face an authority 10. She reached out and grabbed his chin, moving his head so he was looking straight at her. You're burning bridges before they can even form. I know you're mad at their incompetence, but kicking them to the side when they try to help is how you make enemies. And we've got enough as it is. If Fatsy has any brain, he'll help me anyway. If he doesn't, then he'll only confirm that he's too stupid for me to even consider him as an ally. And if he stands against me out of spite, then I'll kill him and take him for what he's worth. And how much damage would be done in the process? By that time, you'd probably be forced to retreat to the church lest the kingdom hunt you as a traitor. You know what the correct answer here is. You're just too pissed to be diplomatic. No fucking shit, Amara. She forced herself not to recoil at another surge in rage, not to react to the deep-seated madness that peeked out from within his aura. It was something she had never seen in him before, something she had only glimpsed in the psychos of the black markets, something that royals on the battlefield were filled with. His voice fell low. Finally, she could see his depths. It was ugly. It was hateful. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and fucking tired of sheer fucking stupidity getting in my way. If I only had to deal with the natives of this world, then I would understand the scourge still being a problem. But now I find out that there are more people from Earth, and not only have they refused to do anything with their talent, but they've been hiding away with knowledge that will make the scourge a fucking cakewalk to exterminate. It's all being left to me to fucking fix. I'm the one who has to take all the fucking risk. I'm the one who has to lose my friends. All because they couldn't use their fucking brains. The scourge shouldn't be a fucking problem, and yet their idiocy has killed millions. Amara held her ground, even though she could feel his aura spread through the room so thickly that it stung her own, forcing her to pull it back into her body. Even after her crown, his still remained wholly superior. She didn't know how powerful he had become in the past month or so. What she did know was that he was too smart to reason with. He had all the answers. He knew every path. She couldn't fathom his intellect nor the depths of his schemes. There was no reasoning with him because he had already reasoned everything. No, there were only two ways to change his course. The first was by arguing his principles, which was nearly just as impossible. The other way was by taking the issue out of his hands. Amara settled on her solution as he leaned forward. Perhaps he sensed her come to her conclusion. No, she knew he had sensed her. He was the master of the mind. There was little hiding from him. She could feel his rage-filled breath brush her face. Give me a good reason why I shouldn't just kill him and wield his assets for myself. Give me a good reason why I shouldn't just kill those who get in my way and take the tools I need to win this war. Where would it end? Her eyes became firm, staring right back into those golden irises. Are you going to kill everyone? When others come to face you because you killed someone connected to them, are you going to kill them too? Why don't you just go and start a rebellion? It seems to be the most fitting course of action for your logic. He was silent. She knew he had thought it out. He had thought out everything he'd need to do should he actually go through with killing Vatsy. He knew the repercussions, and he knew how he'd need to deal with them. He had pondered overthrowing the king. She knew he had. He knew the steps he'd have to take to become king himself, and if he set his mind to it, she knew he could achieve that. But it wasn't about what he could do. It was about what he wanted. At least right now it was. She pressed. But you don't want to deal with that bullshit. I know it doesn't feel like it, but those people do have some value to bring. They may not be pushing themselves to their greatest potential like you are, but that doesn't mean they're worthless enough to kill. You're just too angry to handle them and play nice. You know the smartest route involves diplomacy, and you know that the greatest value comes from making them willingly work in your favor. Just because you hate politics doesn't mean you don't know it's the right answer to all of this. I don't dash. I'm not fucking finished. She interrupted, feeling so much anger surge up in his aura that for a second, she thought he might bring out a gun and put a bullet through her eye socket. Her voice fell, and she spoke before his rage could build more, lest he block her out entirely. You also have someone who can play politics, who knows how to play the noble game. Someone who's good at putting on a smile and getting what she wants out of people. As your partner, she'll happily wield her skills to help you, to take angering problems off your hands and bring you the beneficial solution. She's not going to let you figure everything out on your own, but she also asks that you come to her for help. Not because you have no other choice, but because she's your most treasured ally, who you trust to handle things as you need them to be handled. From the fourth word, she felt his anger start simmering down. By the end, while he was still pissed, it was no longer overwhelming. It was like he had never considered the fact that she was there to help him. Perhaps he hadn't. With so many things going on that only he could handle, he had forgotten that she was even there. He muttered, as if reluctantly considering, I don't want you to have to play politics. Dear, I'm not forced to go back to that world. If I go back, it'll be because I have something to fight for, which means I'm willing to. You're not asking me to dive into politics. You're asking me to help you. Leave it at that, and let me handle the rest. Fine. Fine what? She smiled, making John sigh. Amara, could you please go to Vatsy and find out what he wants? See if he can be of use to us? Why yes, dear. I would be more than happy to help you in this busy time. Boris. The assistant opened the door, Amara's voice having reverberated through the walls. She smiled at him. Please send someone to catch Vatsy before he leaves. I need to speak with him. Understood. He rushed out, Amara turning back and patting John's cheek before walking off. I'll be back in a short while. You can get some shut-eye until then. Yes, dear. She sauntered out, closing the door behind her. Only then did she finally let out a shuddering breath, her legs feeling weak for a short time as she walked out of the office to go catch the pompous Englishman. Chapter 245, Would Be Wiser. February 27th, 626. Amara took a sip from her cup of tea, rather impressed with the flavor. The butler set down the kettle and stood to the side, ready to serve them should they indicate. She and Vatsy remained silent for a few moments, Amara scrutinizing his aura, even though she had already done so before. Perhaps it was the talent of those who came from Earth, but Vatsy was still impressive despite John's general disgust for his lack of urgency. An Authority 9 warlock after only 8 years of casual work and advancement, having started late in his life since he came from Earth as an adult. He really was a genius by every metric. Even his aura was developed, but not as much as it could be. If John and Aki were any indication, people from Earth had endless potential. John hadn't been able to sense the depths of Aki's aura, and his was greater than Amara's. The fact that Amara could clearly see the bounds of Vatsy's aura meant that, as John said, he really was too lazy. The man spoke and interrupted her thoughts. So, Madame Teleria, can I assume you've come in John's stead? I have. I'd like to start with an apology. John is still on edge. I hope you can understand and forgive, considering what we've recently come back from. She saw Vatsy frown, reluctance filling him. Being called lesser than a steaming pile of dog shit certainly wasn't conducive to healthy relations. But if Vatsy was worth his salt, then he certainly knew what had happened 2 months ago on the front lines. It was an attempt not to earn his sympathy, but force him to bend despite the poor treatment. Besides, it wasn't like Amara disagreed with what John said. She was pissed too. She just found it difficult to show it when John was overflowing with hatred and rage. He had enough for both of them, and she only needed to repair relations enough to get something out of Vatsy, perhaps spare him from John's wrath. She didn't want to see him walk down that road unnecessarily. Vatsy acknowledged Amara's apology with a few moments of silence before moving on. I can assume you will be at the King's Assembly? Yes, as will John. It was described as a meeting to discuss the future of the military's battle against the Scourge, but it is more an opportunity for political change. Nobles from all corners will be swept into this storm, and they all want to ensure the continuity of their lines. This means favors and new laws, especially regarding weapons that can affect the life and death of their growing children in the military. Amara nodded, finally realizing what was going to be happening. Sure, Vatsy wanted a piece of the gargantuan pie known as San Industries, but it wasn't as if he had come without something in exchange. The recent fall of the Treehouse and Stronghold Charlie meant that nobles would have to step up to ensure the Scourge couldn't simply march across the River of Desolation. But of course, they didn't see the Scourge itself as an issue to fix, but an inevitable problem that they had to protect themselves against at the expense of others. When fighting resulted in nothing but losses, they chose to avoid it rather than solve it. The King's Assembly, in a way, had nothing to do with the fight against the Scourge. It was a political battleground, and Vatsy had come to John looking to help protect him and his new industry from the turmoil. It would naturally demand favors from John, but that's what it meant to be political allies. There were no prices in this game, only promises. And you couldn't make promises without the reputation to back them, which John had just shattered in Vatsy's mind. Amara felt her head ache thinking about how she would go about this, but at the same time, she wasn't too worried. She changed the subject once more. You and John are from the same place, yes? Something like that. You could think of us as people from 2 different distant cities. On the planet Earth, right? Vatsy eyed her, Amara resting back into her chair while combing her hair. She was glad that her hair had grown quickly in the last 2 months. It was back to resting between her shoulder blades, just as she liked it. But it was no longer gray. It was sheer white and subtly glowing silver, like the light from the king blood of unholy light. Even her eyebrows and eyelashes were white. She had been jarred when the little strands of hair had come back in and revealed their color, but she had also found that it afforded her the mystique to captivate others when she talked. She was regularly stared at everywhere John brought her. He had described to her the ethereal nature of her voice and presence due to the crown. She decided that it was perfectly suited toward things like this. She smiled. I heard about everything from John. You two are otherworlders, from Earth. He says he's from Texas. Of course he is. But I suppose like in every place, there are divisions between peoples. What is it that he called you? I am from England, of the United Kingdom on the island of Great Britain. That is all you need to know. Amara chuckled. John had shown her a map of his world, educated her on the difference between his United States and other countries. It seemed to be a great source of his pride, to be from America, because unlike her world, Earth was full of different nations. It was like the feud between the church and kingdom, except between nearly 200 different countries. She was no longer surprised that he hadn't cared about making Vatsy angry. He didn't care that they were from the same world. Vatsy was from Europe, which John seemed to regard with some disdain according to his descriptions of the various continents of Earth, though not as much disdain as others. She decided to play dumb. Well, I don't know much about the differences between your allegiances, but I do agree with your previous words. You and John are a scarce breed. There are not many from Earth, and it is good to take care of each other in an unfamiliar world. He doesn't seem to think so. No, he just doesn't care. John Cooper has built himself an empire that, in recent months, has become bigger than anybody realizes. He coins the phrase, too big to fail. Whatever the context, John doesn't need your help. He'll get by just fine because in the end, he's the one in control of the industry. The crown can't take that away from him with any amount of legislation. And perhaps the main reason why he disregarded you in not so nice terms is because you have failed to realize that. Amara's smile never left her face, Vatsy's becoming uglier. I have come here today, Vatsy, because I believe John wasn't entirely correct in his judgment. We do want your help, but the price must be in accord with what you give. You will soon learn of what John Cooper has done to Son Industries, the things he has made, the scale he has expanded to. He plans to treat the upcoming assembly as a showcasing event. This is to say, if you want to help us, you should do so before Son Industries skyrockets in value once more. Take it as a gesture of my goodwill, to warn you of the recent changes. What do you believe my services to be worth? I think you should answer that for yourself. I will not demand anything of you now, and I will give you nothing now, but I believe your help will be valuable. I want to expect it during the assembly. You expect me to help you with nothing to show for it? Do you believe I work for free? Do you want the favor of John Cooper? Amara asked in retort, the smile fading. You said it yourself, Vatsy. You want to be safe. You want protection. You want to know that if the kingdom falls into the gutter, that you'll still have a way out. You don't want to be chained to those you deem lesser. John Cooper is, for all intents and purposes, the sole controller of the behemoth known as Son Industries, perhaps the only entity besides the kingdom and the church as a whole that can guarantee such safety. There's nobody better for protection than they who produce weapons of war. So if you want in, then you'll need to earn our trust, not the other way around. Prove myself to you? Do you not know what I own? Not even John Cooper can know the depth of connections and influence I have through the Polaris market and the royal family. No, he doesn't know, but he also doesn't care, not unless it affects him one way or another. If you stay neutral, then he'll continue on as he has. But if you help him, show him that you really can assist him in a meaningful way, he won't just befriend you, but he'll make sure you can continue to operate as you have. I've seen his generosity. An American being generous? Believe it or not, Vatsy, I speak it to you as it is. It's up to you to decide what side you want to be on before the assembly. Amara stood, barely holding back a roll of the eye. We can discuss more on the day of the assembly, if you wish. You can contact me through my aerial. Amara put out her wrist, Vatsy watching before finally standing and tapping his aerial to hers. Their info was exchanged, Vatsy muttering. What are you to him? You are the daughter of a duchess. Does he intend to marry you? That is the hope. Is there a problem with that? Am I too lowly? I have said those words not because your people are less than human, but because of the knowledge that we possess. If you've been told anything about Earth, then you know that the technology we wield isn't fathomable to you. Our superiority comes from our knowledge of the universe. My knowledge of the most powerful teleportation spells does not make me a sovereign. I would be fatally arrogant to think it does. Vatsy was silent, Amara turning to walk out. Good day, Vatsy. March 1st, 626. I appreciate you, Hans. I know you must be busy. Of course, sir. We would never allow you to present yourself at the king's assembly without suitable wear. Please, enjoy yourself knowing you'll look among the most majestic. Thank you. I will. I grabbed 3 rings from Hans, walking out of the dark store. The few pairs of suits that I had bought from this place long ago were still nice, but now that I had all the money I could ever want, I decided that I needed to spend a bit more. Even Amara had come here to get herself some dresses, though I haven't seen them yet. I headed back to the hotel, and once I was in my room, I went to the bedroom. Amara was in the bathroom when I announced myself. It seemed she was hiding until she was presentable. I quickly got changed as well. I put one of the rings on my left index finger, and my clothes vanished into it. Then they were replaced by my newest suit, the most pristine and luxurious set of clothing I had ever owned. Amara and I decided to go with a black theme, both because neither of us wanted to wear flashy colors and to symbolize our mourning for the people we lost during the retreat from the treehouse. The suit was a set of black pants and shoes, both of them a matte that drank the light. My top was composed of 4 layers. The shirt was pure black. The vest was black with slightly discernible dark purple trim. The coat was black with individual fine purple threads that traveled in an artistically weaved design across the entire body, only seen with a subtle flash if the light hit it just right. It wrapped my torso tight enough to fit and display my form, but not tight enough to look like a wrap. Then there was an additional overcoat that went down to my shins, also with the same purple accent threads, but additionally interweaved with thin silver metal thread to match Amara. Thankfully, my hair had grown back quickly enough to style it well for this occasion, as did Amara's. I was able to simply comb it back, so there was no need for a hat. I also left a bit of stubble. Amara said she liked it, so I decided not to shave it clean. I looked at myself in the full-body mirror of the room, extremely pleased with how everything came out. I didn't think I could ever look this good, but seeing it now, I supposed it was a matter of course. I was handsome as it was. I could pull off anything. I heard the door click, about to turn around before hearing Wamra. Face the window. I'm not adjusted yet. I turned away with a smile, taking a step to the side, while Amara hurriedly took the mirror. After a handful of seconds though, I turned back around, seeing her gown. She was wearing a full-length dress with a leg slit at her thigh. All black. It had the same thin silver metal thread woven through it just above the slit, blooming into the design of roses. Around her chest it rose into lace, exposing some cleavage and the bulk of it ending at the height below her shoulder. More lace extending around her arms and resting at the bicep before dropping down to cover her arms in thin sleeves. Then across her upper chest and shoulders were thin strands of thread that weaved into a filigree lace choker adorned with intricate silver and subtle white crystal jewels. I saw her ear cuff for the witch hat, tying it all together well with her styled hair, freely flowing but still nobly kept. She put the finishing touches on a few strands of hair before staring at herself. I walked behind her, searing her image into my mind. How do I look? Do I look all right? She tilted her head back, looking up at me. You look beautiful. I put a hand on her arm, putting us together as we judged our profiles in the mirror. I sighed slightly. I couldn't even blink. I was captivated. You are the most beautiful woman I could ever conceive of. She silently looked back down at the mirror, barely holding back a smile, as we simply stood there, her body leaning against mine. It was only after a full minute that she muttered, "We're going to catch a lot of eyes." That was inevitable. Let them look. Let them be jealous. I bent down and kissed her neck, her hand reflexively moving to my own and clenching it slightly. Her body writhed a bit, a hot breath coming out and surprising me. You all right? Why, yeah. I've just been a bit more sensitive lately. This is about the time for the crown to finish settling in. Is it painful? No, not painful. Quite the opposite. My brows raised a bit as her face and neck flushed. I lowered my hand, deciding to test something. I brushed my palm over her thigh, sliding it into the slit in her dress and moving in. Her breath shuddered. Sensitive indeed. She had been completely cold over the last 2 months, absolutely nothing able to get her in the mood. I hadn't cared since I was either busy or tired 24/7 anyway, but she had been a bit depressed because she thought it was the side effect of being sterile. Now though, it seemed like those instincts of hers were coming back in full force. Terrace had told us it would take around 2 months for the crown to settle in completely, especially since the king blood wasn't the only ingredient. The timeline was matching, so maybe her reproductive system was finally active again. A good sign. Why you shouldn't. We'd be late. I suppose that would be wiser. My hand moved in anyway, finding a thin undergarment that came with her dress, and feeling it already sopping wet. She clutched my neck harder as my fingers glided over the soft, wet fabric, pushing, pressing, and kneading my way around. Her neck flushed red along with her face as I looked ahead at the mirror, taking in the sweet, agonizing picture of her face. So, I'm thinking we wear the gold accent suit and dress tomorrow. We can save purple for the last day. What do you think? So, go. Fuck. You know, since the third meeting will be followed by a gala, and we can't wear the same thing all 3 days. That would be so ignoble. Shoo. I glanced back down at her as she pulled on my neck. Shut up and kiss me. Well, if you insist. I smiled and went in for some tongue, simultaneously slipping my hand under her undergarment. Her body arched, her breath hitching as her fingernails threatened to split my skin in climax. We stayed that way with locked lips until around a minute later, when she finally came back down from her high enough to speak. Her breathing picked back up as well, as if she was tired, her skin from her upper chest to the tops of her ears completely flushed. Holy shit. I know. And we're only 2 minutes late. Should we run? And no, I need to change. She got embarrassed since her undergarment was basically soiled now, fluid dripping down her legs. I picked her up and carried her to the room. Here, I'll help clean up. Chapter 246, Apocryphon. March 1st, 626. The outside of the royal palace was as luxurious as someone would expect. Massive pillars held up a huge stone roof 150 feet above a man's head. With no walls, the pillars surrounded a floor of white and gold tiles that gleamed with the sun's light. The entire structure looked, from any earthling's eyes, like an oversized Greek temple such as the Parthenon. It was merely the entrance to the palace as a whole, an open-air plaza for those visiting. 2 large and pristinely cleaned roads led in and out of the plaza where currently a few dozen carriages and closed vehicles rolled into. Just outside the plaza was a cluster of helipads bringing in the nobles who were rich enough to order a helicopter and influential enough to have already gotten one despite the months-long queue. There were dozens of people within the plaza itself already, most lingering around standing tables where servants brought small foodstuffs and pastries. The doors leading into the palace proper had yet to be opened, as it wasn't yet the designated time the king had decreed to enter. Not that any disrespectful noble would ever be late. All intended to arrive early, before the doors opened, and they would all wait for the king, not the other way around. More and more people gathered. Nobles, rich merchants, generals, brigadiers, marshals, sovereigns, famous enchanters, celebrities of the arts, their families, and anybody else who had the clout to find a way to be here at this historic gathering. A king's assembly hadn't been called in over 20 years. They were only called for matters that concerned the kingdom as a whole, matters that demanded the attention of everyone with a smidge of authority or influence to their name. Those who received the request to present themselves were the most critical. They could bring whoever they wished, and nobody outside of the requested or their entourage could show themselves. This meant everyone who was present within the palace would have a connection of some form to the most important people in the kingdom. This made it the most seismic gathering of people in the world, and made the assembly a time of extreme change and turmoil. For hours past sunrise, there were already 300 people gathered, the number constantly rising as vehicles ejected their occupants. Opulent carriages gilded with gold, white crystals, and the insignias of families from all corners of the kingdom came and went without end. Beautiful women, rich men, and people of disastrous power filled the large plaza. A few hundred servants rushed about to make sure that each of their needs and wants were catered to, while the personal servants coordinated with the palace servants to make sure masters couldn't be displeased. Counts were common, and earls and marquises were rising in population. At some point, dukes and duchesses started to arrive, most of them wearing a half-cape or sash denoting their military careers with medals and insignias. 6 hours past sunrise, and the plaza was looking crowded despite its expanse. Chatter reverberated off the ceiling, which was covered in vast art pieces depicting the glory of past figures of the kingdom. Everyone was distracted or in conversation, speaking with political allies and opponents, networking or referring to old promises and debts. The battle had already started, and yet, like the snacks, they were only a taster, an appetizer before the main dish. Talexia disembarked from a vehicle only an hour before the palace doors were supposed to open. Her arrival was announced, as it was for other marquises and dukes, and she caught most eyes. Faye and Icor were with her, both of them stepping out, dressed in their best for the occasion. There was nothing more formal than this, all three of them presenting completely new clothes designed especially for this occasion. The three walked in, Faye standing left of her mother and Icor right of his wife. Their faces were neutral, Faye allowing a small smile as she glanced around at the statues and artwork along the pillars. Once they had arrived at a small table nearest to the doors to the palace, Faye sighed and glanced at her mother. When were Amara and John coming? I don't know. They said they would be here not long after us. I'll send her a message. Faye tapped her aerial with a smile, sending a quick message. Then she waited, other people coming up to her parents for talks. Some of her friends flagged her down as well, so she went to mingle. 10 minutes passed, then 20, and she still hadn't gotten a response. When 30 minutes had gone by, Amara messaged back and said they'd be there soon. She sighed and waited some more, wondering what was holding them up so long. They were already in the capital and supposed to be nearby. John's house wasn't that far, so it couldn't take them long. She was slightly absent-minded with her friends, all noble girls from other households that she had clung to at the magisterium. She just wanted to see John. She continued to glance at the road leading into the plaza where more carriages and vehicles rolled into, dropping off nobles and celebrities with greater and greater renown. She tried to figure out which one could be theirs, but was always disappointed to see other faces pop through the doors. She turned away and focused on her conversation with her friends. Trying to pick him out would be no good with this many people and vehicles. But then she started to hear murmurs, glancing around before a shout came from the front. She and her friends snapped their heads to the road, eyes widening when they saw the vehicle. No, it was no vehicle. It was a metal monster. A behemoth. It came rolling across the road on two rough sets of metal double treads, standing 17 feet tall, 60 feet long, and 45 feet wide. Its body was completely covered in slanted plates of metal armor, all of them stacked with thick enchantments that visibly glowed with power. On top of its main body were two thick barrels mounted on two separately rotating segments, one on top of the other. The barrels were 15 feet long, and the hole in them were 5 inches in diameter. There were also 4 double-barrel man turrets, one on each corner of the tank. Faye stood and ran over, watching as the tank rolled into the plaza and forced crowds apart as it crushed some tables and parked itself right in the middle of the area. It was monstrous, Faye reading the name plastered on its side in crude paint. Regret. The 2 main guns rotated to face 2 different directions before it screeched to a halt. Royal guards were already swarming it, surrounding it, and pointing at it with spears, looking hilariously pitiful as a result. It sat there for several seconds. In that time, dukes moved closer, and a couple of grand dukes emerged from within the palace, the doors finally opening. Faye gawked when a hatch suddenly opened on the body and saw John climb out. He stepped onto the metal armor beside the massive gun, then reached down, a soft hand responding with a reach and taking his. Amara emerged, strikingly beautiful, her ethereal presence compelling everyone's attention. Faye's eyes snapped back to John, though, soaking up every bit of sharp masculinity radiating from that large frame. Why her sister had to be blessed with that man, she didn't know, but her envy was a foe she fought often. The two climbed down the tank gracefully, Amara floating down with air magic and John's shoes affording him the same capability. They landed together and quickly earned the intimate blades of the guards. State your identity. John looked at them with indifference, as if he couldn't see their spears pointed right at him. In his hand appeared the gilded letter from the king, stamped with the royal seal, and he flourished it as confidently as he should. I am John Cooper, allowed entry by the king's summons. If you're intending on threatening a guest, Then go ahead. Keep pointing those spears at me. We are the King's Guard. A man suddenly walked through the crowds, large and overbearing in presence, with shined, intricate armor covering his body and a cape that flowed behind his steps. The Marshal of the Royal Guard, rumored to soon be advancing to Authority 12. He had a gray beard, but his presence was only bolstered by his age, wisdom tempered by years, lethality tempered by battles. Everyone backed away from him as far as they could before being stopped by those who still wanted to get a good look. He stepped up to John, both of them the same height. John didn't feel as overwhelming as the Marshal, but there was still something about him that kept him in the minds of others. Perhaps it was the massive metal beast behind him. The surrounding guards all lifted their spears. With the Marshal here, there was no more need to be on guard. He alone was enough to secure the area from anything short of a sovereign. Faye was nervous, the two looking like they were about to fight to the death. We ensure the sanctity of the royal family from all threats, no matter who or where. What is this thing you've brought, and why have you driven it into the plaza of the royal palace? Well, how nice of you to ask. John smiled nefariously, turning and waving to the mountain of cold steel behind him. Faye looked closer at the surface of the metal, suddenly seeing engravings across the body of the monstrosity. She saw names, ages, words beneath them. As she concentrated on it, she started to hear voices echo in her mind. The words started to radiate in her vision, feelings of desolation welling up within her. Goosebumps rose upon her skin, her breath hitching in fear when she realized what those words were, who the names belonged to. The crowds nearby, which started to chatter, hushed as the vehicle began to impose its weight upon the plaza. This is a gift, Marshal. A monument. To you, it will soon be known as the M300 Super Heavy Battle Tank. 640,000 pounds of cold steel, enchanted to the Authority 9 standard. Two 5-inch smoothbore main guns capable of launching a 50-pound projectile at nearly 2,500 meters per second. For double-barrel high-explosive spell turrets. All-terrain treads, and a full environmental seal with vacuum-rated self-sustainment capabilities. It is a warrior unto itself, a weapon the likes of which this world has never seen. But to me, John's face fell, his gaze forlorn, the entire plaza falling silent. Yet Faye could hear the screams. She could hear the spell fire, smell the blood, dirt, and metal. She gazed at one of the names carved into the armor of the tank. Gerald Fazenborn, 29 years old. And she didn't merely read the words underneath. They flashed through her mind. The cold blizzard, a steed being upturned as hundreds of monsters swarmed them. Jump out. Bring up a line. Fuck, we aren't going out like this. I refuse to die like this. Fucking kill them. Bring up dash. The flashing memory was suddenly interrupted, Faye's body jerking when she nearly felt the massive talon of a horrible monster rip through her neck. She felt sweat bead on her neck, realizing what this construct was. These were the death throes of the fallen, the echoes of the dead, all of them inscribed into the metal of that tank. She pulled her eyes away and focused on John. This battle tank is what could have been. If I had enough time, this would have been the weapon to hold the line. It is a weapon that will save millions, and yet it hadn't been made in time to save those who needed it most. So, Marshal, this is my gift to the king. To the kingdom as a whole, I bestow this machine of war. Revel in its harrowing beauty. I want all to gaze upon what could have been, and then I want them to remember this as we hold deliberations. John walked up to the Marshal, to his side, and spoke in a low tone that yet everyone could hear, only just barely above the screams radiating from glimpses at the tank. He glanced at the letter still in his hand and whisked it away. I am here at the request of the king, Marshal. But I am not here as an enchanter or inventor, and I did not respond because of his request. Then, whose authority do you present yourself by? Not authority, Marshal. John waved toward the tank. The screams, the bloodshed, the echoes of death radiating from the metal and images imposing themselves onto the Marshal's mind. I am here as their envoy. Do not deny their voice. John's arm lowered as he continued walking, Amara's arm linked to his. The cries of the slaughtered, their throes of regret, spilled forth from the metal coffin. Not afraid they wouldn't be heard, but a condemnation to those who knew they deserved it, and a reminder to the naive and heedless. Those who the assembly had been called for were here. He was here, who carried their afflictions. The sound of heavy breathing echoed from an alleyway, Yet no passerby could see any figures when they walked by, dismissing it as a hallucination or trick of the wind. Until there was a sudden blast of power, and a body came shooting out, colliding with another building and cracking the reinforced stone wall. Some black market buildings were built sturdier than others, yet the one who crashed into it lamented that fact, every ounce of impact shooting through her body. She clenched her teeth, forcing herself to stand, yet feeling her knee give out. She looked down and noticed a bloody line there. Her tendon hadn't been cut, but for some reason her mind didn't seem to believe that. She couldn't seem to use her leg. The attacker appeared in front of her, an invisible blade snaking its way around. She couldn't see it, but that hadn't stopped her from feeling every ounce of dread the blade carried. The number of battles it had been through, the number of lives it had reaped, both human and scourge. She couldn't yet fathom its abyssal depths, and that was merely what that blade carried. She looked up, seeing her attacker step out of his invisibility. It was a casual show of unfathomable skill that she couldn't hope to match, which pissed her off to no end. She moved to attack again, but he raised his hand in protest. "Stop. You're losing the point of this fight." "Again. I know what the point is." She spoke, yet her head fell, as if she didn't believe her own words. He sighed. "Theoretically, you do. But your body doesn't reflect that. Nothing you've done in the past 20 minutes has been for the sake of unearthing your aura. This fight is an opportunity, and you're treating it like a game of survival. Too much time on the battlefield." Plex clicked his tongue, looking down at Tana's pitiful figure. She was bruised and beaten, but according to him, that was all for the sake of learning. When pain was associated with failure, avoiding pain meant success. A simple formula that didn't seem to be working as he had intended. "At least you don't complain as much as John, though. Or demand as much. After all the things I've done for him. And he ditches me to run off to the military with his girlfriend and make his riches. Then he dumps his friend on me for training without another word. Or even a token of payment. I apologize for being the burden that I am. I don't like apologies." Tana chuckled at that. "John says the same thing. Hey, don't compare me to that ungrateful buffoon. I don't like apologies because I prefer money instead. It has nothing to do with the principles that kid thinks he holds so close to his chest." Tana straightened her body out, the lingering effects of Plex's attacks fading. They were as mysterious as they were effective, which only spoke to his ability. Yet he wasn't the greatest teacher, as she had learned. "I can get you paid." "By your father? Wasn't he that cheap son of a bitch out in the eastern orchards? Or do you come from a different shore online?" Yes, and no." Then I won't count on it. Don't worry, I'll just go hunt John down. Lord knows the kid is damn near one of the richest men in the world now. Back when he was still scrounging for coin doing odd jobs dash. I'd like to get back on track, please." Tana interrupted before Plex could engage in more story time. Like some old man reaching the end of his lifespan, he had no issues talking for an hour at a time, and that was if he didn't go off on a few dozen tangents. Plex clicked his tongue again and waved his finger. "All right, girl, listen close. I see what you're trying to do, but it's impossible as you are now. Putting it simply, you fucked up somewhere along your path, and you're trying to backtrack more than develop yourself, but you can't even do that properly." "Yeah. So, tell me where it all changed. I'll give you some counseling and go charge John some more." Plex leaned against a nearby wall, Tana sighing and doing the same, just out of weakness. John may have been busy with his little revolution, but he didn't forget about his friends. After much deliberation and self-loathing, Tana had decided to take him up on his offer. So he dropped her on Plex's lap in the Founders Market without even asking him for assistance. It was nothing more than a sharp demand, and Tana had to press the man lest he get bored and ignore her. She wasn't disappointed in Plex as much as she was herself. After several days of training and getting to know each other, Plex had been able to figure her out, and the quality of his training, if it could be called that, skyrocketed. By now he had obviously seen through her, and yet what he saw wasn't hopeful. He had hit the nail on the head, and she decided to simply spill everything. "I hadn't had any path back at the magisterium short of making myself faint. But then I saw anarchy, and right after that, according to John's words, I was clinically dead for a few hours. While teetering on the edge of death, I felt something. It wasn't something that I had to reach out for, but something I had to fall into. But I was scared of it, so I didn't allow myself to. That's when I woke up, and after that, I adjusted my auric path based on what I had felt. It made me faint, made me nearly invisible to the senses, but it wasn't great. It was unfinished, scrappy, but far less than a proper technique. That thing you felt. Plex looked her dead in the eye. In a rare moment of seriousness, she was able to feel his breadth of experience. She didn't know how powerful the man was, but that was precisely why she was so meek before him. Like John, she could feel nothing, and that was always the most dangerous feeling. That was real death. Had you fallen into it, you would have simply died. You're lucky that you got out of it. That by itself is impressive, but like any dream, it is fleeting. Your own mind dispelled those feelings to protect itself, and so you've never been able to make use of it since. Tana remained silent. She didn't know if he was correct, but it was probably the closest guess to the truth that she had ever heard. In hindsight, it made sense. But she just couldn't be sure, and that wasn't because she doubted him. She simply didn't have that feeling anymore. You couldn't make use of something that wasn't there anymore. So what do I do? Do I have to die again? A clinical death, as John put it. No. Plex shook his head, thinking seriously for a second. Tana remained silent, pondering about what John was doing at the moment. She knew that the king's assembly was ongoing, but she could bring no value to John there. This training was far more important for her. She also wasn't interested in seeing her father, who was assuredly present in every form. That man would never ignore an opportunity like that. Finally, Plex snapped his finger, an evil grin on his face. I have just the thing for you. What is it? That will be a surprise. Follow. He should be sleeping, but that'll make it all the more effective. Plex shot off, Tana quickly following despite her bruises screaming at her. They bounded across buildings before arriving at the trenches. Tana frowned at the smell and sight of bodies across the ground. The trenches were a relatively small part of the market, but they were a tightly controlled wasteland where all the undesirables flocked to. A small pond of no rules, all headed by one man. Tana didn't know much about it short of John's stories. It was just as disgusting as his sparse recollections. They even ran across a drug-fueled orgy in broad daylight, right in the middle of an intersection. Sweat, fluids, blood, and smoke were creating literal puddles on the dirt floor. Tana had to look away before she got nauseous. Finally, they made it to the center, the only place with any semblance of structure or order. A gang owned the nearby structures, and they were the only things put together in this hellscape. With all kinds of magical tools, they patrolled and fended off any drunken magi. In fact, they were patrolling so thoroughly that she wondered if they were being paranoid. What was there to defend against so vehemently? They bypassed the majority of the guards and landed right in the courtyard outside the headquarters. Once there, Plex turned to Tana. Already they were catching attention. You experienced death, Tana. And if you didn't have the talent, you wouldn't have been able to see that. But you need a sharp reminder of it. You've lost it, but not just because your mind purged the memory. After saying that, he waved his invisible blade. A sharp explosion of power later, and a major chunk of the headquarters building was blown away outright. Tana couldn't see anything but the result. She figured that he was trying to piss off the boss of this place. Was she supposed to fight him? If fights with Plex weren't going to be beneficial, then why would a fight with this head honcho be anymore? She wondered, but only until an aura spilled out of the building, seething with such rage that it sent shivers up Tana's spine. For a moment, she thought a king blood was here. But that was impossible. Plex looked at her seriously. This opportunity will only be afforded to you once. You experienced death of the body, and your body still remembers that. The experience has fused into your flesh and blood. But you can't make use of it, because no matter how much knights hate it, the body is only half of the weapon that is the human being. The aura from the headquarters continued to spill out, washing over Tana and filling her vision with hallucinations of a dreaded hell. It reminded her a lot of John's illusions, but far less complex. Instead, their reality came from the sheer power behind them. They were real because the person behind them was telling her that it was real, and he had the power to impose that upon her with impunity. Black spikes rose from the ground, pricking her eyes with the mere sight of them. Plex, you ungrateful son of a bitch. The roar almost made Tana pass out with sheer pressure, as if the aura could snuff out her mind by itself. Perhaps it could. She looked back at Plex, wondering what the man got her into. He smiled at her. Death of the body. Death of the mind. Acquire the other half, and maybe then you'll find what you're looking for. John won't give that to you, but Apocreon will. Completely and utterly. Tana's head snapped back to the headquarters, seeing a lunatic walk out of the building. He was seething with bottomless hatred, but she wondered why. How could destroying a part of a building warrant such thorough hatred? Looking back at him for questioning only made Plex laugh. Hee hee. You see, Apocryon is only able to sleep once every few months. So naturally, he hates being woken up. Anyway, use this chance wisely. I'm out. Plex promptly disappeared, Tana staring into thin air and gawking. Then, goosebumps rose on her skin, her body moving on pure instinct and dodging one of the many thousands of black spikes that were jutting out of the ground. She looked back and found Apocryon, that psycho, looking down at her from only 3 feet away. His eyes were bloodshot, his clothes mere rags, chemical burns all over his skin and his body lean but unhealthily pale. His voice came out with a shudder, his rage overwhelming. Have you come to fucking kill yourself, girl? Why were you with that human piece of excrement? I've come to see if death is really as powerful as he claims to be. Tana drew her sword, her aura barely resisting Apocryon's to rest within her own body. The very act of moving placed strain on her mind. Show me. With pleasure. Apocryon gave her a mad smile before she suddenly felt a spike shoot through her spine, so fast and so powerful that even with all her vigor, she couldn't resist it. She was paralyzed, incredible pain shooting through her nerves, yet she was barely able to dispel the feeling with her aura. The spikes were illusions. Apocryon was a warlock, she was partially sure, but those spikes still weren't real. At least, that's what she initially thought. When 400 new spikes came and shot through every square inch of her body, impaling her thousands of different ways, she wasn't so sure anymore. She felt her mind slipping as sheer pain overwhelmed her. The only reason she could remain conscious was because Apocryon willed it. He walked up to her body, still skewered by all those barbed spikes. The last man that dared to disturb me lasted 53 hours. You will know death, just as you will know pain. She tried to scream as the spikes started growing through her body, tried to rationalize how it was possible that aura was capable of such. But she couldn't scream, her mouth mangled, and her mind was so overwhelmed that there was no thinking to be done. Apocryon reached out and grabbed her, ripping her disfigured body out of those spikes and making them shatter before throwing her toward the headquarters. The two disappeared within, Plex watching from afar, a neutral expression on his face. After some time he sat down, still watching, quietly waiting. Chapter 247, Ease of Use. March 1st, 626. After the doors opened to the royal palace, all of the nobles and prestigious persons flooded in and were guided to the Hall of Patrons. It was a massive hall made for events such as this, filled with tables and comfortable seating arrangements a level above the plaza, but being much more spacious, with 2 floors that allowed double the seating to accommodate the sheer amount of people. The hall was rich, walls covered in artifacts, paintings, statues, enchantments, and raw gold. Every square inch of material, visible or not, was expertly crafted and shaped. Hundreds of servants made sure that when everyone sat down, all of them were catered to. A lunch would be held first, and only then would the first meeting begin. As someone who received a direct invitation from the king, a table was set aside for me and those who I invited. But of course, I had brought nobody but Amara. And since everyone was required to declare their specific guests beforehand, given that I only came with one, Amara and I were accommodated a single, relatively small table for our dining experience. The 2 of us were near the middle of the 2nd floor, where all the noble patrons were dining, above the rest of the crowds who had to deal with the 1st floor like peasants. We stuck out like a sore thumb, everyone else having entire families or entourages around them, massive tables accommodating a dozen or 2 people each. But Amara and I couldn't find it in ourselves to care. We simply spoke to each other for the duration of the lunch, indulging in the premium food, ignoring everyone around us. Our words were exclusive, the wonders of aura and magic ensuring that nobody else could eavesdrop. Not a single person came to interrupt us, even though we earned long stares and dozens of messages on our aerials. It was quite funny for the 2 of us. Nonetheless, what we did send was a message. I had no illusions about the power dynamics surrounding me. I knew that there were dozens of people who held interest in my industry, nobles who wanted my machines of war to bolster their own forces, others who wanted to tap my resources. I knew that any noble worth their salt had heard about the mines and processing facilities I had bought up, and while I kept a tight lid on everything, the most general facilities still had hundreds of workers, many of which were common folk, and it was impossible to keep information from spreading. Of course, nothing that ever spread could risk anything of mine, so I wasn't concerned. But just because I wasn't concerned didn't mean others wouldn't take it upon themselves to impose. An event like the King's Assembly was a political battleground for a reason, and anybody atop of it was a part of it, whether they liked it or not. And yet I was refusing to play. In the eyes of others, I was a foolish young man who knew nothing about anything, a child who had dove head first into the ocean of noble politics and made big waves before daring to simply sit back and act haughty, as if nothing could concern me. Would it be childish of me to say that they were the ones who knew nothing? I didn't care either way. I knew how to think ahead, and I had ensured my industry with independence. My vertical integration didn't rely on any noble I didn't have an absolute or predictable relationship with, which was to say that the land my mines and facilities operated on wasn't under the jurisdiction of anyone besides Telexia or the Raven family and the Wedded City, two entities who I knew would never betray me, both because of personal ties as well as because right now, I was making them assloads of money. The Holy See wasn't the only entity that received my tech. While not as fast, the Raven Chief was revamping his mining, material processing, manufacturing, construction, and even agricultural industries. Sooner rather than later, his material industries would be outproducing the whole of the kingdom by themselves, which would only help me later on. It was safe to say that my few allies were absolute, and no noble could affect or hamper me if I didn't want them to. Not unless they used the law against me, but I had my own plans for that, most revolving around my middle finger. Lunch passed leisurely for Amara and I. Neither of us were particularly worried about how things would go. Recent experiences made us rather numb to anything but the worst stresses a person could feel. Something like a tea party in the royal palace, while completely new territory for both of us, was hardly scary. Getting stared down by brigadiers and marshals? As if that could compare to a king blood or corrupted at the same levels trying to murder us in the worst possible fashion and barely managing to escape with our lives after killing thousands of monsters. After lunch finally came to an end nearly 3 hours later, everyone finally started to divide. Only those directly given a letter were allowed to attend the meeting, as well as a single person the invited had the option of bringing. Everyone else who had been brought along were to wait outside, whether that was mingling in the hall where music was playing and food was endlessly served, or bouncing around to private rooms made available, engaging in background political maneuvering or secret affairs, as if every wall didn't have an ear behind it. Amara and I, along with all the other invited, were led to the assembly hall. There, we were seated around a massive golden table covered in beautifying jewels, carvings, inlaid metal and glass, and enchantments. The king sat at the head of the table, the side of which was completely reserved for him, and the 4 Grand Dukes of the Kingdom of Dragon Tongue who were able to show up. The first was Grand Duke Anselma Sephir, someone I had spoken to personally. Considered perhaps the smartest warlock, and some would argue the smartest person, in the kingdom, he headed the Magic Spire and led the greatest magical development projects humanity has ever seen. That was until I showed up, of course, but that was beside the point. The second was Grand Duke Intima Ozaneth. He was Telexia's direct superior, one of 2 sovereign warlocks in the Warlock Corps. He wasn't a tall man, but he was a pretty boy with blonde hair who opted to wear flashy suits instead of warlock robes. No matter, because those suits were loaded with powerful enchantments anyway. I didn't know much about the man beyond that. The third was Grand Duke Adam Euzoris, a sovereign knight of the Knight Corps. He was the sovereign stationed at the treehouse when it fell, the same sovereign who was too cowardly to fight the enemy and ran away, leaving everyone to die or fight for their own retreat. A man with a sharp beard and beady eyes, he looked rather distinguished, gentlemanly, and pleasant. I still remember when he first arrived at the treehouse during Polly's promotion to Brigadier General. Too bad that he was a scum-sucking cretin not worth the talent he was given. The fourth was Grand Duke Haleomeve, another warlock of the Warlock Corps. She was an older woman, aged gracefully, either approaching her 2nd century or beyond it based on her gray hair and power. I knew people could live far beyond 100 years. Amara's family had a couple ancestors beyond their 2nd century. It was still a bit jarring to see such an ancient being in person, though. I could feel the experience behind her. Another one of Telexia's superiors, I had never met, seen, or heard anything about her beyond the fact that I was placed under her command for a time when I went into the military. Since marshals were usually the ones to handle business, I only ever heard or saw their names from reports, not a sovereign's. I had little intel about the old lady, not enough to make an impression beyond her simple but rich appearance. The other three Grand Dukes that I knew of were Grand Dukes Petula Tahith, the warlock who had been stationed at Purple Sky when it fell to anarchy, Grand Duke Dacelis Kinnear, a knight, and Grand Duke Pharaoh another knight. Those three couldn't be here today as they were manning other bases, making sure the Scourge couldn't launch a sudden attack while the sovereigns were away. The immediate sides of the table sported those closest to the king. He had advisors, a few generals, and other nobles and politicians closely tied with the royal family. That included the Iberan dukedom, the family that the queen hailed from. Beyond them, further away from the king, was everyone else. Other nobles, Maricuses whose statuses didn't warrant them a close seat, dukes who didn't care to fight for a closer spot, and other influential personages who held power beyond the obvious noble title. To my right was Amara, and to her right was San, who came alone. Polly had been invited, so she brought Jasmine and the two of them sat beyond San. To my left was Ikor, and to his left was Telexia, who made sure she would be near me. To her left was the Raven family chief, who had made sure to sit next to a familial ally. The Telerias and Ravens went back centuries. Naturally, they would stick together. Besides them, there were full generals and major generals spotting the chairs. After all, this assembly was called primarily due to recent catastrophic defeats on the war front. Everyone here had some kind of hand in the war effort, whether that was directly or indirectly, economically or politically. It was the only reason I had been invited specifically. I myself have become an integral part of the war as a whole. My inventions, and now riches, afforded me a massive amount of influence. Some might think that my brashness or arrogance meant that I didn't understand the kind of influence I had. Those people were idiots and not worth any more than an acknowledgement that they existed, and by extension, they wouldn't be the true players in this game. Those with any brain would understand that I didn't lack self-awareness, and even then, there was nobody here who could truly grasp the extent of my intellect and how thoroughly I understood my position. There was not a single person in the kingdom who had ever come close to understanding the kind of power Psycho afforded me, so long as Maxwell wasn't considered a part of the kingdom. It took half an hour for everyone to finally settle around the table. Once there was silence, the king spoke. "Welcome, everyone. You all have my gratitude for responding to the king's assembly." He gave his greeting, a whole prepared speech that meant nothing to me. Today is the first day of our deliberations. Today, we will discuss the topics that will demand our attention for the following 2 days. Naturally, the reason this assembly was called is the fronts of our war against the Scourge. With the recent fall of the Treehouse and the fall of Purple Sky only a few years ago, the coverage of our western and northwestern fronts have been critically reduced, giving the Scourge an opening to launch attacks on the bases before the River of Desolation. Thus, by the end of the 3rd day of the assembly, we must have an answer to our dilemma, as well as all the problems surrounding the establishment of a new front. We will ensure that these failures cannot repeat themselves, but it will take the cooperation of everyone here today. So, let us officially begin our first assembly. The table flashed with his announcement. I saw a name card appear in front of me, obviously with my name on it. It was the same for everyone else. I was able to quickly memorize every face, name, and title at the table. It was, however, not the only thing I noticed given a bit of time and observation. My aura was pulled in. Nobody was letting theirs run free here. Only the sovereigns were allowed to, and even they were keeping themselves quiet. Otherwise, there'd be a whirlwind of power in the hall, and nobody would be able to think straight. However, just because my aura was reduced to my body didn't mean that I couldn't see what was installed below the floors. The aura shields of the 3rd claw, holding back the urge to look straight at them, I could sense a large room directly below us. It took a few seconds, but I was able to quickly see through the shield they had boxed the room in, as if trying to make it some kind of magical Faraday cage. I likened the shield to a compromise between a maze and an encryption. The aura shield could be seen through because it didn't actually block aura nor magic. It simply forced them through so many layers of translations and misdirections that the observer simply couldn't make sense of what was left, thus inducing the illusion of having seen nothing at all, as if they were looking at solid ground. But in the end, the shield was non-destructive, like a blurred image or refracting glass pane. All the data was still there, and it could get through the shield. All you needed was an observer encoded with the right directions to get through the shield, like a formula or password to an encryption. Or you just needed to be smart enough to decipher it yourself. It was possible for me because I could track thousands of avenues at the same time, easily seeing through the maze they tried to misdirect everyone else through. Even sovereigns, so long as they didn't brute force it, would be tricked by it. And even they could only brute force it if they knew it was there in the first place. They probably did know, could probably see the tiny passive magical conduits through the floor and track them to an odd structure underneath them. But they obviously didn't care. The 22 observers in the room weren't aimed at them. I spoke through my telepathic connection with Amara, which had been active this whole time. I may not be able to use it over distances, but when we were this close, it was easier than breathing. The floor has ears. Sorry, there are people watching us from below. Secret observers in a room beneath the hall. I tapped Amara's mind, feeding her an outline of the room. She kept her eyes up. Smart girl. Oh, that somehow doesn't surprise me. Third claw, most likely. That are just another covert branch of the royal family. All the same in the end. I'll make sure to be careful. If you could, alert my mother and those it may concern. We don't want them thinking they can speak freely, even in private rooms. Of course, I quickly did so, informing San, Telexia, Ikor, and the Raven Chief, plus his wife. All of them were grateful for my warning. Not that they weren't already planning to be careful. It wasn't crazy to imagine that every wall had an ear. I remained silent as the king went over the various topics that needed to be discussed. It took him an hour just to do that. First was consolidating and evaluating the total manpower of the military. After having lost over 250,000 troops over a 4-month time span, the military was in dire need of a consensus and redistribution of power. The consensus could be done, but before they could adjust forces, they needed to establish where new bases would be built. New battle lines needed to be drawn, new bases needed to be built, and most importantly, the manpower had to come from somewhere. Yet another topic of deliberation. Where would the soldiers come from? With so many people having died, that wasn't as easy of a question to answer as it was before the fall of the treehouse, and not simply because the pool was smaller. Besides the more obvious military matters, another matter of deliberation was my aircraft and their role on the battlefield. It was clear to everyone that they needed to be an integral part of every army. Close air support, bombing runs, air transport. They were extremely valuable offensively, defensively, strategically, and logistically. They were the only reason the treehouse hadn't fallen much sooner. The reason that although we had lost so many troops, we took many more monsters with us. Nobody could deny their role or their utility. The question was, how many were there, and how would they be distributed across the entire theater? Almost all of them had been sent to the treehouse because for a time, it was the sole focus of the Scourge, and San wanted me to have as much support as possible. That would no longer be the case. Other generals, and more importantly, other sovereigns wanted to get their hands on aircraft and armament, and as far as they knew, there was an extremely limited supply. That would be a great surprise for them, to hear that now it was quite the opposite, but now wasn't the time to mention it. The time would come later. Of course, my aircraft wasn't the only economic topic. A massive movement of soldiers, as newly constructed bases would demand, would require a massive economic movement as well. Weapons to manufacture, armor to craft, vehicles to construct, food to transport, workers to send off, and many, many tons of materials to process and enchant. There would be people losing a lot of money and people making a lot of money, which would be decided by the taxes involved as well as subsidies from the crown and who could fight for a good position. The positions would be determined by who could win the political battles after everyone left this room. But the taxes and the new laws instituting them would be determined by the king and the concessions of the advisors, grand dukes, and dukes. This was only because each industry had its limits, unlike my own. That was a thought I needed to make sure Amara and San kept in mind for when nobles started coming to us in an attempt to force us any one way. Of course, we wouldn't be able to avoid everything outright, but I had my plans for that which we couldn't ignore. After an hour or so of discussing which topics needed to be discussed, the meeting moved on to discuss the recent defeats themselves. Reports were passed around. The prime report being Polly's since she was, officially, the only surviving intelligence agent at the level of general. She was only a brigadier general, but based on seniority, she was considered the one and only person who had a true grasp on the fall of the treehouse. Nobody else had survived to say otherwise, short of the sovereign. The assembly went and blabbed about the defeat, nothing I didn't know in intimate detail, since it was only a reflection. They wanted to know where things went wrong, who went wrong, and why it went wrong. An hour later, and the blame was being passed around. Nothing but conjecture, since anybody they could blame was dead. Nobody would blame the sovereign. And although some scrutiny was thrown Polly's way, she was only a brigadier general, so it wasn't like she could take responsibility even if she wanted to. It was never in her hands. It was a lot of talk that went nowhere, nothing unexpected. So another hour later, and they finally started to shift topics from what went wrong to how they would attempt to recover. It was only light talks. The king delegated the tasks of getting a consensus to the generals, who in turn gave out the commands via aerial to subordinates to collect data for the next day. After that, a large map was brought out and many people started giving input about where new bases should be constructed. Arguments quickly ensued. Many nobles wanted the bases to be placed closer to their cities so they could become a transfer hub, which would make them money. Benefits were masked with strategy. More blaming was thrown around, as if supply lines were ever the issue, and then they started talking more logistical details. That's where my name was thrown around. I kept silent, even when mentioned, simply staring and watching. Marquises went around blabbering as if my silence was somehow an agreement to hypothesize my cooperation. Airfields and planes were contrasted with wagons and rails. The pros and cons of both were weighed with major biases, since none of them knew the true costs of construction and manufacture. I said nothing. Now was not the time for me to get involved. The only people talking were the small-time nobles who happened to own territory near the River of Desolation. They wanted to make sure that if transportive logistics were to utilize aircraft, I would know that their doors were open for quick and easy accommodation. As if I couldn't just make a supply center myself and reap every benefit instead of sharing with them. Their talk was nothing but assumptions, not worthy of me even considering, nor deserving of my voice. But the point was to open the topic for discussion in the first place, to flesh out the many possibilities so that when everyone retreated to private rooms, they would have the ideas at hand and ready to weaponize for the most possible benefits. Because of that, it became clear that I was a major player. My planes had a nearly equal impact on the general economy as it did the military. It was subtle only to normal citizens who occasionally saw them in the air. Every noble knew that I had the capacity to take over transportation and logistics in every industry, from agriculture to mining, and that was just with planes, not even considering new vehicle and even train designs Wonderland had already tested. So when I multiplied the number of aircraft in circulation, and then added hyper-efficient vehicles and trains on top of it, the effects would be global, and I would be at the center of another small revolution. They knew it. I knew it. Question was, would they try to hurt me or help me? And who would I cooperate with? It was all up to me. I had all the cards. The benefits of being a monopoly. I could make or break everything. My decisions could affect where bases were built, if new cities were created behind them. The only downside was that if the king could see that as deeply as few others could, then he might try to stick his hand in my business, forcefully. I could still do little before the monarchy, the supreme power of this land. There were no laws that could protect me from him because he and the sovereigns could change them to suit their interests. And if I fought it, I'd lose everything instead of just a small portion of my business. My balancing act was with him, not other nobles. And yet, how we balanced each other would reflect through those same nobles, the pawns in this game. I could see it all. Extremely few knew that I could. And yet I loathed playing the game. I had to be careful about outright refusing, but that fact only pissed me off more. It was why I gave the church all my tech already. In their hands. It would thrive with or without me while I fought for a slice of the pie in the kingdom. No, not a slice of the pie. I had made my own pie and now I had to dish it carefully, balancing between revealing how large my pie was and showing everyone that there were limits to the slices I gave out so that they didn't think they could take advantage of my success. I love pies. I started dozing off at some point, the lessers around the table continuing to argue, continuing to throw my name out occasionally. I just pondered other things worth my brain power, and yet every word uttered was still memorized in perfect clarity. After another handful of hours and absolutely no productive conversation later, the king finally ended the first meeting. Everyone rose and left the hall, moving into the dining area once more where dinner was already being prepared. The next two meetings would be the juicy ones. Dukes and sovereigns would finally start speaking, and I'd probably have to step in. I wouldn't be surprised if I ended up talking to some with San, making deals and promises. After all, San and I were the head of the defense industry, and by bringing the tank here we had already shown that we were here to advertise. We had many new products, and all of them would affect these deliberations. I planned to let Amara handle the deals behind closed doors, however. I could control myself and play politics, but I had no interest in doing so. I'd piss off too many people simply because I knew I could. But since I agreed that it wasn't the smartest route, I had to let Amara handle things first. If they fell out of her hands, then I'd happily step in and draw the hard line. I'd be the bad cop in that situation, and perhaps then people would rethink whether they wanted to give Amara a hard time. Dinner came and went, Amara and I seated at another small table by our lonesome. Several people finally came up to us during that time, asking for our presence behind closed doors. Amara stepped up and handled all of them, and after those who came realized that I wouldn't be entertaining them personally, they deferred to her. Of course, I'd be there anyway, but they knew where I stood. And so dinner ended. Night had fallen by then, and yet there was much to be done. I wouldn't be surprised if the majority of those at the table would be pulling all-nighters. Amara and I would be, most likely, and then we'd be getting straight into the next day and meeting, perhaps buying ourselves a couple hours of sleep, if we were lucky. Finally, the time came to enter the private rooms of the royal palace. I could see aura shields everywhere, one or two people behind them, watching, recording, and stashing data for later. How much dirt and info they had remained to be seen, but I didn't plan on being naive either. I had already planted my seeds in the church. The kingdom would not be exempt from this, but I wanted to go straight to the core. I hardly cared about little nobles and their scandalous affairs. I wanted the deep, dark secrets of the third claw. They knew how to isolate information just like the church did. But now, I was in the royal palace. There was no better place to inject another seed program. Of course, they wouldn't allow me to go wandering. But once again, I had my own plans, and it started on the first night. Amara and I entered a room. Inside being a marquis of a southern territory, one rich in agricultural exports. Naturally, he was interested in our products, and I had decided to start with this little noble. We gave our greetings, and after some pleasantries, Amara smiled and brought out a little box. "Marquis, I have a gift for you." She held out the box, opening it to reveal an aerial. Gilded, luxurious, comfortable, more functional than any other aerial. A new user interface, a built-in browser, intuitive access to NodeNet sites. It was easy, it was pretty, and mostly importantly, it was free. Amara pushed the box forward, the Marquis taking it with glimmering eyes. San Industries' newest aerial. "We want you to have it, a token of our goodwill. With it, we'll be able to engage in more business with each other." I barely held back a smile as the Marquis put it on, replacing his old one. The new aerial automatically transferred all his data, all his contacts, all his messages with a simple tap. He was shocked at how easy it was. How he could simply start using his new fancy aerial with no trouble or hassle. In fact, he was so pleased that he tossed the old one across the room, reveling in our nice gesture and flattering us with compliments, eager to please and get in our good graces. All I saw was the first of its namesake. Amara gave the man a stunning smile. "It is called the Trojan. We hope you enjoy its ease of use." Chapter 248. Tempting. Long after night had fallen, in the deep darkness of the royal plaza, the super heavy battle tank continued to sit ominously, not knowing how to drive the thing. It had been left until John Cooper could be talked to about getting a driver to relocate it. And since nobody knew how to drive it, and it was built to be nigh indestructible, none of the guards believed that it needed to be watched. More importantly, none of them wanted to watch it. Looking at those engraved names for too long drove a few of the guards to paranoia. It did nothing like make them mad, so it wasn't deemed dangerous, but it had just enough of an effect to, over time, bury its image into the minds of those too close. Not even servants dared to clean the tables and food that the tank had crushed under its treads. Splinters and crushed pastries continued to go stale around it, and when one ordinary servant girl had been forced to draw near, she was overtaken by the visions and had dropped to the ground, passed out. When woken, she expressed horror, thinking she had been the one whose heart had been ripped out of her chest by a scourge monster. Until it could get moved, the plaza was an exclusion zone, barren, only illuminated by the city beyond, until it suddenly wasn't. A woman, draped in black and walking with her head down, headed straight toward the tank from the doors leading to the palace proper. Her steps were measured, but anxious. She slowed as she approached the tank, looking up at it once it had easily eclipsed her figure. She trembled faintly as the screams and harrowing visions entered her mind, but she was powerful enough to hold herself together. After all, she recognized one of them. It was calling her. "I hear you. Where are you?" She muttered and stepped toward the cold steel of the front armor plating. Her eyes slowly shifted from one name to another, reading each one and moving on once she understood that it wasn't the one she sought. She went around the tank, stopping at the large painted letters of its name. Regret. She gazed upon those letters, freezing as she saw the engravings within them. They were formations, so horribly complex that she couldn't fathom what they did, and yet the voice within screamed at her. She reached out, touching them, and causing them to flash with brilliance. Her vision went white, and within her own mind she saw the past. The brilliant battle, the terror of unholy light, screams and explosions that rend the planet. They slammed through her mind, and despite being Authority 9, she threatened to outright collapse. She kept her feet subconsciously. More visions of annihilatory battles flashed, some of them carrying esoteric meanings. All she understood was the desperation. The fight against all odds, against an Authority 11 king blood of unholy light. She shuddered as a single image of it was seared into her mind. But the image was not of the king blood living, nor its obscene strength. It was its death at the hands of that she sought. She saw her husband crushing the king blood's head into pulp. The almighty heroism of the image burned into her neurons such that she could never forget even if she wanted to. As if the formations were afraid that she wouldn't understand the depth of the sacrifice. Once the image was implanted, she recoiled away from the cold metal, the formations going lifeless. She started falling, but there was suddenly a pair of hands to catch her. It took her almost a minute to regain herself. It was only then that she looked up, finding him. John Cooper, the last man to fight alongside her husband. Avisha cried, his blank face staring down at her. It was cold, nearly lifeless, emotionless. There was no sorrow in it. But there was also only one person who could have put those formations there. That tank was more than just a weapon. It was a symbol. It was his regret. Suddenly, he held out a ring. She recognized the wedding ring. It doubled as a spatial storage, something she had custom ordered for him. I had to crack the seal on it. But rest assured, everything is still there. She reached out and took it with shaking hands. The funeral still hadn't been held. Everyone had been too busy. There had been too many dead, and the military was still recovering from the massive blow it had taken. There was little time for holding ceremonies. That was why she had fought to be at the assembly. It would be the only place she could find John Cooper. There had been so many things to say. So many hateful curses, so many sorrowful mourns, so many empathetic comforts. She wasn't sure if she hated this man. She had gotten so many messages about him. Nanan had told her that, when the battles were over, he wanted her to meet him. Now she had, and she had no words. When she looked at him, she felt like there was nothing to say. Nothing that he hadn't already thought of. No amount of curses that he hadn't already said to himself. His neutral voice echoed in her mind again. I will be hosting a funeral in the coming months for the snow doves. But I want to hold one for you and your family as well. For Nanan, if you're okay with being in contact. He held out his aerial, one she didn't recognize. After some thought, she touched hers to it, exchanging information. Then she steadied herself on her own feet, his hands retreating from her. She straightened her dress and, after receiving a handkerchief from him, wiped her face. She took a few shuddering breaths to calm herself before nodding. I would appreciate that, Sir Cooper. It's the least I'll be doing. You have a blank check for the event. Just let me know what you want to do, no matter the expense. It can be as grand or as small as you wish. Very well. What about his body? I have him, but I'll be holding on to him for now. The remnant power lingering in his body and ashes is dangerous. It's already slowly destroyed 2 spatial rings, so I need to find a way to contain it safely before handing it off. I understand. Thank you. John just nodded before turning. I must return for now. If you wish to talk further or discuss any details, you have my personal contact. Don't hesitate to use it. I understand. She nodded back as he walked away, leaving her next to the tank. The voices no longer screamed at her. As if realizing that she was related to the fallen, they avoided her, seeking out those who deserved their torment. Once John disappeared beyond the doors to the palace, Avisha fell to her knees. She clutched her dress, and she screamed alongside the memories of the dead. March 2nd, 626. The second day of deliberation came. I sat in my designated chair of the meeting room, just like the day before. Except now, there were half the amount of people at the table. Most of the plus ones that had been brought the day before were all gone, the night before having been filled with endless talks. Those at the table, at least those of sufficient status, didn't do most of the talking, leaving their subordinates to do it for them. Those subordinates were now sleeping while the invited were here to engage in the real discussions. Today would lay half the foundation for the future. Amara wasn't here, having retired after we ate breakfast together. As for me, although I was going on 24 hours, I had my psyche to keep me sharp. I could stay up for another few days if I really wanted to. The only reason that didn't usually happen on the front lines was because I was usually fighting for my life in those situations. But now, I could use my power for something other than slinging hate at ungodly monsters. Having psyche made mundane things like pulling off all-nighters easy. I still felt completely fresh, psyche streaming through my brain and augmenting my mental faculties. Currently, there was a large map on the massive table before us. It detailed the area around the northwestern front that had recently fallen, including the locations of the now toppled stronghold Charlie and Treehouse. A few major decisions would be made today. First would be the location of the new bases that had to be established. Second would be determining the main method of transportation between them, whether that was to be an underground rail line, road, or plane. Third would be detailing the logistics of procuring troops, as well as assessing intel regarding scourge movements in the area. The enemy would determine how many people needed to be sent, but what would determine everything else was where the new bases were established. That's why everyone looked at the map intently. The overarching goal was to hold the scourge beyond the River of Desolation. It was the line in the sand, but the issue was that Stronghold Charlie wasn't that far away from it. Stronghold Charlie was located near the edge of a mountain range. Between that mountain range and the river was a large swath of desert, untouched and uninhabited. Thankfully, the mountain range went all the way to the coast, so it would be difficult for the scourge to simply route around us. Their easiest path would be to continue beyond Stronghold Charlie and hit the desert before reaching the River of Desolation. The only reason we would be able to take the desert from them is because that intestine hadn't grown that far yet. It was progressing, probably faster than ever, but it still took time. If we moved fast enough, we'd be able to establish a bulwark in the desert and at least fight them back to the mountain range. Thanks to my planes once again, everyone was able to look at detailed images of the landscape in question. The desert was mostly open, but if one of the bases was positioned correctly in relation to the river, that wouldn't be an issue. Stronghold Charlie had the advantage of terrain on its side, but so long as I had any say, the wide open desert would be far more advantageous to me than the mountains. It took a dozen seconds to think of 3 new places for 3 new bases, places that were both easily defendable and close enough to other bases for easy cooperation. Only one of those positions would be certain, however. It would be the one furthest west, the position that would both take the largest brunt of the Scourge's hatred and be the farthest from established human cities. The other 2 positions were closer to the river and therefore closer to other cities. That meant the nobles would fight for those position changes like their lives depended on it. If they managed to argue for a good base position, they'd set themselves up economically for years. I was only worried about the certainty. There was light conversation around the table, small mindless comments about the population figures for the other strongholds and reserve forces. However, everyone was looking at the map and staring at that barren swath of land, the future battleground against the Scourge. It was finally time for me to step in. I stood, immediately catching the eyes of all nobles, generals, and the king. My movement was deliberately slow, one of my hands raising and reaching out. Psyche fluttered off my hand, washing over the focus of the map and dropping a pin on one very particular spot on one of the detailed images. For the first time I spoke. This position, right here, is where we need to establish the next stronghold. It will be the one to not just survive the scourge, but push them back." My voice echoed in the assembly hall, silence prevailing for a short time as generals and nobles looked at me, stupefied, as if it was asinine to think that I would ever offer my opinion. One of the generals, full General Heuser, responded. He was supposedly in charge of a stronghold further to the east, not a rear position, but far more pampered than the western bases were. After all, they had the church over there to handle the vast majority of the fight. "You so confidently declare that the position you chose is the correct spot? Are you simply arrogant?" Now, General Heuser," the king waved and smiled. "His confidence must come from somewhere, as smart of a man Sir Cooper is. I'd like to hear his reasoning." I glanced at the king, then at the general, who reluctantly fell silent. Then more of my psyche poured over the map, leaving icons and outlines detailing the most predictable presence of the scourge and their future movements. My reasoning is simple. The scourge wants to grow their gargantuan intestine beyond the mountain range around the fallen stronghold Charlie. That intestine is what their army revolves around. It is their supply line in just about every conceivable fashion. Food, water, resources, monsters, royals. They all come from it, but they don't stray too far either. So we have some time before they advance out of the mountain range and into the desert in the south. Why bother marching millions of monsters through tough terrain when you can simply wait for the intestine to grow? So if I'm being honest, the exact position of the main combat base isn't the most important factor. However, the pin on my chosen spot flashed once more. The reason I chose this position is because it would be the most suitably offensive position. I disagree, General Heuser stated, standing as I did and motioning toward the map. Is it not obvious how, on the contrary, that position is the worst defensively? It's in the middle of the open. There are clear flat channels leading straight to it, channels of land that the scourge can easily use to flood toward the base and annihilate it. Stronghold Charlie was strong because it utilized the mountainous terrain to its advantage. That's why it was able to stand so long. And the hills around the treehouse were why it wasn't immediately overwhelmed when the scourge started pressing its attack. So how could the position you chose possibly be anything other than a death sentence to every troop sent there? I let out a small sigh, admiring the general's ignorance. To think that they had been on the back foot so long that they no longer understood the concept of offense. "General, I'm amazed at your misunderstanding." "Huh, I'd love to hear this," he cackled. "A rookie summoner invents a few things and thinks that he can dictate strategy to me. You're 70 years too early to do that, boy. Age does not equal wisdom, General. Don't be a fool and listen. You might learn something." "What did you?" I interrupted him with a snap of my fingers, my psyche gently permeating the entire room and carrying my words. The general continued to bark, but I simply spoke anyway, my voice carried into the minds of everyone within earshot. I didn't choose this position because it was easily defendable. In fact, I chose it because it was quite the opposite. Indeed, there are channels that the scourge could use to flood monsters toward it. However, that can only happen if the scourge is there to do so. If they are alive to do so. I tapped the table again, figures of my tanks, planes, armored vehicles, and all the amazing weapons atop them appearing on the map. Unlike you, General Heuser, I'm tired of simply sitting there and letting the scourge claw at us without contest. And all your words have done is help me understand that you, just like many others, have forgotten what it means to take the fight to the enemy. If the kingdom continues to sit idly like this, the day that the scourge reaches the river of desolation will be inevitable. I am not the only one who sees it. However, I am the only one who can offer the solution. Everyone here has seen the super heavy battle tank that continues to sit within the Royal Plaza. 640,000 pounds of solid steel, so dense with enchantments that when we were testing the armor's tolerances, some spells would explode inches away from the armor, coming in contact with mana so dense that it acted as its own barrier. Those guns atop it are capable of putting holes through bombardos from several miles away. And you know what the best part is? Right now, there are 300 more of those tanks just outside of the walls of the capital. I tossed a projector out, a live video from a helicopter in the air showing all of the tanks lined up in rows outside the city walls. Even more, there were thousands of people around them, citizens from within the city who had been ushered by Son Industries workers to go and view the metal behemoths. Everyone at the table leaned forward, wanting for a closer look. General Heuser scowled, yet even he couldn't tear his eyes away. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is the future of warfare. These are just 300 of our largest tanks. And yet, at the end of this month, I will have another 1,000 of our smaller model, one that weighs 150,000 pounds, to complement them. And that isn't counting the fleet of armored vehicles I'll have the month after. What people like General Heuser fail to understand is that my planes were only the first step toward what I'm calling mechanized warfare. I waved toward the live video, which quickly switched to a recorded video of a live fire test. The super heavy battle tank fired at a massive metal wall about a mile away, and when the projectile slammed into the metal surface, it penetrated deep and then detonated, blasting not just a massive hole through the metal structure, but sending a sharding projectile beyond the wall and farther out beyond. Humanity cannot match the Scourge in sheer numbers. They will always have us beat. They breed like heathens and then send their filthy spawn right at our walls without care for death or carnage. Humanity's magic has done well to hold them back for so long. However, it has become clear in recent months that our simple numbers are no longer enough. The only reason the treehouse hadn't fallen sooner was because my planes were dropping thousands of bombs a day on the massive hordes of Scourge, murdering hundreds of thousands of them before they could even launch their attack. Do not think for a second that it was just the mountains that held the Scourge. It was my industry that stopped them, and now it'll be my industry that will drive them back. I wiped away all the other images above the map, focusing back on the pin I dropped denoting the location of the base. This position, General Heuser, is the best because it will allow me to send my tanks and utilize my vehicles to the greatest effect. With no mountains, no trees, and no barriers in our way, the Scourge will have nowhere to hide. They will simply watch as bombs hail down on them from above. They will tremble as armored vehicles rush out to annihilate their detachments scattered across the land. They will be crushed under treads as my tanks roll across sand and dirt to deliver hellfire from their cannons. With my industry, with my technology, we will take the fight to them. We will drive them back as they come flooding from the mountain range, not simply sit there like cowards, as someone like you might suggest. I grinned as he roared in protest. Without me speaking, everyone was able to hear his voice, his words about how I was wrong and twisting his words. A few seconds later, and I turned to the king, my psyche nudging everyone's attention back to me. Your Majesty, King Distrian Jelvin Alphen, I'd like to propose something to you. As a soldier, and as an inventor whose products have served the kingdom for the better. The king's brows raised, the marshal of the royal guard standing beside his chair glaring at me with scrutiny. Hook, the king waved. Go on, Sir Cooper. My proposal is thus. Place a stronghold in this position. Arm it with the standard allotment of troops. And then, allow me to outfit the entire stronghold and its forces with my machines of war. My technology goes beyond simple tanks and planes. I have personal armor, sensors, structural enchantments, tools and weapons that can deliver magical attacks from miles away. The stronghold will be an impenetrable fortress as it will be the source of ruin for the Scourge. I ask that you give San Industries, the rights to dictate the type of warfare this stronghold fights with. And I will bring you victory. When the Scourge's intestine arrives, and as those armies of millions march on that desert, as they inevitably will, I will eradicate them from the face of this world, and I will deliver unto you a level of victory that hasn't been seen in centuries. I don't need 300,000 troops that will turn into mere fodder like those at the treehouse did. I just need 1/10 of that, and I will turn them into the most effective army this world has ever known. The hall was silent under my proposal, the gaze of 4 sovereigns and many more marshals and brigadiers boring through my being. It was a massive amount of pressure to be under, but I gave no hint of my stress. Line. The king pondered for a few dozen seconds, his smile slowly growing wide. He couldn't contain his excitement. You're telling me, Sir Cooper, that you will bring me what no other general has brought me in centuries? That you and your technology are the key to this war? That, by giving you control of a small base with a mere 30,000 troops, you'll be able to bring me victory over the millions of Scourge currently occupying that mountain range. Your Majesty, 1,000,000 Scourge means 1,000,000 crystals, and I've also designed special mass crystal harvesters for the battlefield. I smiled at him. Give me a couple years, and I'll bring you, not other nobles, but you, half of them. The king smiled even wider. And Sinker, you make a tempting proposal, Sir Cooper. Chapter 249, Selfish Man. He had it in the bag. When the doors opened for intermission, all Amara could hear was shouting. She, like many of the other plus ones that had spent the first half of the day's meeting sleeping, was supposed to enter during intermission, but none of them could find it in them to take the first step forward. It was a madhouse, and Amara wasn't very surprised to see her boyfriend at the center of it. They cannot match the cargo efficiency of the rails. We have documented numbers dating back decades. You want numbers? You're going to ask a summoner about numbers? The Duke seemed to shrink back. Indeed, it was stupid to challenge a summoner with numbers. Even then, John threw up a projector with a massive display of comparison data, not just for his planes, but for his own specially designed trains. Unlike your inefficient rails, my trains don't need anything more than 2 metal tracks to travel. They only need a set of crystals in the main engine, unlike rails that need crystals across the entire length of their damn tracks. My trains are also faster. They can run indefinitely. They cost a magnitude less to install. And you dare to bring up cargo efficiency? I could hardly give a damn that you have decades of data utilizing inferior technology. Amara sighed. John was definitely smart, but if she had to think of any flaw, it would be that he got quite testy when someone questioned his logic. It was almost impossible to do so, which meant that anybody daring to was probably just too stupid or stubborn to understand what he was saying in the first place and yield. This was the case here, and it caused him to yell at a duke like he was some common baron. After Amara had taken the first step to enter, she took John's side and held his arm. She had decided to wear her black dress again today since John hadn't changed either, having pulled an all-nighter. She had to match him. Then the rest of the meeting continued. Intermission was outright disregarded as John went back and forth with other nobles. Most of those concerned with what he had said before were attempting to argue their way toward a better position, because it was beginning to look like John was trying to take everything for himself. But there were also those silent nobles that pondered not how to knock John down, but how to ride his coattails. Amara hadn't realized the significance of what had transpired until the meeting ended. That night, she had a brief private discussion with her mother where she heard about what John had proposed so boldly to the king. The fact that he did so wasn't very shocking to Amara. It was the fact that it seemed to have worked that multiplied her stress. Talexia was forced into a situation where she had to support John, and yet she managed to stay quiet, simply allowing John to shut down opposition in the hall. A smart play, because it would be up to them to handle the work behind the scenes, and that would be more difficult if they had appeared as headstrong as John did. And so Amara had several times the amount of work on her plate. She spent her entire night bouncing between meetings with other nobles, with and without John. She already knew what his goals were. Nothing that he said and argued for was spur of the moment. It was all planned out beforehand, and she had learned all of what she needed to know about his operations and plans during the 2 months she followed him while he revolutionized. She just hadn't expected that he would try and tempt the king personally. If it had failed, then they'd be in deep shit, but his gamble had worked. Perhaps it was never a gamble in the first place, though. John was reckless from the perspective of others, but that was because they couldn't see what he did. Perhaps it only took the first meeting, or a mere few words with the king, to discover that he could be effectively enticed, to discover the right things to say. Not even Amara could figure out what John saw, and she couldn't quite fathom his deductive abilities, but she knew she could trust him. He took risks, but she knew they were all calculated, hardly risks after he thought about them long enough. So the third day came. It was the day for the king to make his decrees. The meeting didn't start until noon of the third day. Everyone was tense and tired when they entered, exhaustion from long hours of discussion and political maneuvering setting in all at once. Yet they drank their concoctions and slapped themselves awake, because today was the one day they couldn't afford to miss. The table was filled, not a single empty spot to be found. In front of everyone was a large map, the same one they had used to decide on the position of new bases across the front. There were several minutes of idle silence and muted whispering as the king simply sat there. All could tell that he was deep in deliberation, only once glancing at John. Then he finally stood from his seat, reaching over to a panel before him and tapping on a smaller image of the map. We will establish 2 new strongholds and 1 new supply post. They will be placed as such. The 3 locations appeared for everyone to see. The supply post was not far behind the 2 new strongholds. and one of the strongholds was exactly where John had asked it to be. The other was slightly more to the northeast, a good position to ensure the scourge didn't simply rout the other stronghold, similar to how the treehouse had operated as a secondary barrier for Stronghold Charlie. The king continued, "The supply post will have a direct connection to the city of Valence. As for the line connecting it, Gearworks and Son Industries will engage in an auction, the lowest bidder being awarded the contract to construct the new line, either rail or train." Murmuring was heard, and Amara glanced across the table. Sumas Pavlos, the owner of Gearworks, was frowning in obvious distaste. Son Industries was slated to take all their business if John's boasts were true. They had come up with better alternatives to all of Gearworks' best products, such as the Steed and Rail. John was also boasting that they were cheaper while being significantly more efficient. Well, the Mana engine was a monumental breakthrough. Anything it was applied to was automatically guaranteed to be better. The only reason Gearworks hadn't yet panicked was because there simply hadn't been enough time for Son Industries to invade the market. But that just meant that, in time, they would. And it seemed to be starting with this. As for the city of Valence, she and John had been there before. It was where they had sent the survivors from the village south of Stronghold Charlie. They had only been there a short time. The city was the main hub for Northwestern Transit to and from the River of Desolation. All the facilities there were already more than capable of handling the establishment of another stronghold, so it made sense that it would be the checkpoint for logistics. But a new line still had to be built. The line to Stronghold Charlie was naturally off limits, and while its initial length could be reused and redirected, John was promising a far cheaper, faster, and more efficient option. Hence the auction. Amara knew they would win it. John would have a criminally high profit margin even after Gearworks got to the point of forsaking profits and bleeding coin. After murmuring died down, the king looked toward John. Amara had to keep herself from tensing. Unlike John, who never seemed to give a damn about status due to his upbringing in another world entirely, the king was still the highest existence she knew of. John had been taught that kings were fools to be laughed at. She had been taught that if she desecrated the king's name, she'd bring down herself and her entire family. It was stressful, being the target of his scrutiny, even more so when the four sovereigns turned their gazes as the king did. "John Cooper, you promised to bring me victory and 500,000 crystals." "I did, Your Majesty, and my promise still stands." "I know it does, but convincing my generals to give you control over a new stronghold has been difficult. More than that, convincing those who have the manpower to muster even just 30,000 soldiers has been fruitless. However, I know you have support, so I will offer the opportunity anyway." The king smiled, Amara using her peripheral vision to see that John remained completely unperturbed. In fact, a small smile was on his face. "John Cooper, I will allow you and those who support you to muster the soldiers by buying contracts. If you can find soldiers who are willing to sell their contracts to you, then you may have them and assemble them. However, there are naturally conditions. First, you must have a contracted general and marshal at all times. Second, you must operate jointly with kingdom forces. Third, you must provide for the needs of your troops yourself. This includes everything from food to equipment, as nothing standard issue from the kingdom will be provided since it is contracted. Of course, this also means that if you manage to buy more than 30,000 contracts, you won't be stopped." Amara's eyes were round when the king finally paused, John remaining silent for a short time. Like her, dozens of others were floored by the offer. An independent military force. Ever since the kingdom had been founded some centuries ago, it hadn't truly existed in any significant capacity. However, nobles always had their own reserve forces. It was why the question of manpower wasn't so cut and dry. Nobles wanted to defend their own territories, so sending all of the valuable magi beyond the River of Desolation to simply die like they did at the treehouse wasn't tempting. John had told Amara that there would likely be mass recalls if things kept going as they were. Nobles would begin pulling troops that came from their territories back so that they could muster their own defenses instead of fighting in a collective effort. Once upon a time, that had been normal. Even in kingdom law, high nobles, such as a border marquis or a duke, could maintain their own armies. But it wasn't cost-effective in the last century or so. Nobles had done away with them, mostly. But now, it seemed like John had received so much opposition that not even the king could get nobles and generals to support throwing a measly 30,000 troops at him. Nobody was going to help John. Nobody wanted to put skin in his game, no matter how little. And yet the king seemed to want it to happen anyway. Despite everything, despite all the opposition to the idea, despite the sovereigns likely having given their bad word, he still presented the opportunity. Perhaps those 500,000 crystals truly were that enticing. Perhaps the king wanted to exercise some of his power that other nobles seemed to be refusing to legitimize. Perhaps it was because the king would be winning no matter what happened. Perhaps they were using this as an opportunity to let John knock himself down, expecting him to fail. Or maybe it was as simple as the king wanting some entertainment, taking a stupid gamble. Regardless, the opportunity was there, and John was smiling widely. Amara couldn't help the smile either. She heard her mother softly sigh, likely anticipating what was soon to come. A lot of gold would be leaving their coffers. The king took the silence and continued. You will be allowed to do as your capabilities determine. If everything you've said about your new technologies is true, then that shouldn't be too much of a problem. I am very interested in seeing how you would manage to live up to the claims. If you decide to take on this perilous task. John gave a short pause before answering, still grinning like a madman. Your Majesty, it would be my honor to take on this task. I know many don't believe in my words, but that just means I can take this opportunity to showcase the strength of what I have built. Of course, if the time ever comes that high officials see the merit of my technology and wish to integrate it into their forces, I will be more than happy to offer services just as I have for my planes. Until then, I will work toward victory, just as I have promised. Very well, Sir Cooper. The details will naturally be spoken about in depth, but the Scourge does not wait for humanity. It is in our best interest to establish our grounds as quickly as possible so that you can begin your work. For this purpose, I invite you to stay another day at the Royal Palace. I graciously accept this invitation. I, too, am eager to begin development. Then it is settled. The king gave his decree. John Cooper will henceforth be the operating commander of the newly designated stronghold to be named at his discretion. In tandem, the newly designated stronghold Echo will act as the primary defensive position of the kingdom, protecting the flank of our lines from the Scourge. John continued to smile, and the king went on to detail several other decrees. There were some new taxes instituted, some new drafting orders, some reshuffling that would all help to support the creation of a new foothold. Recovering from a massive blow such as the destruction of Stronghold Charlie wasn't impossible, but it would take a lot of money and human resources. Given that none of the nobles wanted to pay the cost, the king was simply using his power to force the issue with decrees that would move pieces across the board and push past the inertia. But Amara could hardly be bothered with any of that. She continued to glance at John, her hand slipping into his, the two of them clasping each other tightly. She could tell he was excited. If there was anything John liked, it was being in control of himself, of his circumstances, and anything else that might affect his goals or life. This would be their greatest investment, and it was clear that he was ready to make it. Everything would be over if they failed, but if they didn't, they would have unprecedented power, which was also why they would have to be careful, not just of the Scourge, but of those around them who might feel threatened. Thankfully, though, they also had people they could trust. Amara was excited to see what would happen. It was an endlessly daunting road ahead, but she wasn't scared. This was far better than being at the mercy of those who didn't care, or worse. She'd rather become an intelligence agent and work the desk all day than put herself and her loved ones in the position she had been in only a few months ago. Her heart pounded as she thought about what was to come. Like that, a few more hours went by, the king finally finishing his decrees. It was far from the end of the deliberations. After the meeting ended, there would be an endless stream of meetings. She would be in many of them. But then, she sensed something. She glanced at John when she noticed the anomaly. It wasn't with anything else, but with him. He was nervous? Made sense, considering what he had just gotten himself into. But it felt different. Finally, the meeting came to its conclusion. The king sat back in his seat, taking a sip of water after having spoken without end. He raised a parchment, reading from it. That, ladies and gentlemen, seems to be the end of my decrees. Is there anything else that must be made known or decided on? Silence prevailed, until several seconds later, John stood from his seat. The king's brows raised. Yes, Sir Cooper? Your Majesty, if I may be so bold. A bit late to ask, but very well. My thanks. He said that before suddenly stepping up onto the table. Amara gawked in confusion, glancing around to see shocked, curious, and a few hostile gazes. Then, she suddenly felt her hand get pulled. It hadn't left his, their fingers still tightly locked together. John. Amara resisted slightly, terrified when she stepped onto the top of the table. It felt like she was dirtying something sacred, or perhaps crossing a line she never thought she'd ever cross. She was fully on the table, standing high above everyone else who remained in their seats. Nearly everyone in the room was immensely powerful, sitting at the chief, brigadier, marshal, and even sovereign level. They couldn't threaten but the weakest of those around the table, so nobody had a particularly lethal response to the sudden change of events. Yet she felt like she was naked as her adrenaline spiked, every eye on her and John. She was screaming across their telepathic connection. John, what the fuck are you doing? Amara, Erica, Teleria. Another shot of adrenaline surged through her system when she saw John lower himself to one knee. He hadn't even kneeled for the king, and yet here he was, with a little box in his hand. He gazed up at her, Amara glancing at the box, then into his eyes. That hint of nervousness inside him was gone. He couldn't care less about those around them, or about the insanity of this stunt. His eyes were on her. Only her. I have traversed the universe and have placed myself at the front of the fight against an inhuman enemy spawned from the depths of hell. And yet I am a selfish man who now refuses to be without you in my fight. Still, I will ask. He opened the box, revealing the beautiful, glimmering ring. Will you marry me, Amara? She stared, almost mute from the consecutive shocks of crazy events. She barely even noticed a tear escaping her eye, but she nodded. Even as she wiped her face and found those simple words, she hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes, I'll marry you, you crazy man. She dove over and wrapped her arms around his neck, Amara smiling through tears as John chuckled, the two hugging on their knees. Then, there was a clap. The king smacked his hands together, the pace rising until he was giving applause. The rest of those in the meeting hall joined, the king erupting into laughter. Ha ha, bold indeed. Amara finally separated once she again realized that they were still on top of the table. Then she flushed as that embarrassment compounded with the excitement of feeling John slip the ring onto her finger. Then he kissed her, making it all the more worse. Chapter 250. Escape. 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 Tana grit her teeth as the screaming threatened to make her ears burst. She barely felt the blood dripping from her eyes and nose. Her heart beating at over 250 BPM and climbing as adrenaline flooded her body. She ran and clawed her way to escape, but she couldn't seem to find it amid the razor spikes that filled the complex. You will die. You will not escape, you will die. I will hollow out your fucking skull. Tana cried more blood as she continued to run through the labyrinth despite the floors being covered in jagged metal that sliced her feet. She reminded herself that it wasn't real every second, but there had already been a few points through her escape that she had stopped believing that. She didn't know what to believe anymore. She wasn't sure if the floors really were jagged metal or if the spikes that occasionally shot out of the walls and drove through her heart were real. The times that she should have died, when she had collapsed in a pool of blood due to her unreal wounds, she passed out and woke back up an unknown number of hours later. It was a cycle of torment. The only way to win was to escape, but she had yet to find the exit. Every time she thought she was on the right path, felt in her soul that she was going the right way, Apocryon would show up at the end of a hallway, and the wounds he gave her then were very real. She knew because those wounds were the ones that made her body react, that pushed her toward the feeling of death that she had experienced back then at Purple Sky. They scared her. Once, she tried to push through it anyway, tried to ignore the horror and push through Apocryon's attacks, even if it meant her real death. That time, she had been driven so far into instinctual, life-preserving madness that she had actually managed to fight her way out of Apocryon's vicinity, escaping back into the labyrinth. Normally, that would have been impossible. He was 3 authorities above her and one of the smartest warlocks to ever live. Yet she had managed. That madness had pushed her to an edge she didn't realize she had. But it came at a cost. The vivid memories of that time were the only things that helped her remain disbelieving of the illusions in the labyrinth. But with every spike of pain, with every gaze upon Apocryon, her baseline seemed to be driven further into that madness. She had long lost track of the hours and days. She didn't know if the king's assembly was over, but she knew that she had her limit, and it was approaching. She was hyper-aware as she pushed through the labyrinth, her eyes bleeding as she pushed her senses to such high levels that her body strained to keep up. The labyrinth was endless. Apocryon wouldn't allow her to escape him. She knew that just as she knew the pain he could inflict, but she pushed through anyway, refusing to believe there was no way out. The madness wouldn't allow her to give in. Darkness encroached all around her. As she spent longer in the labyrinth, darkness started to invade. The gray metal spikes faded to black as she bled on them. The floors were coated in black footprints as she ran across them. The air was filled with light drinking fog as she heaved for air. It was surrounding her, left everywhere she walked. It took her some time to realize the darkness was coming from her. She didn't know why. Plex would tell her that it was the other half of the answer. He would tell her that her body was already dead. It was why she was able to wield her aura to disappear at all. She would tell him that he was spewing bullshit, that John could easily see through her, that Amara could find her anyway. He would tell her that she was visible not because her body was visible. Her body had already died. She would realize that John's power of the mind made him her perfect counter. Escape, 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 escape. Apocryon's voice screamed from everywhere and nowhere. Tana felt herself crack further. She knew she couldn't take it much longer. She was desperately trying to live. Yet her body continued to move through the spikes. It continued to get impaled as she walked through traps. She felt every fiber of her being screaming at her to survive, the madness taking over. And yet as Plex watched from outside, all he could see was her calmly treading normal stone halls. Not running, not panicking, but walking with a measured stride. He saw the darkness blooming from her, coating Apocryon's castle with her aura. It wasn't simply darkness. When it spread from the castle and touched those outside of it, touched the guards who had gone back to their normal patrols, they would all freeze. And then they'd draw their blades and slit their own throats. Plex recognized the darkness. Yet when it touched him, he didn't so much as flinch. He had already rationalized despair. The medium of death to most, the medium of damnation to those who understood. But Apokryon was unique. He hadn't simply rationalized despair. He had adopted it, had become it. He carried it almost as the king itself did, but because he lacked the sheer power, he couldn't match. But it was more than enough for a kid like Tana. More than enough to overwhelm her. If she really escaped, then she'd get the respite she needed to rationalize despair. Yet, that was exactly the reason why Plex said she'd only get one chance. She wasn't meant to rationalize despair. That wouldn't help her disappear. Thankfully, she knew that escaping meant she'd lose. Her mind may not know, may believe the opposite, but her body understood. She was torn between them, unable to decide. The mind of a human was a powerful thing. Those who had fought the scourge and had gone through some of the worst things a human could imagine had minds capable of miracles. She hadn't known that her mental strength was precisely the thing holding her back. Plex knew what she needed. He didn't know if she would come out of this properly, but all parties involved knew the risk. This wasn't even Plex's idea. It had just taken him some time to understand why he had been asked to throw a girl into the maws of the devil. And he had been asked to watch, so here he was, watching a girl kill herself. He watched Tana march through Apocryon's castle. Whenever she encountered him, she'd run away, and then once she was far away, she'd turn right back around and march toward Apokryon again. Her body knew what it needed to complete itself. It just needed to convince her mind to take the plunge. Slowly but surely there was progress, but every time she got close to the answer, anarchy would kick in and save her. But just as her body started to break, so too did her mind. Plex watched as she was chipped and cracked, as her mind reached its breaking point, was repaired just slightly, and pushed to its limit once more. Over and over again, she just barely dodged true death. Over and over again, she experienced why Apokryon was so feared. But she always went back. Her body knew. Her mind started to get quiet enough to let her body take over. And then she reached the threshold. Plex could see it as it happened. He watched Tana walk right back toward Apokryon, and then watched Apokryon attack her with fanatical rage. He had started to enjoy himself, and yet his own pain left no room for mercy. He attacked to maim, torture, and kill, but she managed to keep herself alive. She never attacked. She only dodged. She danced around Apokryon's death, suffering horrible wounds in the process. Her eyes were cloudy, her lucidity cracking as Apokryon's aura inflicted hellish pressure on her very soul. But this time was different, because she wasn't escaping. Plex narrowed his eyes, got closer. He watched the ground shatter as a metal spike drove through Tana's leg. She tore herself out of it, as if she couldn't feel it, yet she remained crippled. She used her arms to maneuver with her one good leg, and yet some minutes later one of her arms was sliced, barely escaping total amputation, yet still suffering severed tendons. It fell limp, and Plex could almost hear Tana's heart pounding in her chest. Blood sprayed from her wounds, and for a second, Plex saw her body twitch, a cry of madness that demanded she escape. Yet as soon as the initial movement to escape came, it faded. A barbed conical spike drove through her abdomen, raising her off the floor and preventing her from escaping for good. Her eyes went blank. Her mind seemed to collapse, Apocryon's aura completely invading her body, attempting to snuff out her soul. Apokryon didn't kill the flesh. The mad warlock's body floated up to her laughing in glee. His aura completely washed hers out. Plex couldn't feel a hint of it. Apokryon cackled, the depth of his madness echoing through the trenches. Plex could already sense the order getting closer. Powerful assassins drawing their blades in preparation. He felt Tana's heart beating so fast that he thought it might explode, until it suddenly stopped, Apokryon's grin widening, his hands reaching for her head. So Plex stepped in. He broke the spike impaling Tana, launched an attack at Apokryon that the man blocked easily, and fled. He carried Tana's dead body out of the castle, Apokryon screaming in madness as he gave chase. The order stepped in simultaneously, Apokryon coming under attack, holy formations glowing in the dark and poisonous atmosphere of the trenches. Plex simply ran, bringing Tana's body away to the Founders Market where he found a hospital. John had frequented this one often. Little did he know, Plex ascended to the top of the building, kicking open the door of an office and finding the person inside already standing, staring out a window. Is there a reason I must be annoyed with these things, Plex? Come on, Zober. Don't be a bitter asshole. Plex placed Tana's body on a nearby couch, her wounds dripping, her heart still. Zober, the gray-haired old man standing at the window with wrinkles that counted as years, turned with an exasperated glare. Plex smiled. If you could just give her some light healing. Close up the wounds. You've brought me a corpse. How much do you want then? I've got a blank check. The point isn't money. You think the order is here to clean up your messes whenever you please to make them? Even further, you've gone and decimated your careful relationship with Apokryon. We guaranteed him one thing. Sleep. You couldn't wait until he at least woke up to piss him off. Bah. You wouldn't understand, wrinkled dick. The fuck did you call me? Zober's face reddened in rage, Plex bracing for the river of slurs that soon followed. He stood there, letting the rage vent while dodging the occasional attack. Then, he suddenly looked back at the couch. His eyes widened. Hang on. What now, you fucking Windash? She's gone. Plex pointed, Zober's face snapping to the side to see the body gone. Plex stared, then started smiling. She's gone. How about that? Yeah, and now my couch is soaked in blood. Buy me a new one. Sure. Not like I'm the one footing the bill. Anyway, my work here is done. I'm going home to sleep. Hang on. Zober chased as Plex fled. March 6th, 626. I sighed while stepping out of the royal palace. Despite my powerful mind, I was exhausted. More so socially than mentally. I had done enough talking for years. Since I was now responsible for raising an army of my own that would go on to build and man a stronghold, there were a lot of details to flesh out. I had to settle contract buys with the king, and then with other generals. Then I had to speak with the king about a new contract for my armament since the military wanted more planes, bombs, helicopters, and now vehicles. Then there was the auction, which we easily won against Gearworks. Then discussions with Telexia and Chief Ironheart for the purpose of getting soldiers from them. Then making plans with San to quickly move forward with building a supply line beyond the River of Desolation to start the construction of the new stronghold quickly. For that I needed to design a stronghold as well. Discussions with the City Lord of Valence about the train. Another discussion with Telexia about the sudden marriage proposal. Discussions with San and a select few generals about a mass funeral I wanted to put together for the fallen of the Treehouse and Stronghold Charlie. There were many things to speak about. It felt like there weren't enough minutes in the day, even though I moved as fast and spoke as efficiently as possible. Even Amara was overworked, making deals with other nobles in order to ensure we had some measure of political support instead of pure opposition. According to her, Vatsy played smart and gave his assistance. Its extent was questionable to me, but I let her deal with that, promising to let her do her job. Things ended about how I wanted them to, but it still left us drained. Amara leaned on me as we walked, more exhausted than I was. Not sure if I would have rather been on the battlefield. Yeah, I nodded in agreement, seeing my helicopter on a pad, Boris standing beside it, waiting to take us to the wedded city. I needed to speak with the chief more, because we'd be working together extensively. I didn't actually intend to buy so many contracts, and the chief of the Raven family expressed interest in supplying the manpower to compose my army. Not all of it, but most. I was keen to work with him because it would mean I had an army that wasn't loyal to some noble or kingdom territory, but to the wedded city itself. That would give me supreme control over the troops. It would make them my troops, but we'd also get to rest in the wedded city, so Amara and I were eager to get out of here. I wondered how Tana was doing. I left her with Plex a while ago, but I had yet to hear anything. Probably because I'd been locked in the palace. Just as I thought that, though, I felt my spine tingle, noticing a gaze on me. A gaze I hadn't sensed until I noticed it walking up to me, only some feet away. Barrier! I shouted, Amara reacting instantly, her barrier appearing around us not even a quarter of a second after I started moving, before my word even came out. Totenstall appeared, and I raised it as she prepared spells, the two of us aiming at the source of the threat. And when my barrel was raised, I saw a familiar face. My eyes widened, seeing Tana bloodied and on the verge of death. Totenstall's barrel rested inches from her eye socket, my finger already placing light pressure on the trigger, Amara's barrier right between the end of the barrel and Tana's face. John! Amara called when I ceased my actions, clearly unable to see Tana. I sighed, sending Totenstall away. It's fine, Amara. It's just Tana. Huh? Where is she? Right here. Tana smiled, suddenly falling to her knees. I went down and caught her, the blood on her body wetting my suit. Amara seemed to see her at that moment, her eyes widening. Tana, the hell happened? I did it. Tana muttered through weak lungs. I could feel her heart pounding out of her chest. She was utterly exhausted, her skin pale, flushed in some places. Her limbs looked weak, her muscles having shrunk, by my guess due to rhabdomyolysis. She had reached beyond her limits, and if what I wasn't seeing was true, then she had succeeded. I made a quick decision. We're heading to the Tavera family. They'll have a good healer. I picked Tana up, Amara running with me to the helicopter. I gave Boris his destination, and we were in the air promptly. It was a short hop to the Founders Market where I jumped out of the helicopter with Tana in my arms, landing right in the middle of the Tavera estate. The Patriarch was quick to greet us. John, what are you doing here? Patriarch, I could use a healer. He looked at Tana, now passed out. He seemed distrained to see her, but since I was in contact with her, he didn't have much trouble. He looked to the side and shouted, Get Noemi. Quickly. A guard ran off, getting the healer as we went to the Tavera's own hospital. They were a knight family and naturally had healers specializing in treating them. Noemi appeared and quickly went over Tana, cringing at the damage, throwing a dozen different recovery pills into her mouth and getting to work. I made sure to have Amara keep a hand on Tana. I noticed when I let go that others weren't able to see her. It was like she didn't exist until she came in contact with someone. Then again, even without anyone touching her, I could see her just fine. I couldn't sense her walking up to me in the Royal Plaza, but I hadn't had trouble seeing her. She just didn't have aura. Not a drop. I'd have to talk to her later about it. But for now, it seems like she succeeded in reaching her goal. She just needed to recover from what Apocreon did to her. After letting the healers stabilize Tana, I thanked the Patriarch and tried to give some compensation. He refused, instead speaking to me about his desire to send some Tavera soldiers to my army, including some of his children and grandchildren, so that they could get good experience. I agreed to take him up on the offer. A rough estimate from him said that he'd send at least a few hundred people. It wasn't much, but I was taking what I could get at this point. More importantly, the Patriarch was someone I wanted to keep on my good side, considering he and the previous Patriarch had some connection with the church. With the deal made, I brought Tana with us to the wedded city. Phaidon would also be meeting us there, hopefully recovering well from his new crown and invocation.